I am the actual controller of a multinational conglomerate worth trillions. But overnight, he created a pure silver coffin weighing tens of tons for himself. Unrestricted high-priced acquisition of silver is even more prevalent nationwide, just because soon after, a global blood moon descended and the world underwent a strange transformation. All animals and plants transform into abnormal and monstrous creatures. And after their transformation, they all gained intelligence and could even speak human language. Humans are demonized into various bloodthirsty demons. Even more terrifying, even everyday food items for humans occasionally undergo mutations. But a small number of people who wear silver jewelry are surprised to find that they have obtained inexplicable supernatural powers. And in my previous life, I became one of the survivors due to the small amount of silver I carried in my watch. But this also became the beginning of my nightmare. Being enslaved by a demon. One's own tongue is cut off and kept in captivity. Every day, all I have is a life without any light. In the end, I still couldn't escape the fate of being used as food to satisfy hunger. Now, in this new life, I immediately ordered someone to spend a fortune to hire the world's top silver jewelry craftsman. At this moment in the office of the chairman of Chun Group, a woman in her late 20s or early 30s, with a rather beautiful appearance, was walking towards me with a stack of documents in her hand. Mr. Chen, the silversmith has been found. The best silversmith is right here in our neighborhood. I will visit tomorrow. But silver belongs to rare metals, and there is too little circulation. Recently, I can only purchase 300 tons of silver. 300 tons of coffins is more than enough. But after the disaster, strategic resources such as metal and silver are definitely beneficial in abundance. However, the actual circulation of silver worldwide is only a few thousand tons. Lu Fang's ability to purchase 300 tons in just a few days, and also pure, is already very impressive. Okay, you don't need to worry about the subsequent purchases. In the previous life, there was a genius doctor who, after the catastrophe, summarized the 10 major theories of silver energy. One of them is, the higher the purity of the metal silver that humans absorb in equal weight, the stronger the silver becomes after transformation. The closer the silver is to human skin, the better it absorbs and transforms. So I need 1,000 ounces of silver, and I also need the best silversmith to craft a completely custom-made pure silver coffin for me. In addition, there is another aspect where everyday human consumables can undergo random mutations. Only when stored in a silver container can it prevent mutation. Even if it's not very pure, it still works. So I am planning to build a giant warehouse surrounded by silver alloy plates to store survival supplies. By the way, it can also be used as a shelter in the end times. 3 months. The time to build a large shelter may not be enough, but if it's just a renovation, it shouldn't be a problem. After several days of investigation and understanding, I have already made plans in my mind. After a moment, in the Chun Group's multifunctional conference hall, around the large rectangular conference table, there are more than 20 top executives of the group. I, sitting in the first place, said directly, I announced several decisions. The first thing is that, except for the micronuclear fusion battery, all other industries will be resold within 10 days. Upon hearing this, one of the straightforward senior executives immediately interrupted. Mr. Chen, may I ask if all the real estate properties, as well as the globally franchised Chen's Grand Hotel, are all being resold? Yes. Several people in the audience immediately raised doubts. In that case, the group would incur a loss of at least 300 billion. There is simply no way to do business like this. Mr. Chen, even if you want to cash out, you can extend the timeline to maximize profits. The loss is too great to complete the resale in 10 days. Mr. Chen, why do you need so much cash flow? Have you identified a new business opportunity? I did not answer. I just raised my hand to signal silence. 2. Acquire silver jewelry from silver shops, without quantity or style limitations, but ensure purity. 3. Acquire silver globally, with a target of 100,000 tons within 3 months. 4. Acquisition of the silver mine refining plant in Guanar City. 5. Purchase 500 sets of S3 jet flight backpacks. Purchase 100 G7 civilian power armor. Build an S3 production line and a G7 production line in the abandoned old city. As soon as I finished speaking, a woman in her late 40s with a dark and thin face stood up at the other end of the long table. Chen Feng, you are young and know nothing. According to your approach, the group will go bankrupt in less than 6 months. The woman speaking is named Chang Yurong, the board director and CEO of the company. Immediately following, nearly half of the group's senior executives stood up, and the emotions are excited. Only an old man beside me remains calm and silent. Director Chen, you can't do this. Have you been fooled by someone to purchase a large amount of silver? I keep my eyes straight ahead and speak in a deep voice. This is a decision, not a solicitation for opinions. Carry it out. Seeing this, Chang Yurong slammed the table, her fiery temper flaring up again. I quit. Chen Feng, when holding meetings, arranges seating based on gender rather than position, without discriminating against either sex. I just have to tolerate it. But you cannot treat group management as child's play. Several executives immediately echoed. I'm not doing it anymore either. Yes, we're not doing it anymore. Chan Dong, according to your approach, there is not much hope in the group in a few days. It's better to leave early. I am well aware of those who are shouting to resign. Most of them started from scratch with their fathers back then. All are loyal and devoted founding heroes to the group. I also want to keep them as much as possible, both helping them and building up strength for oneself after the disaster. Please give me 3 months' time. Mr. Chen, if you continue like this, the market value of the group will be halved in less than a month. I might as well leave early. What is left? The salary will double. And in addition, I will allocate 20% of the company's shares to everyone. Hearing about a salary increase and stock options, the intense anger of everyone instantly subsided a lot. Only a few people, including Chang Yurong, are still strongly opposing. At this moment, the old man beside me spoke. Yurong, do everything according to Director Chen's instructions. The old man was dressed in traditional tan clothing, with a thin complexion, but his eyes were bright and his voice was loud. His name is Zhang Qichang, nearly 70 years old, and he is the old steward of the Chen family. Although not holding a position in the group, he is still an influential figure in the Chen family, and I am the one who watched him grow up. After the meeting, only Zhang Qichang and I remained in the conference room. Xiaofeng, although I don't understand why you have to do this, but I still helped you complete it. Thank you, Zhang Bo. I suddenly changed the topic and said solemnly. However, I still hope that you can stay. Getting old, it's time to retire. Zhang Qichang shook his head slightly and let out a sigh. His mood seemed a bit down, and then he smiled faintly and said softly, Xiaofeng, don't worry. I have already handed over all the work to Xiaolu. She will assist you well in the future. In addition, the abandoned underground civil defense facilities in the old city have been successfully acquired, and construction will begin tomorrow. As long as the silver plate can be delivered on time, the project can be guaranteed to be completed within 2 months. Okay, Zhang Bo, take care. I nodded heavily. I understand Zhang Bo's thoughts. The other party just doesn't want to watch the group being destroyed in my hands. Since Zhang Bo has made up his mind, I will no longer insist on keeping him. Let him go home and retire. As a parting gift, I will give him a silver bed. Zhang Qichang took 2 steps and then turned back and said, Xiaofeng, your second uncle asked me to tell you that the day before yesterday he spoke a bit harshly out of anger. Please don't take it to heart. He also said that no matter when, he will always be your second uncle. If the group is gone, it's gone. Don't feel bad. Just go home. You acquire his shares for 50 billion, although it can't compare to before, but it is also enough for your whole family to eat and drink without worries for the rest of your lives. Downstairs from the group building, I sat in the back of an extended Lincoln. The driver was a woman. She is very tall, standing at 183 meters. Her name is Lin Xiu, 3 years older than me. Currently, he is my bodyguard and driver. Lin Xiu comes from a martial arts family. When she was 9 years old, she and her grandfather were chased by someone. At the moment when her grandfather was on the verge of death, she was saved by my father. After grandpa passed away, she stayed at the Chen's house and grew up with me. In the previous life, she became a silver energy user. If she wasn't there, I would have definitely perished during the initial disaster. Can't escape the purgatory like Guaner City in the mortal world. It is even more impossible to survive for 5 years in the end times. Xiaofeng, where are you going? Go home. Have all 8 of them completed the procedures for dropping out of school? I have taken care of everything from Chengde to Chengqi, except for Xiaoba who is too young to handle it. I have requested a long vacation for her. All have already been brought back home. The 8 people mentioned in the conversation are all orphans. The 1st to the 7th are boys, and only the 8th is a girl. There was once a Mrs. Chung who opened a small welfare home to adopt them. 8 years ago, the welfare institution was forcibly demolished. Unfortunately, Cheng's mother passed away. I rescued and supported all of them. Several of the older ones have already gone to college. Only the 6th to the 8th are still in high school. Soon, Lin Xiu and I arrived at a luxurious villa in the western suburbs. Just as I stepped through the door, a girl flew towards me. Although the girl has a childish face, her figure does not show any signs of immaturity. Seeing the situation, I instinctively reached out and pushed it down to the ground. Feeling the sensation transmitted through my hand, I breathed rapidly. The inexplicable agony and pain from the previous life surged up in my heart again. I don't know when I will be able to overcome this psychological barrier. Sorry, Xiaoba. Brother Feng, Last time you came to school to see me, you even lifted me up. What happened today? Cheng Ba's eyes were instantly filled with tears, and Cheng Dajiang beside him helped him up and said, "Stop, 8th sister." At this moment, a somewhat handsome young chubby man walked under the magnificent chandelier with a diameter of 5 meters. He held a glass of red wine in one hand and had his arm around a woman's waist with the other. Women in their 20s, dressed up and attracting attention, much taller than a person who is 175 meters tall and overweight. This fat guy is my second uncle's son, cousin Chen Rui. Bro, you didn't break up with Tan yet and develop a psychological disorder, did you? Not touching women. That would mean missing out on a lot of fun. I did not answer, but instead spoke in a commanding tone. Sharp, make your tender model walk. I have something to say to you. Chen Rui immediately put away his smile upon seeing the situation. The woman whispered a few words in my ear. The woman's face lit up with a smile, and she happily skipped away from the villa. After everyone has taken a seat on the sofa in the hall, I scan the surroundings. Chang De, after the 8 of you, you don't need to go to school anymore. During this period, stay in the villa and practice martial arts with Autumn Sister every day. Okay, Brother Feng, we will all listen to you. Chang Dashi, who was well-mannered, pushed his glasses up with his finger, adjusted his sitting posture, and solemnly replied, I scanned the room again, and now you guys go to the second floor gym to exercise with Autumn. I will arrange Anjong to prepare nutritious meals for you every day. The reason why I want them to exercise is because one of the 10 theories of silver is that the absorption effect of silver is directly proportional to a person's physical fitness and pain tolerance. Then I turned to look at Chen Rui, and you, Rui, you also need to practice, and, double, brother, how could you do this to me? Upon hearing this, Chen Rui instantly looked bitter and hateful. Chen Feng ignored it and said in an undeniable tone, Rui, within these 3 months, you're not allowed to touch any more women. I've already asked Sister Chiu to set up a special training program for you. Just do as you're told. Brother, you bought my dad's shares at a low price and expelled him from the group. I won't say anything about it because I believe you. You must have your reasons for doing so, but, not allowing me to touch a woman for 3 months, it's really unreasonable. And also wanting me to jerk the iron to exercise, it's even more unreasonable. Do you practice? No. Good. I'll tell Auntie Tu now about you finding a lady to get sick. Chen Feng said and took out his cell phone from his pants pocket. The little fatty Chen Rui immediately wimped out. Brother, don't. I'll listen to you still. Don't be a crybaby. I'm doing this for your own good, as long as you do what I say. In less than 3 months, your disease can be cured without treatment. Really? Since I was a child, when have I ever lied to you? Your brother. Then I'll go find Sister Chiu now. Chen Rui scooped up a smile and turned around, about to head to the second floor. Chen Feng raised his hand to stop him. Wait, I still have something for you to do. Brother, feel free to say what it is. Brother will guarantee your satisfaction. Chen Rui patted his chest with a smiling face. I remember that during your time studying in Sakura country, you came into contact with quite a few love-activated movie directors and actresses, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Rui instantly became interested. Not bad. Why? Brother, do you want me to help you find a few to cure you? Since you have contacted that industry, then I will hand you a task. Brother, you say, no matter how much money you spend, bring the 3 teachers Mikami, Fukada, and Hashimoto to work for the company for me, by any means necessary. Brother, you're not thinking of making a movie, are you? You can be really tortured. Simply can be jailed or imprisoned. Don't you know that our great summer country is not excited about this? He thought about it again and said suspiciously, no, they are all the enlightened teachers of our fathers, especially Mr. Mikami who is 50 years old. What do you have to find them for? Modeling a painting for someone. Painting model? Chen Rui was a little shocked in his heart, not knowing what this cousin of his was up to. Don't ask why. Just do it. I think with your connections in the cherry blossom country, it shouldn't be a problem to do this. No problem. After it's done, find someone to send a message to Dr. Gao Mingxian, the Daxian professor of Sakura University, and say that your most desired secondary painting studio, as well as the 3 models have been prepared. Come quickly. After Chen Rui went upstairs, Chen Feng took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Brother Fei, are all the people reliable? Chen Dong, don't worry. These 100 brothers under my hand are absolute believers. All of them are lifelong friends. They definitely don't dare to go to the right when you say go left. Good. Special training then. Let's start. The person on the other end of the phone was called Luo Qingfei, a veteran. In his early 40s, after his discharge, he opened a security company. However, due to poor management, not only did he not make any money, he also owed $800,000 in external debt. and at one point, he fell into depression. Just when he was overwhelmed and wanted to end his life, Chen Feng appeared and brought his security company back to life. With that, Luo Chengfei began to die for him. Therefore, like his father back then, Chen Feng understood very well how to use a small investment for a great return. Of course, the reason why Sister Chiao and Fei and the others would be loyal to him was that apart from that snowy investment, what was more important was that he put his heart into it. Guanar City University. Inside a graduate student dormitory, a young man with a high hairline was half lying on the bed picking at his cell phone. This person was also Chen Feng's roommate, named Wang Haiba, nicknamed Lao Xie. Suddenly, he straightened up and kicked the chair next to him. Hey, Pol, look at your phone. Brother Feng is on the hot search. Puff puff puff. Before Cui Changlin, who was sitting on the chair, could reply, he first responded with a series of chain farts. Wang Haiba immediately covered his nose. I said that farting is not always the patent of fat people. How come you are skinny as a sparrow and still farting all the time? And so damn smelly. Don't sit beside my bed in the future. Cui Changlin smiled with an innocent face and took out his cell phone. Okay, let's see. When he opened the hot search and took a look, he found that there were indeed multiple phrases on it that were all related to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took over as the chairman of Chen Group and fully took over Chen. Chen Feng acquired his pro-uncle's shares at a low price by unconventional means and expelled him from the group. The white-eyed wolf is not a rumor. Chen's group acquired a large amount of silver. Chen Feng spent hundreds of billions of dollars to build a post-apocalyptic shelter using abandoned human defense facilities underneath the old city. Seeing this piece of hot news, Cui Changlin immediately stood up in shock. Crap, so Brother Feng didn't lie to me. He really did go back to inherit the billion-dollar family fortune. So you're saying that the Patek Philippe on my hand is real too? Cui Changlin touched the wristwatch on his wrist with some disbelief. It's all on the hot search. So what's the point? But how could he do that to his second uncle? It's true. Although I have a good relationship with Brother Feng, I'm still angry for his second uncle. If it were anyone else, they would have transferred all the shares to their own name when he was young. There is no such thing as his second uncle, the development and growth of the group, but all cheaper nephew. No, according to Brother Feng's character, he would never do such an ungrateful thing. Aha. Cui Changlin also nodded his head repeatedly. I think there must be something else going on. But why did Brother Feng build the shelter? It can't be that there really is an end of the world, right? Wang Haiba had a disdainful look on his face. It won't be. Look how many times it has been rumored over the past few decades. And which one of them has come true? Just put your heart in your stomach. But the climate did change a lot these years. Many underwater volcanoes erupted around the globe. Earthquakes are frequent. I remember some time ago on the internet someone rumored that it was going to be the end of the world, and the blue star was about to explode. I know the news you're talking about. I heard that the kid who started the rumor was arrested by the officials according to the crime of endangering public safety for causing social panic. No way. There's such a thing? And I see that some netizens replied that what Brother Feng built seems to be a warehouse of supplies, not a shelter. And the legend is that it's still made of pure silver, which sounds very domineering. Brother Feng is really handsome and gold. If I were a woman, I would have to marry him. Wang Haiba snickered and continued. I reckon that our tan big school flower must be regretting her death right now. Cui Changlin shook his head and said, I heard that Tanya is also a high-ranking cadre's child. Not as snobbish as you think, but it's Dong Biao's few dog-eyed guys who must be crazy to see the hot search. By the way, you said that Feng's warehouse is made of silver. Cui Changlin slightly pondered. Continued. I remember that day when he was leaving. He specifically gave me an explanation to buy more silver jewelry. And later also sent me a text message explaining that not only do you have to buy it but also wear it. Brother Feng also specifically sent me a message to say, I originally thought he was spoofing. Now I think it will not be really a little something. After all, they are rich people level high. Everything is to know more than our ordinary people. Rather believe it. I'll let my parents buy more silver jewelry to wear. Good point. I also hoard some to wear up. Chen Feng in the luxurious villa in the western suburbs took out his cell phone after a strenuous physical workout. Seeing the 99 plus incoming calls and messages on his phone, he smiled to himself. When his identity hadn't been exposed, there hadn't been a single call for days. Now it was all of his classmates and friends, who were not even on the 8 pole, calling him to say hello. These people he naturally ignored, and the few that had a good relationship were contacted by goose letters. Flipping through the hot search, he found that he was famous in the country, and the heat was comparable to that year's Jack Ma. It's just that the netizens don't have a good opinion of him. For this, it was all completely expected of him. However, it wouldn't take long for everything to be revealed. No matter when, it was impossible for him to become ungrateful and ungrateful. Chen Feng looked at the replies from netizens on the hot search with interest. Because of Chen's tawdry operation, the global silver market is now skyrocketing. I bought it and have already made a crazy profit. Stocks are cutting leaks. I think it's better to buy silver directly. Don't be fooled by Chen. Maybe it's a scam he's running. I'm still going to invest in my gold. Silver and then rise is not as valuable as gold. I think it's good to prepare a little bit. Anyway, cannot spend a few dollars? No pain. See the discussion of the netizens. Chen Feng doubly gratified. Although the global catastrophe is not good to say explicitly, but the direction of this life is definitely much stronger than the last one. After all, even if he was strong, he alone would not be able to fend off the entire crisis. Then, he clicked on the hot search for Chen's remodeled refuge, and the discussion under it was even higher. I heard that the abandoned underground human defense facility in the old city was purchased by Chen's group. Really? You just realized? It's been a few hundred years old since the old city was abandoned. Most of the area has been built into a breeding base. There are almost no residents, but there are many pigs, cows and sheep. How could Chen's be so stupid as to choose to build a supermarket there? Who says that acquiring a human defense facility must mean building an underground supermarket? People, Chen Feng is building a post-apocalyptic shelter. Buddy? No. I know a buddy who does engineering there. He said it's just building a large material warehouse, not a shelter. We've started building super thick walls tens of meters high in a 3-mile radius. And it's still not a shelter? I've heard that 4 large fusion units have been installed, and if they are filled with fuel, they can guarantee the power supply of a small city for at least 300 years. So it's definitely a shelter. Upstairs is right. I heard that not only the transformation of the underground, but also the construction of various workshops and production lines on the ground, as well as the air has a lot of high voltage protective nets. It's not really the end of the world, is it? Upstairs, brother. You think too much. That's just people. Chen big young masters have money to burn, and besides, the rich people to build the end of the barriers to go. I hate these rich people. They can't spend all their money. Why don't they give us some? They have to build shelters. Yes, rich people deserve to die. Upstairs, why don't you reflect on why you're so poor? I've heard that apart from purchasing large amounts of silver, Chen has also started purchasing large quantities of supplies, all kinds of daily necessities, as well as large amounts of food and vegetables. Yes, I've heard that too, but not a single bit of meat food has been purchased. I don't know why. Maybe that Chen Feng kid is a Buddhist. The reason why Chen Feng did not purchase meat food was because the last thing that was in short supply after the calamity was meat. Any silver energizer with a bit of strength would be able to eat meat until they vomited. This was because the plants and animals after demonization, although hard to eat, had a lot more energy than before, and most of them were non-toxic. It also had a certain enhancement effect on the physique of ordinary people, and was completely safe to eat. In addition, some higher-ranked demonic beasts that were stronger would produce a kind of crystallization in their bodies, and after absorbing it, it would be extremely helpful to silver energizer's strength enhancement. People called this kind of crystal the demon core. This was also the reason why Chen Feng had built his refuge here. After all, the farm was rich in resources. In his last life, the dense farms in the old city had simply become a nightmare for the people of Guanair City. In less than 2 short months, it had turned Guanair into a dead city with less than 1 million survivors. But in this life after his rebirth, he believed that with his advanced layout, these farms would become a boost to his development. There are also human alienated demons that produce similar crystals in their bodies, which people call magic cores. The magic nucleus has a greater effect on the silver energy person's strength enhancement, but the side effects are also greater, and it may not be possible to make oneself crazy. So the silver energy person will not use the magic nucleus if he does not have to do so. Imperial Capital, Security General Administration. In the parlor of the General Administrator's office, Lu Chongqing, the director of the General Administration, who was sitting in the main seat, took a drag on his cigarette and put his hand down to flick the ashes. With a smiling face, he looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa to his left. Old Tan, have you heard that Shilin's nephew, Chen Feng, is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to build a post-apocalyptic refuge? The man's name was Tan Jito and he was the deputy chief administrator. He had handsome eyes, probably around 50, and very fair skin. At a glance of the hitchhiker's eyes, one could tell that when he was young, he must have been a fresh meat for millions of people as well. Tan Jito's face was expressionless, and he said with a solemn expression, I heard about it, so I think it's necessary to go and investigate to see if there are any hidden dangers that jeopardize national security. Ha ha, old Tan, I knew you would say that. That's just a rich man's game played by other rich men. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Besides, that boy Chen Feng didn't steal or rob, nor did he spread rumors of the end times outwardly. What gives you the right to investigate people and say that the ones about the end times are all malicious speculations about that kid from the general public? Tan Jitao's face stretched out and nodded with a smile. What the administrator said is good. In fact, I've already sent people to investigate. That kid Chen Feng really hasn't made any inappropriate remarks. Our security department really shouldn't interfere with their group's activities. Old Tan, don't look like you're often a prude. I knew you, old boy, were even slicker than me. Old Lu, you're telling lies. If I were more slippery than you, could I be the deputy and you be the head? I've long been on the throne against all odds. I don't want to be the director general anymore. Why don't I let you have it? Forget it. I don't want my hairline to move back 2 centimeters every year. The two were life and death comrades for decades, when there were no outsiders. Both of them spoke casually. Lu Chongqing extinguished the cigarettes in his hand, redrawing 2 and handing one out. Old Tan, accompany me for another one? Quit. When did it happen? How come I don't know? My daughter won't let me. I say you also smoke less. Believe it or not, your lungs are now black charcoal. Lu Chongqing laughed, still lit a cigarette, spit out a smoke ring inside. You say Shilin, that kid? What a good soldier back then. Yes. Who let him know the favor? His parents died early. Is his elder brother and sister-in-law will raise him? You say his nephew back then so small. He cannot apply for rehabilitation back? Alas, it's a pity that Chen Feng, that little white-eyed wolf, if it wasn't for Shilin stopping him, I would have sent over a company to beat that kid up. Yes, Shilin's hard work over the years. I'm afraid it will go down the drain because of this loser nephew of his. Actually, it's not a bad idea to have more tycoons like Chen Feng who are stupid and have a lot of money. By building a few more shelters, our Desia's finances will be able to generate more income as well. On the 3rd floor of the western suburb villa, in a more special drawing room, on one side was an overall window wall. The window was filled with all sorts of limited edition artifacts, and all of them were of the secondary goddess level. On the other wall, there were all kinds of anime and manga newspapers, as well as some limited cost posters of famous teachers from Sakura country. In the window position of the room, there was also a piano, as well as 3 drawing boards. At this time, the paintings on the drawing boards had already been completed. The cartoon characters on them were lifelike and very cute and adorable. Even the 50-year-old teacher Mikami, after his image was on the drawing board, was still overflowing with a strong youthful flavor. Chen Feng came to the 3 paintings and scrutinized them. Standing beside him was another man. The man was around 40 years old, a greasy old fat man with a small stature and a large, rounded stomach that looked like a ball from a distance. He had a lot of hair and hard, one root standing upright, like touching an electric door, a pair of square-framed glasses, missing a leg, with a rubber band instead, hanging crookedly on the face. The lenses of the glasses were so thick that he couldn't see his eyes at all with them on. His dress was also very plain, without too much decoration, only on his right index finger. He wore a somewhat blackened silver ring. This man's name was Gao Mingxian, a Daxian professor from Sakura University, and also the genius doctor who summarized the 10 theories of silver energy in his last life. Gao Mingxian was very involved in a wide range of fields. He was a doctor of pharmacy, but he had a deep level of research in many fields such as biology, physics, chemistry, astronomy, architecture, mathematics, artificial intelligence, and so on. In addition, he was also very talented. Not only was he good at painting, but he was also proficient in many kinds of musical instruments. In his last life, while being captive by the demons, Chen Feng had crossed paths with Dr. Gao. He believed that this person's role in the end times was definitely no less than that of a million warriors. In his last life, Dr. Gao had researched quite a few things, such as mass-produced silver energy weapons, silver energy medicines, and potions that could cause ordinary people to evolve, and so on. There was even the initial version of the breathing method that boosted the efficiency of silver energy users in absorbing demon cores, which was also created by him. Later on, the official breathing methods of various countries all evolved from his version. Dr. Gao definitely qualified as an all-round talent. That was why Chen Feng had spared no effort in bringing him here. Although this person had an eccentric personality, as long as you had enough value in his opinion, he was still very reliable. A comrade in arms that could be completely trusted with his back. Even if he loses his own life, he won't let you go to your death. Gao Mingxian smugly pointed at the 3 paintings in front of him. Realistic? It was so damn realistic that it had turned into a second-dimension paper figure. Chen Feng spat out a sentence in his mind and agreed with a smile. Realistic. I know you're lying to me, but it doesn't matter. People like you won't understand. I get it. Only secondary goddesses are the most realistic. At those words, Dr. Gao froze, followed by the blurry eyes under his glasses all starting to blossom. He heavily grabbed Chen Feng's hand, Although I know that you're still lying to me, I'm still very happy. Do you still need the 3 teachers? If so, let them accompany you in the future. No need. It doesn't matter to me whether they are dead or alive now, because I have already transformed them into my secondary goddesses, and only my paintings are forever. Well, for this kind of brain circuit of Dr. Gao, Chen Feng could only take it hard. Chen Feng, thank you for helping me realize a wish I've had for many years. Gao Mingxian continued. Then, let's get down to business. I wish for you to work for me. Of course, you helped me fulfill my heart's desire. I'm happy to serve you, but I'm in charge of my work. I have the right to refuse any work you arrange. That's of course. We're friends, not for hire. Friends? Gao Mingxian muttered in a small voice and nodded in satisfaction. Say, what kind of work? Let's not talk about the work. Let me tell you something first. The end of the world is coming in a month. Do you believe it? I believe it. Gao Mingxuan's face was calm. Not the slightest ripple. I said I was born again. Do you believe it? I believe. Gao Mingxuan's emotions remained stable and added. Because I've always firmly believed that beyond our world, there must be countless parallel worlds, and that we are merely an insignificant, tiny me among the countless me. In the other parallel worlds, I might be the moonhare that saves the galaxy and destroys you on behalf of the moon. Saying this, Gao Mingxian made a single raised leg and stretched out his hand to point at the Biu pose, causing Chen Feng to not be able to bear to look at him directly. Gao Mingxian continued. I also firmly believe that there are countless different me in different timelines as well. For example, the me that eats, the me that shits, the me that pretends with my right and left hands. But, I couldn't prove it, and even though I learned and understood more, there was still a constant puzzle that plagued me. It was really hard for me, and some days I was on the verge of breaking down as to why there had to be so many whys in the world. So, I believed again that there really is a God in this world and that God will tell you why. You could just be a random little person God made up, and after God played with you for a while, he realized it wasn't fun, so he pulled your timeline back again, ready to play with you once more in a new and more fun way. Hearing this, Chen Feng thought carefully, catching on like it made so much sense. I wouldn't be the one being randomly played over and over by a god, would I? Thus, he thought of that special mark on his brow again. Although he felt that seal, during this period of time, had been subtly warming up his body. However, he was still very worried about whether the imprint would be detrimental to himself. After a little thought, Chen Feng smiled bitterly. What's the point of thinking so much? If not, it won't be as miserable as it was in his last life. Who cares? Wherever you think of, just do it. Then, Chen Feng recounted the post-disaster world, and the 10 theories of silver energy to Dr. Gao. Gao Mingxian nodded thoughtfully. This silver energy top 10 theory is very interesting. It is indeed my style. But why is it that only silver allows humans to achieve transcendence, but not gold, copper, iron, or white flour, or eating shit? That's a question that puzzles me too. But in the last life, you didn't research why. I'm such an idiot. Why don't I go eat shit? Saying that, Gao Mingxian fiercely patted his somewhat prickly and scratchy head, and then he scratched his head again. By the way, I really did eat shit. Little Cherry Blossom's golden rice does smell quite good. In his last life, due to his tongue being cut off and not being able to speak and communicate, Chen Feng felt that Dr. Gao was quite odd. Only after conversing in this life did he realize that he had underestimated the other party. This jumping mind was practically on par with even little 8. Then, Gao Mingxian put away his will-be-shit-eaten thoughts and relapsed into his agony. Why silver? Why silver? Gold can't do it. Steel doesn't work. Bread doesn't work. Milk doesn't work. And why is it demonized? And why do the sausage buns you normally eat turn into goblins? Why? He scratched his head fiercely, and his glasses, tugged by rubber bands, kept bouncing off the bridge of his nose. I can't stand it anymore. I have to work out all the doubts. Oh, end times, come down soon. Preferably tomorrow. No, just the next second. After a moment, he calmed down a little and said, Chen Feng, I'll take this job, but you have to keep providing me with research materials. No problem. Chen Feng smiled in his heart. It was all expected. At that time, even if a knife was on his neck to keep him from researching, he would be unwilling to do so. In his previous life, Dr. Gao had made inferences in the accompanying theories of the 10 theories of silver energy. He said that the limit of human absorption of silver should be 100 kilograms. However, everyone's physique was different, and most of them didn't have that strong of a body, as well as the ability to withstand pain. So 100 kilograms was just a theoretical limit value, and most people couldn't reach that level. Those with weaker bodies would be able to absorb a few kilograms at most, and so there would be a situation where the exposure to too much silver would lead to a violent death that could not withstand it. Although in his last life, Chen Feng had only heard of one case of this, but in this life, he knew in advance that the silver coffins he prepared were all over the limit. The coffins prepared for Sister Chiu and Hachi were all lined with 500 kilograms, and for his own preparation, is all silver to build. The total weight of 30 tons, currently in the villa's basement put. He wanted everyone to absorb as much silver as possible to ensure that they had more strength and higher potential, but he needed to ensure everyone's safety even more. Thus, after taking Gao Mingxian on a tour of the silver coffin and re-entering the drawing room, he opened his mouth and asked, Dr. Gao, is there any way to absorb the silver as close to the limit value as possible while ensuring absolute safety? Gao Mingxian smiled smugly. This is simple. All that is needed is to install a set of life monitors inside the coffin, and then add a function for the coffin to automatically open the lid and eject it. Gao Mingxian continued to explain. After the monitor realizes that the human body has reached its limit, it will immediately send a command to the lid opening system. Then the coffin will automatically open the lid and eject the human body. Worthy of being a genius, Chen Feng admired in his heart, so he asked again, Dr. Gao, how many days will this work be completed? As long as the tools and materials are in place, I will be able to transform all the silver coffins in place in 3 days at most. Of course, excluding yours, which is too heavy to be troublesome. Good, don't worry about my coffin. I'll have the materials and tools ready for you in 5 days. Chen Feng did not want to set an upper limit for himself, otherwise he would not have directly built a 30-ton coffin. He did not think that a life monitor could accurately determine his own limits. He still trusted himself more. The psychological shadow left by his last life was too heavy. If he couldn't become an incomparably transcendent powerhouse, he might as well die. And he was confident that when he reached his own limit, he could interrupt the absorption with his own perseverance. After all, there was no one who had gone through the kind of purgatory-like grinding that he had gone through in his last life. Dr. Gao, can you guarantee absolute safety? Chen Feng was still a little worried. After all, those who were going to lie in coffins were his closest people. Can't. Gao Mingxuan's words changed. But, after all, it is a major event where human lives are at stake. I will set up 3 sets of redundant emergency measures, and the reliability is guaranteed to be up to 5 decimal nines. Chen Feng instantly put his heart down and added, Dr. Gao, tomorrow I will order someone to create a tailor-made silver coffin for you as well. No need. Gao Mingxian shook his head. The me from the last life you spoke of must have relied on the silver ring my mother passed down to me to achieve transcendence. I feel that the ability of spiritual berserker is very suitable for me, and as I don't like fighting, I don't really want to make a change. I respect your choice, and I will protect you and never let you go into battle. I trust you, but it doesn't matter if you do let me go into battle, because I do run away early. As the two of them spoke, they once again came to Dr. Gao's 3 paintings. What Chen Feng did not expect was that Gao Mingxian actually kicked out without warning and stomped on his 3 paintings. Then, he laughed very happily. Ha ha, the paintings on the board will one day turn into bad powder and disappear into heaven and earth. Only memories are eternal. Now they are all here, said Dr. Gao, picking up the corner of his mouth and pointing his finger to his head. Marred. What brain circuits? Scaring me, Chen Feng spat in his mind. Then, Dr. Gao put away his smile and spoke as elegantly as a gentleman. Also, as a reminder, I don't like the title of doctor. In the future, I would like you to call me a painter, or a pianist. As the end times approached, all sorts of preparations were basically complete. In his spare time, Chen Feng would occasionally brush up on live broadcasts. It was mainly to watch some of the beautiful webcam anchors. After all, he was clear about his own faults and the psychological barriers that needed to be overcome. After a period of adjustment, he was indeed much better. For the more familiar and trusting women, although he still could not make physical contact, he no longer had to communicate 3 meters away. On this day, he once again opened the live broadcast software. When he swiped to the second female anchor interface, his eyes lit up. It wasn't how heaven-defying the female anchor's face value was, but the silver jewelry she was wearing was simply too shiny. The female anchor looked to be in her early 20s, with the screen name Much Water, and the note was Fashion Wear Anchor. Welcome Chen Feng into my live room. Much Water let out a crisp voice to welcome Chen Feng. Then, she added, what a coincidence. Brother and my family's chairman have the same name, yeah. Upon hearing the words of So Much Water, Chen Feng recognized that the original anchor was an acquaintance, Sun Miao Miao from the sales department, who had met a few times in the company. Although she was only a junior staff member, he had remembered her due to the fact that there was so much water in her name. Chen Feng typed a reply. I am the chairman of your family. Brother, you're so funny. My family's chairman has a lot of work to do on a daily basis. So how would he have the time to watch a live broadcast? The fans in the live broadcast room also swiped their screens in response. This Chen Feng is definitely fake. Now that Chen Feng is on fire, there are too many rubbing off on him. Not bad. A lot of people with the surname Chen have changed their name to Feng. A lot of people named Feng have changed their surname to Chen. There are also a lot of people who have changed their names and surnames in order to rub off on him. This dude is even more outrageous. Not only did he change his screen name to Chen Feng, but he also posed as the chairman of someone else's Chen. Chen Feng laughed at this. Then, Sun Miao Miao stopped paying attention and focused on her live broadcast. Babies, first of all, I have to thank my family's chairman. If it wasn't for the fact that he asked all of our employees to wear silver jewelry, I wouldn't have been able to find out that silver jewelry was so beautiful. You see, my string of silver necklace, and my head of silver hair ornaments, no matter with a variety of colors of clothing are very good, because silver is bright enough. If you take good care of it, it simply goes with everything. It's a good pity that some individual co-workers, to their surprise, said that Chen Dong's request was rude and yelled that they wanted to quit. But as soon as Chen Dong said the wage increase, they immediately from the heart, one by one then to wear silver jewelry. The original body of gold and jade are replaced. In my place, even if I do not increase wages, mention again unreasonable requirements, I will not resign. After all, my home Chen Dong simply handsome. Send a photo for the sisters to see. I'm not going to, because male gods can't be shared. Shui cheapskate. That's it, just to look at it. The chairman of your family can't lose 2 pounds of flesh, but I just want to see Chen Feng's 2 pounds of flesh. Sun Miao Miao laughed, pulled the camera away a bit, revealing her whole body, and said, back to the topic. Sisters of the live broadcast, and little brothers, do you see that all these silver jewelry I'm wearing look good? Chen Feng looked at the screen and carefully surveyed it. Sun Miao Miao's entire body, silver necklaces, silver bracelets, silver anklets added up. I'm afraid there must be dozens of pounds, but wearing it on her body did not feel abrupt at all. And then with the light blue fresh suit on her body, there was not the slightest sense of incongruity, giving people a feeling of brightness. And yet, it is not tired of looking at it 100 times. Soon he found the essence. That is, a lot of water is very beautiful. A different dinosaur certainly cannot wear this feeling. Good looking. Water sister is the most beautiful. Where anything looks good. Send you a small sports car. At once. A small sports car worth $500. Sped across the screen. Thank you Stinky Melon little brother's reward. Wahahaha. Shui. The silver jewelry you're wearing are all very nice. Where did you buy them? I want to wear it too. Sisters, my live room below the link. You directly order on good. All kinds of styles have. Guarantee 999 pure silver. But they're all so expensive. More than twice as expensive as before. Sisters, buy it. Now the price of silver has been rising. Absolutely no loss. Shui. Your chairman has a good eye for buying so much silver. He's going to make a fortune. That's right. 2 months ago those leaders of the group were still strongly opposed to it. But now, I think they must be smiling from ear to ear. Just waiting to sell off and make a big profit. So, sisters, buy it. So what if it's expensive? The main thing is that it looks good. Our beauty is priceless. Chen Feng looked at the screen and revealed a smile. He didn't expect this girl to bring goods to sell silver. Although he knew that what the other party was selling must not be Chen's goods. After all, Chen was now only in and out. But he was still in a good mood. After all, the more people who became silver energizers, the more certain they would be in dealing with the even more terrifying demon cave demon abyss crisis in the future. Therefore, he decided to put in a little more effort to add some heat to Goodyear water. Immediately afterward, Super Rocket swiped the screen in Sun Miao Miao's live room. Super Rocket X100. Seeing Chen Feng's reward, Sun Miao Miao instantly froze. This was the first time she had received a rocket, and it was a super rocket worth 5,000, or 100 at once. At once, the world messages kept scrolling. In just a few seconds, more than 100,000 were diverted, and the screen of the live broadcast room directly exploded. Worship Big Brother. True Tycoon. NVING. Big Brother, your thighs are still missing pendants? The third leg is also a consideration. The one who swiped the super rocket is called Chen Feng. The one who said he was the chairman of the Chen clan. He's not really the chairman of the Shui family. He's not really the chairman of the Shui family, is he? 100 super rockets. That's only $500,000. Buckle up and search. It can be Chen Dong. Ah, Super Rocket is here again. Super Rocket X100. Super Rocket X100. Wow, 500. The number of people in the live room has broken 10 million. And it's still going up. Ha, 1,000. 1,000 super rockets. That's $5 million. He's definitely the chairman of Chen's company. After a long time, Sun Nyomia came back to her senses. She didn't say words of thanks, but asked with some small excitement, "Are you really Chen Dong?" Chen Feng replied affirmatively. Yes. Her breathing was a little short of breath, her cheeks were flushed, and her small breasts wrapped in a set of delicate silver mesh shirt were undulating uncontrollably. Chen Dong. I didn't mean to broadcast live during working hours, mainly because right now the group doesn't have any merchandise to sell, and there are no other work arrangements. She paused slightly biting her lower lip, and softly continued, I'm sorry, Dong Chen. I'm taking the group's salary, but I'm bringing goods to other families during working hours. Chen Feng replied, It's okay. Seeing that it was okay, Sun Nyamiao's heart suddenly seized, and she didn't know if what Chen Feng had said was rhetorical. At this moment, the corners of her eyes were moist and she was on the verge of crying. Dong Chen, please don't ever fire me. Don't be nervous, relax, just continue. Your salary won't be less. I'll come back tomorrow to give you a reward. Money sometimes didn't work as well as a bubble of shit after a calamity, so Chen Feng didn't feel any pain in spending it now. After replying to the message, he went offline. Then, the live broadcast room exploded, and the hot searches were all over the place. The netizens in the live broadcast room have issued questions. Water. Your chairman is not interested in you, right? Chen Feng exited the live broadcast, and a new short message came on his cell phone. I received the silver jewelry. Thank you, but I won't wear it, and you shouldn't presume to undo it. It won't come back. This message was sent by Chen Feng's ex-girlfriend, Tanya. In reality, after 5 years of purgatory in his last life, he no longer had any feelings for this ex-girlfriend, let alone feelings. He was only doing it in return for the fact that in his last life, the other party had awakened Silver after the mutation and was able to rush to his rescue in the first place. Although she hung up halfway and didn't help much, but being reborn in a new life, it's better to help her if you can. After all, the two had a youthful and beautiful period, and it was a show of hands. However, whether or not she could survive in the future depended on her own destiny. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Guanar City University, Tanya was burrowed under the covers, surreptitiously putting a thick silver necklace around her neck. The vision is still so bad, it's like a dog chain. She touched the necklace around her neck and spat in her mind. Then she took out a small mirror and took a closer look. It doesn't seem that ugly. It's not like anyone else can see it if it's worn inside the clothes anyway. She clutched the silver necklace on her chest tightly with a complicated expression. Time passed quickly, finally coming to September 28, 2043 once again, early in the morning, in a small house not far from the villa where Chen Feng lived. Chen Feng was carrying a small iron cage, which held a stray cat. The cat was a crooked-mouthed cat, and one of its two eyes was still blind. Judging by human aesthetics, this cat was simply ugly. But after the calamity, this cat would definitely be a nightmare for many people. It was a stray cat. Due to its ugliness, it couldn't get fed by kind-hearted people at all, and the only thing that patronized it was the cold eyes and abusive humans. Therefore, it hated humans immensely. Standing opposite Chen Feng was a beautiful woman in her early 20s, with fair skin and pink cheeks, coupled with natural watery eyes. It was a sight to behold. Only the slightly bulging stomach was a little out of place with the overall image. The woman looked at the grim-faced Chen Feng and took 2 steps backward. Chen Feng, what are you doing? I'm your little aunt now, and am pregnant with your little brother. Remove all the jewelry on your body and give it all to me, and hand over all your cell phone tablets as well, Chen Feng said in a cold voice. Why? The woman gathered her courage, stepped forward and shook the cell phone in her hand. You're simply being unreasonable. Be careful, I'll sue your second uncle. However, in the next second, the cell phone in her hand was snatched by Lin Xiu, who suddenly flew forward. Do as I say and fetch the jewelry. Chen Feng's gaze was like a knife. Otherwise, I'll tell my uncle about your fake pregnancy. Chen Feng, you're bloodthirsty. As soon as her words fell, Lin Xiu, who was on the side, lifted her clothes and ripped a simulated meat pad off her stomach. Seeing this, she could only recognize reality and hand over all her jewelry before 1 o'clock noon. Don't go anywhere and stay with this cat. Chen Feng put down the iron cage and pointed to the camera on the side, leaving with his words. The woman who stayed in the room with the cat was named Lin Qingxia, the wife of his second uncle's second marriage, a young aunt a few years younger than him. This young aunt has a very deep heart. With the help of her faithful licking dog, designed to get drunk, uncle claimed to have sex and pregnant. The second uncle was forced to divorce the second aunt and took this Lin Qingxia. After the disaster in her last life, Lin Qingxia accidentally awakened silver energy. Her faithful dog, who was even more lucky, directly awakened to become a more powerful silver energy. So Lin Qingxia once again played the tea ceremony, immediately turned against her faithful licker, and brutalized her second uncle, who was an ordinary person. This life would never allow such a thing to happen. But with second uncle's temperament, even if he knew that Lin Xincha had lied to him, he most likely wouldn't kill his life, in order to not be complained about by his second uncle afterwards. So Chen Feng specifically found the ugly cat to do the job for him. With the ugly cat's hatred for humans, it would definitely shred the woman in front of it. It didn't matter even if she was demonized. At most, she would bounce around for some more time. After dealing with Lin Xincha, Chen Feng returned to his villa. After he and Chang's 7 brothers had forcibly saved his second uncle into a coffin, he came to another room with Lin Xiu. It was a very exquisite suite, with a coffin made of wood on the outside and silver on the inside placed by the wall, with several mechanical arms, and countless data lines attached to the coffin. Next to the coffin was a coat rack, on which hung a set of clothes. The black composite material looked very strong, and you could vaguely see the silver wire inlaid inside. And there was also a pair of women's combat boots underneath. And there was obviously a lot of silver embedded in the leather as well. On the wall to the side of the hanger hangs a short, sharp knife cast in silver alloy. The rest of the room was filled with a variety of supplies. Very complete, except that the non-metallic items were all labeled with shiny silver metal flakes. And on the luxurious Simmons in the center of the room, sat a woman of stunning beauty. This person was precisely Chen Feng's second aunt, Sun Miaoyun. A light and elegant Cheongsam displayed her slightly chubby and straight figure to the fullest. Nearly 50 years old. Her face did not leave the slightest trace of age, looking at most in her 30s. Little Feng, even if I divorced your second uncle, I'm still your elder. What are you trying to do by tricking me here today? Sister Chiu, take off. Without any nonsense or explanation, Chen Feng directly ordered. After he turned to leave, Lin Xiu, without saying a word, directly forced her hand and stripped Sun Miaoyun naked, locking her inside the specially tailored silver coffin. Chen Feng arrived at the basement. The area of the basement was very wide, and the surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor were all encrusted with thick silver plates. These silver plates added up to 200 tons. This was a small material warehouse that Chen Feng had specially created for himself, and apart from the central thick 30 tons of 999 pure silver coffin, the rest of the place was filled with all sorts of supplies as well as food. The entire villa had also been reinforced with steel plates, transformed by him into a small fortress. This place was very close to the shelter in the old city. And by arranging a few experts, he was able to keep watch. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. The woman's clear and melodious voice immediately rang out from the opposite side. Brother Feng, my sister and I are already in position to ensure that Lu Yan and her family will not be out of sight. On the other end of the phone were a pair of twins, Ku Xian and Ku Qing, university graduates in their early 20s, and the close associates he had cultivated in the last 2 years through low investment and high return. He had sent them to the next-door knife-sharpening province to keep an eye on someone named Lu Yan. After the calamity she was not strong but her awakened abilities were very important. He would wait for the opportunity to fight for them. After confirming that there were no problems, Chen Feng dialed out Luo Chengfei's phone. Brother Fei, before 12 noon, no one is allowed to approach the underground material warehouse. Dong Chen, please don't worry. The area has been cleared to ensure that no one will step into the enclosure. And now we are all on guard at the stronghold outside the wall as well. Good. Give the brothers that a minute is fast. Don't panic. Also, all the silver jewelry on your body, make sure you secure it and don't drop it. Telling again and again, Chen Feng put down his phone, took off his whole body clothes, and laid into the 30 tons of pure silver coffin. Cover the coffin. With his voice command, the coffin lid slowly lowered. His world fell into darkness in advance. The entire interior of the coffin, with the exception of the air outlet hole at the nose position, was completely tightly fitted to every inch of his body. Even the brothers underneath fit perfectly. It was 11:50 when he laid into the coffin, and there were still 10 minutes to go. At this time, his heart was also a little apprehensive, but more than that, he was looking forward to it. Now in the entire villa, there were a total of 14 coffins, and all 14 people were waiting quietly in the darkness within the coffins. After all, so snugly fitted, there was no way to move if they wanted to. In addition to Chen Feng, the other 13 people were Lin Xiu, his second uncle and second aunt, his cousin Chen Rui, Cheng's 8 siblings, and a Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma was Chen Feng's nanny, and had been working in his house for nearly 20 years, and had always been dedicated. So Chen Feng had built her a bite in passing. All living in one building was a family that loved each other. There was nothing wrong with a family lying neatly in a coffin. There was one exception, however, and that was Dr. Gao. No, I should say the painter and pianist. In the secondary drawing room, there wasn't long left until the minute of absolute darkness, but he was still diving into his drawing board. Although the image on the painting was secondary, A discerning eye could tell at a glance that it was definitely drawn after the underage Changba. However, every time Dr. Gao made a few strokes, he ripped off the drawing paper from the drawing board and drew again. It seemed that none of his drawings were satisfactory. As for the 12 people in the coffin, some understood what had happened, while others were confused and forced into the coffin by Chen Feng. In order to dissipate the panic and tension of the confused ones in the darkness, Chen Feng had prepared a recording in advance to tell them everything that was going to happen. Of course, the tension was dissipated, but they would not believe it, and still thought it was Chen Feng's prank, especially his second uncle, thinking in his heart, Xiaofeng, this kid is really against the sky. This time out must be for Big Brother to beat him up. Did not expect this kid to open this kind of international jokes. The end of the world disaster? How is it possible? The last 10 minutes passed very slowly. Chen Feng was like a roasted sausage, tightly sandwiched in a sandwich. Feeling the darkness and silence around him, time seemed to have stood still. Finally, ding, the sound of the moment where seconds felt like years finally passed. The whole time chime system he had set up in advance turned on. The countdown to absolute darkness begins. A crisp electronic tone rang in his ears. 10, 9, 8. P.S. It is not easy to write. I hope that all of you readers more support. Weekly ask for a monthly vote, recommendation, and a review. The omelette here kowtow to thank the grace. The sound of the countdown reading seconds then resounded in the ears. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown advanced, he slowly began to grow hotter at the center of his brow. 7, 6, 5. Immediately after just a few seconds, his brow began to get hotter and hotter, and even his body began to get hotter and hotter. It was estimated that if one were to hit an egg on it, it could be fried in seconds. However, this rolling hotness didn't seem to do any damage to his body, instead giving him a very comfortable feeling. The previous apprehension in the dark, cold coffin was swept away. The last moments, the absolute darkness that precedes the plague, were about to arrive. 3, 2, 1, 12 o'clock sharp. Darkness descended. However, Chen Feng, who was lying in the pure silver coffin, originally had darkness in front of him, and could not feel whether the darkness had arrived this time. However, he could feel that the electricity in the coffin was cut off. The electrical equipment was out of order just like in his last life. He just didn't know if the 1 minute of absolute darkness would also arrive as promised. Just 3 seconds after the coffin's power went off, Chen Feng felt his brow explode violently. Immediately afterward, his consciousness left his body, or perhaps his sight left his body. Could it be that I've hung up again? He was somewhat confused as to what was going on. However, he instantly came to his senses after a huge sphere as black as ink was reflected in his eyes. He could clearly feel that, just like the time he had just been reborn, he had transformed into God's perspective. Only this time, the perspective was incomparably huge. Not just the dozens of meters around himself, but the entire blue star was in full view, and it was a 360-degree view without any dead angle, but the entire blue star was pitch black. The endless darkness blocked everything. He could not see the blue star's turquoise blue sea. The reason why he could see the outline of the entire blue star was because around the blue star, there were countless starry streams of light flying by, as if he had entered a tunnel. At this moment, he couldn't help but think in his mind, it couldn't be that the blue star had traveled through it as well, or maybe it was time-space travel? This time he didn't just have a godlike perspective, he also had superb perception. Although he couldn't see everything on the blue star, he could clearly perceive his position, could listen to all the sounds on the blue planet. Those were mostly the wails of human despair. The darkness was like a source of human fear. Even if it was only for a minute, there were still a lot of people who fell into a collapse or even died violently. This minute was long and short. The electronic tone in his ears sounded again. The electricity was re-energized, and the darkness left. The moment the entire blue star lit up, Chen Feng's God's perspective instantly returned. His body began to twitch, vaguely tingling a little. He could clearly feel the silver around him pouring into his body as if it were a stream. This absorption was passive, and the amount of absorption was getting bigger and bigger. At first, it was like a small stream, and after just a few seconds, the silver around his body was like a river and a sea pouring into his body. Intense pain followed, and his bones broke into pieces as if they were being cracked, and the impact of this insane surge continued to intensify. At this rate, he would not be able to interrupt the absorption through himself. He somewhat regretted not listening to Dr. Gao's advice and installing life monitoring. However, he was indeed different from others. He could clearly feel it. In just less than 10 seconds, he had absorbed more than half a ton of silver. The pain was still increasing, and his own consciousness was gradually slumping. But he remained frank. Death was death. If he couldn't become strong, sooner or later he would still die. At least he had relived his life and lived for a few more months, giving his closest people, the capital to survive in the future. He had already earned it. Just as he was in endless pain, his consciousness was about to fall into a deep sleep. The mysterious mark at the center of his eyebrows suddenly turned into a stream and escaped. Instantly, his entire body was as if he was in a cold mountain spring. His consciousness was very clear. The silver was absorbed even faster. In an instant, only half of his 30-ton coffin remained, and it was still rapidly draining away. He could only watch silently, passively accepting the infusion. But the feeling of pain had completely disappeared, replaced by a tingling itch all through his bones. This feeling was very peculiar. It wasn't unpleasant, and was even somewhat soothing. It was just like the feeling when he was a child and Sister Autumn gently scratched Gold on his knees. However, soon, his face changed, because the coffin was gone. With the mysterious presence of the center of his eyebrows, he had already overestimated his silver-sucking potential as much as possible. But what he didn't expect was that the entire 30 tons wasn't enough. Fortunately, the silver absorption didn't stop. After all, this was a small supply warehouse he had built, and even the floor was pure silver. The silver wall panels in the entire basement were disappearing with the naked eye. Even the silver filaments in his specially customized combat uniforms were disappearing, and the silver in his combat boots was no exception. There was also a silver alloy longsword hanging on the wall, which also turned into metal shards and spilled to the ground. This was a weapon he had specially built for himself, and it was just finished. There was that little bit of pain in his heart, but feeling the surging silver energy that had gradually risen in his body, he hooked up a smile again. It's just a sword. Just build another one. Now, the items in the basement, as long as it is silver, his body is not to refuse. With the absorption of a large amount of silver, the small window of the basement that was originally covered by the silver plate has been completely revealed. The silver on the ceiling had also long since disappeared. The silver floor that his body was touching was also rapidly shrinking from the outside inwards. Seeing this, Chen Feng's heart panicked a little. He was thinking, it couldn't be that 200 tons of wallboard flooring wasn't enough, could it? Seeing that all the silver in the basement was absorbed, the absorption suddenly stopped. Only a 3-meter diameter disc sitting under his butt remained. At this time, he could clearly feel that his body's demand for silver had indeed reached its limit. Although it hadn't been measured by an instrument, he could clearly know that his body had absorbed a total of 266 tons of pure silver. This was a kind of mastery over himself after becoming a silver energizer. It was a good thing that in the basement he had previously stored dozens of tons of silver. Otherwise he would not have been able to reach his limit. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was filled with power. But, how come I don't have an awakened ability? One should know that silver energy users who awakened their power faculties were of the lower end of the spectrum. After absorbing so much silver, how could there be no other silver abilities? Maybe there's a certain delay? Just as he was comforting himself in his mind, suddenly, there was a coolness in his mind. Immediately, a thick and ancient book surfaced in his consciousness. With a movement of his thoughts, all the contents of the book were revealed. However, the writing in the book was incomparably complicated. He was able to determine that this kind of writing definitely did not belong to the writing of any of the countries of the Blue Star. But it was such a complicated and unlearned foreign language that he was able to clearly understand its meaning, and he was even able to pronounce it with ease. And he could also easily translate it into Daxia. Simply flipping through the ancient and simple book, he realized that it was actually a cultivation method similar to the breathing method. However, in terms of the level of profoundness, it was definitely not comparable to that breathing method created by Dr. Gao. Chen Feng sucked in silver to alienate at the same time. One after another, the plants and animals around the world began to demonize, and very few humans began to demonize as well. In New Leaf County, Chowder Province, in the macaque training base, a roar resounded through the heavens and earth, only to see that among the monkeys, a macaque monkey suddenly grew several feet tall, standing in the center of the training base like King Kong in a battle against Godzilla. Immediately, without saying a word, it slapped a trainer to death. You humans, in order to make money, you mistreated us and forced us every day. Now it's time to pay back. Ha ha, it laughed freely and continued to slaughter the humans in the base. The surrounding group of monkeys, although they were all demonized as well, were relatively small in size, and had the same fear as the humans towards the only behemoth in front of them, as if they were bloodline suppressed. There was only one macaque monkey, lazily lying on top of the wigwam, seemingly sleeping. Its body did not change in any way, and it appeared very abrupt amongst the monkeys. However, after hearing the giant macaque's maniacal laughter, it slowly got up and looked up at the giant monkey. Noisy. Immediately afterward, it leapt up and the entire wigwam collapsed under its feet. In the blink of an eye, the giant monkey's head exploded, its brains bursting out, and its body collapsed with a loud thud. When he looked back again, The little monkey had already landed on top of the giant monkey's corpse, dangling and blowing his little fist. None of the people or monkeys present saw how it struck. Then, it raised its fist and swept the circle. From now on, I am the great sage of Chi Tian, Sun Wukong. In a pig farm in the old city center of Guaner City, a black pig that was 6 meters tall and as tall as a city wall led a group of white pigs that were 2 to 3 meters tall and had a rounded body to burst through the pig pens and came to the feeder rest area. They see people on the collision, catching people on the gnawing, and wherever they passed, blood flowed into a river. Soon they came to the chicken farm next door. In less than a minute, they slaughtered more than half of the chickens in the chicken yard. Even the leading chicken demon, which was even bigger than a normal elephant, was no match for the black pigs, and was instantly killed and eaten up. Just when the remaining chicken demons were all shivering like chaff, trembling, the black pig kicked the cottage beside it with one hoof. Those who don't want to die, follow me from now on. The Shanlongjia region of the hot dry province. A strong giant deer with a body like a tank transformed into a residual shadow and darted through the forest. Wherever it passed, tree branches and vines flipped back and forth. After just a few seconds, a huge black bear like a small building was instantly pierced through by the white deer's horns. The white deer drew out its horns, laughed coldly, and spat out a more raw human language. Let you also taste the taste of being chased. How about it? It's not pleasant, is it? Just as the white deer was about to step out with a hoof, resulting in the black bear in front of him, the entire ground of the divine dragon shelf shook violently, only to see an originally insignificant banyan tree instantly rise up as if it were a tall building. Thousands and thousands of chi roots were constantly radiating outwards, taking root and growing and then rooting and growing again. This process was almost instantaneous. Before long, this originally ordinary banyan tree had already radiated half of the divine dragon shelf region. The bodies of the already demonized white deer and black bear were also instantly pierced through and absorbed by the banyan tree's branches without leaving a trace. Then, a low voice resounded throughout almost the entire divine dragon shelf. It was comfortable to bump into my body and break my branches in the past, wasn't it? Then let my branches relieve your itches. In the western Gobi of Daxia, in a prison for felons, it was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was full of prisoners. After a minute of absolute darkness, multiple people instantly appeared to go berserk among the prisoners who were already on the verge of a mental breakdown. The muscles on their bodies began to swell, and even their loose-fitting uniforms were bursting. Their eyes were scarlet as if they were demons. Soon, the entire prison turned into hell. The demonized demons all fell into a frenzy, pouncing on people as they saw them, gnawing on their flesh and drinking their blood. Soon, the most powerful of the demons, after munching on more than a dozen ordinary people, although his eyes were still scarlet, they were much brighter. He regained his human intelligence and consciousness, and possessed the ability to control the surrounding devils. He controlled the devils to no longer slaughter indiscriminately, but instead purposefully subdued all the prison guards and seized their weapons and equipment. In the end, he took control of the entire prison, except for the demons under his command. Only female prison guards and individual male prisoners were left, because that strongest demon, after regaining his sanity, quickly realized his bloodthirsty instincts, and instinctively thought of a sustainable path. But it also became the beginning of a nightmare for those surviving female prison guards. In addition to that, zoos and even animal and plant sanctuaries all over the world had almost all become the world of demonic beasts. And outside of Daxia, the Amazon's River Valley in the South Rice Continent, the Great Rift Valley in the Black Continent, the South Ice Continent, as well as all the major seas around the world and other areas, all of them also alienated a lot of powerful existences. The entire blue planet was plunged into endless chaos in just a few hours. Although the officials of each country actively responded to the situation, utilizing advanced weaponry as much as possible to suppress the alienated demonic beasts and devils, they were still unable to do so, and could only watch countless compatriots die one by one. Pleased with the advanced Dharma, Chen Feng immediately attempted to run it. Immediately afterward, he just felt more refreshed mentally and thought more clearly. However, not much energy intake could be felt. Sure enough, just like in his previous life, only demonic beasts and devils were able to absorb the mysterious factors in the heavens and earth after the calamity in order to enhance their strength. Silver energizers, on the other hand, could only enhance their strength by absorbing external objects such as demon cores. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully felt the situation inside his body according to the rumors among the silver energizers in his last life. Observing how many silver energetic locks he had opened, it was said that 9 silver energy locks would surface in one's body after alienating into a silver energy person. One could break through the silver energy locks by ingesting external energy. Every time one of them was broken through, the strength would be 1 point stronger. And in the mutation, while absorbing silver, one would also ingest a large amount of energy. Therefore, There were quite a few people who had opened one or more of the silver energy locks at the beginning of becoming a silver energy practitioner, which was related to the amount of silver absorbed as well as its purity. In his last life, he had heard of someone who had just become a silver energizer and had opened 4 of them, calling them a 4th order silver energizer. However, most silver energizers, in their initial stages, had their silver energy locks only barely manifested, but one strip was not opened, and these were the silver energizers who did not enter the rank. However, even those who did not enter the rank were by no means comparable to ordinary people. Soon, Chen Feng clearly observed the situation within his body. At once, he was shocked beyond measure, followed by him falling into ecstasy. There were actually a full 36 silver energy locks in his body, and they were still fully opened. In his last life, silver energy users were at most 9 orders, so wouldn't he be directly 36 orders now? Doesn't it mean that he could at least pick 4? The one who initially opened 4 silver energy locks was known as the super genius with the most potential. Then he directly opened all the silver energy locks, and it was still the unprecedented 36, so it could be said that he was a demon among geniuses. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the setting of a novel he read when he was a child, Innate Full Soul Power, which was more apt for his current situation. Right at this moment, a piece of soap grew 2 little legs and ran out of the soap box. Subsequently, a large box of compressed cookies also ran out. There were also the clothes he had taken off earlier, which also stood upright and quickly climbed to the roof. They scurried back and forth within the basement, mouthing dialects from all over the world and chattering and screaming, coupled with the official broadcast from outside the villa. The entire basement was simply more lively than a food market. P.S. Brazenly ask for a monthly vote recommendation. Ask for a comment. Hope that all the watchers can be a small support. Looking at the room full of demonized various items and food, Chen Feng frowned. Although the little goblins that these items demonized were, in the beginning, just a bunch of little comedians that had just opened their minds, they would be tremendously curious about everything around them, and weren't too much of a threat to humans. However, with the passage of time, some of them may grow into terrifying existences, even comparable to the demonic beasts that came from the alienation of plants and animals. Therefore, they must be nipped in the bud. However, the demonization rate of these items was a bit frighteningly high. Although the demonization rate of items would be a bit higher at the beginning of the calamity, it was said that it was at most 1/10 of the amount in the last world. With the passage of time, and after humans discovered that silver could stop this demonization, the number of demonized items had become less and less. However, the situation before Chen Feng's eyes was completely different. In the entire basement, 90% of the non-metallic items had undergone alienation and turned into goblins. Even if he had absorbed the silver plates that surrounded the basement, it was only logical that this would not have happened. Could it be that the era of calamity after his rebirth was even more outrageous? He didn't want to think about these for the moment, and went straight for it, just in time to try his hand at it. He was naked and made a gentle leap. His body transformed into a residual shadow and instantly grabbed the small soap that was crawling towards the window. With a gentle grip, the soap demon instantly shattered into slag. He then pranced back and forth in the basement, and in less than a minute, he had killed nearly 10,000 little demonic spirits transformed by items. These little goblins were simply too weak to try out their own strength. It felt simpler for him to kill them than to once crush an ant. The speed was fine. Anyway, in his previous life, he hadn't seen a strong person who was faster than him. Moreover, the moving and prancing he did just now was not at all at full strength, but was done casually. However, although he did not test his own strength, it made him discover the wonderful use of the ancient book's breathing method. This breathing method was surprisingly able to operate automatically, unceasingly and unceasingly. Although it could not break its own limits to enhance its cultivation strength, it could rapidly replenish its own silver energy consumption. This was something that Dr. Gao's first breathing method, and even the official and improved breathing method, did not have. In his last life, there were quite a few powerful silver energy users who were surrounded and killed by numerous demonic beasts due to insufficient renewal. And with this breathing method, he could completely utilize his silver energy at will and maintain the strongest combat power at all times. It was worthy of being a gongfu obtained from the brow seal, mysterious and powerful. In return, he could pass this set of gongfu to his second uncle and the others. The hustle and bustle in the basement subsided, and Chen Feng heard the broadcast outside clearly. Those monsters are not invincible. Please don't panic and hide carefully. Officials have dispatched the military to organize a rescue. Please be patient. Just like in his last life, the official response was quick, and the first time he released a broadcast to appease the people. To this, he paid no attention. Afterwards, he looked at the combat uniforms and combat boots not far away and smiled darkly, then walked towards them without moving. At this time, The silver threads inside them had all been absorbed by him, turning into pure black. However, the materials were the best used, and even with the lack of silver threads, the strength was still not bad. Just when he was less than a meter away from the combat suit, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the full set of combat uniforms in front of him, underwear, pants, undershirt, tunic, jacket, tactical gloves, tactical cap, a total of 8 pieces, plus the pair of combat boots, all shook, especially the pants clothes, but also like a human general upright, and all in an inconspicuous position, vaguely opened a small mouth. They followed the example of a human, kneeling uncontrollably towards Chen Feng. Cauldron, spare your life. Boss, we can be clothes for you, ha. Don't kill us nah. Boss, not only do we serve as clothes, we can also help you fight. Interesting, these 10 little goblins were speaking the Hot Pot province dialect, and they were all crisp female voices. I remembered that it was the few girls from the Hot Pot province who were approached to customize them purely by hand, and I wondered if it had anything to do with that. Alright, as long as you guys are obedient, I'll spare you. After the easy battle before, Chen Feng had confidence in himself, and he knew that these 10 little goblins would definitely not be able to make waves around him. If they disobeyed one day, they could be decapitated with their hands, and there was no way they could be allowed to escape. After all, the clothes that were originally taken off had all turned into goblins that he had exterminated as well. As a decent person, one can't go out on the street butt naked to decapitate demons. It would be good to wear these demonized combat clothes for a while first and use them for transition. Then, he first grabbed the underwear demon and started to put them on. Boss, don't bother. As soon as the words fell, all the equipment all leapt up and came at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was so bold that he let these little guys, one by one, stick to his body. Immediately afterward, in less than a second, a full set of combat uniforms and combat boots had already been put on. Not bad, fully automated donning. It's just a bit tight. I remember trying it on before and it fits perfectly, Chen Feng just said secretly. Immediately, the whole body's clothes from inside to outside, all increased by a circle. He also didn't expect this demonized clothes to be so good. Not only could it be fully automated and easy to take off and put on, but it could also change its size on its own. It was simply called a godly weapon. Boss, your feet stink, I want to run away. Suddenly, an untimely voice came from below. What did you say? Chen Feng's gaze turned cold. Boss, I shiver your feet are so sexy haha. 3 miles away in a bungalow, Li Dongxian looked at the thunderbolt condensed in his palm, as well as the corpse of a giant black dog beside him. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Ha ha, I'm going to be invincible. It's fortunate that the client's 80 kilograms of silver stayed with me. Otherwise how could I have achieved transcendence, and still be such a powerful transcendence? Li Dongxian was none other than the disciple of the best silversmith that Chen Feng had found. The coffins in the villa in the western suburb all came from him and his master, as well as several of his disciples. In addition to his awakened lightning ability, he had also awakened his clairvoyance and belonged to the category of dual abilities. His clairvoyance could see scenes 3 miles away, and he could climb over walls. Within the range of his vision, as long as the space was not confined, he could see inside it. However, there were limitations, and that was that he could only look in one direction at a time, and the range was very narrow. If he put his sight 3 miles away, it would be equivalent to a spot of a dozen square meters. He utilized his supervision to look outside and saw quite a few powerful demonic beasts, as well as mutated demonic beings, and even some silver energizers. Due to his good eyesight, the large number of samples he observed, and his good brain, he quickly realized that the more silver a silver-powered person absorbed, the more powerful they would become. And the one that could more visually prove that he was powerful was the dead dog beside him, because he had watched that dog with his own eyes come to his home after easily slaughtering many mutated demonic beasts, as well as bloodthirsty demons outside. However, as soon as the other party entered his home, he was struck to death by his palm lightning. Skimming his head to look at the dead dog, another burst of dark pleasure surged in his heart. Li Dongxian laughed with dark pleasure in his heart. Ha ha, with the arrival of this end times, I'm going to be invincible. Who would have thought that just by coming into contact with absorbing silver, I would be able to become a powerful superpower? And who would have nothing better to do than to store so much silver at home? I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world. Ha ha. However, just as he thought of this, the smile at the corner of his mouth came to an abrupt end, because he suddenly thought of Chen Feng. Chen Group's Qindong wouldn't know in advance that the end times are coming, right? Otherwise, why would he have my master build a pure silver coffin in advance? And it's still so snugly fitted to the human body. It's obvious that it's meant to be laid in next to the body. He took a deep breath of cold air. Crap, 30 tons ah. What concept would 30 tons have to be if it could all be absorbed? Everyone else's is 5 or 600 kilograms. It's nothing. No, even if the others are 5 or 600 kilograms, they're still much stronger than me. Alright, remember that Chen Feng's villa isn't far from my place. I should be able to see it with my clairvoyance. Thus, he immediately projected his sight in the direction of the villa in the western suburbs. Hiss! When Li Dongxiang saw the situation in the villa, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crap! Looking at the amount of silver remaining inside their coffins, each and every one of them absorbing 100 kilograms upwards, it's simply too damn heaven-defying. Then, he projected his sight in through the basement window. Instantly, he was struck by lightning. Chen Feng he actually absorbed all of the silver plates on the walls as well. After all, he had often come here when he was building coffins and knew the situation inside Chen Feng's villa like the back of his hand. So naturally, he had also seen the silver plate warehouse underground. At this, he felt incredulous because he had already seen that in human pain when he absorbed those 80 kilograms of silver. If it wasn't for the fact that he had grown up as a child being a sufferer and possessed a strong perseverance, otherwise he would not have been able to carry it through. But how was Chen Feng able to absorb so much silver? He couldn't figure it out even after racking his brain. Thus, he was prepared to cast his eyes on Chen Feng and scrutinize it to see if he could find any clues. However, what he did not expect was this. The line of sight had just gotten closer when Chen Feng suddenly glared in his direction. Who? Li Dongxiang immediately withdrew his gaze. Huffing and puffing, he gasped for air. Too strong. Simply too strong. With just a single gaze, I have the feeling that I'm about to die. I thought that with the coming of the calamity, I could become the strongest, the savior of mankind, an invincible existence. Who knows? It's only been a short while since I got excited, and then I was struck down. People's weakest are stronger than me. Shortly after getting frustrated, he suddenly stood up with a jolt, quickly picked up the cell phone on the table, and started sending short messages. He deleted and changed and deleted, messing with it several times before apprehensively sending the message. This text message of his was sent to Chen Feng, who had left a phone number with each other when they were building the silver coffin before. He was very humble and repentant in the text message, saying that he had no intention of interrupting, and swearing that he would not divulge everything he saw, asking for Chen Feng's forgiveness. On the other side in the basement of the villa, Chen Feng received the text message and just smiled in disbelief. Regarding his own secrets, it didn't matter if the other party leaked them or not. However, it was after the other party's peeping, Chen Feng realized that he seemed to have given birth to another pair of eyes. It was a pair of invisible eyes that could see far. It was somewhat similar to the god's perspective he once had, yet different in that he could only see things in a line, but it was possible to go over obstacles. He tried to continue to let his eyes out, and his line of sight reached all the way up to nearly 30 kilometers before reaching its limit, finally awakening the ability. He was a little excited, but this delay of mine is too long, and it's still a chicken-ribbed auxiliary type skill, but luckily, it's good for scouting. I don't know if awakening this ability is related to the god's perspective caused by the eyebrow mark. Turning his thoughts around, he hurriedly sent a text message back to Li Dongxiang. It's fine. Tell me the details of your ability. Seeing Chen Feng's reply, Li Dongxiang's hanging heart finally fell. While he was thrilled, ha ha, Big Brother finally replied to my text message, and Big Brother has also forgiven me. Worthy of being a Big Brother, magnanimous, big weapon. Then, he immediately informed Chen Feng of all the details of his own abilities, including his other ability to control thunder and lightning, and even how much silver he had absorbed, what it felt like to absorb silver, as well as the various inferences he had made after observing it, as well as the 4 chains he had vaguely seen open in his body. All of them were reported to Chen Feng without any detail. Chen Feng was very satisfied after seeing the text message. Although the other party did not know what the chains in his body were, he knew that they were silver energy locks. The other party had actually opened 4 silver energy locks. Such potential placed in the previous life could definitely become a mighty powerhouse. At the very least, in the early stages of the calamity, few would be able to encounter an existence that could compete with it. However, in his previous life, he had never heard of a strong person named Li Dongxiang, and it was still so close, there was no way he hadn't heard of it. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that many things in this life had produced changes. After all, the trajectory of his own life had changed. The other party's change could just be a butterfly effect caused by him. Li Dongxiang was very accomplished after sending the text message. Ha ha, I'm so happy to be able to share my worries for Big Brother. I must be useful in Big Brother's heart. I must keep it up in the future. Cheers, Li Dongxiang. You're the best. At this time, his heart was suddenly not panicked, so he opened his forced call. Opening it, he was violently shocked. It turned out that there were people just like him, Who actually brushed the forced call at such a moment? He himself is understandable. After all, within 100 miles, in addition to that place, he has no enemy. But how do other people also have a big fucking heart? He opened a question. After my lunch break, I suddenly felt a cold underneath, and the wind whooshed. Looked up, surprisingly found my underwear is running out the window. While running, it also said, "You're damn too stinky. A few days without a bath. Quickly let me out for air." I would like to ask all of you hanging big, who has seen this situation? I'm not still in the dream not waking up, right? Then he opened another one. My underwear ran away on its own legs. It was horrible. It went so far as to say that I'm a big shopkeeper and a big deal. I'm not going to see a trick, am I? Gee guys, I'm not going to get Jade syndrome. Hallucinations? So scared. Please comfort. For 2 questions in the situation, Lee Dongxian naturally no. After all, he has been using supervision to observe for a long time, seen a lot of daily necessities, and even food mutation long retreated to run and spit human speech. Even within his own bungalow, a similar incident had occurred. It was a sausage that opened the refrigerator door by itself and ran out of it, threatening to find sandwich bread to fuck. However, it was soon dry-folded by one of his lightning strikes. However, through his observation, he found that the alienation of all kinds of supplies happened one after another. So, he was a bit worried now about whether his clothes would suddenly run away. So, he gathered his courage and sent another text message to Chen Feng. P.S. On PK, I hope that the book lovers have added the bookshelf do not keep chase reading is really important. It means that I am not still able to write. Thanks to all of you. Li Dongxiang checked and rechecked to make sure there were no typos, and finally sent the text message with satisfaction. Big brother, my admiration for you is like a torrential river that goes on, and like the Yellow River flooding in one shot. May I ask, do you know if there is any way to limit the demonization of the clothes one wears to run away? With a deep bow and a pause, I thank you a million times over. If there is any disturbance, please turn a blind eye to it. Big brother. He soon received a reply from Chen Feng. It said that as long as the supernatural person kept their clothes on, the clothes wouldn't demonize. Clothes that were taken off, or other items, would generally not demonize as long as they were close to the metallic silver. Seeing Chen Feng's reply, Li Dongxiang was thrilled in his heart. Big brother actually really replied to me, and answered with great care. Big brother really does still have me in his heart. I'm so happy. He pondered silently in his heart, unable to stop sighing. It seems that Big brother really knew in advance that the calamity was coming. Otherwise he wouldn't have known so much right at the beginning. A true prophet. Chen Feng used his newly awakened ultravision to look outwards. He realized that the situation outside was different from the basement he was in. The items and food outside did not have such a high demonization rate. The demonization of plants and animals was also roughly the same as in his last life. Only the human condition had changed significantly. The number of silver energizers awakened increased quite a bit, while the number of demonized demons was much lower. This was probably the change brought about by his rebirth. After all, his large purchase of silver and the order for company employees and their families to wear silver jewelry had pulled a wave of silver jewelry. A number of people had become silver energizers as a result. Although the human condition had improved, the huge number of plants and animals and the frighteningly high demonization rate were still difficult to resist. Fortunately, there were quite a few pets that retained their previous feelings after transforming into demonic beasts and faithfully protected their masters. And some ordinary people were able to survive as a result. The neighborhood of Chen Feng's home was much better. The various demonic beasts and devils that had mutated in the hands of Lin Xiu Changdi and the others, it was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. The first person he saw was Lin Xiu, who was still so valiant, holding a silver sword that was invincible. This silver sword was not crafted, but rather manifested by herself. This ability was the same as the one she had awakened in her last life, only this time the silver sword was wider and longer. The last life's was at most a small silver sword a little longer than a dagger. After the silver sword in her hand pierced a 2-meter-long rat, her figure disappeared. In an instant, she appeared 10 meters away, and with a stroke of her sword, 2 side-by-side demonic heads full of blood and flesh fell in response. Instantaneous movement. Seeing this, Chen Feng could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Sister Qiu was surprisingly dual ability, and the one she had awakened was the incomparably rare spatial ability Instantaneous Shift. Spatial, temporal, spiritual, and special control abilities all belonged to the top class of abilities in the previous world. It was one step stronger than controlling the 5 elements, lightning and other elemental powers. Moreover, dual ability silver energy users were also a particularly rare existence, and could be said to be 1 in 1,000. However, this is all within Chen Feng's expectations. After all, the more silver absorbed, the greater the probability of awakening dual ability. Autumn's sister was originally a martial arts master, both internal and external cultivation, specializing in Xingyi, Bagua Palm, Taiji, Wing Chun, through the back, swim body Bagua sword, etc. Can be said to be 18 martial arts are proficient, especially the sword attainments are profound. Coupled with her awakened ability, her strength is horrifying. Even if she encountered an alien with the same ability and strength, she would definitely be able to crush the other party. Fighting not far from Sister Chiu was Cheng Ba, who was holding a longbow that was even a bit taller than her. She drew the bow to perfection and shot out arrows condensed by silver energy, capable of easily piercing through walls and killing demonic beasts. Extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, this little girl's awakened ability was actually a materialized bow and arrow. I wonder if it was related to her playing King's Common Archer. Seeing this, Chen Feng felt doubly pleased. Because of the unfortunate demonization of Xiao Bachi in his previous life, he was killed by the official extermination and died. Second uncle, second aunt and Chen Rui. Chen Feng could not see their awakened abilities. However, their strength and speed were not weak, and holding short swords customized in advance, they slaughtered demonic beasts like nobody's business. Only Dr. Gao remained in the villa, scurrying back and forth from room to room, seemingly collecting all sorts of data from the coffin's use. Just then Li Dongxiang sent a text message asking him how to keep his clothes from turning into a demon. He then looked at his cell phone to reply to Li Dongxiang's text message while observing the distance. He realized that his clairvoyance ability was very similar to Li Dongxiang's, except that it was farther away than the other parties and the width of the line was wider. Moreover, his supervision seemed to be an extra pair of invisible eyes, which did not have any effect on the vision of his original eyes, so it could be said that he was able to do two things at once. This was not the case with Li Dongxiang's ability, as he could only use one mind at a time, and after utilizing his ultravision, he could only observe the location where his gaze was projected. Chen Feng doubted that the ability he had awakened was copied from Li Dongxiang. If that was the case, his own clairvoyance was farther away and he could also use two minds at once. I wondered how Li Dongxiang would feel when he found out, but if it could really be copied, why hadn't the abilities of Autumn's sister Hachi and the others been copied? At this time, the external official broadcast sounded once again. The Daxia Security Agency cordially invites compatriots with transcendent accomplishments to join the official. In this critical moment of human survival, the people need you. The country needs you. You will become heroes remembered in history. You will. The broadcast began with a blood-boiling and extremely passionate passage. It was believed that many of the country's people would have their heads spinning to join the officialdom after hearing it. However, Chen Feng was able to ascertain that with or without the call of the official broadcast, his second uncle, Chen Shilin, would definitely join the officials. This was because he was well aware of how his second uncle, as a veteran, felt about his former military camp and his country. If it wasn't for the accidental death of his parents back then, it was unlikely that his second uncle would have chosen to change his career. In addition to inviting Transcendents to join the official broadcasts, more guidance was given to the people to increase the possibility of survival. Information on the location of several shelters was also given, allowing people to choose to take shelter nearby. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. Hello, Chen Feng, this is Zhao Changhe, the deputy director of the Braised Face Province Security Department. Receiving a call from the number 2 person in the Braised Face Province, Chen Feng's emotions did not ripple for a moment as he asked in a nonchalant manner, "What's the matter? I hope that you can hand over your sanctuary and let the officials unify the management arrangements." Although Zhao Changhe said he hoped, he said it in a condescending, irrefutable tone. "Impossible. You as the Grand Xia." Without waiting for Zhao Changhe to finish, Chen Feng directly hung up the phone. Damn, just this tone of voice attitude. Still want me to hand over the sanctuary? Gave you face. Needless to think, the last sentence was definitely meant to be a moral abduction of me. It's just that what I didn't expect was that there were such people in the official hierarchy of a province. In the center of Guan Air City, in the management room of a refuge, the somewhat bloated Zhao Changhe gritted his teeth. A small tycoon. How dare you hang up on me? I have to get my hands on your sanctuary. Don't think you're the only one with a transcendent. Then, he took out his satellite phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Cameron. I need to purchase another batch of ultra-miniature intelligent control self-explosion chips. Do you still need the emitters? Need 2 sets. Around the shelter in Guan Air Old City, a group of burly men wearing black clip-on silver combat suits with jetpacks behind their backs were soundly slaughtering the various demonic beasts that were besieging them. The dead demonic beasts, as well as the fallen limbs. The strong men immediately went forward and packed them away. A man in the lead was none other than Luo Qingfei, who harnessed his flying backpack and rose into mid-air, decapitating 5 giant mosquitoes that wanted to burrow into the enclosure. and after landing smoothly, he said, "Brothers, beware. If you're not strong enough, hurry up and put on the power armor. Brother Fei, it's early. I feel like I have inexhaustible strength now. Power armor is too bulky. It's not as fun as killing face to face. Brother Fei, we are now all awakened supernatural ability." Most of the brothers are much stronger than using power armor. It seems that Chen Dong this power armor is prepared for nothing. Can't say that. Chen Dong this is called preparedness. If these demonic beasts continuously attack for a few days and nights, we have superpowers can't carry it. Brother Fei, didn't Chen Dong say that there are demon nuclei in the body of demonic beasts? How come we haven't seen them after killing so many? Maybe it's the early stage of the calamity. These demonic beasts are too weak. Just then, a strong man excitedly said, "Look guys, this big grasshopper I killed has a demon core inside it. Chen Dong is truly awesome." Unforeseen, Luo Chengfei nodded and said in a deep voice, "If it wasn't for Dong Chen, we wouldn't have been able to survive in this environment. So we must follow Dong Chen and do a good job. Yes, do a good job. Yes, whoever fucking dares to go against Dong Chen, I'll fucking do a good job." The silver plates in the basement were absorbed by Chen Feng, and the supplies stored inside were basically lost due to demonization. The western suburb villa was no longer very suitable for a stronghold, so Chen Feng came inside the large living room and began to gather the crowd. The first to arrive was Lin Xiu, who could teleport after all. "Sister Autumn, what abilities have you awakened?" "I have awakened 4 abilities." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. In his previous life, he hadn't even heard of a silver energizer with 3 abilities, but Sister Qiu had actually awakened 4 abilities. Which 4? Silver Sword, Instantaneous Shift, Gravity Control and Palm Wind. "You cast it and I'll take a look." Immediately, a sharp silver sword appeared in Lin Xiu's empty hand. Then, her figure disappeared, appearing 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng had already seen these 2 skills before and was not too surprised. Then, he suddenly felt his entire body sink, his own weight increasing by at least several hundred pounds. The few pendants on the wall also fell to the ground immediately afterward. He understood that this was Sister Autumn unleashing gravity control. Then, Lin Xiu flipped his hand and a strong wind chopped out like a sword. A hole with a diameter of nearly a meter appeared on a wall in the distance. After Lin Xiu finished her display, Chen Feng was surprised and puzzled at the same time. This was because he realized that he had awakened another ability, gravity control. It seemed that his previous guess was good. He possessed the ability to duplicate, and the Overwatch was indeed copied from Li Dongxiang. But why is it that of Sister Autumn's 4 abilities? I only succeeded in copying gravity control. After a little thought, he had a flash of light and hurriedly spoke. "Sister Autumn, instantly move to my side and slash me with your sword." Lin Xiu didn't even ask why, and without saying a word, she instantly shifted to Chen Feng and raised her hand to chop down towards Chen Feng's head. After that, Chen Feng only lost a few hairs and did not suffer any damage. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Sister Qiu's cutting of his hair was not easy, which meant that nowadays his hair could be as tough as a steel cable. As expected, the ability to manifest the silver sword was in his hands, but he still didn't know how to instantly move. For the sake of the skill, he also put up a fight and directly grabbed Lin Xiu's hand. "Sister Autumn, take me with you to teleport." "Little Feng, I can't do it." But, as soon as Lin Xiu's words fell, the 2 of them appeared 100 meters away from the villa. Immediately afterward, they re-entered the villa's living room. Chen Feng immediately let go of Lin Xiu's hand and was panting heavily. Holding hands with Sister Autumn for a few seconds was only slightly tense, and there wasn't too much of a stress reaction. This was a very good start. Lin Xiu looked at Chen Feng with some confusion. Chen Feng smiled faintly and explained, "It was my ability just now." "Sister Autumn, how far can you instantly move at most?" Then asked. "About 10 meters or so." Just in the brief contact just now, Chen Feng replicated the instantaneous transfer. However, his instantaneous transfer was much stronger than Sister Qiu's. Not only could he take people with him, but the distance was much longer. The 100 meters just now was far from the limit, and he felt that within 500 meters shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, he also felt the silver energy lock within Sister Qiu's body. She wasn't like himself, having a super normal number of silver energy locks. She only had 9, but 9 were already fully opened. Therefore, she was also innately full of soul power. Dr. Gao, who was the second to arrive, opened his mouth to question as soon as they met. "Chen Feng, are you sure that the 10 theories were summarized by me?" "Certain." "Impossible. With my rigor, it's impossible for me to make such an unreliable assertion. Your second uncle and the others, at least all absorbed more than 100 kilograms of silver, especially Lin Xiu, even absorbed 673 kilograms, even all exceeded the limit of 100 kilograms in the theory. Old steel, It was you who summarized it correctly. You told me yourself. No. I should say it was you who told me with your own brain. What old steel? Old steel the pianist. Come on. Let me relive your mental rampage. Dr. Gao was cooperative. And in the next second, his voice appeared in Chen Feng's mind. With that, Chen Feng also awakened this ability. Mental berserk was also an active skill. When it was activated, the brain would run wildly, doubling in memory as well as all types of arithmetic abilities. Moreover, it was also possible for the spirit to escape and communicate with people in close proximity. For Dr. Gao, who had only absorbed one silver ring, the consumption was so huge that he could only use it for a short period of time. For Chen Feng, who could automatically operate the ancient book breathing method, this skill could be used completely at will. Moreover, while Dr. Gao could only communicate one-to-one consciousness, he could communicate one-to-many and more efficiently. Wanting to transmit the contents of a book was as easy as a computer copying and pasting. Now Chen Feng was able to determine that his ability was copying, as long as it was another silver energizer casting an ability on him. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, he would be able to learn the other person's ability. Moreover, the ability he copied was stronger than the copied person's. If the theory is really summarized by me, then there is only one possibility, and that is some kind of special reason that caused you to break through the limit. I extracted the data in the life monitor. Your second uncles and their bodies, all of them produced changes at the same point in time. Originally, they were still in agonizing pain to absorb, but after that, they absorbed the remaining amount of silver with great ease. Hearing Dr. Gao's words, Chen Feng instantly understood that the fact that second uncle and the others were able to break through the theoretical limit was most likely influenced by his mysterious imprint. What exactly is that mark? Why did it appear on me by any chance? This was not something that the current him could figure out. At the same time, Chen Feng was also glad that the coffins prepared for them were fortunately of sufficient portion. Soon, the crowd was assembled except for Auntie Tu, who left on her own. As soon as they met, he passed on the ancient book breathing method, using the spiritual berserk that he had just replicated, to everyone present except Dr. Gao. Although Dr. Gao was trustworthy, he was well aware of the other party's character. He was a crazy doctor, and at certain times, he would be bottomless for the sake of his research. Chen Feng learned that everyone except Dr. Gao had absorbed 100 kilograms or more of silver. Only Zhang Ma had the least, only absorbing 100 and a few kilograms, and the awakened ability was also rather odd and ribald. She could utilize her silver energy to refresh her meals, meaning that she would be able to make even more delicious dishes in the future. However, with more than 200 kilograms of silver as a base, Zhang Ma also had a decent battle power just with her awakened physical body, which should not be underestimated. The other people's awakened abilities were all very strong, and all of them were dual or even triple abilities. Only cousin Chen Rui's awakened abilities were somewhat shameful. One was localized enlargement and the other was night battle. Localized enlargement, Chen Feng replicated it, but he was able to have his entire body enlarged as if he were the Hulk, possessing even more power. Night battle was after the sun had set, doubling his battle power and endurance. Only because it was still daytime at the moment, Chen Feng did not copy the skill and did not know the exact effect. The crowd briefly exchanged words for a while, and second uncle Chen Shilin had a straight face. If there is a war, the call will return. Just when the country is in danger, I must return to the officialdom. Little Feng, your second aunt and little aunt are counting on you. Chen Shilin just left his words, then grabbed Chen Rui beside him and left in a single leap. AI, Dad, where are you taking me? To join the army with me? I'm not going. When you're the son of an old man, you have to listen to the old man's words. You're all fat. It's time to pull out and practice. Seeing this, Chen Feng did not stop him. He felt that it wasn't a bad thing for his cousin to follow his second uncle to the official. Chen Rui really needed to go and practice on his own. Moreover, the two of them had just awakened to an 8th rank and a 6th rank, according to the experience of their previous lives. In the early stages of the tribulation, there was no one who could threaten their existence at all. If anyone accidentally messed with them, they could only be blamed for being blind. Hearing his second uncle's instructions just now, Chen Feng remembered that little green tea ant, or else he would have left it behind. The corner of his mouth lifted up. I wonder how second uncle would feel if he knew that I had screwed over his little wife. Then, he immediately used his supervision to check out the small house where Lin Xingqiao was. When he saw the situation in the room, the smile that curled up at the corner of his mouth came to an abrupt end. This was because inside the room, there were only broken iron cages, traces of fights littering the floor, and a large amount of blood. However, Lin Xingqiao's corpse was nowhere to be seen, and the mutated clown cat was also gone. Chen Feng immediately said to the crowd, Chang De, you 8 escort Dr. Gao and Zhang Ma to the shelter. Sister Chiu, you come with me. With those words, he grabbed Lin Xiu's hand and instantly left. Meanwhile, on the roof of a small villa not far away, a woman with an excellent figure and appearance was observing everything in Chen Feng's home. After Chen Feng instantly left, she let out a long breath, seemingly relaxing with some tension. This woman was Chen Feng's ex-girlfriend, Tanya. Actually, Chen Feng had discovered her a long time ago. When he saw her, Chen Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Tanya, this woman is still the same as in her last life. She is just bitchy, saying that she broke up, but in actuality, she still cares, and even if she doesn't want her life, she still wants to come over to take a look. However, the difference this time is that she didn't die halfway. It seems that the silver jewelry I sent her is still worn. Then there is nothing to owe her. It's just a pity. If it was in the previous life, he 80% would be an instantaneous transfer to the past. Sweet talk some with her to renew the previous relationship. But his extra 5 years of experience had made him lose the impulse of that year. At the moment, he only wanted to lead his family and friends to survive better in this post-apocalyptic world. Soon, Chen Feng and Lin Xiu came to the small house to check for traces, while at the same time opening his cell phone to check the surveillance video records here. When he fast-forwarded through the video records, his brows furrowed slightly. Lin Qingcha was demonized, but the demonized her was still no match for the clown cat. She was like a little mouse, being constantly toyed with by the ugly cat. Just when she was already bloody and about to break, her faithful licking dog Yi-Chen arrived. This Yi-Chen was not weak, and surprisingly, without using his abilities, he had repelled the mutated clown cat with just one kick. Of course, in front of Chen Feng, it was naturally not worth mentioning. Moreover, with Lin Qingcha's miserable appearance, even if he became a demon with a stronger life force, it would still be difficult to survive, and was not enough to worry about. However, the ugly cat's growth potential was enormous, and it was imperative to find it and kill it as soon as possible. It's a good thing that I had prepared in advance and had already implanted a locator chip in its body. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the localization software and quickly found the location of the ugly cat. Looking at the screen, he frowned slightly as he realized that the positioning was static. Then there were only two possibilities, one being that the ugly cat had died there. The other possibility was that the ugly cat possessed an extremely high level of spiritual intelligence and had already removed the chip from its body on its own. Afterward, Chen Feng and Lin Xiu immediately traveled in the direction of the location. He raised his head to look up into the air. The sun in the sky was the same as it was in his last life, still incomparably scarlet after the calamity, and the light was quite a bit dimmer than the original. However, the solar energy had not decayed. This time was different from the past. In the last 20 years, Blue Star has developed rapidly. Power generation was basically nuclear fusion and solar energy, wireless charging devices, as well as network base stations, and even network data centers were all very dense and mostly redundantly erected underground. And there are also various satellites in space. Therefore, even if a catastrophe was coming, there was no need to worry about electricity and communications in the short term. At the same time, he utilized his clairvoyance to project his gaze there. Soon, he could clearly see a chip under the cover of another well, which was still stained with blood and meat scraps. Indeed, as he expected, the ugly cat had already endured the pain of removing the locator chip and was nowhere to be found. The two of them continued to travel, cleaning up the demonic beasts and demons they encountered along the way, as well as individual demonized items. Although the demonized items encountered in the basement and outside were weak, he could still clearly feel that the external demonized items were too much weaker than the ones in his home. After all, both the old tofu and the inner tofu exploded with a single pinch, but the difference could still be felt in his hand and strength. He felt that it was also likely related to the mysterious mark on his brow. Close to the center area of the city, armed helicopters and military power armor could be seen in many places. The official response was quick. Most of the demonic beasts as well as devils in the important sections had been cleared, and some of the important facilities had all been incorporated into the military's protection. Therefore, the officials could not be underestimated at any time, especially the great Xia officials, who were thunderous, for the sake of the country and the people. However, although the official crackdown like this was quick, if the dead demonic beasts and devils, as well as the broken limbs and legs were not given special treatment, it wouldn't take long for them to rekindle and demonize again. Only if the silver energizer directly used silver energy to kill them could they prevent their subsequent demonization. Chen Feng and Lin Xiu rushed along while absorbing the demonic cores obtained from hunting the demonic beasts. It's so fragrant, worthy of the breathing method brought about by the mysterious seal. It's amazing that even demon cores can be absorbed while walking. He was in quite a good mood. After all, in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone being able to absorb demon cores so casually. It all had to be absorbed in a relatively quiet environment and calmly, otherwise it would easily backfire, not to mention absorbing while traveling or in battle. In the future, one no longer needs to worry about wasting one's cultivation time by shitting and eating. As long as there were enough demon cores, one could cultivate anytime, anywhere. Along the way, Chen Feng had absorbed a total of more than 50 demon cores. However, there was almost no progress in cultivation strength. Silver energy practitioners who opened the silver energy lock at the early stages of mutation were also known as warrior-level silver energy practitioners, or directly called silver energy warriors. What the silver energy lock opened was actually 9 secret deposits within the human body, and the next stage requires the accumulation of energy to light up the secret caches. This stage was known as the Battle Admiral level, and only after lighting up the first secret treasure was one considered to have truly stepped into the Battle Admiral level, and lighting up a few secret treasures was for a few stages. Of course, Chen Feng is the most special existence. He was 27 orders higher than others no matter which level. Sister Chiao had also absorbed quite a few demon cores, and likewise, she had not made much progress. However, most of the demon cores they used were of the first rank, and even the second rank levels were rare. Sister Chiao simply calculated that even if she were to absorb all the second-order demon cores, she would need at least 5,000 or more, and that was without counting the possible attenuation caused by absorbing too much. And the amount Chen Feng needed was even more outrageous. He felt that for him to advance from a 36th rank warrior to a war general, he would need to absorb at least 10,000 second-rank demon cores to make it possible. Therefore, one had to look for higher-ranked demonic beasts to behead and take the cores in order to do so. However, after all, it was the early stage of the calamity, and most of the silver energizers were still just hovering around the stage of not entering the rank. If the incipient demonic beasts were too strong, humanity would have been finished long ago. It was probably a bit difficult to find higher-ranked demonic beasts in a short period of time. It smells too good. Even if boss drives me away, I won't go SA. Yes, boss's feet. Not only are they sexy, they are also fragrant. Whoever dares to say it stinks again, see if I don't kick him. From now on, I'll be the boss's sweet little coat. Suddenly heard whispering under the feet and on the body, Chen Feng realized that the strength of the demonized combat suit combat boots had actually increased. I did not expect to suck in so many demon cores. Their own cultivation did not change, but these little guys became a lot stronger. Needles don't poke. This outfit will not be changed in the future. Feeling their changes, Chen Feng was in a good mood. He knew that they didn't steal from him by becoming stronger, but rather, it was the little bit of silver energy that he casually escaped from the battle as well as from running the breathing method that caused them to become stronger. Right at this moment, the smile that was hooked up at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth suddenly retracted. What's the situation? The breathing method is too terrifying. In his mind, there were unexpectedly some extra messages that naturally appeared. Although these messages could not be seen or touched, he clearly knew what they meant. To be precise, they couldn't be considered messages, but rather he had some more abilities. As long as he moved his thoughts, he was able to clearly perceive the state of Sister Chiao and second uncle and the others. As long as they were within a certain distance, or even with a single thought, he was able to deprive them of the breathing technique they had cultivated, or even take their lives. This ancient book breathing method is simply too evil. The current him was equivalent to the master control of a set of systems, and Sister Chiao and the others who were taught the techniques by him were like subnodes, and as long as the master control gave the command, he would then be able to disconnect a certain node. Thoughtfully, what kind of existence created this gong method? Above me, could there be someone else cultivating a higher level gong method? Will I also be just a node that can be erased at any time? Ha ha, thinking about it, Chen Feng suddenly laughed. What was the point of thinking so much now? In this age of calamity, it was a luxury to be alive. If one was dying of thirst, what was there to be afraid of drinking hemlock to quench one's thirst? Besides, if there really is such a strong existence, it would be able to wipe me out at will no matter what. I have to live and live. What else do you need? What's more, from the appearance of the mysterious mark to the present, has not had any bad intentions, all in helping themselves. And now it's even better. Originally there is such a good technique, but did not dare to pass it on to others, now can completely rest assured and boldly pass it on. Dare to use the gong fu given by the old man against the old man? I'll destroy you in seconds. Of course, there was no harm for Sister Chiao and the others to cultivate it. After all, it wasn't like she could harm them. Moreover, they could also grasp their physical and mental conditions at any time in order to foresee some dangers in advance. This gong method simply couldn't be too good. Right at this moment, Chen Feng's supervision landed in a kindergarten in the city center, the playground in front of the teaching building. Scattered within it were the broken legs and arms of some demonic beasts and devils. On the artificial lawn next to the slide, There were 3 female kindergarten teachers in pink professional outfits sitting paralyzed, with 5 panicked children snuggled in their arms. Suddenly, a large hand yanked the prettiest and best-built kindergarten teacher among them to her feet. "Ha ha, you let me have a good time." The owner of the big hand, with a cross-faced face, was bare-chested. "No, don't, Mard. If it wasn't for me, a few of you would have died long ago. From now on you'll all be mine." Saying that, the cross-fleshed man was about to go hard. "Don't you come over." The pretty kindergarten teacher directly pulled out a fruit knife and stabbed at the Hanyu. The Hanyu smiled with interest and did not dodge, allowing the other party to thrust into his chest. With the entire blade gone, the Hanyu was still all smiles, teasingly saying, "You insert it again." The kindergarten teacher pulled out the fruit knife and continued to thrust it randomly into the Hanyu's chest. But, when she stopped, looking at the other party's flesh-healing wounds, she had a deep sense of powerlessness. "Big brother, please, be gentle. Sis, don't worry. Your big brother, I'm the most compassionate." With that, he bent down. Seeing this, a somewhat slightly chubby kindergarten teacher suddenly bravely stood up and pounced on the Hanyu with one hand. "You beast, let go of her." However, the Hanyu casually raised his hand, and the fat kindergarten teacher instantly flew 5 meters and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The last round, cute-faced kindergarten teacher rushed forward, helped him up, and rejoined the children, not daring to move again. Just when the 3 kindergarten teachers were in complete despair, there was a bang. The cross-fleshed man's head exploded. Almost simultaneously, a pair of men and women appeared out of thin air in front of them, the man handsome and the woman beautiful. "The calamity is coming. You don't know to go slaughter the demons, but you're actually here to hoard your kind." Chen Feng could not help but spit out a sentence. "Death is deserved," Lin Qiu then added. Seeing the Chen-Lin duo, the 3 kindergarten teachers were overjoyed. In particular, the one with the prettiest and best figure deliberately pretended to tug at her clothes without thinking. The snowy whiteness in front of her body was even greater. She made a flying leap and directly hugged Chen Feng's thigh. "Handsome man, please take us away. P.S. I hope that the friends who are reading cast a vote, send a comment or chapter to say anything, so that I know that someone is watching. Otherwise the single camera code word is very lonely. Truly need the companionship of the book friends. Please comfort. A million thanks. Get up." Feeling the rise and fall on his thighs, the sensation was incredibly familiar and very numbing. The mental block, which he had gotten somewhat better at, came flooding back. He was disgusted with the sensation and hated the woman holding his thigh even more. He didn't say another word, merely a look was handed out. Lin Qiu moved, grabbing the kindergarten teacher's hair with one hand and throwing it 2 meters away. However, the kindergarten teacher was unrepentant and wanted to pounce again. With Sister Qiu in her way, it was naturally impossible for her to succeed a second time. She could only pearly pray, "This gentleman, and this big sister, please take us away." As soon as the words left her mouth, she was blown over by Lin Qiu's palm wind and sat on a large buttock. Seeing Lin Qiu strike without warning, she was very puzzled and confused, while Chen Feng remained cold and did not reply, so she immediately changed her words. "Just take me one away. As long as you take me away, you can do whatever you want me to do." Saying that, she also intentionally revealed that kind of pitiful, yet teasing look. "The official rescue team will arrive soon, and the officials will place you in a while." "No, I want brother to take me away." There was more than a little flirtation in her voice. Any man who heard this voice, coupled with her beauty, would react. However, she had used the wrong target. Seeing Chen Feng remained indifferent, she picked up the fruit knife she had just dropped and put it on her neck. "If you don't take me away, I'll die in front of you." "Faulty," Chen Feng casually said, and then leaned over to the Hanyo's corpse. He touched the corpse. Still has a strong life force. With that, he sensed that he had awakened another ability, super strength recovery. Originally, when he had just awakened, he had briefly tried it, and his recovery power was amazing. It was even stronger than the recovery power shown by the Hanyu just now. And after replicating the cross-fleshed Hanyo's ability, he was a bit skeptical that he was even able to drip blood to be reborn. Of course, being reborn by dripping blood was a bit of an exaggeration, but having a more tenacious life force was true. At the very least, there was absolutely no threat to him from human conventional weapons at the moment. Nuclear bombs hadn't been tried yet, and he was a bit unsure about it. "Sister Autumn, carry this guy's body back." "Good." Lin Qiu took out the body bag she had prepared in advance and loaded it up. Just as the two were about to turn around and leave, the pretty kindergarten teacher dodged and put the fruit knife in her hand on the neck of a 3 or 4-year-old girl. "If you don't take me away, I'll kill her." Seeing this, the other 2 kindergarten teachers were stunned, but did not open their mouths. "Seek death." Before Chen Feng's words fell, the tactical glove on his right hand instantly flew out. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it snapped the pretty kindergarten teacher's neck. Immediately afterward, her hand drooped down, losing its threat, and the little girl was saved. The right hand tactical glove flew back, and the left hand was envious. Old right, this time the wind is out of your sails. Old left, I'll let you have the chance to pretend next time. The right hand tactical glove immediately responded with complacency. Alas, pretending relies on two hands. When will there be a chance for us? The other demonized equipment whispered in succession, expressing their inner indignation. Regarding Old Right's performance, Chen Feng was extremely satisfied. Thus, he immediately verbally praised it through his consciousness and appeased the other equipment. Old Steel's awakened skills are just great. Even these goblins on his body can communicate with his consciousness, and they didn't let me down. Their strength increased quickly. According to my previous experience of beheading demonic beasts, these equipment demons can at least match the second-order ones. Moreover, they are born with a hidden breath and can be easily surprised, and when really used well, they are definitely stronger than second-order demonic beasts. Therefore, using them to decapitate an ordinary person was easier than eating and drinking. The pretty kindergarten teacher collapsed, but the round mo-faced female kindergarten teacher saw this, but she rose up in righteousness. How can you kill her? Even if she was in the wrong first, but you can't kill her. Ah, you're breaking the law. What a time. Goddamn illegal. This kind of person, letting her live would be irresponsible to others. To be able to use an innocent little girl as blackmail, what else can she not do? People like her had to die. Otherwise they would become a scourge sooner or later. Shut up if you don't want to die. Chen Feng didn't give them that much of an explanation. He just gave a stern word and pulled Lin Xiu's hand before instantly leaving. He had already used his ultra-vision to locate the clown cat's position. There was no time to spend with these irrelevant ones, and it was already meaningful enough to save them in passing. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 5 lovely future flowers of the motherland, he wouldn't have bothered to make a move. Fitness Netizen, Big Mouth, is trapped on his 3-story small house. The downstairs was littered with corpses and blood, with only 3 scarlet-eyed demons standing on the spot, blocking the door of the small building. Big Mouth was upstairs with his cell phone running a live broadcast. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicked and unafraid, mainly because his fear seemed to have run out after watching the battle downstairs a few times. He knew that with the current situation, he was going to die either way, so he might as well do a live broadcast before he died and leave something behind. He thought that no one would watch when he opened the live broadcast, but who knew that as soon as he opened the live broadcast room, several thousand people flooded in just a few seconds, and the number of people continued to increase. This is even hotter than when his popularity was at its peak. After all, he is just a small anchor. In addition to the body practiced more robust, there is no other advantage. Only the relatively large mouth was true, and the 100-watt light bulb came in and out at will without having to find a fireman. Old Iron guys, what's the situation? It's the end of the world. How come there are still so many people? Brother Big Mouth, I'm a survivor saved by the officials, and I'm now in the Guan Air City East shelter, which is pretty good except for the lack of food that's not quite plentiful. Yes, I'm also in the City East Refuge. Quite a lot of food has turned demonic, but the network is very good. Just in time to eat spiritual food, and then on the line to see Brother Big Mouth. You on the number. Brother, you're lucky. I'm in the Wanda Mall shelter. The internet for a long time, a favorite anchor are not online. Just now, finally ushered in my lovely Big Mouth brother. Big Mouth brother. Wahahaha. Yeah, it's so hard to finally see an anchor online. Seeing the netizens' replies, Big Mouth finally realized that there were too few anchors online, and he became a one-trick pony. Maybe it won't be long before I'm finished as a one-trick pony. Seize the opportunity to show off one last time. He aimed the camera at the demons downstairs. Old-timers, I've been blocked upstairs by the demon people. What should I do? Wait online. It's really quite urgent. Brother Big Mouth, you're so muscular. Go down and fight them. Crap, brother, what a time to be joking. Brother Big Mouth, where are you now? Tell me the exact location. I'll report it to the administrators of the shelter, and the officials will surely arrange for the nearest troops to rescue you. Thanks a lot then, brother. Then, Big Mouth brother gave the detailed address to the netizens. Let's listen to God. Brother Big Mouth, look, opposite your building. Is this fucking still human? Seeing the tips from the netizens, Brother Big Mouth immediately looked across the building. He saw a man, surprisingly, running against the wall, occasionally grabbing the downpipe or air conditioning frame to lend a hand. The speed was extremely fast, faster than the speed of flying man bolt on the ground years ago. Those parkour masters, and this person compared to simply weak. Seeing this person looking, Big Mouth was overjoyed. Transcendent. He must be a transcendent. He immediately wanted to open the window and shout for help towards the opposite side. However, just as he grabbed the window handle, his hand retracted. This was because he knew that as long as he shouted, without waiting for the transcendentals on the opposite side to come to his rescue, the demons would be attracted to him. It was better to wait and see what would happen. Not being related to the opposite transcendentals, even if they saw him, they might not come to his rescue. At this moment, Big Mouth Brothers' live broadcast room directly swiped the screen. This dude across the street is definitely a transcendent. He's too strong. Running on the wall is so fast. I think he's almost out of the Earth's gravity. With the emergence of the transcendent, existing physics is no longer good. What about Earth's gravity? Look, he's coming down. Big Mouth looked down. The dude on the other side actually did come down from the wall, landing right in front of the three demons. He was panting violently. It seemed that the wall running just now had not consumed him much. He slowly raised his head and snapped his head. It was thought that he didn't realize that there were three demons here. He immediately scanned the weak, and with a glance, he spotted Big Mouth Brother, who was broadcasting live from the glass window on the third floor. Brother Big Mouth, he seems to have found you. You're saved. He's a transcendent. He'll definitely be able to deal with the demons downstairs. Let's hope so. Big Mouth Brother also had some expectations. The transcendent on the opposite side landed on the ground and instantly attracted the attention of the three demons. It didn't take long for them to start moving, showing great interest in the transcendentals. Seeing this, the transcendent man's actions were also swift. He began to rub his hands together quickly, and in less than a second, a huge ball of water appeared in his hands, at least a meter in diameter. Wow, he's a water transcendent. I saw a few transcendent brothers in the refuge. All of them are of the elemental system. One is more awesome than the other. Brother Big Mouth, you're saved. Brother is right. From my experience of playing the game, the skills of the elemental system are generally very powerful. Goddamn game. This is the reality. Okay, but such a big water balloon, just by looking at it is quite bluffing. Big Mouth also prayed silently in his heart, hoping that this dude's water balloon could fuck the demon to death. In the next second, only the water balloon instantly flew out, extremely fast. The three demons on the opposite side, who had no chance to dodge at all, were smashed by the water balloon. The demon who was hit head-on was the worst, directly flying 3 meters backwards. The other two were also smashed to the ground. There's a play. Looks like this dude is really strong, worthy of being a transcendent of the elemental system. Dude, come on, a few more rounds, drown them. It's a pity that these three demons are all male, or else we could enjoy a wet body. You're a pervert. I hope a female demon bows you tomorrow. Then come on, it's the end of the world. I haven't broken my body yet, or I'll have regrets if I die someday. Thinking of female demons, how do I know? Thinking of demonesses, why do I still have a reaction? Brother Big Mouth, how come there are so many perverts in your fans? They won't be brought down by you. Seeing the sudden turn in the picture in the live broadcast room, Big Mouth Brother coughed lightly twice. Ahem, please everyone civilize the internet and speak properly. Big Mouth Brother, it seems like you're really going to be saved. Think about how you can thank someone's transcendent little brother in a while. You can give your body to him. Both of them are male. PY trade is also a good choice. Yes, I wouldn't mind PY if I could hug a transcendent's thigh. However, looking at the live screen again, the two demons that were knocked down by the water balloon instantly re-erected themselves, and the one that fell the farthest also re-jumped back to its original position in the blink of an eye. None of them seemed to be injured. Big Mouth couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems to be true." The only change is that the bloodstains on their bodies are quite a bit cleaner. This dude on the opposite side can't be deficient. And the transcendent didn't panic when he saw this. He immediately fired a few more waves of water bombs in succession. However, other than the nearby ground and the demon's body being cleaner, not much effect was achieved. This dude is a fucking bathing machine. Yeah, after so many rounds, the light is seen washing the ground. Seeing the situation, the Big Mouth Brother heart is full of apprehension. This time it's over. Transcendentalists cannot save me. To be trapped dead here. Right at this moment, the three demons moved extremely fast and attacked the opposite transcendent little brother. However, transcendent little brother didn't immediately turn around to escape, but raised his hand to point at Big Mouth Brother's small building. There's someone there. Since the three demons had already gnawed on quite a few humans, they had already regained a little bit of their sanity. After Xiao Zhao's point, the three devils indeed turned their heads quickly and looked towards the third floor where Brother Big Mouth was. The whole thing happened very quickly. Big Mouth's entire body was still in a state of confusion, and he didn't even stoop down to hide, and was instantly discovered by the three pairs of incomparable scarlet eyes. At this time, the Big Mouth Brother heart is tens of thousands of grass mud horse galloping. Even the other side of the ancestors' 88 generations have cursed clean. The netizens also spoke up and spat. Crap, how can this person be like this? He's at least a transcendentalist. He's fast. He can still escape. But Big Mouth is just an ordinary person. Big Mouth is finished this time. I'm sorry for your loss, Big Mouth. Brother Big Mouth. I'll burn some paper for you later. However, what the crowd didn't expect was that the three demons just turned their heads to look at Big Mouth, and then turned around to chase after Transcendent Little Brother again. Seeing this, Big Mouth Brother and the netizens breathed a sigh of relief. Big Mouth Brother is so close. It seems like the devil prefers Transcendent Little Brother. I guess the Transcendent's flesh and blood is more attractive to devils. The demons have distracted Little Brother. Big Mouth is really saved this time. When the three devils turned their heads, Transcendent Little Brother had already gotten his feet wet. However, his speed, which had completely abused Flying Bolt, was simply not enough in front of the demons with full horsepower. He only ran out 50 meters, and when he reached the bottom of a pedestrian viaduct, he was caught up by the demons. Immediately after that, the devils went up and gnawed on him for a while, and he died. Brother Big Mouth, run, while you still can. Big Mouth isn't stupid. He knows how to run without the netizens prompting him. However, the speed of the demons to gnaw on people is super fast, and still three gnaw on one. In the blink of an eye they finished gnawing on the extraordinary Little Brother. The poor Little Brother didn't even have time to send out a scream before he was gone. Don't come back! Don't come back! Big Mouth Brother couldn't stop chanting. However, against his wishes, the three devils actually showed an evil smile at him. Having gnawed on a transcendent, they had recovered much of their spirituality, and their strength was feared to have progressed horribly. This is really the end. However, they have good teeth and nod quickly, so there shouldn't be any pain. Big Mouth Brother froze in place, choosing to completely give up resisting. After all, resistance was useless. The devils were extremely fast. In just a few seconds they arrived downstairs. They didn't break the door and enter. Instead they chose to climb up the wall. With a gentle jump, they grabbed the lower frame of the third-floor window. It won't take more than a second for me to be gnawed on, right? Just when Big Mouth Brother was in complete despair, suddenly, a large tiger pounced from the side roof. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it wasn't a tiger, but a big cat. The cat was horrible looking, crooked mouth, and blind in one eye. P.S. Thank you for all the benefactors' help. Today PK finally advanced, but the follow-up there is no recommendation. It all depends on all of you. I hope that the last few days you first do not raise the book recommended during the pursuit of reading is really important. Ask for support. Thank you very much. What is this? It's so scary. My legs seem to be shaking. This is a demonized cat. Big Mouth fixed his eyes on it. This crooked-mouthed, ugly cat was obviously coming at him as well. Halfway through the pounce, it even specifically waved its cat claws at him twice, and even revealed an incomparably sinister and creepy smile. Due to the high-definition high-speed camera used, the netizens in the live broadcast room also saw this scene clearly. Brother Big Mouth, look, this big cat is smiling at you. Maybe it's here to save you too. Farting to save Brother Big Mouth. This big cat is obviously treating Brother Big Mouth like a mouse. It's trying to play a cat and mouse game. It looks like, when my Flora caught a mouse in the past, she seemed to have this kind of expression before she played with it. Brother Big Mouth definitely didn't have time to look at the netizens' replies at this moment. He was just incomparably frustrated in his heart. Why were all these monsters staring at him? The demon in front was not even a problem. But now an even more terrifying big cat came out, looking at the situation or want to give him a broken window to gnaw on. Come all of you fucking come. He couldn't take it anymore. He hissed loudly while his muscles rippled all over his body, ruthlessly smashing the window in front of him with his fist. His fists were covered in blood, but he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain, only a face full of grimace. The current him had the urge to bite the demon and the big cat to death, even though he knew he couldn't do it. Pounce! The cell phone couldn't help but come off and fall directly onto the small lawn in front of the building. However, the image of being gnawed by both the demon and the big cat did not appear. Big Mouth watched as the big cat made a turn and changed direction in midair, pouncing towards the three demons who were climbing the wall. Gone? Big Mouth Brother violently fell back a few steps, panting violently. At this moment, he was terrified afterward, and he didn't know where he got the courage to be so still just now. Seeing the blood on his fist again, all of a sudden, it hurt. He began to roll on the ground holding his fist. The cell phone was flying in the air, but the screen was not idle. What's going on? Why is the screen shaking so much? The screen is so fast. I feel like the phone is in free fall. Big Mouth isn't hanging up already, is he? The landing point is good. The phone isn't broken, and the camera is facing up. Look, you guys, that big cat doesn't seem to be going after Big Mouth. It's gone to fight the demon. Brother Big Mouth. It's now. While the demons and devils are fighting, you run away. This text was brushed so many times in a row that netizens copied it. Brothers, Brother Big Mouth's cell phone is flying. He can't see you brushing the screen. It's okay, there's strength in numbers. We can try to communicate with him telepathically. It's not necessary. The battle is too fast. The big ugly cat only swung its claws twice and opened its mouth. The three devils then had two of their heads blown off and one corpse separated from the other, dead beyond repair. Probably because the big cat had a previous experience. It came up and didn't hold back. It was very serious and didn't have the slightest intention of playing around. The entire battle lasted less than 3 seconds. This big cat is also too strong. I hope the big cat can spare Brother Big Mouth. You're overthinking it. The big cat has already started to pounce on the wall. Big Mouth is really finished this time. Right at this moment. Boom, 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 boom. The roar of a helicopter propeller suddenly came from the air. Immediately after that, the radio on the airplane rang out. Survivors in the room, please seek shelter immediately. Please seek cover for shelter immediately. Hearing the broadcast, Big Mouth's reaction was also very quick. He immediately ducked into the stairwell. Bang 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 bang. Just as Brother Big Mouth entered the stairwell, the dense sound of machine guns rang out from outside. Naturally, Big Mouth was not clear about what was happening in the outside world. However, the location on the lawn where the cell phone lens fell was just right, and Big Mouth Brother's cell phone used a state-of-the-art wide-angle lens that captured a large range. On the video screen, the helicopter's cannon was chasing the big cat and firing, but the big cat was extremely fast, and hardly a few shots hit. The screen was still frantically swiping on the cell phone that was quietly lying on its side. Look, the official helicopter gunship has arrived. Great! Big Mouth is finally saved. The helicopter is a 30mm gun. That cat, it's over. But the netizens were dumbfounded when they saw the big cat leaping back and forth on the wall to avoid it. How can it dodge such intense fire? There were some hits, but it seems to have only gotten a little bit of blood. Look, the side door of the helicopter is open. A warrior in full combat fatigues, half crouched in the doorway of the helicopter, carrying a thick bazooka on his shoulder, aiming towards the direction of the big cat. Crap! Bazooka! This time the cat really pills, right? However, the rocket with extremely strong tracking ability, hard and fast, just exploded at the big cat's tail. However, under such a powerful attack, the big cat's tail was only a little bit more blood, not even broken, and moved freely. The warriors on the helicopter couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this. This cat demon is also too strong. The warrior beside him had a grave expression on his face and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's so much stronger than all the demons we killed before. Use a nuke, the pilot spoke directly. Then, the warrior took out a gun and aimed it at the big cat. This gun was similar in appearance to a sniper rifle, but the entire body of the gun was short, while the caliber was not small, at 20mm. The netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked at the sight. 30mm machine guns are useless. Taking a sniper rifle is of no use. This you do not understand. As a 30-year-old military fan, I'll tell you, this is just developed in recent years tactical micronuclear weapons. Currently only my Dacia and a country has the ability to manufacture. This sniper rifle is actually a nuclear weapon? Not bad. Accurately said that the launcher inside the nuclear bomb is even smaller. But the use of the principle of nuclear fusion power is not small. It's not possible that if this one nuclear bomb goes off, Guan Air City will be gone, right? How can this be possible? This kind of nuclear bomb is very special. Mainly will be powerful cohesion in a point. Kill radius is not big. The explosion center temperature and those strategic nuclear weapons, and radiation is very small. Very environmental protection. Upstairs buddies are right. Don't look at the big cat is very strong. The bazooka can only make it nourish blood. But as long as this nuclear bomb on the body, it will certainly die. But the cat is too flexible, so it's probably hard to hit it, right? No, this nuke gun has great guidance. Just as the netizens were discussing, the miniature nuclear bomb was launched. Boom! The miniature nuclear bomb exploded not far from the ugly cat's right front leg. A very small mushroom cloud rose. The ugly cat's entire body was instantly wrapped in it. Is the big cat dead? However, the mushroom cloud dispersed and the ugly cat's figure reappeared. Its right front leg had been blown away, and a large hole had been blown out of its neck, its head drooping. However, its vitality was still very tenacious. With only 3 legs, its speed was still not slow, and it made a long leap into a tall building next to it. It didn't take long for the big cat to have actually climbed onto the rooftop of the tall building, and the official helicopter was very close to the rooftop. Not good. The big cat is taking the initiative. Soon, the pilot of the airplane, as well as the netizens who were watching the video, all saw the ugly cat's intentions. But it was too late. The ugly cat was too fast. It leapt on the rooftop, waving its only remaining front paw, and lunged towards the helicopter hanging in mid-air. Helicopter pills. Seeing this, the fighters on the airplane reacted quickly and immediately shouldered a rocket launcher and fired it. Ha ha ha, official is strong. The big cat is in mid-air. Let's see how it can dodge. However, the ugly cat opened its big mouth and violently spat out an energy beam. Boom! The rocket exploded and the beam dissipated. But the ugly cat's momentum did not decrease. It was about to pounce on the helicopter in the next second. Suddenly, two figures held hands and appeared out of thin air between the helicopter and the ugly cat. P.S. Friends who are watching, if you feel that the book can also, I hope you can vote, or send a comment chapter to say anything. Let me know that someone in the company of me together. Your support is the power of me to write on. Thank you all. Seeing the beam of energy suddenly spewing out of the ugly cat's mouth, it detonated the oncoming rockets. All the pals in the live broadcast room were stunned, and the few official fighters on the helicopter. Even though they had been through hundreds of battles before, they were also dumbfounded and froze on the spot at this moment. What's the situation? Tesla? Brothers? That's Godzilla. Okay, how come the big cat didn't use this move before? Could it be a skill that suddenly awakened after it was nuked? Luckily, the beam doesn't have much power, or else the plane would have gone up in the sky. But the big cat is about to ride the plane. Everyone, look, what's that? Two people, out of thin air? Lin Xiu's hand rose and his sword fell. Only a brush of white light flashed. The ugly cat's body split in two in midair. Chen Feng, who was on the side, immediately grabbed the ugly cat's location. The demon core was in his hands. Chen Feng was able to determine the location of the ugly cat when it had already scurried into the tall building. He took Sister Chiu's hand and performed several instant transports in succession. Luckily, he arrived in the nick of time. Even if he couldn't save these people, he wouldn't be chagrined. But it was still more fulfilling to save people in such a critical moment. He briefly felt the demon core. Surprisingly, it was of the 4th rank. I didn't expect that in a short period of time, this ugly cat had grown to this level. However, this was considered normal. At the beginning of the calamity, silver energizers and demonic beasts started out relatively weak, but grew very fast. It wasn't until a month or two later that the growth leveled off. Surprisingly, there is still one. Chen Feng, who was pulling hands together with Sister Chiu in a freefall movement, once again shot forward. Another crystal was taken out from the ugly cat. Seeing this crystal, Chen Feng was overjoyed. The usual demon core was as green as an emerald, and was not transparent. And now this crystal in his hand was crystal clear and translucent, with a slight scarlet red in a faint ghostly blue color. Obviously, this was the exotic crystal he had heard of in his last life. After all, the characteristics were too obvious for him to be mistaken. Only demonic beasts that had awakened their mutation abilities would burst out with mutation crystals. However, most demonic beasts only had their physical bodies and strength strengthened after the mutation. However, the base of demonic beasts was large, and the overall number of demonic beasts with altered abilities was not small. Alien energy crystals were very useful for silver energy users. It could be said that an exotic energy crystal was the crystallization of the potential of an exotic energy demonic beast. The energy contained within them was likely to exceed the limits of their own rank. Those who were lucky might be able to open up a burst. In his last life, he had heard of a lucky person who had merely killed a second-ranked alien energy demonic beast. After absorbing the exotic energy crystals in its body, he directly raised from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. Moreover, the exotic energy crystals were not only able to help silver energizers raise their cultivation, but they could also promote the evolution of their abilities and enhance their own exotic abilities. Thus, even though he was doing a free fall, he couldn't wait to start using his breathing method to absorb the alien energy crystals. After all, who didn't like opening blind boxes? When the two of them were about to hit the ground, Chen Feng once again utilized instant transmission and the two of them instantly disappeared. The few official warriors on the helicopter had yet to come out of the shock of the ugly cat's energy beam. They were then shocked once again by the two people in the air who were continuously accelerating in gravity. Just as they slowed down and were about to thank each other, they were dumbfounded again. Where are the people? How come the people are gone? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded as well, with only Big Mouth still hiding in the stairwell and shivering. Crap, they're falling fast. They won't die if they're that high up, right? I'm sure they'll strike a very cool pose when they hit the ground, and then the smoke and dust will roll off the ground. Dude, you're overthinking it. They're gone. Where are they? Appeared out of thin air. Disappeared out of thin air? If Big Cat wasn't dead, I'd think I was hallucinating. I just want to know, who are these two people? Does anyone recognize them? The camera was shot at the foot. No one could see their faces, so who could recognize them? The brother with the sword is too strong. Even the nuclear bomb didn't take down the cat demon, but he took care of it with a single sword. Brother, what kind of eyes are you looking at? The one with the sword is obviously a woman. Have you ever seen a man with such flashy pecs? According to my years of research on the human form, the one with the sword is indeed a woman, and not too old, between 25 and 30. I say buddy, just blow it off. You can't see the face anyway. You can say how old is how old. Did you guys see that? The woman seems to be wearing a lot of silver rings on her little arms. I see it. What does it say? When I was a kid, I heard my grandpa talk about a hidden clan that spreads martial arts, and the disciples wear silver rings on their arms, so I think it's very likely that she's a descendant of that clan. Brother, I'm saying that you're a brainiac. Brother, I say you have a big brain. And a hidden sect? Can you stop making things up? Don't say anything. I just want to know what that guy next to her, scratching in the air those 2 times means. Maybe he's gone chicken claw crazy. I think he must be following Swordsman Sister's soy sauce. In the small 3-story building. Creak. The door to the stairwell was opened from the outside. Sir, the danger is lifted. Please leave with us. Thank you. Thank you. Big Mouth excitedly grabbed the hand of a small warrior. This is what we should do. The small warrior smiled and added, actually, we didn't do anything. The demonic beast was killed by someone else. Big Mouth was hiding in the building and only heard the constant cannon fire outside. Not really sure what was happening. He didn't ask more questions. He just hurriedly followed, grabbed the cell phone that fell on the lawn, and then followed the warrior to the helicopter. Ha ha, you Big Mouth brother, I'm back again. Big Mouth brother wasn't scared after the previous encounter, but quickly returned to his normal self and waved his hand towards the netizens in the live broadcast with a smile. Brother Big Mouth is mighty. Congratulations to Big Mouth for surviving the disaster. Brother Big Mouth's mental quality is strong. At a time like this, he still hasn't forgotten to take his cell phone. Brother Big Mouth, I think you've got it all figured out. Brother Big Mouth, I think you'll regret it. What do I regret? Regretting dropping the cell phone by smashing the window in anger. What's there to regret? Because you lost a chance to see a goddess. Goddess? Swordsman's sister is my goddess. Dude, you didn't even see the face. How do you know it's a goddess? What if it's an ugly one? Impossible. With my years of research on the human form, her kind of body is topped with an absolutely stunning face. Swordsman's sister? Who is it again? Swordsman's sister is a very strong supernatural person. To be precise, she saved you. Then, a netizen posted several moving pictures in succession. Brother Big Mouth, as your loyal fan, I won't let you have any regrets. If you want to know who Sister Swordsman is, please look at the pictures. Big Mouth brother opened the moving pictures. The first one was a clip of the ugly cat being nuked. He to draw a breath. Big cat is so strong, even a nuclear bomb can't kill him. After he saw the clip of the big cat's high-rise flying lunge and spitting rays from its mouth, 2 men in black appeared out of nowhere and casually decapitated the demon. His entire body went numb, and he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Sister Swordsman, so strong, and the little warrior on the side, suddenly came to the screen. Actually, I have a feeling, right, that the Thunderbolt Dharma King who just joined the official team should be stronger than her. The netizens in the live broadcast room, after hearing the words of the little warrior, instantly had a few who agreed. Brother Soldier is right. Sister Woman's sword looked quite bluff, but it's actually just like that. It could also be that she just happened to restrain the big cat. It's possible. I've always felt that the elemental ones are stronger than the physical ones. Haven't you ever heard of one power overall? I still think my swordsman-sama is stronger. At the very least, in my opinion, Thunderbolt Dharma King is stronger than Miss Swordsman. Can I ask weakly, who is the Thunderbolt Dharma King that Soldier-san is talking about? I'm also curious to know who the Thunderbolt Dharma King is. Big Mouth quickly chimed in. There are pictures and the truth. A netizen immediately posted several pictures, and they were also HD driven. Big Mouth brother clicked on the pictures, only to see a handsome big back head in the picture, looking around 30 years old, wearing a big bright silver chain around his neck. A group of huge rats surrounded him, and as far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds of them. There was no lack of some existences among these rats that were bigger than the big cat's physique. Soon, a few of the large rats moved, and their speed was extremely fast, their bodies cutting out residual shadows. So fast, it seems to be even faster than the big cats. Big Mouth brother couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Brother Big Mouth, don't be surprised. Something even more exciting is yet to come. Just when those several big rats were about to pounce on Big Back Head, suddenly, both of his palms came out, and several streaks of lightning shot out from his palms. Several large rats were instantly knocked to the ground by him. shaking and completely losing their battle power. However, the big back's behavior completely enraged the rats, and they were about to swarm. However, the big back head didn't panic at all. He just sneered and opened his mouth with great vigor, seemingly saying a word. Immediately, both of his palms thundered out, and after his body came to a 360-degree rotation, the entire group of rats all lay over, completely dead, only because the moving picture had no sound. It was impossible to hear what he had opened his mouth to say, but by the looks of it, it should have been very domineering words. If Chen Feng had seen the picture, he would have recognized the big back head at a glance. Wasn't this the old silversmith's big back disciple, the one that was heaving at me? Then, netizens from both sides began to argue. Soon, surprisingly, one netizen directly uploaded a video in his reply. At the same time he immediately spoke. Please watch the video. After seeing the video, you guys can only understand what is really strong. The crowd clicked on the video, only to see that the first thing to appear in the video was a naive husky. What's the point of filming an era? After the husky moved and saw the residual shadow behind it, the crowd realized how extraordinary it was, and when it ran to the front of a digger, people were even more shocked, because its physique was surprisingly almost catching up with the digger. Next to the digger was a wall. Era directly woofed twice and even spat out human words. You dog wall, how dare you block the road? As soon as the words fell, it opened its mouth and spat out a huge water balloon. Crap, surprisingly, it's a water dog. This water ball can be so much bigger than that transcendent little brothers that died. I just don't know how powerful it is. Then, Era answered the netizens' questions with practical actions. The water ball shot out. Boom! A huge thick wall collapsed, smashing the excavator next to it to pieces. Just then, a small person suddenly appeared. The little man looked to be around 40 years old. Big bald muscular man. In reality, the little man was not small. Just compared to the husky in front of him, it was like a kitten meeting an elephant. Tai, demon, how dare you wantonly damage public property? Let's see if I don't clean you up. As soon as they met, the big bald head let out harsh words. This bald head's brain is afraid of not being kicked by a donkey, right? Isn't this looking for death? However, just as the crowd was voicing their doubts, the bald man's body surged several times, twice as tall as the era in front of him. Moreover, he was radiating scarlet hot flames all over his body. Crap, lava giant. No wonder Brother Bald is so steel. So he is also a transcendent. Era opened his mouth and once again condensed a huge water ball, shooting it out towards Brother Bald. Boom! The huge water ball smashed on Brother Baldy, only slightly affecting a trace of fire, and was completely dried up and turned into steam by the flames on his body. Then, with a wave of his big hand, a fireball suddenly burst out, smashing a big hole in the ground. Era was instantly startled. Immediately, the bald man took advantage of Era's unpreparedness, and with a big hand forward, he directly grabbed Era's neck and lifted it to stay up. Woof woof, let go of me. You let go of me, Era said, and tried to spit a water balloon at the bald brother. Seek death. Brother Bald's hands immediately added more force. Big brother, I'm wrong, please spare me. I just did some minor damage. I didn't harm anyone. Era hurriedly begged for mercy. Return to obedience with me, and I'll spare you. Submit to me. The bald man threw away his hand, and when Era landed on the ground, it very obediently turned into its usual size and bowed repeatedly. Little one pays homage to master. Please master, give me a name. In the future, you can simply take my surname and be called Jia Era. Thank you, master. Seeing this, there were quite a few netizens who began to express their doubts. How do I look? A bit like I'm posing for a picture. I'm just playing with posing. Indeed, the flavor of posing is very strong. Just when the crowd questioned, the video painting style suddenly turned. The bald man's body becomes smaller. The original clothes on the body was waist and legs in the middle of a mosaic replaced. However, he was still very generous and decent as he faced the camera. Hello everyone, I am Silver Energizer Jia Xiaoyan. Silver ability person is what I call people of our kind. My silver ability is Lava Giant, which allows my body to become larger and as hard as a rock. At the same time, my strength will also increase dramatically and I have the ability to control flames. Then, he stroked the head of Era next to him and introduced, this is my pet and my friend, Jia Era. It has similar abilities to mine, except that the awakened one is a water ability, which you should have seen just now. Crap, posing for a real shot. The bald man continued, in order to better survive in the end times, I founded the Giant Guild. Currently, the headquarters is temporarily set in my hometown, Ice Sculpture City in Sable Province, and I hope that the majority of Silver Energizers will join. Let's join hands together to survive the hardships of the end times. Surprisingly, it's still an advertisement. The dude who posted the video You wouldn't be Jia Xiaoyan Benyan, would you? Seeing someone asking questions, the one who sent the video immediately replied, I'm not lava giant Jia Xiaoyan, I'm just one of his many little fans. He didn't use special effects in his video, did he? Other than the mosaic on his body, the rest is not quite like special effects. Since it's a posed shot, will their strength be fake? Definitely not fake, at least Eris is real. I saw the rebar in the wall. It's definitely a hard wall. I think demonic beasts that can spit out human words are all very strong. After all, that's how it is in myths and legends. This is reality, not a legend, okay? I think that no matter if it's a lava giant or a water era, it's stronger than the swordsman sister and the thunderbolt Dharma king. Then, the two sides of the debate quarrel turned into a three-way. The entire live broadcast screen are messed into a pot of porridge. Just then, the live broadcast room suddenly flooded with so many netizens. The crowd expressed their doubts. What's going on? It's the end of the world. How come there are still so many people watching the live broadcast? Big Mouth Brother also felt very puzzled. A moment ago, I seemed to see that it was Sister Shui who came to check on the room. I also saw. I specifically upward brushed the message. Just now really Sister Water into the Mouth Brother live room. So it was Sister Water who brought the traffic. Who is Sister Water? Big Mouth was even more puzzled. After killing the big cat, Chen Feng pulled Lin Xiu to instantly leave. At the same time, there was a constant warmth of Milky Way coming from his palm. The blind box this time around is truly a heavenly opening. Chen Feng felt the massive energy contained in the exotic energy crystal and was overjoyed. He also did not expect a clown cat that was only at the 4th rank to possess such a powerful exotic energy crystal. He felt that the energy in this exotic energy crystal was enough to rival a demon core of the 9th rank. It meant that the growth potential of the clown cat was huge, and it wouldn't take long for it to break through the 9th rank. And it was still an existence that could definitely grow into a demon general. The strength of a demon general corresponded to that of a battle general among the silver energizers, and any one of them would be an existence that swept across a party. According to the absorption of this level of exotic energy crystals, it would take at most 5 of them for Chen Feng's cultivation to advance further. The ancient book breathing method was very useful. Not only was the absorption speed fast, the absorption efficiency was able to reach 100%. It must be known that even if Dr. Gao had improved the ultimate version of the breathing method in his last life, the absorption efficiency could only reach 60% at the most, and the speed was slow as hell, completely incomparable. However, he found that the alien energy crystals did not improve his silver ability much. Instantaneous movement had only increased by a few dozen meters, which was a drop in the bucket compared to his original 500 plus meters. The increase in ultravision distance wasn't much either. It was only like 1 or 2 kilometers. But since it was a slight increase in each ability, the results were still quite impressive. Perhaps if I use it for Sister Autumn, it might be a bit more effective. Since he was hand in hand with Sister Chiu, Chen Feng could completely control the breathing method and absorb it along with Sister Chiu. Not long after, Sister Chiu had a reaction. Little Feng, my instantaneous shift is almost 50 meters, and the other 3 skills are also enhanced quite a bit. Sure enough, it still worked better for Sister Chiu. The same increase of tens of meters was exponential for her. Sister Autumn, if you absorb this kind of exotic crystal, you'll probably need a few more to make a breakthrough. 1 is enough. The 2 of them finished absorbing the entire alien energy crystal, and Chen Feng briefly felt it. He clearly felt that his own strength had also increased a little. This was far too much stronger than the dozens of 1st and 2nd rank demon cores that he had absorbed earlier. Therefore, in the future, he must search for more demonic beasts that possessed psychic abilities and obtain more psychic crystals, so that he could increase his strength faster. However, in his previous life, Chen Feng had also been at the bottom of the hierarchy, and hardly knew any information about alien energy demonic beasts. After the alien energy crystals were absorbed, Chen Feng grabbed Lin Xiu's hand and kept transmitting, continuing to look for traces of Lin Qingcha and Yi Chen. Gradually, he realized that he wouldn't have that mental resistance anymore when he kept grabbing Sister Chiu's hand and not letting go. It might just be that the mental barrier to Sister Chiu was gone, or it might just be to her hand. But this was a good start. I believe that it wouldn't take too long, and in a subtle way, he would be able to remove the psychological barriers that he had left behind in his last life. Although it was 80% unlikely that Lin Qingcha would survive, Yi Chen couldn't be blamed for his second uncle being abused by Lin Qingcha in his last life. Therefore, making him disappear in this world was the most correct choice. But this Yi Chen also ran off somewhere. His clairvoyance, coupled with an instantaneous transfer that didn't care about exertion in the slightest, hadn't been able to find the other party's hiding place. He didn't think Yi Chen could run too far. It was 80% likely that the other party was still hiding in Guaner City, but he couldn't find him for some reason. Chen Feng speculated that the other party most likely possessed some sort of concealment ability. Since he hadn't crossed paths with Yi Chen and Lin Qingcha since his second uncle was killed in his previous life, he wasn't sure about the other party's ability. While he was searching, Luo Chengfei called, "Brother Fei, what's wrong?" Chen Feng asked. "Dong Chen, currently, the demonic beasts and devils near the refuge have all been cleared, and occasionally, there will be sporadic demonic beasts that will carry out attacks. In addition, I have already sent out drones to scout the vicinity of the Kaichang pig farm in the old city. As expected by Dongchen, the leader, a black pig, is gathering all the demonic beasts in the neighborhood. The fact that the recent attacks have become fewer is most likely related to this. I deduce that it won't be too long before that black pig organizes a large-scale attack on the refuge by a group of demonic beasts. There was no need to deduce that the black pig would be the first to attack the refuge for sure. In the previous life, the black pig was the nightmare of the entire Guaner city as it swept all the way south. Whether it was a human or a demon, as long as they didn't submit, or if they didn't see eye to eye, then they would simply gnaw through them. It wasn't until he led the group of demons to New Leaf County that he ran into a hard nail. He was taken in by a monkey demon who called himself the Monkey King, and was reduced to a little brother. Now, the shelter in the old city is like a nail stuck in the hinterland of the black pig demon beast's power. It would definitely choose to pull it out in the first instance before proceeding with its sweeping plan. After all, it was a relatively intelligent pig demon. Have you detected how many demonic beasts the black pig has gathered currently? Chen Feng asked. Luo Chengfei, I can't find out. Only the first detection was successful, and the drone that was sent out later was shot down just as it approached the black pig's sphere of influence. Shot down? Were there quite a few flying demonic beasts? Chen Feng asked again. There were flying demonic beasts, but more of them were shot down by some fireballs, water pillars, and even lightning. Good. Chen Feng was overjoyed at his words. Worthy of being a black pig, there were truly fierce warriors under his hand, and it seemed that there was no lack of demonic beasts with extraordinary abilities among them. Brother Fei, I'll rush over there now to deal with the black pig. Not being able to find Yi Chen for the time being could be put aside. Anyway, in Chen Feng's eyes, he was just an ant, and killing him would just be a way to relieve his hatred. Dealing with the black pig was the first priority. After all, this would be Chen's first shot in the end times. It had to be loud. If he didn't go over there himself, he was afraid that Cheng's siblings and Fei and the others wouldn't be able to grasp it. After all, that black pig had a great reputation in the previous world, and there were quite a few powerful silver energizers who had folded in his hands. Then, he unfolded his clairvoyance and locked his gaze on the second ant's location. In fact, when Auntie 2 left on her own, he had been using his ultravision to keep an eye on her movements. This was because in his previous life, he had watched his second aunt die tragically in the mouth of a demonic beast. His parents had died early, and Auntie 2 had taken care of him as if she were his own mother. In this life, he couldn't let his second aunt be in danger again. Even if she didn't want to, he had to bring her back to the shelter first to protect her. However, after he used his supervision again and projected his sight over, Auntie 2 is so raw. Big Mouth Brother livestream. Upon hearing Brother Big Mouth ask who Sister Water was, a netizen immediately replied, Sister Water is the recently promoted Big Anchor Much Water Ah. Isn't that the little fashion wear anchor that used to be on fire a while ago because she started openly selling silver with goods, and a tycoon continuously rewarded her with tens of millions of dollars? Not bad, that's the one with a lot of water. Selling silver, good water? Never heard of it. Big Mouth said as he stared blankly at the screen. No way. Brother Big Mouth. You haven't even heard of Miss Much Water who has millions of fans? Big Mouth brother. You're also too ignorant. I despise you. Don't be like this. Brother Big Mouth is in the fitness industry. He's not in the same field as MS. Shu A. It's normal that he hasn't heard of her. Water Sisters fans into the live room. Directly into a four-way argument. The ones you're talking about are all trash. And compared to the boss of my sister Shuei's family, they're definitely not as good as they used to be. Who is the boss of my Water Sisters family? Chen Feng. Such a loud name. I think no one does not know it. Is that the same Chun Group chairman who bought silver worldwide and also built shelters in abandoned old towns? That's right. That's him. That's him. P.S. If you feel that this book is okay, I hope that your friends can cast a monthly vote. Recommend votes. Thank you. When the crowd saw the name Chen Feng, they sucked in a breath of cold air behind the screen. You guys are right. It is indeed possible that Chen Feng is the strongest. After all, he has been acquiring silver around the world and building shelters. It is highly likely that he will learn of the coming calamity in advance. I remember laughing at him at the time for having a brain in his head, and now I really regret not following him to buy silver jewelry. Or else I would be a transcendent right now. Chen Feng is the strongest. My sister Shuei's boss is the strongest. Sun Miao Miao's fan battle force was very strong, and soon after coming into the live room, it drowned out the other three parties. It was full of their swipes praising Chen Feng, suspended above the old city refuge. Sun Miao Miao watched Brother Big Mouth's live broadcast. However, she was only watching with interest as the crowd bragged about his boss, and had no intention of replying. Although Sun Miao Miao's fans were swiping a lot, there were still quite a few other netizens who saw fit to reply. Chen Feng is the strongest is nothing more than your imagination. Things do not see and hear and guess whether it is there or not, can it? No need to think. Chen Feng is certainly the strongest. He casually take out some silver sucked. Certainly than the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King, the three of them together more. Not necessarily, according to my understanding. Silver is not just a random absorption. I have a few partners around me who are fortunate enough to become transcendents. They all say that the absorption of silver is very painful, and there is definitely an absorption limit. Upstairs Buddy said good. I flipped over the wall outside the network. I heard that three countries have a guy with a silver bathtub. When the plague is coming is in the bathtub to take a bath. It did not take long to hang up. 80% is because of contact with too much silver absorbed. To burst himself. Chen Feng won't be burst too, right? Maybe, after all, he has hoarded so much silver. Just a little bit will be able to hold him up. Maybe he has already hung up. Or else the end of the world has come for so long. Have not seen him show his head. Seeing the replies of these few people, Sun Miao Miao instantly caught fire. Even her feet hanging in mid-air were a bit messy. She immediately requested a voice connection. When Brother Big Mouth saw this, he was naturally happy to see it and quickly clicked in agreement. You're the one who fucking hung up. Just after connecting to the voice, Sun Miao Miao disliked wildly. Whoever dared to talk about her boss, she would be anxious with whoever. That was the male god in her heart. That was the male god that she had to put down her work and peep hard at every time she went to the company. Soon, her mood stabilized a little and her voice eased up a lot. Sorry, Big Mouth brother. I was a bit emotional just now. Mainly because those guys were too hateful just now. Indeed, cursing people to death without moving is really quite hateful. Big Mouth brother smiled and chimed in with it. Blah blah blah, what's dead or not? My boss is fine now. Sun Miao Miao hung up the connection after chatting briefly on the line, and then the water friends continued their discussion. Actually, we don't need to talk about Chen Feng. Just our sister Shui is completely abusing Thunderbolt Dharma King and the three of them. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. And I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Sister Water alone is invincible. Sister Swordsman has even appeared out of thin air. Who can stop her? Definitely Sister Water is powerful. She can fly, and just kiting will wear a few of them down. Sister Water, don't you think so? Sister Shui quickly replied. In fact, I'm very weak, and my boss's other henchmen are far from it. I can't do anything but fly. Don't believe you guys come to my live room to see? My 100 or so brothers here. Any one of them is better than the three you guys are talking about. The water sister this message out. Big Mouth brother live room instantly people empty. All turn to play a lot of water live room. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. When the netizens into the water sister live room, after seeing the picture, straight call bull, aerial photography it seems that water sister really can fly. How are you sure she's not on an airplane? You blind you do not see occasionally into the mirror white flower long legs. At the same time, Sun Miao Miao's light voice echoed in the live broadcast room. Hello everyone, I'm Duo Shui. Originally a finance clerk of Chun Group. Now I'm fortunate enough to become a transcendent, and was appointed as a war correspondent by my family's boss, and I love my current job very much. War correspondent? How awesome. Sister Smash has such a nice speaking voice. Sister, you're so pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? I'm 9 years old. Can I be your boyfriend? Sun Miao Miao ignored these internet warmongers and lickspittles and continued. Please see how the battle is going on below. These 101 security big brothers. They are all masters carefully trained by my boss. And they are absolutely each and every one of them is not worse than the three you guys are talking about. However, when the crowd of water friends saw the situation on the ground, there was a flood of curses. Sister Shui, I came to you, and you let me see this? This is still better than Thunderbolt Dharma King? Only to see the position that Sun Miao Miao's camera was pointed at. 101 strong men in black combat uniforms surrounded a mutated Labrador, swarming around it and chopping it over. This Labrador is very weak at first glance, but also more than 100 people a piece of chopping. Weak burst, right. This Labrador is so cute. How can you bear it? Seeing this situation, Sun Miao Miao's expression was also slightly embarrassed. She quickly smiled and explained. The main reason is that the security guards are too strong, and have finished taking care of all the demonic beasts within 3 miles of the surrounding area. I don't believe it. Why is the ground so clean? Not even a demonic beast corpse can be seen? Seeing that someone issued a doubt, one of Sister Shuei's loyal fans immediately disliked her. That was already cleaned up. Sister Shuei, show him the video you recorded earlier. Being reminded by the fan, Sun Miao Miao suddenly also remembered that she still had videos. Thus, she immediately shared the video of the previous battle into the live broadcast room. Seeing the video, the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were immediately stunned, only to see uncountable demonic beasts densely packed on the ground. At a random glance, one could see hundreds of them, and overall there were at least several thousand. There were even some of them that had more speed and strength than the ugly cat. There were also taller existences than Jia Xiaoyan's era, but in the hands of these 101 security big brothers, it was as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. They are too strong. Luckily I don't live in the old city, or the officials wouldn't have been able to save me in time and I would have been GA. I was originally from a chicken farm in Old Town, but fortunately the boss fired me a few days ago, and I'm scared to think about it. Can just rely on the video? Still can't tell. Who is stronger between this 100 people and those 3? Although I don't dare to say that each and every one of Chen Feng's 100-odd men is stronger than Thunderbolt Dharma King and the others. I'm certain that together, they absolutely abused Thunderbolt Dharma King and the 3 of them. This brother is right. I'm really envious of Chen Feng, having so many loyal henchmen, and all of them are transcendents as well. Right at this moment, a netizen issued a question. Look guys, the black combat uniforms worn by the security brothers, aren't they very similar to the ones worn by the 2 swordsman sisters? Seeing that a netizen had issued a query about the combat uniforms, everyone immediately took a closer look at the video, and then peeled out the previous swordsman sisters' moving pictures for comparison. Soon came to a shocking conclusion. The combat uniforms of the 2 are indeed very similar. What's very similar? Exactly the same, right? Doesn't that mean that the cat-killing swordsman sister who appeared out of thin air, and the chicken claw crazy by her side, are also Chen Feng's men? Chen Feng is still a bully. All the powerful ones are his men. Even if he doesn't know how to do anything, he's still the most powerful one. I'm so jealous and envious. Dog's head. We've been discussing who's stronger between Swordsman Sister and Chen Feng, but after all, Swordsman Sister is Chen Feng's man. Watch your language. Brother, pay attention to the wording. You can easily cause misunderstanding. Sister Swordsman is probably just Chen Feng's employee. Right. Swordsman Sister is my goddess. Even if Chen Feng is her boss, cannot blaspheme her. She is destined to be my one. Brother, hurry up and wash your hands. Why? Because you need to dream. If Li Dongxiang had seen the netizen's comments in the live broadcast room, he would have snickered in his heart. In fact, the thunder and lightning pharaoh you're chasing after is big brother Chen's most loyal fanboy. I know a sister from Hot Pot province, a senior seamstress. Chen Feng hired her and her sisters to customize their combat uniforms, and at that time, I happened to have seen the drawings, and it seems like this is the style they have. Looks like Swordsman Sister is Chen Feng's person. It's already solid. My goddess. Woo. It's not necessarily true. There are many collisions on the road. It's normal to wear the same clothes but not cross paths. That's right. Aren't all combat uniforms like this? I don't think Swordsman Sister has anything to do with Chen Feng. She's just bumping into his men. I say all of you. For this quarrel is interesting. Directly ask the Water Sister is not into it. Brother is right. Sister Water. Do you know Sister Swordsman and the chicken claw crazy she's holding? Are they your boss's men? I'm sorry, I was just in Big Mouth Brothers' live room and didn't look at the moving pictures you guys posted. Sun Miao Miao was full of apologies. Sister Shuei is mighty, so confident that she didn't even look at the battle footage before she dared to say that these 100 or so security brothers are stronger. Immediately after, several netizens posted the moving pictures of Sister Swordsman's sword decapitating the big cat. Seeing the picture, Sun Miao Miao recognized Chen Feng with a single glance, even when the camera angle was so tricky that she couldn't see his face at all. After all, she had often spied on her boss, and both his various angles had been deeply imprinted into her mind. After identifying Chen Feng, she naturally also recognized Lin Xiu, who was holding hands with him. After all, the other party was her family boss's personal bodyguard and driver, and when spying on her boss, she could catch glimpses of the big wheat-colored beauty from time to time. At once, her jealousy rose steeply. You're a driver. What gives you the right to pull my boss's hand? Sister Water, why are you frozen? Swordsman Sister and Chicken Claw Crazy, you recognize it or not? You fucking only Chicken Claw Crazy. Seeing the trashy replies from netizens, Sun Miao Miao's jealousy subsided and her fire rose. But fortunately, she quickly suppressed her anger and said, I'm sorry, the picture isn't too clear and I can't recognize it. But judging from what they're wearing, it can't be ruled out that they're related to my boss, but it could be that they're just bumping into each other. since it was unclear what my own boss was thinking. It was better to say that he couldn't recognize them. Moreover, my own boss was called chicken claw crazy by the netizens, so to prevent my boss from dying socially, it was natural to say even less. Hearing Sun Meow Meow's reply, the crowd was disappointed. After messing around for half a day, it's back to square one. In my opinion, Swordsman Sister is Chen's employee. Definitely not. They're just bumping into each other. There's a lot of those combat uniforms out there. Seeing both sides continue to argue, Sun Meow Meow steered away from the topic. You guys see? I'm not wrong. These 100 or so security big brothers under my boss are all very strong. Right? Indeed very strong. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning are multi-talented. If the Jade Emperor recruits one day, they can all go to perform clouds and make rain. That's true. I originally thought that only Thunderbolt Dharma King could strike thunder, but the big brother who can strike thunder seems to be almost as good as Thunderbolt's 360-degree lightning strike. It doesn't matter if one of them is close, but if 100 of them come together, I'll ask if you're afraid of Thunderbolt. To be honest, Chen Feng's men are really capable, but how can we not see his figure in this shelter? And I haven't seen any news about him lately. He won't be really sucking silver sucking hung up, right? Seeing another person say that her boss hung up, Sun Meow Meow immediately drew out a shiny silver alloy short knife from her waist. Who the hell curses my boss again? Believe it or not, I'll manipulate the knife to cut you now. I don't believe it. Sister Shui, you can still come over along the netline, can't you? Brother, are you stupid? The platform we are using now is owned by Chen's Holdings? I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid of that either. I'm not afraid. Water sister so beautiful. If really come to cut me, I'm not happy enough. Besides, Chen sold Douyin more than 2 months ago. You're the one who's really stupid. Just then, the netizens suddenly swiped the screen. Look guys, what's that? UFO. It seems to be a big honey. What the hell is a big honey? It's a big hornet, okay? I'm sorry, I was going to say big B, but I've typed the word big B too many times before, so I've automatically filled in the blanks. Crap, half a man's height. Bucket-waisted giant hornet. Only to see the screen. A huge demon transformation horsewasp, already revealing its shiny and sharp tail needle, came towards Sun Meow Meow at breakneck speed, wanting to give her a shot. Sister Shui, there's a hornet. Be careful. The hornet is too fast. I'm afraid it's too late. Look at this situation. It seems to be even more fierce than the big cat before. Sister Water is getting cold. At this time of crisis, the netizens are very worried. Sun Meow Meow is still very angry, spraying the netizen. Not the slightest realization of the approaching danger. Did not even look at the hornet from the distance. It's broken. Sister Shui is in a fit of anger. She didn't see the hornet at all. She doesn't seem to be looking at the screen either. It's all because of that idiot, cursing her boss in front of Sister Shui. Is our Sister Shui really finished? Oh, my Shui don't want it. Get out of the way. I'm afraid it's too late. Please all Shui fans, I'm sorry for your loss in advance. However, just as the hornet's tail needle was about to sting her hindquarters, Sun Meow Meow's body hanging in midair suddenly moved. She made a slight sideways turn. Then her hand rose up and the hornet's body instantly separated in half. Due to the close proximity of the camera, a bunch of internal organs also spewed out at once, even splashing onto the camera. Some shallow stomach water friends, if it is not the lack of supplies at the moment, did not eat enough, at least can spray a 2 bowls of rice. Seeing this, netizens frantically swiped the screen. Water sister, this is what you call yourself weak? This is called you only know how to fly? You can't do anything else? There was also the netizen who had just said that Chen Phone was hung up, who also panicked. Sister Shui, I was wrong. Please don't come looking for me with a knife. I sincerely wish your boss a long life. No. Hurrah 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 hurrah. Sun Meow Meow did not care and smiled. I'm just a little bit stronger. Not even close to the rest of my family boss's men. While speaking, Sun Meow Meow didn't stay idle. She probed out with one hand, extremely fast, and gouged out a piece of crystal from the shattered flesh of the hornet, and then she let its limbs do a free fall. Seeing this scene, at once some netizens understood. I know, that big brother next to Swordsman's sister is not chicken claw crazy. He must be fetching that kind of crystals too. Mainly that dude's hand speed is too fast, and it's a long shot. We didn't even see it clearly. I think he must be an expert just by the speed of his hands, which is like chicken claw madness. But why did he grab twice? Could it have been a shadow? Is there a residual shadow with such a high delay? So, this is the difference of the strong. How can we little summer insects say ice? So, this is the difference of the strong. How can we little summer insects say ice? Brother's explanation. Brother's explanation. Bullseye glass. I'm impressed. Sun Meow Meow killed the hornet and looked at the alloy knife in her hand. I didn't expect this hornet to be so hard without bones. Then, she hung high in the air and threw the short knife in her hand towards the ground. Brother Fei, the knife is hacked up. Help me replace it. After the knife came out of her hand, it went very fast, and coupled with her own gravity, the speed was already close to the speed of sound. But Luo Chengfei, who was below, casually grabbed it, and the handle of the knife fell steadily into his hand. Then, he took out a good knife from his waist, threw it upwards. The speed was not the least bit weak, and Sun Miao Miao threw the knife downwards, hundreds of meters in the air in an instant. And Sun Miao Miao also quick eyes and hands, very easy to catch the new knife. Seeing this pass operation, the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. It was only after a long time that they slowly began to brush up the screen. Big Brother security is so strong, thousands of miles to break the clouds. Sister Shui is mighty, she can even catch a knife that fast. Originally, I was worried that if I encountered a large number of flying beasts, only with Sister Shui a flying war correspondent, what to do. Now it seems that I am worried for nothing. Also, the war correspondent, Shui, is not the only one who can fly. Still a war correspondent, Sister Shui is the fighter among reporters. Sun Miao Miao modestly said. Everyone overpraised. In fact, in Shenzhen I have more employees than me, and even many of the employees' families are better than me. Of course, this is also thanks to my boss. Without him, we wouldn't be wearing silver jewelry. After seeing the strength of Chen Feng's group of men, there were quite a few netizens who instantly soured. It's obvious that Chen Feng has long known that the calamity is coming, and knows the way to achieve transcendence. So why didn't he give everyone the word? Even if he said it, you'd still have to believe it. That's right, if he did say it, he might be arrested by the officials, just like that dude who rumored about the end of the world a few months ago. That guy doesn't know in advance, does he? No shit, that guy said Blue Star was going to explode. But did it? Maybe it will explode. What should we do if Blue Star really explodes? What else can we do? We'll die. As Chen Feng predicted the coming calamity, it was already a consensus amongst the crowd. Now that someone had picked up on the previous rumors, they all said that they were panicking in their hearts. However, someone soon spoke up and pacified the crowd. Don't panic, everyone. It's already been established that that Blue Star explosion is indeed a rumor. How do you know? Because that person is a that what how many million. Confidentiality here is not convenient to say. You understand. Ahem, this kind of topic ends here. I don't want my live room to be banned. Seeing the topic discussed by netizens, Sun Miao Miao coughed lightly twice. Sister Shui, it's the end of the world, and the officials still care about this? After the crowd sprayed for a while, the topic returned to Chen Feng. I think Chen Feng and some people are just the same. To put it bluntly, they are selfish. Brothers, this is a bit too much. I think what Chen Feng has done is good enough. That's right, he knew in advance. Why did he do it? That's right, people know in advance. Why should they tell you? Are you related to them? Or do you have an old friend? If I were you, I wouldn't tell anyone. Doesn't it smell good to be muffled? You are a bit extreme. At least Chen Feng has arranged the people in his group properly. Then, a netizen named Old Man Me sent a long message. I say a fair word. In fact, Chen Feng's disposition has been very good. If he said directly, I dare say that not only no one believe, but also may encounter prison. But if really believe, I think the result is likely to be even worse. Will inevitably cause silver crazy, social chaos, may also therefore appear a lot of people who are silver propped up. However, Chen Feng had already, through his way, tried as much as possible to get the people to hoard silver and to wear silver jewelry. If it weren't for him, at such a serious progress of demonization, I don't think we would have had the chance to come to the refuge, safe and comfortable in the water broadcasting room. So even if he has a certain amount of selfishness, he's already better than a lot of people. After all, we can't hold a person to the standards of a saint. Seeing the message, Sun Miao Miao also immediately gave a thumbs up. Old Man Me said it very well. Kudos to you. Shui, didn't it used to be Mama Mia? How did it turn into verbal kudos? You don't even know. Ever since her boss gave her millions of dollars in rewards, she doesn't say moi 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 to her aquatic friends, whether they are male or female. Sister Shui won't be shallowed by Qindong, right? That goes without saying. Seeing the netizens' messages, Sun Miao Miao was first incomparably irritated, but then she was a little delighted. Being misunderstood so much by the netizens, she somehow felt quite happy. Therefore, she didn't immediately open her mouth to retort, but afterward, she thought about it again and still opened her mouth to explain. What are you saying? My boss is a decent man, and keeps at least 2 or 3 meters away from any female, young or old. Saying this, her heart snapped, but he actually held hands with that female driver. But it's not the same as you, Sister Water. Right, you must be very close, very close, very close, right. Seeing Sun Miaomiao's suddenly gloomy face, a group of netizens suddenly tightened their hearts. Sister Shui. I'm sorry. I didn't think through my words just now. Sister Shui. It was me who spoke out of turn just now. I won't do so in the future. Sister Water. You just take me as a fart. I wish Jindong and Sister Shui 100 years of good luck and eternal happiness. Chen Feng Big Brother, invincible in battle, the Lord of Supernatural. When Chang Wu De, 1,000 years, a unity of the world. Many netizens had swiped their screens to apologize, and even kept on complimenting them, as if they had realized a very serious problem. In case Sister Shui and Chen Feng really had that kind of relationship, and then in case Chen Feng was still a careful eye, then if he casually sent a few of his men, they people would have to play through the conference room of the Imperial Capital Security General Administration. There weren't many people in the conference room, but each one of them had the aura of a higher power. Obviously, all of them were important figures in the Great Summer Country. The person at the head was Director General Lu Changqing, and underneath him sat Deputy Director Tan Jitao. Opposite to him, Secretary Wu opened the projection to play a video. The video was none other than Big Mouth's live recording. From the appearance of the big cat until it was taken away by a sword, Lu Changqing extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and pointed at the projection screen. Everyone has seen it, right? Everyone nodded their heads. See, this mutated big cat is very strong. Even the most advanced miniature nuclear bombs can't do anything to it. Unless strategic-level nuclear weapons are used, it can only be guaranteed to exterminate this type of demonic beast. However, if strategic-level nuclear weapons are really utilized, our humanity will be finished. With that, Lu Changqing added. Then, Tan Jitao, who was on the side, said, actually, there are still quite a few demonic beasts with the strength of a big cat, and 90% of the technological weapons at the moment have lost their effect on them. And this is still the early stage of the calamity. As they continue to grow, I'm afraid that it won't be long before even strategic nuclear weapons can't help them. So, in the future, if we want to deal with demons, we can only rely on the silver energizers. That lava giant kid came up with a good name. Let's call it that in the future. Administrator, what do you think? Lu Changqing nodded. Good. Let's call it Silver Energizer in the future. I think it's necessary for the officials to take the lead in creating a management organization for Silver Energizers. After deliberation, the General Security Department all passed. The Daxia General Security Department was completely reorganized to create the Silver Energizer Management Bureau, or the Silver Management Bureau for short. It was responsible for the management and registration of Silver Energizers throughout Grand Xia, as well as the task of eliminating demons and protecting the country. Silver Energizers must be managed by Silver Energizers, so the Silver Administration needs a director. Do you have any recommendations? Lu Changqing opened his mouth and asked. Soon after, one of his subordinates said, Administrator, I think it would be most appropriate for you to take up the position. After all, you are also a Silver Energizer and have rich experience in management. Lu Changqing shook his head. I can't. I only rely on a small amount of silver in our satellite phone before I awakened. Not even the first order of strength. Can't convince the public at all. Like our old guys here. It's okay to be an auxiliary. The director of the general administration must be a strong silver-capable person. Secretary Wu from the opposite side said. I feel that the female swordsman who killed the big cat is not bad. She is strong enough, and she also possesses a similar invisibility, or spatial transfer ability. Do you know who she is? I don't know. The video was taken at a bad angle. I couldn't see the face at all, but based on her dress, it's likely that she's Chen Feng's subordinate. This mustn't be, even the person isn't clear who it is. How are you going to invite it? Besides, even if you know who it is, they won't necessarily do it. Secretary Wu smiled awkwardly and stopped talking for the time being. One of the old men surnamed Wei spoke up. Actually, Li Dongxiang who just joined the official in Guanar City is not bad. The young man has a sense of justice, and I've seen his video. The ability to control thunder and lightning is very strong. And the one with a husky, what's his name? Seems to be quite strong as well. I think he can be counted as one as well. Lu Changqing smiled and said, Elder Wei, you said that the one with a husky is Jia Xiaoyan, known as the lava giant. Yes, that's the one. I feel that this person is not bad. There are quite a few videos with images of him rescuing people. I think his character should be pretty good. When we elect the director, don't we need to have a good character in the first place? The crowd nodded in agreement. However, Lu Changqing's words turned. This Jia Xiaoyan, I had Secretary Wu contact him. He agreed to the official management registration, but he is unwilling to join the official. He set up a giant guild on his own, and I don't know if he has recruited anyone. Self-established power? Will there be any repercussions and destabilizing factors? Someone questioned. Tan Jitao spoke up. No, I don't think he is a person who does wrong. He established a guild. He just wants to report to the group. And the goal of dealing with demons is also the same as our official. There is no conflict. Then Thunderbolt Dharma King Li Dongxian counts as a candidate. Is there any more? Lu Changqing summarized. Xiao Tan, I remember that your daughter has also become a silver energizer. And her awakened judgment ability is so unbelievable that she can be said to be invincible at the same level. I think it's entirely possible to consider electing her to be the director. Wei Lao proposed. Tan Jitao humbly said, Xiaoyao was only at the 2nd rank when she awakened. She is far from Li Doqian's 4th rank, and her potential can't be compared. So it's better to leave her in Guaner to further train and experience. How about that Ice and Fire Queen from the minority clan in the Riceline province? Almost everyone in their clan is a silver energizer. If she were to be the director, their entire clan would be the backbone of my Grand Xia. A middle-aged man wearing glasses suggested. Tan Jitao responded. Blade Baiyu of the minority clan has awakened the dual abilities of ice and fire. Her battle power is quite strong, and she is upright and cynical. Plus almost all of her clan members are silver energizers, so she is indeed very suitable to be the director of the general administration of silver. However, we have already contacted her in advance, and she has agreed to lead her clan to join the Silver Authority, but is only willing to be stationed in the south, and has no intention of becoming the leader of the silver energizers in all of Daxia. The middle-aged man nodded. This is good. With the Sword White Jade clan in place, the southern region of my Grand Xia should be stabilized. Then the middle-aged man added. I remembered. There is also Zhang Wei who has just joined the officials. Although that kid was only of the 2nd order when he was awakened, he has awakened a very heaven-defying time-based psychic ability. I think, if he uses it well, he can even outperform Li Dongqian of the 4th order. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing immediately shook his head. Although that kid Zhang Wei is not weak, he is too childish and not mature enough. He still needs more training and experience before he can be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. After the crowd discussed for a while longer, Tan Jitao threw out his own suggestion. Administrator. In fact, Chen Shilin is the most suitable. It is said that both he and his son are not weak, and have already participated in many rescues of survivors, but also is our old subordinate, knows his roots, and has a high level of ideological awareness, which can definitely ensure that the Silver Authority's route is correct. Upon hearing this, the people in attendance nodded their heads, indicating that this proposal was good. Then, Lu Changqing once again lit a cigarette, took a puff and smiled. Actually, I have a better candidate. Who? Chen Feng. Right now, there are so many people outside who are rumoring that Chen Feng has died due to a silver overdose. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing immediately laughed. Who are you all listening to making things up? I've already spoken to Chen Feng's second uncle. His nephew is alive and well. Although in terms of strength, his second uncle didn't explicitly say so, but I think he's only strong and not weak compared to the other few candidates. Wei Lao shook his head and mused. I don't think that's necessarily the case. From the preliminary statistics so far, silver energizers' absorption of silver has a limit, and it has a lot to do with their own physical quality. As far as I know, Chen Feng is just a pampered college student. Even if he has more silver in his reserves, he can only absorb a little bit of it, or else his life will be in danger. Soon, others also raised their objections. I strongly disagree with Chen Feng taking on the role of chief director. Why? Tell us your opinion. I think he's too selfish, foreseeing such a big deal in advance and not even reporting it to the officials. Lu Changqing then retorted. If he had reported it, would we be able to believe it? Maybe we'll even arrest him and characterize him as having ulterior motives. Then we can find a way to verify it. How can we verify? Unless we wait until the calamity comes. But I can't agree with his approach, knowing such an important matter in advance. He even only thought of himself instead of making it public. Then, Lu Changqing exhaled a smoke ring and said in a serious tone, although I also wish that he had said it in advance and that we had believed it, it would indeed have been a little better for the whole country and its people. But he is under no such obligation, and we cannot moralize against him. In addition, I hope that words like yours, stop here and don't mention it again. In the last sentence, Lu Changqing's tone was obviously much colder. As a national leader who usually smiled and was very approachable, he rarely put on this kind of face. Tan Jitao also went on to add, to be honest, as a young man in his 20s, Chen Feng's ability to do this kind of work is already very good. If he really reported on the officials and the entire population believed it, it might have turned out even worse. After all, human nature is the least able to withstand the test, and it's even possible to start a world war early. Upon hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath, feeling that there was really such a possibility as Tan Jitao had said. It's settled. Chen Feng, chairman of the Chen Group. is the first candidate for the first director of the Silver Energy Directorate. Lu Changqing directly spoke heavily. However, as soon as Lu Changqing's words fell, there was still an immediate rebuttal. But he hasn't shown his face so far, so maybe he hasn't absorbed much silver, and his strength isn't strong at all. Lu Changqing said, even if he's just an ordinary person, he's still the most suitable candidate. I think you've all watched the video of the old city refuge. Those 100 or so security fighters, at a glance, are professionally trained, and all of them have awakened very powerful silver energy. Almost every one of them can rival Thunderbolt Dharma King and the others. Imagine where one could hire such a powerful and well-trained team. I don't think there's a second one besides Chen Feng's men. Furthermore, among the silver energizers who have joined the official ranks now, quite a few of them are from Chen Feng's Chen Group. The Chen Group has branches all over the globe, and the fact that the situation in Daxia is still quite manageable nowadays has a lot to do with that. Even some of the foreign friends, also because of the help of the Chen Group's employees stationed abroad, to be able to live. Think about it, isn't this all due to Chen Feng? If it wasn't for him, would we still be able to sit here so comfortably in a meeting? But, Lu Changqing immediately disliked back. Inviting Chen Feng to be the Director General of the Silver Energy Directorate is nothing more than wishful thinking on my part right now. Whether or not people are willing to do so is still an unknown. Then, Lu Changqing snuffed out his cigarette butt and looked across the room. Secretary Wu, after the meeting, you immediately contact Chen Feng and present our invitation. What if he refuses? If he refuses, remember that he must not be offended. He must be befriended. Ask him what he needs. And without violating the principle, even if he uses the power of the whole country, he must fulfill all his needs. Yes, Administrator. After a moment's pause, Lu Changqing suddenly got up and said, Secretary Wu, you don't need to make contact. I'll personally contact Chen Feng after the meeting. I'm worried that you won't be able to grasp it. When the crowd heard this, their hearts fluttered and they could not help but have some questions. Was Chen Feng really that important? Administrator Lu was the #1 person in Daxia nowadays. It was surprising that he could make him take it so seriously. In the western outskirts of Guaner City, near an indoor zoo, Chen Feng's second aunt, Sun Miaoyun, was wearing a tight black combat suit that displayed her plump figure to the fullest. She was surrounded by all sorts of demonic beasts, at least a dozen of them, including a 1-meter-tall large white rabbit, a piglet-sized hamster, and even a few quadrupeds as tall as elephants, and so on. In the face of these demonic beasts, she was holding a silver alloy short sword, but she only gently swung it occasionally without cutting any of them. It was only upon a closer look that she realized that the dozen or so demonic beasts around her seemed to be following her command, attacking a huge lizard that was as tall as a small 2-story building. Judging from the types of these demonic beasts, all of them should have run out from the nearby indoor zoo. Soon, the huge lizard died from exhaustion under the siege of the many demonic beasts. Sun Miaoyun moved forward with his sword and took out the demon core, leading a group of demonic beasts to continue to fight elsewhere. Right at this moment, Chen Feng and Lin Xiu suddenly appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Sun Miaoyun was violently startled, and the muscles on his body could not help but tighten. In fact, upon seeing Sun Miaoyun face to face, Chen Feng was even more shocked than her. This was because he realized that he actually had the most primal urges towards his second aunt. Chen Feng, you brat is too damn beastly. This is your second aunt, the second aunt who brought you up like a mother. How can you have such nasty thoughts towards her? Chen Feng cursed himself in his heart. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Although after his second aunt had awakened, she appeared younger and prettier than before, and her figure was even more so due to her clothes once again. But as his own nephew, even if he was hungry for more, he wouldn't be like this. Not to mention that he hadn't yet overcome his psychological barrier. When a new ability suddenly awakened, he understood. It was the ability awakened by the second aunt, Charm. It was a very rare spirit-based psychic ability. Spirit-based psychic abilities were very powerful and defensible, although the effect on Chen Feng was only momentary. After all, he was in existence of the 36th rank. Moreover, it seemed that Auntie Tu had only just unintentionally dispersed a little bit of her spiritual influence. If she had gone all out against Chen Feng, the impact might have been more than just an instant. One could imagine how heaven-defying this ability of Auntie Tu was. In the previous life, people had roughly graded their psychic abilities, from F all the way to S. For example, the spatial, temporal, and spiritual psychic abilities were categorized as the highest S grade, and something like Chen Feng's replicated ultravision was merely F ranked. General auxiliary abilities were basically categorized as F rank, while the 5 elements elemental system was categorized as B grade. There were also special elements such as thunder, lightning, light and darkness, which were categorized as A grade. The higher the general ability level, the stronger the strength amongst silver energizers of the same rank. Of course, this grading was not absolute. After all, sometimes auxiliary skills used well could even trump the effects of S-rank psychic abilities. Also, for example, like Dr. Gao's spiritual berserk, it could also be considered as a spiritual ability, but it only worked on oneself, and externally it was only a conscious communication dialogue, so it could be said to be very chicken ribs when it came to combat. At the same time, Chen Feng looked around him. He found that even Sister Chiu, who usually didn't have too many emotional fluctuations, had a slightly puzzled look on her face at this time. She's a woman. She wouldn't have developed an impulse towards Auntie 2 as well, right? However, after he carefully felt the copied ability for a while, he knew that he was overthinking it. An ability like charm, though, didn't just have an effect on the opposite sex, but it would only cause the opposite sex to have that effect. For the same sex, or other creatures, it only had the effect of making them close and obedient. Of course, the effect of seduction was more than that. Just now, Auntie 2 only used it subconsciously, affecting all the surrounding creatures, and the effect was relatively small. If it was used against a certain creature, it could even cause it to hallucinate. And after Chen Feng had copied this ability, it was naturally an upgraded version. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could probably toy with any person or beast, even demons, at will. No wonder in the previous life, when people heard who was a Spirit Series Silver Energizer, they were all terrified of them. With this kind of ability of Auntie 2, as long as it kept improving, it might be possible to form an army of demonic beasts in the future. It seemed that Auntie 2 was safe without having to protect herself. Just thinking about this, Sun Miaoyun hurriedly said, "Little Feng, you guys came just in time. Quickly help me kill all these demonic beasts to save me from wasting silver energy again." As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so demonic beasts were released from mental control. As a master who had copied skills, Chen Feng naturally understood the operation of his second aunt. There was a time limit to Charming's mind control. After a single control, a period of cooling down was required before one could continue controlling the same unit. And in the midst of the control, it also required a constant drain of silver energy to maintain it. If Auntie 2 hadn't left alone before, with the ancient book breathing method he had imparted to her, she definitely wouldn't need his help at this time. Controlling these demonic beasts to kill each other would be fine, or controlling them to commit suicide would be more direct, but that would consume a bit more silver energy. Thinking of this, Chen Feng wanted to use spiritual berserk to share the ancient book breathing method to his second aunt. However, he suddenly stopped in his consciousness. It seemed as if he had thought of something. We can't just pass the method on like this. We need to change the method. Hearing the second aunt's sudden request for help, Chen Feng's heart was delighted. We still have to rely on your great-nephew to step in at the critical moment. With that, Chen Feng and Lin Xiu struck out together. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen demonic beasts were all killed, and all the demonic cores were collected, although none of them were lower than second order, and even more of them were third-order demon cores. But unfortunately, there were no demonic beasts that possessed supernatural abilities and could not get supernatural crystals. But this was normal. After all, it wasn't like the alien energy demonic beasts were rotten goods. Little Feng, thank you, second aunt. We are all family members. What kind of thanks are you saying? I'm not thanking you for helping me kill demonic beasts, but thanking you for letting Xiao Chou force me into the coffin. Then there's no need to thank you. Just let me taste the hand-rolled noodles made by second auntie again later, Chen Feng said with a smile. Sun Miaoyun hooked up the corner of her mouth. Think beautifully, maybe roll out half a caddy of noodle demon for you. That's even better. The little goblin eats it with even more vigor. After the aunt and nephew flirted for a while, Chen Feng said, "Second aunt, come back to the refuge with me so that I can take care of you." "There's no need for you to take care of me." "Then you take care of me. You were weaned long ago." "No, just now that lactating quadruped bared my face." Put. Hearing Chen Feng's words, and then thinking about the image of his hand tearing the poor unimaginable statue bursting its milk just now, Sun Miaoyun instantly laughed. Even Lin Xiu, who had been unsmiling the entire day, couldn't hold back a bit and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up a bit. Then, Chen Feng put away his smile and added in a serious manner, "However, the flavor seems to be quite good. Perhaps this is the perks of being mutated. In the future, it's entirely possible to find more of these mutated for unimaginables, keep them in captivity, and then produce milk for people to eat for food. Alas, I didn't think of this earlier. I should have known to keep these for unimaginables and not kill them. But, if I hadn't killed them just now, I wouldn't have tasted such a delicious flavor." Put. Sun Miaoyun laughed again. "Little Feng, you brat, as usual, stop talking nonsense in a serious manner." "Okay, second auntie, I'm not talking nonsense. I really think like this. Back at the refuge, I'll arrange for people to come out and collect this type of alienated mammals. Chen Feng continued to add, although I've hoarded a lot of supplies, there's always a time when I'm sitting on my ass, so I have to find a way to feed my family. After all, there are so many people in the refuge waiting to eat. Alright, Sun Miaoyun revealed a pleased smile. Your kid has indeed grown up, but you are still so small. Stinky brat, what are you talking nonsense about? Which one of me is small? Have you said this about elders? You don't know shame at all. I mean, you're a frozen goddess. Second aunt, where were you thinking? Hearing the added latter sentence, Sun Miaoyun instantly smiled awkwardly, not expecting that at such an old age. She had thought crookedly. No, she was brought crookedly by this brat. Second aunt. In fact, second uncle didn't do anything to wrong you. He and Lin Qingcha never had a relationship. How is that possible? Then how did Lin Qingcha's child come about? Lin Qingcha was falsely pregnant. Impossible. I don't believe it. Is it possible that your second uncle? He can't find Lin Qingcha now, and specifically found you to swindle me back? Tell you little Feng. Quickly go and tell your second uncle that it's impossible. Seeing that his second aunt did not believe him, Chen Feng directly released the video clip of Lin Xiu taking out Lin Qingcha's simulated meat pad. Then, Chen Feng told his second aunt all about Lin Qingcha designing his second uncle. Alright, then I'll reluctantly go back with you. Then, Sun Miaoyun added, also, turn around and tell your second uncle that I won't forgive him. Second aunt, at least my second uncle is also a victim. Can't you be a little considerate of him? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If he really didn't have any thoughts in his heart, and was confident enough, he could have been pinned by that bitch Lin Qingcha. Although Auntie Tu's mouth was still hard, but from her expression, it could be seen that her heart was actually already beautiful. Before even entering the shelter, Chen Feng utilized his ultravision to discover a person sneaking around outside the shelter. The other party was a 20-something-year-old autodidact who was holding a high-powered telescope and looking towards the shelter neighborhood. Then, he left behind his second aunt and Lin Xiu, and went ahead himself. A few instantaneous movements, plus a palm wind, instantly subdued the self-curled child. Who sent you? Seeing that the other party did not answer, he directly ripped off one of the other party's arms with one hand. Speak, or I'll kill you. I am an official person. You can't kill me. Self-explanatory Roll's voice was a little shaky. Say, who is it? It's Administrator Zhao. Which Zhao administrator? Zhao Changhe, the deputy administrator of the Braised Face Province Security Department. He asked me to monitor every move in the refuge. Good. As soon as the words left his mouth, his opponent was burnt to a crisp by Qin Feng's hand, which was the fire-based psychic ability he had copied from Chang Si earlier. Entering the shelter, Chen Feng saw that 1.7 meters, the most familiar handsome fatty at a glance. Wasn't this kid taken away by second uncle? How did he appear here? Only to see that Chen Rui was chatting with a few tall, outstanding-looking young women. From time to time, he even mooched a bit of oil, but the women all wore smiles and didn't resent it in the slightest. These few women Chen Feng recognized. They were the employees of the Qin Group's public relations department. Now they should all be silver energizers as well. After all, later on, Chen's employees were required to wear silver jewelry. Rui, hearing Chen Feng's voice, Chen Rui immediately loosened his hand on a beautiful woman's shoulder and jogged his ass over. Brother, I really love you. He was so excited that he was about to give Chen Feng a big hug. Chen Feng looked disgusted and raised his foot to give a false kick to keep his distance. Step aside, Chen Feng asked. Didn't second uncle take you away? Why are you back again? Chen Rui explained. My dad is still a bit uneasy about my little green tea mom, and the little brother in her belly, and asked me to come back to see if you brought her back. She should be gone. No need to look for her anymore. Ha, gone? Chen Rui was a bit surprised. Originally, I was thinking that I would give birth to my little brother later and bully him properly to balance my mind. After all, you bullied me for so long as a child. Then, Chen Feng told Chen Rui what Lin Qingcha had done as well. Brother, what you did was so right. For her kind of woman you need to do this. It's just a pity that the ugly cat was a bit ineffective. It didn't completely tear her apart. Chen Rui gritted his teeth for a while before starting again. Brother, I really love you. Speak human words. Brother, I've really gotten better. Chen Rui's words just fell. Next to him came a voice that was familiar and very shocking to him. Who are you fighting with? Looking along with the voice, when he saw the visitor, Chen Rui's fat body trembled and immediately turned into a well-behaved white rabbit, smiling awkwardly. Mom, you're here too. After greeting her, Chen Rui continued to explain. I mean, one of my awakened abilities is night battle, so I wanted to find demonic beasts to battle at night to verify how strong this ability is. Make it up. Keep making it up for me. Sun Miaoyun coldly grimaced. You brat. Don't think that I don't know what you did in the past. In the future, don't interact with those unsavory women anymore. Hurry up and find me a serious girlfriend is the right thing to do. I know. Mom, I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Chen Rui immediately found an excuse to run away. His chubby body did not appear bulky at all. Soon, Luo Chengfei rushed to meet him with 100 of his men. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. Brother Fei, wait a moment, I'm going to take a call first. The phone connected. Hello, Chen Feng, this is Lu Changqing from the Daxia Security General Administration. The muffled voice of a middle-aged man came from the handset of the cell phone, yet it sounded very amiable, giving off a sense of approachability. Administrator Lu. Hello, I've heard my second uncle talk about you. Although the person on the other line was the most pivotal figure in all of Daxia, Chen Feng's emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest and he continued to speak very calmly. He continued. I wonder what you're looking for me for. It's not because you want to take my refuge into the official coffers again and unify its management, is it? He still had a better understanding of Lu Changqing. This big shot. He knew very well that the other party would never make such a request, but he still wanted to mention it to see what reaction the other party had. If the reaction was good, it would be enough for that surnamed Zhao to drink a pot of water. How you want to use your self-built refuge and to whom you want to use it is entirely your freedom. Even the officials have no right to interfere. I think this must be some people's personal behavior. There was no surprise in Lu Changqing's tone, but rather an affirmation of Chen Feng's words, and inquired, who contacted you to take over the refuge in a unified manner? Zhao Changhe, the deputy director of the Braised Face Provincial Security Department. Although this is just his personal behavior, I still want to apologize to you on behalf of the officials. Lu Changqing's tone was sincere. Don't worry, after hanging up the phone I'll order that he be removed and investigated. Then, Lu Changqing stated the reason for the call. Chen Feng, now that Daxia has established the Silver Energizer Administration, it needs a strong and highly prestigious leader. I sincerely invite you to join the officialdom to come and serve as the director of the Silver Administration. Chen Feng smiled. My second uncle and cousin have already joined the officialdom. I'll forget about it. Even if I serve in ancient times, I don't have to leave a male member for the family, right? Although Chen Feng's tone was casual, Lu Changqing understood that he was refusing, and there was no room for maneuver. It doesn't matter if you don't join the official. Feel free to mention whatever you need. The official will fulfill your needs as much as possible. Chen Feng said in his heart, worthy of being Lu Changqing. The other party clearly wanted to seek his help, but now he didn't mention a word about it, and even asked me if I need it, but the stance was indeed put very low. Needs are not necessary. Chen Feng then stopped beating around the bush and continued, although I don't join the officials, I can cooperate with them. Lu Changqing instantly became interested. How to cooperate? Willing to hear more? I can provide the 10 theories of silver energy, which includes many notes on dealing with demonic beasts and devils, as well as how to prevent items from demonization and so on. This way, you officials can take many fewer detours and minimize your losses. In addition, I can also provide a set of breathing techniques for absorbing demonic cores. The breathing method was naturally Dr. Gao's version. Even if he had absolute control over the ancient book breathing method, he did not want to spread it too much. In fact, Chen Feng had long had the idea of handing these over to the officials. He still understood the reasoning behind the death of the lips and the teeth. After all, with the officials in the front blocking him, he could also relax a bit. And again, the Daxia official was the most trustworthy organization. In the midst of the end times, he needed such a strategic partner. And now he could also take advantage of the opportunity to make a big profit. Why not? This is exactly what we need most at the moment. What do you need the officials to provide for you? Lu Changqing asked. 500,000 tons of special steel, 10,000 tons of rare earth, the most advanced alloy manufacturing production line including the core technology, and 30% of all demon cores seized by the official within the first month of the calamity. Steel rare earths as well as alloy manufacturing technology. I can promise you all of them, but the demon core is currently the only strategic material for silver energizers to enhance their strength. Isn't 30% a bit too much? After all, there are quite a lot of silver energizers joining the official government right now, and they also desperately need to absorb the demon cores. Can't the demon cores be a little bit less? How about reducing it by 10%? 10% can't be less. Seeing that Lu Changqing did not reply immediately, Chen Feng added, Administrator Lu, actually, I want 30%, not much at all. If I'm not mistaken, right now, your official silver energizers are still absorbing demonic cores orally, right? Not bad. What's the problem? There's a big problem. Using the stomach to absorb. At most, you can only absorb less than 10% of the energy in the demon core, and you'll even explode and die if you're not careful. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing on the other end of the phone's face changed. The situation was indeed like this. Chen Feng continued, and this breathing method I'm offering you can completely increase the absorption rate to 40%, and without any toxic side effects. If you don't believe me, you can ask my second uncle. Although his second uncle was bent on serving the country, he still had great respect for this nephew of his, and was not the type of person who completely disregarded his family for the public good. Chen Feng wants to get some benefits from the official. His second uncle is also supportive. After all, it is a trade in cooperation, and can't let his own family lose money for the sake of the country. No need to ask. I believe you. Deal. Lu Changqing was also very dry. He knew that the 30% that Chen Feng said could not be lowered further. There was no need to haggle. After all, he did not want to offend Chen Feng. Moreover, a 40% absorption efficiency, as long as the amount of 30% for a month, it was indeed a profit. It was just that he didn't know that the official in a month's time would have the ability to research this level of breathing method. And with the silver energy top 10 theory, it might be even faster. In fact, he kind of regretted the counteroffer just now, but it was impossible not to counteroffer. After all, the current demon core was a very important strategic resource. Even if it was 30%, he was still heartbroken, as if he was cutting meat. Deal. For Lu Changqing's character, Chen Feng was still very much recognized, so naturally he did not need to worry that he would renege on his debt. Of course, with his current strength, even if the other party reneged on the debt, he was fully capable of claiming it at his door. Then, Lu Changqing asked, Chen Feng, what do you think about having your second uncle be the head of the general administration of silver management? You're the leader. You call the shots. Chen Feng said casually, but in his heart, he could not help but admire. Worthy of being Lu Changqing, in order to tie himself to the officials, he did not hesitate to give the position of director to his second uncle. But this also made sense. After all, the second uncle would have been the best candidate for the director. Surely in Lu Changqing's mind as well. This kind of smooth water favor. The surname Lu played very well. Ah, good. Then your second uncle will be appointed as the chief director. My cousin don't arrange to go to the imperial capital. Staying in Guanair's Silver Authority is quite good. No problem. Just do as you say. Lu Changqing was thunderous, and just after hanging up the phone, he immediately ordered that Zhao Changhe be removed from his post and investigated, never to be employed. Guanair City Center Shelter. In the refugee hall, Zhao Changhe sat in a narrow corner with a gloomy face, surrounded by almost full of people, and the kind of sour stench of humans who hadn't bathed for a long time permeated everywhere. It was already suffocating enough to stay in the narrow management room, but now I have to squeeze in with this group of refugees. When he thought about this, his heart was overwhelmed with indignation. He chewed on his back teeth viciously, and the horizontal flesh on his face trembled. Good you Chen Feng, I haven't even made a move on you yet, but you struck first, causing me to lose all my power. In fact, he didn't realize that Chen Feng had merely mentioned it casually, at random. I can't get the sanctuary, so you don't want it either. Then, he said to a 17 or 18-year-old, clean-looking girl beside him, Xiao Tu, let's go. Yes, Godfather. Soon, they arrived at a vacant lot on the outskirts of the city. Following Zhao Changhe, there were more than a dozen other people, all of whom were silver energizers and were obedient to him. If Chen Feng was here, he would have realized that his good shepherd brothers, Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba, were even standing among them. Xiao Tu, do it! Zhao Changhai gave an order, and the girl Xiao Tu immediately waved her hands around, and a moment later, a very sturdy-looking earth fortress rose up from the ground. Afterward, he slowly walked to the edge of the earth fort and heavily patted the sturdy earth fort's outer wall, finally revealing a smile. Very good. This will be our stronghold from now on. Entering the earth fort, he took out his satellite phone. Hello, Mr. Cameron. I need a small-range high-explosive nuclear bomb with a kill radius of 1 or 2 kilometers. Can you get it? Ha ha, Changhe Zhao. My friend, if you are asking for large strategic nuclear weapons, I can't really do anything about it. But I do have small ones. How many? 2. I just happened to get them from the big dog country in the HDD zone some time ago. Although this kind of nuclear bomb is small, the center power definitely exceeds that of a large strategic nuclear weapon. 2 is enough. But how do I transport them over? Your Daxia customs are too strict. I'll send someone to pick it up. If he put it aside in the past, foreign weapons would definitely not be able to enter Daxia. But now that the end of the world had arrived, the refugees couldn't even be saved. So Zhao Changhe wasn't worried about the transportation problem in the slightest. Good, but this time I need demon cores, or living materials to trade. No problem. Guanair Old City Refuge. Brother Fei, what have the black pigs been up to lately? Luo Chengfei smiled awkwardly and said, Dong Chen, this black pig is too chicken thief. Right now, except for a few big ones, they are all hiding inside various shelters such as houses, and in the periphery it has also laid out guard posts. As long as the scouting drones fly over, they will soon be shot down, and it is simply impossible to figure out their reality. As expected, the black pig's spiritual intelligence was no different from a human's nowadays. It's alright, Brother Fei, you've already done a good job. Just turn around and I'll do some scouting on my own. Chen Feng comforted. He had the help of his ultravision, so as long as he wanted to, he could probe the situation at the black pig's place in a matter of minutes. Then, Luo Chengfei and 100 brothers, together, guided Chen Feng to an open space. The open space was where the G7 power armor was parked. At this moment, there was a large portion of mechs that were hand-carrying customized longswords against each other. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng nodded slightly. Sure enough, this was currently the most advanced civilian mecha, the mechanical handheld longsword, and its strength could at least match that of a second-order silver energizer. Moreover, the endurance was very strong. A miniature nuclear fusion battery could maintain a high-load battle for at least a month. Although with his current ability, getting a military mech was not a problem. However, most of the military mechs did not have robotic hands and could not hold silver swords, but rather, they were conjoined machine guns or missile launchers, etc., which were not practical for dealing with demonic beasts and devils, and could not inhibit the demonization of their corpses and limbs. Then, Luo Chengfei explained, Chen Dong, after the brothers awakened, they can completely crush the power armor by their own strength, so they can't use it at all. The flying backpacks are quite practical. The brothers don't have any flying skills, and when they encounter flying demonic beasts, the backpacks can completely make up for the shortboard. So now I've specially picked out over 100 group employees and family members to train them to use the mecha. They are all slightly weaker silver energizers, as well as more resourceful ordinary people. There are no disobedient ones, right? Chen Feng asked. Not for the time being, they are all very well behaved. After all, there are quite a few refugees outside the walls. They have seen how hard it has been, and they are afraid of being thrown out. At this time, Chen Feng noticed Luo Chengfei's waist. Empty. Where are your sabers? The bones of the demonic beasts are too hard. The knives are all ruined. But fortunately, the brothers are strong enough to handle it by tearing it all with their hands. But it would have been easier if they had a weapon in hand. The problem of the knife is also in Chen Feng expected. After all, they used the silver alloy knife. All is rushed some time ago, and practical alloy technology cannot. This was also the reason why he had traded with the officials to amalgamate the technology as well as the production line. However, even if the current best alloy of Blue Star, it would still have to kneel when encountering a powerful demonic beast or demon. Therefore, there was still a need for the silver energizer, and East Wind, to step in before everything was truly ready. Thus, Chen Feng asked, Brother Fei, amongst the brothers, has anyone awakened the ability to empower weapons? No, only one brother was awakened to the empowerment ability, but it was only to empower medicines, which could greatly enhance the effectiveness of the medicine. Yesterday, there was a company employee's leg, which was scratched by a demonic beast, and then used that brother's empowered Yunnan Baiyao powder, and only after a short while of effort, the wound was completely healed. The silver energizer who had not empowered his weapon was also expected by Chen Feng. After all, this kind of person was too rare, and he had only heard of two in his last life. One was a woman from one of the minority clans in the Miline province, and the other was Lu Yan, the one he had sent his twin sisters to keep an eye on. Since among his own brothers, no one had awakened the weapon empowerment, there was a great need to take Lu Yan under his wing. In the post-apocalyptic world, a weapon-empowered person could be called a weaponsmith, and definitely belonged to the existence of a strategic weapon. Beheading demonic beasts and devils had to use silver alloy weapons so as to inhibit the demonization of the corpses after death, but it was only an inhibition and could not be truly eradicated. This will require the weapon empowered by the silver alloy weapon to strengthen. Strengthened weapons will be harder and sharper on the demon to produce greater damage, and it can prevent the demonization of corpse limbs completely, just like the role of the silver-empowered person's direct strike. After strengthening the weapon, in addition to the material strength is stronger. Occasionally there will be additional attributes, let's say additional water, fire and lightning strikes and so on, but the probability of this is very small. Therefore, with this kind of empowered weapon, even ordinary people would have the possibility to deal with demons, and the damage of the mechs would also be drastically increased. Thinking of this, Chen Feng immediately contacted the sweet-voiced twin sisters. Kaching, how's it going over there at Lu Yan? Brother Feng really anticipates things like God. Sister Lu Yan's entire family encountered a demonic beast siege and fell into danger. My sister and I took the first official step to save them. Good. Good job. How is her attitude? Very good. Now that we have become good sisters, she is also very happy to join you. Well done. Lu Yan is someone who knows how to repay her kindness. In her last life, she was saved by the official and then joined the official service. In this life, she is mine. Alright, be safe on your way back. Brother Fei, count up all the weapons that the brothers are good at, and I'll make sure to send you a set of the most handy weapons when I turn around. Good. Then, Chen Feng continued to inquire about the situation of these 100 brothers. At that moment, Luo Chengfei was of the 5th rank, and the rest of the 100 brothers were all at least 3rd rank warriors, with most of them reaching the 4th rank, although it couldn't be compared to the ones that came out of the villa. Such a force, at the beginning of the calamity, would be able to sweep away almost all other forces. As he spoke, Chen Feng suddenly realized that he had actually awakened a new ability. Soon he landed his sight on a young brother in his early 20s. You, come over here. The little brother immediately trotted over and said with a smile on his face, Hello, Dong Chen. If I remember correctly, your name is Ma Dong, right? Hearing Chen Feng call the right name, Ma Dong became even more excited and elated, nodding his head in a hurry. Yes, I'm Ma Dong. Please do as Chen Dong commands. Do you see my strength? Upon hearing this, Ma Dong immediately felt apprehensive, his chest fluttering as if he were jumping out. Yes, sorry, Dong Chen. I am just a little curious. It's okay, I don't mean to blame you. I just want to know, do you see my cultivation strength? Seeing Chen Feng's gentle tone, Ma Dong was no longer nervous and his tone was much smoother. Can't tell. What about the others? All of them, including the lady beside you. Then he lowered his voice. 9th rank warrior, right? Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. He knew that the other party was talking about Sister Chiu. This Madden's ability was to tell the exact cultivation strength of the other party as far as the eye could see. Even though he was only at the 3rd rank, he was able to tell Sister Chiu's specific strength, which meant that this ability of his was very good, and could be completely used to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. Whereas he couldn't see his own strength, it could be that his own cultivation strength was too weak, or that he was so special that no one would be able to spy on him. After all, only himself was a 36th order silver energy warrior. As Ma Dong returned to the team, the surrounding brothers whispered their greetings. Awesome, Ma Dong. Even Dong Chen took the initiative to look for you. Ma Dong, what did Dong Chen say to you? Ma Dong did not answer, but instead revealed a look of adoration inside. In the future, don't ever disobey a hint of Dong Chen. You must be loyal. What's wrong with you? Are you not sick in the head? We were already very loyal to Chen Dong. What do you mean by this? I know what some of you think in your hearts. You must think that Chen Dong, a college student, must not be as strong as us after awakening. After all, that was what Ma Dong thought before. Otherwise he wouldn't have been curious about Chen Feng's strength. He continued, You guys know about my abilities. How is Chen Dong's strength? As expected, many people were very curious. Unpredictable, Ma Dong continued to add. I think he can destroy all of us, including Brother Fei, with just one move. I'm really glad that we're working under Chen Dong. We're already lucky to be alive in this kind of post-apocalyptic world. Thank you Dong Chen for giving us such an opportunity. Many people were silently lamenting in their hearts. Chen Feng was in a good mood as the supernatural ability of Ma Dong came at the right time. He immediately utilized his supervision and looked in the direction where the black pig was. As expected, this seeing cultivation ability of Ma Dong's could also be used in conjunction with his ultravision. His vision drew a little bit closer. The first thing he saw was the outer guard post. The strength of the sentry demonic beasts was not weak. The lowest were all 2nd-ranked demonic beasts. He was surprised to find several that possessed exotic energy crystals in their bodies, indicating that they must be demonic beasts with exotic energy. Perhaps these were the ones Fei had mentioned, the demonic beasts that could jerk off. However, according to Ma Dong's description of his abilities, he could only feel the demonic cores, but not the ectoplasmic crystals. The reason why Chen Feng would know about it was because of the demonic beasts that Luo Chengfei and the others had killed. 3 exotic energy crystals had also popped out. It so happened that one of them was the one that Ma Dong had dealt with, and at that time, he did not feel the presence of the exotic energy crystals. As expected, as long as the alien energy was copied by him, it would definitely be strengthened. His gaze continued to move forward and he soon spotted the black pig's figure. It was hiding in a large warehouse. After all, with its 6-meter-tall body, normal houses could not accommodate it. He didn't expect that in just a few days, the black pig had already reached the 5th rank, and it was just a step away from the 6th rank, so maybe it would break through in the next 2 days. After all, at the early stage of the calamity, the mysterious factors in this heaven and earth that were favorable to demonic beasts were the most dense. plus swallowing each other could also enhance their strength. Therefore, at the initial stage, the probability of demonization of humans, as well as demonization of items would be a bit higher, and after that, it would gradually level off, especially after humans grasped certain laws. These similar changes almost no longer appeared. Unsurprisingly, the black pig's body also had an exotic energy crystal, and Chen Feng could see that it was an exotic energy crystal with a huge potential, and was by no means comparable to the one in the ugly cat's body before. Among the demonic beasts that followed the black pig, there were even 2 large scorpions of the 6th rank, and it was obvious that they also had exotic energy crystals in their bodies, but they were at the beck and call of the black pig. This showed that what the black pig possessed was definitely a very powerful supernormal ability. On the outside of the warehouse were several small mountain-like 4th-rank demonic beasts, hidden in the surrounding houses. There were all those that did not enter the rank to the 4th rank. What with the ants, centipedes, roosters, hens, ducks, and sheep, all kinds of demonic beasts of a wide variety. The number was simply uncountable. At the very least there must be tens of thousands. Moreover, the surrounding demonic beasts were still continuously converging towards the black pig. It was obvious that many of the surrounding demonic beasts knew that a kingly leader had appeared here, and were ready to follow it all the way across the country, eating fragrant food and drinking spicy food. But what they didn't know was that their nightmare would soon arrive. Seeing the situation of the demonic beasts, Chen Feng did not have the slightest fluctuation in his heart. This was because it was useless even if their numbers were high. After all, the quality was there. As long as there was enough time, Sister Chiu alone would be able to take care of these demonic beasts. Of course, the prerequisite was Sister Chiu, who had cultivated the ancient book breathing method. If she did not have such an awesome breathing technique, even Chen Feng would have to weigh it up and would need to think of some strategies to deal with them. But now with the help of the ancient book breathing method, there was absolutely no need to worry about the silver energy renewal. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "Brother Fei, I just looked at the black pig situation. There are quite a few demonic beasts in the surrounding area that are now gathering towards it. I expect that in 2 more days at most, they will launch an attack on the sanctuary. Shouldn't we take the initiative to attack while they're gathering and have no defense?" Luo Chengfei proposed. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. "No need. It's too troublesome to spread out like that. Look at the way they are surrounding the city. They definitely want to attack us. When they take the initiative to get together, it's just the right time to give them a potpourri." Thinking about how many exotic crystals there were under the black pig, Chen Feng's heart was very happy. With this wave of leaks cut, Chen's overall strength can definitely be raised by a large margin. However, right at this moment, a woman's crying sound suddenly came from not far away. "Chen Feng, you bastard. You're the one who caused my parents to die. It's all because of you. My parents died." Chen Feng was baffled by what he heard. He looked at the sound and saw a woman in her 20s, with an upper middle range appearance and figure, running towards him crying and shouting. Beside her was an older boy of 16 or 17 years old, who was forcefully tugging on her arm, whispering, "Sis, let's go back. Don't look for trouble." However, the woman did not listen at all, and her strength was still incredibly strong, throwing the boy beside her away and continuing to run towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng could tell at a glance that both of them were silver energizers, while the older boy was just not in the rank. The female was a 3rd-ranked warrior, and could be considered the top of the line in the entire group. After all, she was not someone that Chen Feng had specifically cultivated, just a random fish thrown in the pool. Yet, she was comparable to the 100 security brothers that he valued so much, showing that she was still extraordinary. Then, a few more men and women came after her, pulling her to a stop. However, her mouth did not stop, still shouting indignantly, "Chen Feng, you son of a bitch, you harmed my parents. You shall not die." The woman in front of him was named Fluffy, and Chen Feng's impression of her was quite impressive, because when he had given the order to the entire company's staff to all wear silver jewelry, she was the one with the loudest voice of opposition, and it was also like today, blocking the door of the chairman's office and clamoring. And after he said that as long as the requirement to wear silver jewelry will increase wages, and can be a large proportion of the reimbursement of silver jewelry spending, she is the most supportive one. Hate to wear a body full of several dozens of pounds of silver jewelry in front of Chen Feng, hoping to give the old boss to leave a good impression, meaning, "Look, I'm more obedient." Chen Feng pressed his temper and calmly asked, "How did your parents die?" "You killed them," Fluffy yelled. "How did her parents die?" "Who knows, tell me." The few men and women who were pulling her around Fluffy were her closer co-workers, and there were quite a few other co-workers who were onlookers in the distance. There must be some among these people who knew the situation. Sure enough, a young woman beside Plush said, "Dong Chen. Her parents were demonized due to not wearing the silver jewelry, and then in order to protect herself she killed her parents with her own hands, so she is very sad in her heart, so please don't talk to her in general. Mard, you're sad and looking for me to take it out on you? I clearly did say that employees' family members should also wear silver jewelry. Why didn't you give it to your parents? Chen Feng questioned. This time, Plush finally answered. You clearly knew that the end times were coming long ago, so why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said it earlier, I definitely wouldn't have prevented my parents from wearing silver jewelry. This person was so damn cheap. Obviously it was his own fault, but he liked to blame others. You have to believe me even if I say it. Then, the co-workers next to Fluffy also persuaded. Fluffy, although Chin Dong is not mandatory for the family members of the employees, he did emphasize again and again before to let the family members wear silver jewelry as well, saying that it is beneficial. So, you shouldn't blame Chen Dong's. Plush ignored his colleague's persuasion and still yelled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you're the one who harmed my parents. The end times are upon us. Why did you give them the word but not us? As he spoke, he pointed at Luo Chengfei and the other 100 people not far away. Chen Feng grimaced and said in a cold voice, previously, I didn't tell anyone about the calamity in order to avoid unnecessary confusion. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. As soon as his words fell, without waiting for Fluffy to open his mouth, a few small security guards directly stepped forward. This lady, Dong Chen is right. He never gave us a word about the end times coming before. Fluffy immediately asked back. Then why don't you guys ask him why he let you guys wear silver jewelry? In case it's harming you guys. Whatever Dong Chen says, we do. It's as simple as that. That's only because your family hasn't been victimized by him to make it so easy to say. This lady, please don't be bloodthirsty. This is originally your own fault. Not going to be thankful to Dong Chen for letting you survive in the end times is just fine. How can you still go and resent him? Hearing the rhetorical question from one of the little brothers, Fluffy completely exploded. Her eyes rounded with rage as she stared at Chen Feng, and suddenly she shook with a tremor, shaking all the people around her who were pulling her away. I want revenge. Chen Feng, you go to hell. Immediately, a black flame erupted from her mouth. Seeing this, Chen Feng's gaze condensed black fire. The black flame was very terrifying, belonging to a very special dark ability. It was classified as a Class A ability along with light, thunder, wind, etc., second only to the time-space department and other abilities, and was powerful and unrivaled. Black fire cannot be extinguished, as long as the stain on a little, will be able to turn the whole person into nothingness, and the process is incomparably painful, as if the lynching general. However, in the face of such a powerful supernatural ability, his face was full of confidence, without the slightest intention to dodge, letting the black fire come to attack. However, Lin Xiao beside him moved. The silver sword in her hand instantly appeared and blocked in front of Chen Feng. The black fire was immediately dispersed by the sword. At the same time, Chen Feng utilized his spiritual berserk and gave Lin Xiao the order. Do it! Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao's figure disappeared. In the next second, Fluffy's chest was pierced through by the silver sword, and he died on the spot. Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. How did this person come over? How is it that with a distance of over 10 meters, she arrived in the blink of an eye? Does she know how to instantly move? Simply terrifying. Luckily I was obedient and didn't go against Dongchen. The crowd was all shocked in their hearts, but none of them opened their mouths. Sis, only the older boy beside Fluffy shouted out hysterically. Chen Feng could see a faint trace of untraceable resentment in his eyes. He swept his gaze around the week and spoke faintly. I don't wish for this type of incident to happen again in the future. When the crowd saw Chen Feng's gaze, they were all silenced, with only Fluffy's brother still hugging the corpse and crying. Soon, Plush's younger brother put away his tears, as well as the faint trace of hatred, and slowly walked over to Chen Feng. I'm sorry, Dong Chen, for causing you trouble. The Plush younger brother's tone was sincere. You don't resent me? Chen Feng looked at him with interest. It was my sister who was at fault first, and afterward, she even took a shot at you. I don't blame you for her death. The Plush younger brother's face was calm, and he could not see the slightest bit of sadness. What is your name? Chen Feng asked. Fluffy. Good. Not bad. Chen Feng gently patted his shoulder. Although you are still young, as long as you do a good job, I will not treat you poorly. Thank you, Dong Chen. Chen Feng's hand did not take it away, but continued to rest on Malian's shoulder, as if he had been a good friend for many years. What kind of psychic ability have you awakened? Can you display it for me to see? Yes. With that, he looked towards Lin Xiao. This sister, can you lend me this long sword in your hand? He surprisingly remained calm in the face of the person who had decapitated his sister, a far cry from his previous hysteria. Lin Xiao quickly rebuffed. No, it's fine to lend me the sword on your waist. Good. The long sword in her hand was a manifestation of Lin Xiao's own silver energy, which would soon disappear in the hands of someone else. And the sword at her waist was built before the calamity, and was no longer useful to her at the moment. Lin Xiao removed her sword and handed it forward. Just before the plush could touch the sword unexpectedly disappeared in thin air. Seeing this, a few of Fluffy's co-workers around her all exclaimed in shock. Fluffy, how did you do that? Fluffy smiled without immediately answering. As a high school student, even though he had a good heart, he was still not immune to clichés. To be able to reveal himself as a saint in front of people, it was definitely necessary to sell a secret and pretend for a while. And the moment he struck out, Chen Feng had already figured out his bottom line, and at the same time raised the hand that was resting on his shoulder. During his previous exchange with Luo Chengfei and the others, he had copied some more practical abilities, and tested out that it wasn't necessary to cast an ability on him for him to be able to copy the target's ability. Rather, when he was copying the target's ability to cast an ability, as long as he was in physical contact with the other party, he was also able to copy the ability. It was only after several people around him had asked for a while that Will slowly spoke. I have a space that can be used to store items. How big is your space? Chen Feng asked. The woolen thread faced Chen Feng, his smile stuttering as he replied very respectfully. It's not very large, only the usual size of a 10 square meter room. Although he spoke modestly, Chen Feng could still see some self-satisfaction in his heart. But what he didn't know was that the space that Chen Feng had replicated was large enough to rival a super-large sports arena, and was more than a circle larger than the bird's nest in the imperial capital. I think this space of yours, it should be more than just the function of storing items. Isn't there any other function? Let's say, is it able to absorb some damage and take in bullets that are shot at it? Upon hearing this, Wool's heart was shocked. He originally did not want to expose this ability of the space, but he never expected that the other party would be able to guess this aspect of his ability. Thus, he did not hide it anymore. He nodded. It is true that I have the ability to absorb damage, but the core of it is still collecting items. Before the opponent's physical attack reaches close enough, I can then collect it into space. I have previously collected a stone thrown by a monkey demon. Good. Then I'll have someone test it out, okay? Good. Brother Fei, fetch some stones and throw them at him, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Dong Chen. At the same time, Chen Feng used spiritual berserk to secretly give Luo Chengfei an explanation. First use half of his power, then increase it by half and half. Because he had also replicated this ability of Wool, he was very clear that space had a limit to the injection of external force, and one of Luo Chengfei's awakened abilities was super strong arm strength. Even if he threw stones with half successful force, the power was still comparable to a sniper bullet. Luo Chengfei immediately picked up some small stones, took out one and threw it towards the Wool. The speed of the stone is extremely fast, the blink of an eye. It is about to hit the body of the Wool, but suddenly disappeared. However, it could be seen that the hairline's face was a bit ugly, even his body stumbled backward, and the corner of his mouth slightly overflowed a trace of blood. Stop! Chen Feng immediately called for a stop. It was true that silver energizers who did not enter the rank were still too weak. Even the stone thrown by Luo Chengfei with 0.5% of his strength had already reached the limit of his spatial stowage. If Luo Chengfei was allowed to directly put out 10% of his force, even if the Wool didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured. But this skill of his is genuinely good, and I don't know what my spatial limit of stowage is. I can find Sister Chiu to try it out later. In the space of this ability, the flow of time is basically static, which ensures that food never spoils. Therefore, this ability can be attributed to the combination of the space system and the time system, so you can imagine how precious it is. However, this spatial ability could not be forced to take in living things. If one wanted to take a person in, one needed to ask for the other person's consent, and could only do so if they did not resist. If this spatial ability had the ability to forcefully take in living things, with the faintly unrecognizable viciousness of the hairline just now, Chen Feng had no doubt that he would have definitely taken in him and Lin Xiao just now, instead of Pei Jian. This hairline was lucky to have awakened such a powerful spatial ability. After all, according to his strength of not entering the rank, the amount of silver absorbed must be very little, and he normally would not awaken too strong an ability. Then, Chen Feng hurriedly sprinted a few steps and came to the side of Fluffy. Concerned, Fluffy, is everything alright? It's fine, just a small injury. Dongchen need not worry. Good, well done. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and looked at Luo Chengfei again. Brother Fei, give me 5 sandwich breads. Soon, Luo Chengfei sent someone to bring bread. At the moment, a nest egg was a strategic resource, let alone bread, and it was also sandwich bread, which was only available here in Chen Feng's place. Chen Feng took the bread and stuffed it into Mao Lian's arms. Mao Lian, this is a reward for you. Thank you, Dong Chen. Mao Lian gulped at once. He hadn't eaten bread for a while as well. Then, Chen Feng scanned the weak and looked at the crowd. I've always been one to distinguish between rewards and punishments. Rewarding those who have done something, punishing those who have done something, and beheading those who are guilty. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the woolly threads with bread in their arms, and then at Fluffy's corpse, and their hearts snapped. Soon, a few brainiacs took the lead in opening their mouths and flattering Chen Feng, and then the crowd followed suit. Words like far-sightedness, open-mindedness, good leadership, and great deeds were endless. What's more, there were people who said that he would definitely become a bright lord in the future. For this kind of flattery, he also left ear into the right ear more out. Listen to a fun. Then, he instructed the crowd. All disperse. Dong Chen, can my sister's body be taken away? Wooly asked. Can't. Oh. Instead of continuing to fight for it, Woolen Thread turned around and walked away. When he turned around and lowered his head, a trace of grimness surfaced on his face again. Looking at Furlines departing back, Chen Feng was in a good mood. This was a good wave. Harvesting 2 more strong abilities. Brother Fei, send Fluffy's body to Dr. Gao. Then, Chen Feng ordered. Yes. After Luo Chengfei left with the corpse, Chen Feng secretly said to Lin Xiu, Sister Qiu, Fluffy can't stay. Let him go quietly tonight. Good. Lin Xiu did not ask for the reason. She did whatever Chen Feng said, although in Chen Feng's eyes, wool was just an ant. Not enough to worry about at all. However, with war with the Black Pig imminent, and it being Chen's first shot in the end times, he would never allow such an unstable factor as the woolly thread to exist. Even if the impact was minimal, he would not allow it to appear. Since he already had hatred in his heart, let's send him to join his sister in the 9th circle of hatred. The family is just about complete. Although this might be cruel to a 17 or 18-year-old child, but this was the end times, and one could not cause damage to others because of an ounce of pity for him. Tonight, even if the wool was accidentally killed without a sound, there were bound to still be people who would suspect Chen Feng, and it wouldn't be any less. But he wasn't worried. He just wanted the crowd to speculate like this, so that he could have enough deterrence. Now that he had the formidable strength to crush everyone, he still needed to learn some bullshit scientific employee management method. Letting them have endless awe of themselves was the best management, and in the future, if he let them go east, they wouldn't dare to go west. Do not listen? Shoot them. Guan Air Old City Refuge. In the research lab. Old Feng, can't you tell Lin Xiu to go easy on her and leave her a breath? Dr. Gao pointed at the plush corpse lying on the lab table in a bad mood. Even after death, it was still a bit churlish and could even hook some people's XP. However, Dr. Gao's face was filled with disgust towards it. I say Old Steel, you really treat your good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. You still dislike the corpse of the silver energizer that was specially sent to you. Forget it if you don't want it. I'll let someone carry it away now. Don't. Hearing this, Dr. Gao hurriedly smiled. It's better to keep it. A dead one can also be put together for research? Saying this, Dr. Gao's eyes changed as he looked at Fluffy. It's not like there's a better one anyway. It's better to have it than not to have it. But also what gold watch? Don't worry. I have a better one here. Chen Feng suddenly had an extra body bag in his hand, which contained the very same Hanyu that he had killed in the kindergarten. After he placed the Hanyu's corpse on the test bench, Dr. Gao's eyes went straight. The pretty female corpse on the other side instantly didn't smell good. Dr. Gao's eyes were full of crystals and joyful excitement was written all over his face as he kept groping the corpse on the test bench like he was playing with a precious treasure. The head is gone, but the heart is surprisingly still beating, and the vitality of the body is still exuberant. It's simply amazing. Ha ha, I must study it. Thank you, Old Feng. As promised, we are friends. This is all what I should do. Don't thank me in the future. If you really want to thank me, just research a good gadget for me neatly. Then, Chen Feng added his explanation. Old Steel. In the future, demonic beasts and devils, demonic nuclei and magic nuclei, regardless of whether they are alive or dead. I'll give you enough. But if you're studying living things, at least one of the Chang siblings must be present. Otherwise I won't open the lab for you. As for that, Dr. Gao was unimpressed, continuing to appreciate the headless corpse of the burly man in front of him. Of course, as far as it goes, the research of silver energy is certainly important, but your safety is even more important. I don't want you to be screwed over by your research subject one day. Although Chen Feng's tone of voice was not very nice, Dr. Gao suddenly felt warm in his heart. He had not had this kind of feeling since his mother's death. After all, he had grown up with an odd personality and a very shabby appearance, and no one had ever genuinely treated him as a friend, much less cared about him. Even his students were merely trying to steal lessons from him, rather than truly honoring him. Afterwards, Chen Feng looked at the well-mannered Cheng Di at the side and instructed, Cheng De, from now on, you siblings will be in charge of Dr. Gao's safety, so line up your shifts and make sure that at least one of you is by Dr. Gao's side. Okay, Brother Feng. Right at this moment, Chang Ba, who was standing at the door, suddenly ran in. Brother Feng, there's no need to schedule a shift. From now on, I'll be teacher's bodyguard and assistant. You? Chen Feng looked at her with a skeptical expression. Still your teacher? Yes, that's me. Chang Ba nodded and continued. I have already worshipped Old Steel as my teacher. Didn't you say in the past that all teachers are trash and no one can be your teacher? Chen Feng asked with interest. Cheng Bachi straightened his rather large goodness and said with great pride and complacency. That's because I didn't meet Old Steel before. After I met Old Steel, I realized that this world is not all trash. There are still geniuses like me. Am I trash as well? Chen Feng asked teasingly. Of course, this trash of mine only refers to the learning aspect. Ha ha, what's wrong? Brother Feng, struck down? Even if you are trash, you are still the most handsome one. That's not still trash. Chang Ba was right. In terms of studies, he really hadn't seen anyone who could compare to her. She, a junior high school student, had long since finished all the knowledge in middle school, and had read through a large number of extracurricular books on history, astronomy, geography, world-famous books, and so on, and had even taken a lot of college courses in several majors. Now of all the people he had met, probably only the all-powerful Dr. Gao could really be compared to him. Moreover, apart from Chang Bachi's embodied bow and arrow, she had also awakened auxiliary mental faculty psychic abilities like Dr. Gao, which had a powerful assisting effect on all aspects such as learning and memory. Perhaps this type of psychic ability was exclusive to schoolmasters. As for Chen Feng, even if he had copied Dr. Gao's spiritual berserkness, even when he used his ability to do arithmetic reasoning and other aspects had improved more than Dr. Gao, but he still couldn't reach Dr. Gao's level. After all, in terms of learning ability, originally he was only 1, and Dr. Gao's family base was originally 10. Even if he assisted the ability to be 2 or 3 times stronger, and others than the same is still scum. Therefore, to engage in research this kind of professional things, or to be handed over to the professional people to do, he for them to provide resources to assist can. If he were to do this kind of thing, he would definitely have to suffer from brain pain every day. Chen Feng and Chang Ba's flirtation instantly attracted Dr. Gao's attention as well. He temporarily threw away the stout man's corpse that he was in love with and said from the sidelines, Buster is the most talented student I've ever seen. Just like me, no matter what, he knows everything at a single point, and is completely able to keep up with my train of thought, even faster than mine at times. These two were both masters of jumpy thinking. Ordinary people really couldn't keep up with their jumpy brains. They had met their soulmates. The age gap was simply unstoppable. Chen Feng spat in his mind as Dr. Gao continued. Hachi is much better than the students of Sakura University. Those stupid pigs simply can't produce a single fart with 10 stomps, while Hachi doesn't need me to stomp on her at all. Her farts are just rubbing out. From Dr. Gao's talk, Chen Feng could not tell in the slightest that he was an all-powerful doctor who dabbled in a wide range of subjects, and couldn't talk all day without talking about shits and farts. It was comparable to that gin deeps we went to pee together. You peed a line. I peed a pit that was exposed more than 20 years ago. It's a match. Old Steel, watch what you say. There are still small children here. Chen Feng pointed at little 8. Dr. Gao smiled in disbelief, and Xiao Bachi also helped out. Brother Feng, I think what Old Steel said is very good. You guys are just putting your thoughts and thinking in a circle. You can't say this or that. It's not etiquette. You can't let go at all. How can this still go to spread out thinking? To innovate, you talk about who does not have shit. This is the most grounded thing. Why cannot speak? Being said by Xiao Hachi Ula Ula, Chen Feng was actually speechless, and it seemed to be very reasonable. Then, Dr. Gao solemnly said, Old Feng, I hope that you can leave Hachi behind and work for me as an assistant. I really like her, and her abilities will be of great help to my research. With regards to leaving little 8 behind, Chen Feng actually had great concerns. After all, he had seen Dr. Gao often sneakily drawing little 8 on his drawing board. Moreover, little Hachi was still so small. What if he had any improper thoughts about little Hachi? But with Hachi's strength now, I'm afraid that one little thumb could dry out 8 Dr. Gao. But I'm afraid that the little girl is so young that she'll be fooled by this fat uncle. In case something goes wrong, he will be sorry for the sister of his. But with him staring at the side, there shouldn't be any problems. Thus, Chen Feng asked with great interest, Little 8's ability helps you a lot? Can you tell me more specifically? In the room, an invisible light and shadow curtain rose. At the same time, ultra-high-definition video images leapt onto it. Only a sophisticated chemical test bench appeared in the picture. The test tube beakers on it could move on their own, inverting various unknown liquids back and forth. Below, the alcohol lamp can also automatically ignite and extinguish. Soon, the liquid in one of the test tubes was poured into the beaker, and with a boom, the beaker exploded. Awesome! Chen Feng could not help but secretly praise. He also did not expect that Xiao Baqi's ability was so awesome. Not only was there only a picture, but there was even sound synchronization, just like watching a movie. After the beaker blew up, Dr. Gao hurriedly said, "Hachi, switch the order of number 2 and 3. The heating time is also a bit short. It needs to be increased by another 10 meters of clock before pouring in liquid number 4. Soon the invisible curtain restarted the previous picture. Only some small details changed as Dr. Gao instructed. And this time the beaker didn't explode and ended up with a powdery substance. Dr. Gao explained. This ability of Hachi's, I call it mental simulation. She can simulate all kinds of experiments in the mental world. And she can also materialize the images for people to watch, so that I can give the appropriate guidance. Or if we encounter some difficult problems, we can communicate with each other. So, with this ability of hers, not only can we reduce the safety risks of many experiments, but we can also speed up many research processes. As long as you give her to me as my assistant, I promise to give you a very practical result within 2 days. Previously in the villa, Chen Feng had only briefly asked, knowing that Hachi also had a mental psychic ability that could enhance her memory as well as her arithmetic reasoning and analyzing ability to a certain extent, but he had never thought that there was even a simulated picture embodiment function, which was simply too counterintuitive. As long as you prepare all kinds of data in advance and memorize it in your head, you can conduct simulated experiments at will. This was simply a customized ability for scientists. Moreover, Hachi was born with an unforgettable memory, and with the addition of this ability, I'm afraid that she would be able to finish a 200,000 word novel in a few minutes, not to mention memorizing some experimental data. In the future, with her cooperating with Dr. Gao in his research, he thought that it wouldn't be long before they would be able to develop more practical silver energy products. Good. Hachi will be your bodyguard and assistant from now on. Then, he directly swept up Dr. Gao's neck and whispered, "Come with me first." With that, he clamped Dr. Gao's head and walked out of the lab. Old Steel, little 8 is still young. You definitely can't have any wrong thoughts on him. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gao quickly thought that it must be Chen Feng who had discovered that he was drawing a secondary portrait of little 8. Instantly, Dr. Gao laughed. "Old Feng, you must have misunderstood. By now don't you understand me? Third dimension creatures, even if they are beautiful, they are still false to me. Only when it comes to my paintings are they everlasting. Only when it comes to me are they eternal." Saying this, he tapped his head with his finger. "Old striker, don't worry. Although in my opinion, Hachi is the most perfect lowly in my heart, but in my opinion everything in the third dimension is false. Even I'm nothing more than a disembodied walking corpse going through the motions with you guys, and when my soul figures everything out, I'll ascend to the second dimension life I aspire to." This head really doesn't know how it grows, talking in a cloudy way. Don't even know what he's thinking. How is it that the third dimension is false? The third dimension is the most real. Okay. Almost forgot. This old boy only likes secondary yuan paper people. What he just said about liking is just an appreciation of his students. There shouldn't be any problem with leaving Hachi behind as his assistant. However, after leaving, Chen Feng used his ultravision to observe for a long time. Seeing that the two were only concentrating on cooperating with the research experiment and did not make any other inappropriate moves, he was able to put his heart down. After all, Hachi was an orphan, and nowadays, she was just like his own sister in his heart. So as a brother, he couldn't let her suffer. If Dr. Gao really had any fantasies, then he couldn't care less. Is it because your sister looks too beautiful? Some men in the heart fantasize, you also have to manage it. That simply cannot manage over. Okay. Chen Feng used spiritual berserk to pass on the ancient book breathing method to Luo Chengfei and 100 other people. The one that was passed on to the second aunt was the paper version that he had printed out, from which he was going to do a test. At the same time of passing on the technique, Luo Chengfei handed over 3 alien energy crystals and 8 fourth-order demon cores. He didn't want the remaining demon cores below the third order, but ordered them to utilize these 2 days to absorb the demon cores as soon as possible to enhance their strength. Then, he gathered some of the more loyal and contributing group employees such as Sun Miao. "I am going to pass on a set of breathing techniques to you all, which will grant you 100% efficiency in absorbing demon cores." Hearing Chen Feng's words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, It had been a while since they had entered the end times, and they all understood the strategic value of demon cores. If they wanted to have an increase in their realm of strength, they could not be separated from the demon core. They also understood that it was not easy to absorb the demon nucleus, not so casually. If there was no breathing method to support it, to absorb 10% would already be heaven's eye. Then, Chen Feng's words turned. However, I don't want to cheat everyone, so I'll put the ugly words in front of you. This breathing method that I'm passing on to you will become my tool to control you. After you've learned it, life and death will be under my control. Of course, as long as you don't have any bad intentions, it will be business as usual. The crowd started whispering and exchanging words. Do you think what Dongchen said is true? I'm not sure. The Gongfu absorption efficiency of 100% could be true or false, but I think that being able to control our life and death with Gongfu should be false. I think so. He probably just scared us in order to manage it. Then will you learn it? Of course I'll learn. Why wouldn't I want such a good opportunity? What if Chen Dong's claim that he can control our life and death is also true? Then I also want to learn. Chen Dong did not say. As long as there is no bad intentions, everything is as usual. Not bad. In this difficult post-apocalyptic world, if not for Dong Chen's promotion, we might have long since become the dish food of demons. So, no matter what happens in the future, I will follow Dong Chen. Chen Feng paused for a moment and asked, I wonder if you guys are willing to learn this breathing technique. Then, he continued to add, it's your freedom to learn or not. If you learn it, your strength will definitely increase faster. And if you don't learn it, I will respect your choices as well. We'll learn. The crowd almost spoke in unison. Especially Sun Miaomiao's voice was the loudest. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single one who said they wouldn't learn. It's worthy of being the more loyal few that I picked out. Looks like I'm pretty accurate in reading people. When it was felt that Chen Feng was directly transmitting the gong method to them from his consciousness. Except for Sun Miaomiao, everyone was dumbfounded. In Sun Miaomiao's mind, Chen Feng wasn't just the prettiest boy, but also the strongest man. Therefore, no matter how unbelievable he did something, in her opinion, it was justified. On the other hand, the group of co-workers around her panicked after feeling this unimaginable operation. Chen Dong's words about controlling the body's death can't be true, right? Even the brain synchronization transmission is there. Can it still be fake? Can I not learn it now? Although all of these people were loyal to Chen Feng, they still could not help but be hesitant when it came to being controlled in life and death. No, you can't. This operation of Chen Dong's is directly imprinted in the brain. Now we already know it. Unless you want to turn into a fool and let me hammer it down, you won't even recognize yourself. Naturally you won't be able to do this breathing method. That's not necessary. I feel quite good now. What are all blindly thinking about? As long as we are loyal, with Chen Dong's character, he will definitely not take action against us, and there are many benefits. Well said. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Then, Chen Feng smiled and said, now everyone run the breathing method to move their abilities to try. Soon the crowd discovered the wonderful use of the ancient book's breathing technique. Crap, this gong method is bullish. Surprisingly, after I ran it for the first time, I was able to run it automatically. I feel like the silver energy I consumed by utilizing my abilities can be quickly replenished, so I won't be able to shrink when I see a demon again in the future. Chen Feng specifically did not tell them about the other benefits in advance, so that he could surprise them, and at the same time, he could also remember how good he had been to them. However, it was only a very few of the group's employees that he passed on the gong. Although there was no effect of passing on more people with this kind of gong method, and he was able to fully control it himself, he felt that it was better to take it one step at a time. First, he would pass on the gong to those whose loyalty contributed a lot. If all of them were to be treated equally and pass on the gong method all at once, then such a good gong method would instantly not smell good anymore. Then their gratitude would fade. Therefore, he first passed it on to a small portion of people, allowing them to spread the word about how heaven-defying the gong method was. At that time, even if they knew that I could control their lives and deaths, I'm afraid that they would beg me to come and pass on the technique to them. The transmission of the technique was complete. After Chen Feng used his supervision to check that there were no abnormalities in the Black Pig camp, he then pulled Lin Xiu along with him to a deserted grove. After many times of pulling hands together and instantly moving, Chen Feng did not have any more stress reactions such as shortness of breath, and the mental barrier had been completely immune to Sister Qiu. First only pulling hands, without making unnecessary intimate movements. This treatment is effective and is a good start. Go back and find a few more girls to try holding hands and see if you can go further. He felt bad about this problem of his that he wanted to overcome, not because he wanted to find women to do anything inconveniently descriptive, but because in many cases, will be compelled to contact with the opposite sex. Then if the emergence of stress mental disorder is likely to be wrong. Therefore, it was better to overcome it as early as possible. Just like for certain things, he could not use it, but could not live without it. Sister Chiu, first attack me with the strength of the third level. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Lin Xiu slashed out with a sword. Wow, sister, it hurts SA, can you be a little lighter? Instantly, Chen Feng's combat suit jacket had a cut on his chest, while the jacket wailed. However, soon enough that gash was restored as before, and the jacket demon had barely suffered too much damage. Nowadays, the strength of these little goblins on his body had risen quickly, and under his usual subtle giving, they had already risen to the third rank, completely capable of defending against the attacks of third-order demonic beasts. Only because Sister Chiu was already very strong, the third-order strength she made was definitely much stronger than that of regular demonic beasts, so much so that the jacket demon had broken the defense somewhat. However, through Chen Feng's guidance, even if the enemy's attack exceeded their limit of resistance, they would not die. They would choose to offset a portion of the attack before their own active consciousness cracked open, allowing Chen Feng to resist the remaining power himself. Not only did they possess spiritual intelligence and could flexibly control themselves, but they also possessed extremely terrifying growth potential. His goblin equipment was perfect. Therefore, Chen Feng had already ordered people to perceive a few more sets of combat clothing without silver, and then put them in a place far away from silver, to see if he could raise some more goblins to distribute to Sister Chiu and Chen Rui for them to wear. At the very least, he should also breed out a pair of demonized pants for second uncle that could automatically change size, mainly because his ability was somewhat different from the norm. However, I'm afraid it's hard to get what you want. After all, the further the item's demonization will level off, but there's no harm in trying. It doesn't matter if it's successful or not. It's just a small investment. After trying the defensive power of the combat suit, Chen Feng communicated in his consciousness and ordered that the jacket coat combat undershirt, all of them automatically opening, revealing his own sturdy chest. Sister Chiu, use your full strength and attack me here. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lin Xiu, who had never unconditionally obeyed orders, unexpectedly frowned slightly. Little Feng, this is not good. It's fine. Come on. Stab me with your sword with all your might. I'm still worried. After all, Lin Xiu was very clear about her own strength. Even if Chen Feng was even stronger, she did not think that he would be able to resist her full strength strike with just his body. Sister Autumn, come on. Just one sword. I can't die. Chen Feng was also very confident. When he had exchanged with Luo Chengfei and the others before, he had copied a few more practical supernatural abilities from a few of his brothers. Luo Chengfei also had dual abilities, a super strong arm strength, and an attack sense. Attack sense is able to sense the enemy's attack in advance, and can sense the extent of the damage that the strike will do to oneself, in order to make a response in advance, is a very practical ability. So Luo Chengfei's dual abilities, Chen Feng copied them all. There was another brother whose ability was defense strengthening, and this ability was very strong in defense. The copied brother, who was only at the third rank, was able to carry off 50% of Luo Chengfei's super arm strength attack. Although he also suffered some light injuries, it was almost negligible. One must know that Luo Chengfei was a full 2 ranks higher than him, and the ability that had been copied over by Chen Feng had definitely been enhanced once again. He thought that with his originally awakened powerful physique, coupled with superb recovery as well as this defensive ability, he would definitely be able to resist Sister Chiu's full force strike. Although he knew that copying second uncle's ability would definitely have a stronger defense, he didn't want to try it, mainly because that ability wasn't very aesthetically pleasing or elegant enough, and it was usually enough to simply use a defense enhancement. Alright, Lin Xiu did not hesitate any longer and directly stabbed his sword with all his might towards the right side of Chen Feng's chest. However, the sword blade just touched Chen Feng's body but came to an abrupt end. One could only see that the sword blade merely pierced into the surface skin, and then it did not advance another inch. Lin Xiu put away the silver sword, while the small wound on the skin of Chen Feng's chest instantly healed and returned to its original state. Seeing this, Lin Xiu, who had always been unperturbed, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. His heart shocked. Little Feng is so strong. Even if he doesn't avoid the heart, he still has no problem. For this kind of attack, Chen Feng's feeling was like being stabbed during a previous infusion. It only hurt for a second and there was no other discomfort. According to the classification of the ability level, the attack of the wind type ability would be a bit stronger. So Chen Feng again asked Lin Xiu to condense his palm wind into a sword to stab him in the chest. Although the wind system still had an extremely strong erosion ability, and its power had indeed increased substantially, the damage to Chen Feng was still limited. Using a sword was equivalent to stabbing 1 needle, and palm wind was equivalent to stabbing 2 needles, both of which slightly broke the skin and basically made no difference. Regarding this test, Chen Feng was also somewhat speechless. Simply testing out one's defense was indeed amazing. but due to the fact that the injuries were too small, one could not test out one's recovery power at all. Next, he was going to test the spatial ability that he had copied from the wool again. He felt that storage space ability would definitely be of great use in the future. After a simple test, Chen Feng realized that the storage space could only absorb some throwing damage, as well as some energy attack damage. Like Sister Chio's silver sword slash, the space could not be used for absorption and defense. As for the palm wind that she had erupted, even if it was much more powerful, he could still easily absorb it using space. Even if she turned her palm wind into a mega range attack, Chen Feng could still charge it. It seemed that as long as the range was not greater than the size of his space, everything could be collected. The palm wind that was collected was completely static in space, and when Chen Feng released it, the palm wind would continue its energy release to attack. But the direction of the attack was controlled by Chen Feng. This supernatural ability of the woolen thread was simply not generally strong. It could be completely compared to the Muyang family's Jedi in Jean Lao's novel, The Battle of the Stars, and using the other's way to return the favor. If the wool hadn't died, it would have been a powerful existence in the future. It was just that Sister Chio's palm wind was too small in power to test the limits of the storage space. Suddenly, Chen Feng had a bright idea. Why don't I try attacking my shield with my spear? Just say it and do it. He immediately palmed the wind with his right hand and controlled the space with his left hand in preparation for collection. However, to be on the safe side, he collected his efforts for the first time, using only one power. The space didn't react in the slightest, so it seemed that it was still far from the limit of space. So he added 2 more power, and the space still didn't respond. He continued to increase, raising his power to 50%, and struck out with his palm wind. This time, he finally noticed a hint of instability in the storage space. However, there was still a certain distance from spitting blood like Mao's. He estimated that if he raised his attack by another 10%, it might have a certain amount of repercussions on himself. But with his physical strength and recovery power, even if the space completely burst, the backlash on himself would be completely bearable. After using the palm wind, his right hand moved to test the black fire he had copied from Fluffy. Sure enough, although wind and darkness were both categorized as A-ranked abilities, the darkness system was still slightly stronger. After he utilized 50% of his power and used the black fire, he clearly felt a large turbulence in the storage space. Even his body was as if it had suffered a heavy blow. However, a heavy blow at this level had almost no effect on him. Unexpectedly, his current strongest attack was actually copied from that plush hand. Though after testing it, he could feel how powerful he was in his own right. Any palm wind he sent out with 10% of his strength was more than several times stronger than Sister Chio's. But to what extent he was actually strong? Since there was no standard unit of measurement that could be used for reference, he couldn't figure out to what level the current him was strong. Was he able to withstand a nuclear bomb? Was he able to withstand the crisis of the demon cave and demon abyss in the future? He was not sure. Then, he found a tree demon and a small white rabbit demon, and beat them half to death, leaving only one breath. Then, he realized that he was actually able to put these 2 demons into space. At the same time, this also verified his inference. Utilizing the storage space, he was able to forcibly include living things. However, it could only be living creatures that were blurred in consciousness and had almost fallen into a coma that he could collect them. Returning to the refuge, Chen Feng gave all 3 of the exotic energy crystals that Luo Chengfei had surrendered to Lin Xiu. The difference between the quality of these 3 alien energy crystals and the one in the ugly cat's body before wasn't small, so he couldn't upgrade them at all if he used them himself. It would be better to let Sister Chiu advance to the War General level first, just so that he could do another test afterward. As for the remaining 8 fourth-order demon cores, he kept them for himself to absorb. Anyway, they were better than nothing, and they were probably able to raise his strength a bit. Next, Chen Feng patrolled the refuge while absorbing the demon cores on his body. This was the benefit of the ancient book breathing method, practicing to enhance one's cultivation while not affecting doing anything else at all. As expected, the energy provided by the fourth-order demon cores was also very limited, and after absorbing all 8 of them, his own cultivation basically did not change much. He estimated that if he were to use all of the fourth-order demon cores to raise his cultivation, he would have to absorb at least 1 or 2,000 of them before he could possibly advance to the level of a war general. As he absorbed the demon cores very quickly, he absorbed them faster than Sister Chiu and the others using the breathing method. It didn't take him long to absorb all 8 demon cores, and he began to get bored. Suddenly, he thought that he still had demon cores on him, although the number of demons was small. With Sister Chiu this way down, they had also killed nearly 100 of them. Moreover, devils were different from demonic beasts. Once they were awakened, they were all at least at the entry level. Therefore, all of these magic cores in his hand were at least first rank, but there were none above second rank. demon people were relatively balanced when they awakened, and their strength was mostly at the level of a first or second ranked demon soldier. Absorbing just one or two of them shouldn't have too many side effects. Thinking of this, a first-order demon core appeared in Chen Feng's palm, and immediately, he used the ancient book breathing method to start absorbing it. Soon after one was absorbed, he was also shocked. Unexpectedly, the energy contained in the magic core was so sufficient. The cultivation level raised by just a first-order demon core was stronger than the effect of the second-order demon core he had absorbed before, and it was even close to being able to match that of a third-order one. The fact that the demon cores contained more energy meant that their growth potential was huge. Therefore, most of the demon's cultivation strength grew very quickly. It was no wonder that the number of devils was extremely scarce, but they could still occupy a place in the middle of this last world. It was said that in the last generation, there were several powerful devils, all of which were existences that various forces were unwilling to mess with, and could only be controlled within a controlled range, allowing them to raise and devour some humans. It wasn't until the opening of the Devil's Abyss that they were taken in by the more powerful existences that appeared in the Devil's Abyss. After absorbing one, Chen Feng carefully felt it, and it seemed that it did not have a single effect on his mind, and he did not see any side effects at all. Thus, he carefully absorbed a second one, and it seemed to have the same lack of side effects. Then he absorbed the third, and still picked a second-order magic core. After absorbing it, the energy was indeed quite majestic, and the effect was even better than the fourth-order demon core he had absorbed before. What surprised him even more was that he still didn't feel any side effects after absorbing it. He guessed that this was most likely related to the ancient book breathing method he used, and it was 80% that the breathing method was able to purify the side effects in the demon core. In order to further test it, he found Luo Chengfei and immediately asked him to absorb one to try as well. However, what he didn't expect was that the magic core had side effects on Luo Chengfei. By absorbing just one, he all needed at least a day to fully dissipate the effects on his mind. If he absorbed a few more, he would have to become a psychopath. However, as long as he didn't absorb any more, the effect on him wouldn't be too great, and the side effects would completely dissipate after a day. After the test, he realized that he was the most special existence, and I'm afraid that he was the only one who was blessed with such a good thing as a magic core among the silver energy users in the whole world. In the future, he would take care of all this stuff, so he could leave all the saved demon cores for his men to absorb. After absorbing nearly 100 demonic cores, Chen Feng realized that the progress of lighting up his first secret stash was already close to 30%. Excluding the amount of enhancement from the previous absorption of the ugly cat alien energy crystals and the like, this time the enhancement was nearly 10%, and this was still due to the fact that there were quite a few first-order ones in the magic cores. If all the second-order magic cores were used for absorption in the future, it was estimated that it would take less than 1,000 of them to advance to War General. Magic cores are really good things, the dregs of others, but the essence of mine. 2 days later, Chen Feng utilized his supervision and scanned around the refuge. He found that quite a few people had advanced. Luo Chengfei and the other 101 brothers, all of them had advanced by 1 rank. As for Sun Miaomio and the other employees of the group, there were also individuals who had elevated their levels. Sun Miaomio alone had been promoted from the original 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. Sister Chiu was also completely within expectations and managed to light up the first secret stash in her body. It was highly likely that she would be the first ever Battle Admiral ranked Silver Energizer of Blue Star. However, Chen Feng wasn't sour at all because since childhood, Sister Chiu and he were indistinguishable from each other. Her strength was equivalent to his. Then, he projected his sight beyond the refuge. There was movement. Is the black pig finally making a move? Only a few kilometers away from the refuge, the demonic beasts of the black pig stronghold, one by one, came out from their house shelters one after another. They were spread all around the refuge, standing under the scarlet daylight, densely packed, a mountain of demons and a sea of demons. At the same time, a piece of news appeared on the Daxia nationwide hot search. Millions of demonic beasts have surrounded the city in 10 directions. Chen's old city refuge is in danger, and the heat of this hot search kept rising, quickly topping the #1 spot. Other major media platforms, as well as live streaming platforms, all retweeted it as well. The specific message of the hot search phrase said that a netizen was on a high level in the western suburbs, using a high-powered telescope, and saw the situation in the old city. It was discovered that many demonic beasts were suddenly found there, and as far as the eye could see, large and small demonic beasts added up to at least tens of thousands, and they were still continuously emerging outward from various buildings. They were several kilometers away from Chen's refuge, surrounding the city in a circle, surrounding the refuge without leaving the slightest gap. At the same time, the bottom of the hot news was accompanied by quite a few high-definition photos taken with the aid of binoculars. Seeing this news, The surviving netizens instantly exploded. With tens of thousands of replies in just a few minutes, Chen Feng is going to be finished this time. Right. So what if he predicted the coming of the end times? He'll still have to kneel in front of a powerful demonic beast. Many of Chen's employees have also been screwed over by him, and in recent times, some of the closer employees have gone to Chen's shelter to gather together. I've heard that some refugees have gone to join them, but Chen's doesn't allow them to enter at all. They can only stay outside the shelter. This time they're in deep trouble. This is understandable. The old city refuge can be said to be Chen Feng's personal property. He can let whoever he wants in. We can't control it. That's true, but isn't it a bit unkind? After all, we're all compatriots. If this one gets in, that one gets in. If this let in, that also let in. The whole country's 7 ants and ants have come. People Chen Feng's shelter shall not be burst. Anyway, it's all the same now. Surrounded by so many demonic beasts, they and Chen Feng are dead. Ooh, I have seen Chen Dong. He is the most handsome man I have ever seen. He is my male god. Is he really going to die this time? Couldn't there be a miracle? Ooh, so sad in my heart. Don't worry, sister. There won't be a miracle. Look at those big guys and the demonic beasts. I guess Ultraman will have to kneel when he comes. The replies from the netizens were almost all pessimistic. They all thought that Chen Feng and the others were definitely dead this time. But some netizens also questioned. Chen Feng knew that the disaster was coming. Then he must have been able to think. The old city will become a gathering place for all kinds of farms. There will certainly be a large number of demonized livestock. Since he built the shelter there must be his reasoning, and there are any ways to cope with it is not unlikely. What I guess he was just a slap in the face. Think the old city abandoned human defense facilities are good. Just suitable for remodeling the shelter. Did not even think of today. Upstairs is not right. Chen Feng could not possibly not have thought of this. Perhaps there is some special reason why he had to choose the shelter there. I think he just foresaw it. I think he only predicted a part of the future, but not at all that the old city would turn into a backyard for demonic beasts. You guys have never seen how strong the silver energizers are, right? Just a single 360-degree lightning bolt from the Thunderbolt Dharma King has turned over hundreds of demonic beasts, and Chen Feng's men are all even more powerful, so perhaps even more demonic beasts would be a gift in their eyes. This is whimsical. That you are not see the power of the demonic beasts. There are a lot of powerful demonic beasts are not weaker than the King of Thunder and Lightning, and even a lot of demonic beasts are also able to call the wind and rain. Lightning, thunder, right, manpower will be exhausted, not to mention that there are so many demonic beasts surrounding the shelter. Even if the beasts have a mouthful of spittle, they can drown Chen Feng. Most of the netizens were not optimistic about Chen Feng, but there were individual netizens who were confident in him. Especially some of Sister Shui's fans were supporting Chen Feng. You guys haven't seen how powerful my Sister Shui is. His boss Chen Feng is definitely able to turn evil into good. My Sister Shui's boss is the strongest, acquiring silver globally. Casually using a little bit of awakened silver energy, he will be able to suppress the world and kill all the demons. The beasts outside the sanctuary are just appetizers for my boss. Little brat who hasn't been weaned, right? To be able to say such words. It's true. He's a middle-aged kid who didn't graduate from junior high school. Anyway, my Sister Shui's boss is the strongest in the world, crushing all demonic beasts outside the shelter. Kid, Chen Feng has not made a move until now. You smashed can be so taken for granted? I've seen a lot of water live lately too. I guess this kid was brainwashed by that pretty girl. Yes, this lick dog also no one. Not only lick miss, but also even the man of the other miss also licked. How to lick the dog? I'm a dog licker. I'm an admirer of the strong. You're blind. Then, some of the more sensible netizens began to analyze. In the last 2 days, the officials have released some news about silver energizers, and it is said that there is a limit to the amount of silver that silver energizers can absorb, and the amount of silver absorbed is related to physical quality and one's own perseverance. As of now the limit is 100 kilograms, but most people, it is impossible to reach this theoretical limit value. Therefore, even if Chen Feng possessed more silver, he could only take 100 kilograms of it to absorb. Of course, this is unlikely. I don't believe that a pampered tycoon can have superb physical fitness and perseverance. Let's put this aside for now. Even if Chen Feng and his group of men all absorbed to the limit and became the strongest silver energy practitioners in the world at the moment. But is there no stronger demonic beasts? I don't think so. Upstairs, a friend of mine said it well. Manpower will eventually be exhausted. What's more, Chen Feng's shelter has only gathered thousands of people at most. Maybe even less. It is said that there are still quite a few family members of the employees who are still ordinary people, and are simply unable to join the battle with the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts outside the shelter. On the other hand, numbered in the tens of thousands as far as the eye could see. And that's just the tip of the iceberg shown in the photos. Maybe the scene will be even more terrifying. So, in my opinion, the situation at Chen Feng's refuge is precarious, and it's very likely that they won't be able to hold off the first wave of the demonic beasts' attacks. As soon as this netizen's message came out, there were many people who immediately chimed in. Upstairs brother's analysis is too good. Old man me, I support you. I also think that old man me is right. Even if the thousands of people in the shelter are all 100 kilograms strong, it is impossible to resist the hundreds of thousands of troops of the demonic beasts. Not to mention that there are quite a lot of powerful existences in the demonic beasts. Not bad. The strength of the demonic beasts is indeed very strong. I see that the dude who sent the message has followed up with another video. Yes, I also watched the video. There were quite a few drones. Before they even flew over the demonic beasts, they were shot down by the flames, water balloons, ball lightning, and even rocks thrown by the demonic beasts. Imagine how humans could possibly go up against such powerful demonic beasts. I'm really glad that I'm at the official shelter and didn't go to the old city there. My house is very close to the old city. I was thinking of going to Chen Feng's refuge, but luckily I didn't. Me too. It's fortunate that the officials found me a step ahead of time. Otherwise I would have gone there as well, and probably would have died on the way there. Seeing that the netizens are saying this, even the originally confident fans of Sister Shui are a bit flustered. So it turns out that demonic beasts are also this powerful. My family Shui won't really be in danger, right? No, I want to go rescue my family Shui, but I don't dare. Oh, Sister Shui will definitely have no problem surviving. In case she can't resist at the end, she'll definitely fly out with her boss. This young lady is right. At that time, Sister Shui will really get what she wants, and her boss will fly out with her. I sincerely wish Sister Shui and Chen Dong grow old together. I wish Chen Dong and Sister Shui to be together forever. I wish Sister Shui and Dong Chen 100 years of happiness and an early birth. For some reason, in the end, the comments under the hot search painting style, unexpectedly by a group of Sun Myomyo's fans completely bring bias. At this time, in one of the official shelters in Gwaner City, Tanya also saw this hot search, and at the same time, she also swiped to the latest comments. Looking at the comments, her heart couldn't help but erupt with a burst of sourness. But it was quickly replaced by deeper worry. Right at this moment, a very soft, warm and welcoming voice rang out. Tanya, what are you looking at? Tanya raised her head and saw that the person coming was none other than Lu Feng, who had been Chen Feng's assistant for 6 years. On the hot search, after Sister Shui's fans had calmed down a bit, multiple hot searches about Chen Feng's refuge being surrounded by demonic beasts were followed by an additional message. The person who sent the message was nicknamed Lava Giant's Little Fanboy. In his message, he said, first of all, he expressed his sympathy and regret for Chen Feng's current situation, but until the last moment, we must believe in miracles, and we, Lava Giant Jia Xiaoyan, will do our best to travel to support. In short, it said a lot of polite words of officialism, and those few words of believing in miracles, on the contrary, made people feel Chen Feng's despair at this time even more. Of course, this was only what they thought in their minds that Chen Feng was feeling inside. In fact, Chen Feng wasn't even in an accidental side of the demonic beast, as the netizens all thought that Chen Feng's shelter would not be spared. Little Fanboy's advertisements appeared right after him. He began to send out videos to engage in propaganda, hoping that the majority of silver energizers would join the Giant Guild and work together to survive the end times. Walking with the Giants. We will go farther. There were even more videos this time. Besides the last video of Era's water balloon hitting the wall and smashing the digger, there were several new videos. Each video had a strong posing pose, but although it was a pose, there were quite a few images of killing demonic beasts and devils that were still very real. The netizens who had previously seen it in Brother Big Mouth's live broadcast room didn't have much of a reaction, believing it to be nothing more than that little fanboy's regular operations, just occasionally spraying a few sentences. Brother Jia, you can quite good at rubbing in the heat. Little fanboy, it's average. It's called utilizing resources wisely. Welcome to the majority of silver energizers to join our brother Jia's Giant Guild will definitely be the right choice for you. Little fanboy, you guys are overdoing it. People are stuck like that with Chen Feng, but you guys are still rubbing recruitment the wrong way here. Little fanboy quickly replied, Chen Dong is definitely not a petty person. He won't mind if we borrow a building to publicize it. And it's not a conflict. People Chen Feng will not care if you borrow the building. Now surely busy fending off the demonic beasts I sincerely hope Chen Feng can pull through. The demonic beasts that cover the sky. It's hard. Little Fan D, we, Brother Jia, also sincerely hope that Chen Feng can survive this crisis. but if he is really killed, it doesn't matter. We, Brother Jia, will lead the brothers of my giant guild to avenge Brother Chen Feng's death. Little Fan D, this guy really fucking can't speak. The demonic beasts have not even begun to move things. What do you call really unfortunate to be killed, but also has no relationship? Is Little Mystic Brother and Jia Shaoyan a single person? He is a person. He directs himself and boasts about himself. Little fanboy, I'm really not the same person as Jia. My real name is Shui Embolism. Ha ha. Thrombus. Laughed me to death. Melted my 20 years of cerebral thrombus. The old netizens were either spraying or flirting. And the netizens who saw the video for the first time were all stunned. Lava giant. Awesome. The lava giant is so strong. And he's got that huge arrow with him. It's awesome too. And it's completely able to communicate like a human. It's simply too heavenly. Little fanboy, can you tell me about ordinary people? Little fanboy, may I ask if ordinary people can join the giant guild? Little Fan D quickly replied, sorry. No, our giant guild is a silver energy guild. We don't accept ordinary people. Do you have 5 insurance policies? Yes. I also want to know, is there 5 insurance and 1 gold? Little fanboy replies, what time is it? Silver energizers are already transcendent. What do they need 5 insurance and 1 gold? But I just want 5 insurance and 1 gold. Otherwise I always feel that you guys will be scammers. And I have no idea in my heart. Little fanboy asked, brother, are you a silver energizer? I'm a silver energizer. And I'm interested in joining President Chao's giant guild before I ask for 5 insurance and 1 gold. Little fanboy, the president of our giant guild's name is Jia, not Chao. I'm sorry. I typed it in by hand and misrecognized it. So may I ask if your guild has 5 insurance and 1 pension or not? Little fanboy replied, sorry. No. Since there is no 5 insurance and 1 gold, then I won't join. I'm also a silver energizer, so I won't be joining. I am also a silver energy person, but I also need protection. And an organization without 5 insurance and 1 gold will definitely not be considered. I feel it's better to join the official one. All kinds of welfare treatment must be no say. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that Chen will not be able to make it this time. Originally, I wanted to defect to Chen Feng. Then, there were several more silver energizers who said that they wouldn't join without 5 insurance policies and 1 pension. At the same time there were also quite a few private messages asking about him. And there were also quite a few people asking about the 5 insurance and 1 gold. The little fanboy was really a bit confused. Why are there still people who care about 5 insurance and 1 gold when it's the end of the world? Then, he continued to send a message, although there is no 5 insurance and 1 gold, but our guild tube food tube housing, but also can kill demonic beasts divided loot. Treatment is absolutely generous, but his call still did not get the recognition of the majority of silver energy. Not even a join, at most only have the intention, but also uncertain. After being struck for a while, the little fanboy grayed out and went offline. In Ice Sculpture City, Sable Province, in a luxurious residence, the living room as well as the many guest rooms were all gorgeously decorated. There was only one hut that still retained the flavor of the former Sable Province. In this hut, a big muscular bald man, 40 years old or so, holding a short-stemmed copper tobacco pouch, is half lying on a dirt bed spitting smoke rings, and on the side of the dirt bed, stood a 20-something years old thin man medium size, but the head is very big, seems to be a child had hydrocephalus, but now it looks like, standing is quite stable. The bald man spat out a smoke ring, wrestled the bag of tobacco, opened his mouth and asked, Bolts, how is it? Have you recruited someone? Still the same ones from our village. None of the silver energizers from outside have been recruited. Shue Boltzi looked frustrated. Why? Jia Shaoyan sat up violently. Didn't we send out the video we shot? Did the treatment not say anything? The few videos we shot were all sent out, and the treatment was all made clear, but there just isn't a single person willing to join. Why? They all want 5 insurance and 1 gold. Without 5 insurance and 1 gold, no negotiation. Crap, what time is it? Still fucking 5 insurance and 1 gold. Your brother, I don't even have it, okay. After Jia Shaoyan spat out some words, he sank his face and continued. Now you still have to have 5 insurance and 1 gold. Does the official Social Security Bureau still operate? It seems like all of our dossiers are really running, without stopping. Shui Biaozi said. Jia Shaoyan sighed. It's still our dossier's official bull. Brother Jia, why don't we also go register an account with the official and give them 5 insurance and 1 gold? I'm just asking what's the use of 5 insurance and 1 gold now? In fact, quite a few awakened silver energizers were once people from the lower strata of society. They just want to have a guarantee. That's all. It's very simple. That said, the upper class people are all with the Onyx Emerald Private Order, who has nothing to wear silver said Jia Shaoyan and smiled. Then if you recruit people in the future, Just say that our guild pays them 5 insurance and 1 gold. What if the official 5 insurance and 1 gold really can't be used one day? Schwebolt also had some concerns. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. First lure people into the guild for me, and then say, with your brother's charisma, I'm still afraid that they'll run away in the future? What Brother Jia said. Schwebolt hooked up the corner of his mouth. I'll go do it now. The Imperial Capital's General Administration of Silver Control, also known as the former General Administration of Security. In the multifunctional conference hall, Lu Changqing was still sitting on the main seat, now to announce a proposal. The first director of the Great Summer Silver Energy Management Directorate will be Comrade Chen Shilin. Please vote by a show of hands. In the conference hall, as soon as Lu Changqing's words fell, the crowd of senior officers of Daxia raised their hands to vote. Looking at the crowd's raised arms, Lu Changqing was very satisfied, but just as he was about to make the announcement, suddenly, the only middle-aged man present who did not raise his hand, stood up violently. I disagree. The one who objected was clearly Chen Feng's second uncle, Chen Shilin. Everyone present had all agreed for him to be the chief director, but no one had expected that he himself would be the first to object. Shilin, right now, only you are the most suitable to serve as the chief director. You better not push back. Old chief, I'm not shirking. I used to manage a company just fine, but asking me to manage a national institution, and the most important one at the moment, I really can't do it. The two sides then talked for a while longer, and after a plenary discussion, it was finally decided that Chen Shilin would be the deputy chief director, with Lu Changqing still acting as the chief director for the time being. Next, let's talk about the second thing. Chen Feng, the chairman of the Chen clan group, has already authorized the disposition of the 10 theories of silver energy, as well as the breathing method that can drastically increase the efficiency of the absorption of demonic cores, to our officials. Now I would like to ask whether or not to share them with the rest of the world. Please express your opinions. Lu Changqing looked at the crowd. Immediately, there was a middle-aged man who said, I agree to share them to individual countries that have better relations, such as the Old Iron Country and the Fish and Goat Country. I also agree to share it to the better connected countries, like a certain country, Sakura Country, Little Eagle Country, and other streams, none of them. Soon, there were multiple people echoing, all in favor of sharing to countries with better relations, but basically opposed to global sharing. Elder Wei, what do you think? Lu Changqing looked towards one of the oldest old men present. Elder Wei pondered a little and said, today's demonization can be said to be the biggest disaster in the history of mankind. If we don't unite, we will most likely be eaten away by the demons little by little, ultimately causing all of mankind to cease to exist. Therefore, I think that we should learn from our forefathers in the previous century, and unite all the forces that can be united when fighting against foreign enemies. Elder Wei, then you mean that you agree with global sharing? Elder Wei nodded. Then, Chen Shilin, who was sitting next to Elder Wei, also spoke up, lips are dying. I also agree with global sharing. Only when all the humans in the world are united will we be able to get through this crisis. Shilin is right. If all the countries in the world are fighting separately, after a long time, they will definitely be broken by the demons. So I suggest that not only should the 10 theories of silver energy and the breathing methods be shared, we should also facilitate a global anti-demon alliance to unite the entire human race against the foreign enemies. Tan Jitao expressed his views. Upon hearing this, most of the people in the meeting room nodded their heads in agreement. That being said, everyone knows that unity is strong, but I'm worried about a certain country that they don't know what's good for them and stab us in the back. Soon, someone questioned this. Lu Changqing nodded. Xiao Li's worry is not unreasonable, but we can't stop doing things that benefit all mankind just because we are afraid of those villains of theirs stabbing us in the back. Our global mankind is now the community of destiny. We have to unite all of mankind so that we can go longer and farther. But what if a certain country they still don't do anything about people? There were still quite a few people present who had concerns. After a slight pause, Lu Changqing said in a deep voice, I think with today's global situation, as long as they don't have a problem with their brains, they will choose to truly cooperate instead of stabbing them in the back. But they've always been dogs that can't change their ways. Bureau Lu, it's not like you don't know that so many of their previous leaders, how many of them weren't sick in the head? The current incumbent definitely counts as one. A female leader sitting not far from Lu Changping spoke up. Lu Changqing smiled and said, I'm well aware that you guys have concerns, but there's no need to worry too much. The world today is the world of silver energizers. As long as my Dasha Chen Feng's chin doesn't fall, he'll have to dish it out even if he's bold and certain and arrogant. Isn't Chen Feng not joining the officials? Can we rely on him? There were soon a few who voiced their doubts. Comrade Chen Shilin is Chen Feng's own uncle and has a very good relationship. Lu Changqing didn't explain. It was just a short statement, and some of the people who were originally not clear about this relationship immediately dawned on them. They knew deep down that Lu Changqing was right. Nowadays it was the world of silver energizers, and as an official they also had to hug their thighs. Although they hadn't seen Chen Feng make a move, Chen's employees were spread all over the globe, and as long as they had previously worn silver jewelry according to Chen Feng's requirements, they would surely be silver energetic powerhouses nowadays. In particular, his personally trained and trusted henchmen were almost all millionaires, now that they had heard that Chen Feng's own uncle was their colleague, and was also the deputy chief director. Their hearts immediately felt steady. However, they also regretted a little bit that they really should have persuaded Chen Shilin more just now to become this chief director. Hearing Lu Changqing's words, Chen Shilin said, "Director Lu, I can't control that nephew of mine. Ha ha, it's okay, he can manage you." Lu Changqing smiled very casually. Then, he put away his smile and solemnly said, "Whether or not the 10 great theories of silver energy and the breathing method are to be shared globally, please vote by a show of hands." He briefly scanned the week and said, "Good. The number of people in favor is more than 2/3. I now announce that the global sharing plan is passed. Let's move on to the next item and talk about the plans for the Silver Authority in each part of the country." Just as Lu Changqing's words fell, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open by a young female employee. Looking at the somewhat flustered look of the female staff member, Lu Changqing furrowed his brows and asked, "Xiao Zhang, is there something urgent? Something big?" Xiao Zhang came up for air, her small chest huffing and puffing. "Speak slowly. There's no rush. The Chen's refuge in the old city is surrounded by demonic beasts, and may attack at any time." "How many demonic beasts are there?" "There are at least 70 to 80,000 seen right now, if not more, as there are still quite a few demonic beasts hiding in the buildings." "Where did you get the news from?" "Swiped on the hot search, but the satellite footage has been retrieved for confirmation." Then, Lu Changqing hurriedly ordered, "Secretary Wu, quickly pull up the satellite footage of the old city for me." Secretary Wu's operation was very skillful, and after just a few seconds, the overall satellite picture of the old city appeared on the projection screen. Then, he adjusted the screen and swept all around the refuge. Seeing the scene on the screen, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. There are just too many demonic beasts. This is the first time we've seen such a large-scale gathering of demonic beasts since the opening of the calamity. Look guys, it seems that there are quite a few demonic beasts that can erupt with supernormal abilities, and from recent observations, demonic beasts with supernormal abilities are bound to be very powerful. Even if Chen Feng and the others were strong, it would be impossible for them to withstand such a large-scale swarm of demonic beasts. It's a pity that so many of Chen's employees haven't arrived at the refuge yet. If most of Chen's silver energizers were assembled, they'd definitely have the ability to fend off this wave of demonic beasts. But the fact of the matter now is that I'm afraid that all the silver energizers in the old city's refuge combined are less than 1,000, and they alone won't be able to hold out." While everyone was in shock and expressing regret towards Chen Feng, only Chen Shilin only frowned slightly without much emotional fluctuation. After looking at the satellite images, Tan Jitao's face was gloomy as he said, "Nothing must happen to the old city refuge. Nowadays, Chen Feng has become the spiritual pillar of many people. If he were to fall, it would inevitably destroy some of the confidence that people have just built up, and even cause more people to fall into panic again. In addition, Chen's employees are numerous and spread across the globe, and most of them wore silver jewelry according to Chen Feng's call at the time. Now that they have all awakened to become transcendent silver energizers, although a small portion of them have joined our Xia officialdom, more of them are waiting for Chen Feng's next command. If Chen Feng really falls this time, it will definitely cause the group to be leaderless and breed new chaos." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Deputy Director Tan is right. Chen Feng truly cannot fall. We officials must do something. We cannot allow the old city refuge to be destroyed by demonic beasts. Immediately afterward, Lu Changqing's gaze condensed and he said in a deep voice, "Now I announce that today's meeting is suspended. Immediately enter a level 1 state of readiness. Secretary Wu, you now immediately contact the head of the Braised Face province. Ask him to gather the garrison at the fastest speed to support the Guaner Old City Refuge. Old Tan, you now immediately rush to Guan Air and lead 3 mecha divisions to support it. Old Chui, your missile brigade should stand by and be ready to support with firepower." "Yes." Then, Lu Changqing looked at Chen Shilin. "Shilin, you will also set off to Guaner now and lead the silver energizers over there to be ready to support Chen Feng's refuge. Director Lu, I think you should contact Chen Feng by phone first. Perhaps he doesn't need our support as he mentioned this demonic beast scourge to me before." Chen Shilin spoke slowly. "I understand his character. Since he didn't tell me, he should be sufficient to deal with it himself." However, Lu Changqing didn't seem to pay attention to the second half of his sentence and hastily agreed. "Shilin, you're right. I should contact him first so that we can discuss the battle plan in advance to guarantee a successful rescue. Outside the Gwaner Old City Refuge, hundreds of thousands of demonic beast armies were rubbing their fists and standing by. As long as Black Pig gave the order, an overwhelming attack could be launched at any time. On the other hand, inside the refuge, Chen Feng was taking his beautiful bodyguard with him, strolling to Dr. Gao's research laboratory in a very leisurely manner. When he saw Dr. Gao, his gaze froze. He did not expect Dr. Gao, who was not in the rank, to have been promoted to a first-rank warrior. His assistant, Hachi, who was beside him, was still at the 6th rank at the beginning and had not been promoted. He knew very well that Dr. Gao didn't know the ancient book breathing method. If someone had taught it, he would have been able to feel the generation of the Gongfu subnodes in the first place. This was because the result of Anti-2's test earlier was already available. The paper version of the breathing technique he had given to Anti-2 would still be under his mastery of the main Gong method after the other party had practiced it. Therefore, he now had no more worries about the transmission of the Gongfu. Even if the Gongfu was stolen by miscreants and spread globally, he was not afraid. After all, as long as one practiced his Gongfu, the other party's life would also be clutched in his hands. It was just that he wasn't an evil person and didn't want to use it to blackmail others. He only wanted to convince people with virtue. And if he couldn't, convincing people with martial arts was also a good choice. Dr. Gao must have been in intense research for the past 2 days. It was impossible for him to raise his cultivation level by himself alone. Could it be that Hachi was ferrying him silver energy to help him cultivate? But that was also impossible. Because before, during the discussion and exchange with Luo Chengfei and the others, he had specifically asked the brothers to try it out amongst themselves, and they were unable to transmute energy to others to cultivate through the ancient book breathing method. Therefore, the last time he was able to transmute energy cultivation to Sister Chiu, it was also exclusive to him, and others simply couldn't achieve it. But how did he do it? Chen Feng was also a bit puzzled. Thus, as soon as he entered the lab, he opened his mouth and asked, "Old Steel, how did you advance to a first-rank warrior?" "Little 8 helped me," Dr. Gao casually replied. The experimental apparatus in his hand did not put down, still studying intensely. "How did she help you?" Chen Feng asked again, without waiting for Dr. Gao to open his mouth. Hachi on the side suddenly lifted her own small hand and twisted it. By this It was then that Chen Feng realized that there was a black rope wrapped around her wrist, and the other end of the rope was connected to Dr. Gao's wrist. Could it be that by relying on this piece of black rope, the problem of not being able to cross energy between them was solved? Chen Feng was a bit puzzled about this, and he asked again, "Old Steel, this black rope, it can't be the practical result you've achieved in the past 2 days, right?" "No, it's just something I randomly came up with unintentionally. It's not considered practical," Chen Feng said in his heart. "You can even get other silver energizers to help you cultivate. It's still not considered practical, and it's still unintentional? Are you in fucking Versailles? Why do I look like hair?" Chen Feng tugged on the black rope and asked, "It's just hair, Brother Feng. Twisting hair into a rope so you can help Old Steel cultivate? There's such a good thing?" Hachi said. "It's not anyone's hair that makes it. It's made with plush hair and a little something special added to it." Then, Dr. Gao stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look at Chen Feng, explaining, "Originally, I wanted to use the plush hair to make something else, but I didn't realize that it was inadvertently made into a tool that could assist in the conduction of silver energy." In his previous life, he had heard of people who had created such items. Some silver energy users could even utilize such items to conduct silver energy to ordinary people. Although it could not make them become a silver energy person as well, it could significantly enhance the ordinary person's physical quality, as well as all aspects of their quality ability. This kind of item definitely belonged to the sought-after goods, and could even be said to be a strategic resource. However, that was several years after the calamity. I didn't expect Dr. Gao to come up with this kind of contraption right off the bat, and unintentionally at that. It can conduct silver energy. Isn't that practical enough? Chen Feng asked. Dr. Gao replied. First of all, the material. It's hard to find. Other than Fluffy's hair, other people's hair won't work. I've tried with Hachi and the hair of some of your silver energy female subordinates. However, this is not a difficult problem, because I can use a strong corpse with strong recovery power to try to continue to cultivate hair for Fluffy's corpse. Now there is already a preliminary test direction. I believe that it won't take too long for Fluffy's corpse to continue to grow hair. Letting the corpse continue to grow hair. Awesome. Chen Feng could not help but secretly praise. However, this kind of conduction rope has a lot of limitations. This one can only be used by Hachi and I. It won't work if it's changed. That's why I said it's not practical. Dr. Gao continued. It can only be used by the two of you? Chen Feng felt very surprised. Dr. Gao smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. This route has mainly been debugged by me and can only be used by me and Hachi. If you want to change it for someone else to use it, you can do so as well, but it will require even more tedious adjustments. To put it in a way you can easily understand, this is equivalent to each silver energizer having their own frequency band. And this rope we're tied to right now has both ends adjusted to my and Hachi's frequency bands. The conduction rope is relatively simple to debug for the first time after it is made, but it would be much more troublesome to switch the frequency bands of the other silver energizers in the city again. That's why I said that this thing isn't very practical." After hearing the explanation, Chen Feng instantly understood. He could utilize the breathing method to transmit power to other silver energizers, and it was very likely that he was the one with full band compatibility. "Didn't you say that within 2 days? You had researched at least one practical result? Where is the practical one?" Dr. Gao then took out a tube of reagent from his locker. "Look, this is it." "What is this?" Seeing a small reagent tube held in Dr. Gao's hand, Chen Feng asked. Dr. Gao did not answer, but instead directly picked up a small knife on the operating table. Without saying a word, he viciously stabbed a knife towards his thigh. Blood was instantly dripping, but he didn't care at all, just as if he was usually drinking a glass of water. Then, he opened the small reagent tube and poured a small drop of liquid towards the wound on his thigh, only to see that the wound on his thigh instantly stopped bleeding, and was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After waiting for roughly less than half a minute, the entire wound had completely recovered as before, and not a single trace of the slash could be seen on the skin. "This is a healing potion? Not bad." Dr. Gao nodded in disbelief and continued to add, "In fact, if you are seriously injured, direct injection with a syringe is the most effective. Oral and topical can also be used, but the effect is a bit lacking. You developed this by utilizing a strong man?" Chen Feng pointed to the operation table next to him, the naked headless corpse. "Not bad." Dr. Gao was full of smiles and said very happily, "This research material you gave me is simply fantastic. It's enough for me to develop for quite some time. And using him, I can develop potions that transform the bodies of ordinary people. An evolutionary potion that transforms ordinary people. Has it been developed as well?" "Old Steel, the surprise you gave me is just too great." Chen Feng could not help but praise. Dr. Gao, "Not yet, but I already have an idea. And with the assistance of Hachi's mental simulation, I believe it won't take too long to develop it." With his assistance in this life, all sorts of progress was sped up a lot. If we follow the direction of the last life, Dr. Gao would still have at least a year or so before he could develop an evolutionary potion to transform the physique of ordinary people, and it was said that the side effects of that kind of potion were still very high. I wondered if the evolutionary potion for ordinary people that Dr. Gao was researching in this life would still have side effects. Then, Chen Feng collected his thoughts and opened his mouth to inquire, what level of effect can the healing potion achieve if it is injected? Although it can't be said that one can live and die, as long as one isn't beaten to a cinder and instantly killed. As long as the potion is injected immediately, one is guaranteed to be saved. But there is also a drawback. What drawback? Can't amputate limbs to regenerate. As long as one hangs on to their breath, they can be saved. It's already very heavenly. What more bicycle do they need? Chen Feng patted Dr. Gao's shoulder and said, "Old Steel, you're asking too much of yourself. It's already very good to be able to research like this in just 2 days. Take a good rest in the next 2 days. Your health is more important than all this." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Dr. Gao was very touched in his heart. "Old Feng is still so concerned about me." Dr. Gao smiled and said, "It's alright, Old Feng. Now after I broke through the first stage, my physical quality has greatly increased. Even if I don't sleep every day, there is no problem. Besides, now I can't sleep without doing research. Let me work big for 7 days and 7 nights before I take a rest." "Alright, then," Chen Feng continued, "I'll give Zhang Ma a word in a while, so that she can make some more nutritious meals for you in Little 8. And you, Little 8, you're just at the time of growing your body. Pay attention to taking it easy. Urge Old Steel to rest more. You guys need to combine labor and rest, so you can work more efficiently. Brother Feng, do you think my body still needs to grow?" Cheng Ba hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled gently. Does seem like it doesn't need to grow much." Cheng Bachi continued, "Brother Feng, I'm now a 6th order warrior, and I possess greater physical strength and physical quality than Old Steel. Just don't worry, I will grasp it on my own. If Old Steel doesn't rest when it's time to rest, I will let him physically rest. Goddamn physical rest. I think it's force rest." Chen Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. "Alright," Chen Feng then asked, "Old Steel, can this healing potion be mass-produced now?" Dr. Gao shook his head. For the time being, I haven't found a suitable way to mass produce it yet. For now, I can only have Hachi cooperate with me to make it by hand, and I can make at least 30 tubes a day without affecting the rest of the research. How many are in stock now? 26 tubes. Enough. After all, there were still 2 awakened healing faculty powers among the 100 brothers. More than 20 tubes of potions were completely enough, and the strong people he had specifically trained might not be able to use it at all. At most, those ordinary people who were piloting the mechs would be injured. Just then, Luo Chengfei found here. Dong Chen, I see that the black pigs and the others are already on the verge of stupidity, and may launch an attack on my refuge at any time. Luo Chengfei's face was gloomy. Chen Feng smiled with a breezy expression. No harm done. Just get ready. When they are 200 meters away from the city wall, you will lead the team out to meet them. What about those refugees outside the shelter? How many refugees are there? Due to the large number of demonic beasts in the old city, there aren't many refugees that have come to us. There are only 200 or so outside the wall right now. When the black pig launches its attack, you arrange for them to enter the wall for a temporary shelter, and then just throw them out when the demonic beast army retreats. Yes, we don't feed freeloaders here. Chen Feng spat out a sentence and asked, by the way, among the refugees, are there any with special talents? Don't worry, Dong Chen, those with special talents, I have already introduced them according to your instructions in advance. Good, well done. Chen Feng then instructed, Brother Fei, go find Jia Lu and work with Dr. Gao to strengthen the healing medicine. Jia Lu was the silver energizer who had awakened the pharmaceutical empowerment. If these healing potions were strengthened with his empowerment, they might really not be far from being born dead. After instructing him, he took Lin Xiu's hand and then he instantly left once again, coming to the grove where he had engaged in the quiz last time. This time, he wanted to see just how much Sister Qiu had improved after advancing to War General. At the same time, he could also verify if he, when facing a battle general, was still as relaxed as before. As soon as Sister Qiu's silver sword came out, he immediately felt the change, and before the blade reached him, he felt a glare. Poof! Sister Qiu stabbed Chen Feng's right side with her sword in the chest. As expected, Sister Qiu's strength was much stronger than that of a warrior, at least twice as strong. However, the blade of the sword still pierced Chen Feng's skin not far away and then did not advance any further, but a lot stronger than last time. This time has not entered the muscle, but it was just like an infusion needle, more than 5 or 6 times, or negligible. Then, when Sister Autumn used her palm wind, he clearly felt it was even more severe and powerful. However, he could still absorb it with his storage space and it was very easy. It showed that there was still a very large gap between Sister Qiu's strength today and his own, who was only a silver energy warrior. Right now, it seemed that even if she was promoted to a 9th-ranked warrior general in the future, it was likely that she still wouldn't be able to compare herself to herself. After all, small realm advancements were limited, and only with large realm breakthroughs would strength increase exponentially by leaps and bounds. I'm afraid that Sister Qiu would only be able to compete with herself at the warrior level if she broke through to a higher level and became a battle king. Then, Sister Autumn tested instantaneous transmission and gravity control, and the boost was also obvious. The teleportation distance was directly increased by 2 times, and at the moment, she could easily teleport 100 meters. It was just that she couldn't take people with her yet, so maybe taking people with her to instantly move was also her own patent, and gravity control originally can only impose a maximum of 5 times, now has reached 10 times gravity. Slightly weaker demonic beasts, I'm afraid that 10 times the gravity out, immediately will be crushed to death. However, the 10 times gravity applied on Chen Feng did not feel anything at all. He was still moving freely and at a fast speed. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang, answering the call. A middle-aged man's easygoing and familiar voice came from the receiver. Hello, Chen Feng, this is Lu Chongqing. I have to apologize to you first. Why? Your second uncle didn't become the director of the Silver Energy General Bureau. He's only the deputy director, or I'm temporarily acting as the director. Then congratulations to Director Lu. It's really not my intention. It's how to persuade your second uncle. He's not doing this, Chief Director. Bureau Lu. It's okay, no need to explain to me. My second uncle's refusal was expected. I understand his character. He just wants to be a soldier. At most, he is a charging general. Let him sit at home and engage in management. He is not doing it. The original family group. If not no one to manage, he will not be hard. This is not. I just said to take over the group. He immediately put down his pick. Lu Changqing smiled and said, thanks for understanding. Then Lu Changqing's voice gelled a bit as he continued. Chen Feng, I've already heard about your refuge being surrounded by a group of demonic beasts. I've now discharged my troops to go and support them. and I'm now just trying to discuss a battle plan with you to deal with this crisis. Crisis? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng instantly smiled. Bureau Lu. For me this is not a crisis, but an opportunity. Chen Feng, I know you're young, ambitious and confident, but sometimes you can't be arrogant. I've already observed through the satellite footage. The demonic beasts that surrounded your refuge are at least more than 100. 000. How can your 1,000 or so people withstand it? Lu Changqing didn't care if he would offend Chen Feng this time. He directly said in a tone of educating his juniors. Chen Feng knew that Lu Changqing was also doing it for his own good, so he did not care. Bureau Lu. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. My shelter doesn't need official support, but I've sent out all my people. A large portion of them are probably in position now. Then stay put and watch from the sidelines. I don't want anyone to come out and steal my head for me. Chen Feng's tone was slightly colder. Fine. I will press on. If I find something wrong, I will still send out my troops. Lu Changqing's tone was very sincere as he continued to add. Chen Feng, you're really important to our Grand Xia right now. You mustn't be alright. Bureau Lu. No matter what. Thank you, but please also rest assured. Since I dare to say this, I'm sure of it. Just wait and see. Good. I'll watch. Lu Changqing also smiled slightly and said, don't worry, even if I send my troops out at that time, the spoils of war will all be on you. Even Chen Feng was a little touched by what he said. Worthy of being a helmsman-level figure of the Grand Xia, he had a pattern. In a shelter in Guaner City, Tanya, whose eyes were filled with worry, stood up violently. Sister Feng, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I must go. Lu Feng also stood up and walked over to Tanya. The two of them had been neighbors for quite a few years when they were young. Lu Feng had always been good at her studies since she was young, and would occasionally help Tanya with her homework. Therefore, the two of them had a good relationship and had been good friends for many years. Lu Feng pulled Tanya's arm and spoke. Tanya, haven't you already broken up with Chen Feng? Why do you still want to go and get yourself killed? Tanya shook off Lu Feng, a look of determination on her face. No, I'm going no matter what, even if I have to die on the way to the old city refuge. Alright, I'll join you. Sister Feng, there's no need for you to risk your life with me. In Tanya and Lu Feng's opinion, Chen Feng's situation this time around was a bad one. Therefore, they thought that their going to rescue him this time would definitely be no different than sending him to his death. Lu Feng's face turned and she solemnly said, Tanya, let me tell you, even if you don't go, I still have to go, because my sister-in-law and I as well as my niece, are able to survive solely because of Dongchen. If it wasn't for him, we are a few weak women. We definitely wouldn't be able to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Even if I join the officialdom now, as long as Dongchen is in trouble, without orders from the higher-ups, I will definitely go to support him. Good. Sister Feng. We'll join together. Tanya nodded heavily. Then, the two stunning women walked together hand in hand towards the outside of the shelter. Just as they reached the entrance, the two of them were stopped by a youth of 18 or 19 years old. The youth was tall and thin, with medium to high features, a little bit handsome, and had a center parting. He was Lu Feng's sister-in-law's younger brother, her niece Yaya's own uncle Zhang Wei, and had been following her elder brother and sister-in-law when they were young. Therefore, he and Tanya also know, and from childhood to fall in love. Zhang Wei stopped Tanya and Lu Feng and opened his mouth to ask, Sister Tanya, now that the outside is full of demonic beasts and devils, where are you and Sister Feng going? You don't have to care. Tanya casually replied back and moved on. Sister Tanya, you're not going to Chen Feng's refuge to support him, are you? Zhang Wei asked speculatively. Lu Feng on the side pushed it away. Zhang Wei, go about your business and stay out of it. It seems like you guys are really going to find Chen Feng. Sister Tanya, you and Chen Feng have broken up. How can you go accompany him to die again? Zhang Wei raised his voice. Zhang Wei, where I'm going is my business. It has nothing to do with you. How could it have nothing to do with it? You are the one who is going to be my wife in the future. Your business is my business, Zhang Wei said with an accentuated word and a straight face. Without waiting for Tanya to open her mouth, Lu Feng on the side opened her mouth and reprimanded. Zhang Wei, how many times has Tanya told you that you guys are impossible? Even without Chen Feng you guys are still possible. Don't bother her again in the future. No, as long as she doesn't marry for a day, there is a day of possibility. I believe that one day, I will impress her with my true heart. Zhang Wei continued to add, because when I was 4 years old, I recognized Sister Tanya, and I am not marrying her for the rest of my life. Enough. Tanya hadn't planned to get angry, but Zhang Wei had been endless. Zhang Wei, I know you're sincere to me, but you're making me really annoyed like this. Okay, it's okay, I won't say anything. I'll just follow you guys. If you guys want to go support Chen Feng, I'll go too. That way with my time-based psychic ability, you'll be a bit more sure of yourselves as well. No need, Tanya coldly said. It's fine. I won't bother you guys. I'll just follow you and protect you and Sister Fong. Right at this moment, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl ran over. Uncle, you play with me, okay? No, Uncle needs to go on a mission with your aunt. No, I want Uncle to play with me, or I'll go on a mission with you guys. I'm also a silver energizer now. Saying that, Yaya's palm flung towards the ground, and a small mountain formed by ice crystals instantly appeared on the ground. Then, she let it go sang, and kept shooting ice swords outwards from her palm. Okay, Yaya, Uncle will take you with him. Snap, Lu Fang slapped Zhang Wei's head. Zhang Wei, has your head been kicked by a donkey? Yaha is so young, even if she has become a silver energy person as well. Does that make it possible to take her out on an adventure? You quickly go back and send Yaha to your sister's place. With those words, Lu Fang pulled Tanya away. Alright, Zhang Wei could only watch them leave with bated breath. The traveling Lu Fang and Tanya soon encountered the first wave of demonic beasts that blocked the road. One could only see a book floating in Lu Fang's hand from time to time. When the book left her hand, it was extremely fast, and when it touched the demonic beasts, it instantly exploded. Extremely powerful. None of the demonic beasts that surrounded them were spared, and almost all of them were blown into crumbs. My ability is the Book of Explosions. The power is indeed good, Tanya complimented. It's a pity that I'm only at the 2nd rank now. Even if my ability is stronger, I can at most kill a 3rd rank demonic beast over the level, and when I come across a 4th rank one, I can only run for my life. It's a good thing that at the early stage of the calamity, basically, I can't see any demonic beasts of the 4th rank. And although the demonic people of the same rank are even stronger, the highest at the moment is also at the level of the 2nd rank. Tanya nodded in agreement. Right, Tanya. I know that you are also at the 2nd rank, but how come I haven't seen you use your powers in such a long time? You're not just a silver energy practitioner who has strengthened your body, are you? Lu Fang then asked again. No, I also have supernormal abilities. Then what is your supernormal ability? The next wave of demonic beasts. Don't move. Let me handle it. Good. Just as they were about to reach the old city, a group of demonized wildcats, more than 50 in total, suddenly sprang out and surrounded the two of them. One of the big black cats looked very ferocious. It was obvious that it was the leader cat demon, and this group of cats should be the one that it had corralled. Seeing so many cat demons, Lu Fang's face changed. She looked at the other group of cat demons with great gravity. Moreover, cats were originally physically flexible and fast. In her opinion, the two of them would most likely die before they could get out. But Tanya beside her did not change her face. What to do? Lu Fang was a little anxious. Sister Fong, leave it to me. Then, Tanya's gaze condensed and she shouted out in a very fast tone. My territory. I'm in charge. All creatures listen to the order. Within 30 meters, all creatures are not allowed to run. As soon as her words fell, the 50 or so cats that surrounded them moved at the same time. However, right after the group of cats ran into Tanya's 30-meter range, their speed plummeted, followed by unconsciousness and collapsing to the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Only the leading cat demon suddenly paused its body and began to change from running to walking. It was obvious that it had a higher level of spiritual intelligence. However, a bunch of blood also spilled out from the corner of its mouth, obviously injured. This scene confused Lu Fang. What's the situation? How come the cats are all dead before they even move? Only one is left that is still injured. But soon, the black cat meowed grimly and began to slowly spit out human words. Humans, do you think you can kill me like this? Ha ha, it will be your time to die soon. It slowly approached the two of Tanya, but Tanya didn't look it in the eye in the slightest. My territory. I'm in charge. Change the order. Within 10 meters, all living beings are not allowed to move. However, as soon as the call changed this time, Tanya's figure snapped, and in a flash, she came within 10 meters of the big black cat, and without stopping, the big black cat continued to take a slow step forward. At the same time when it had just taken that step, it once again sprayed a mouthful of blood wildly from its mouth. This time it was really a bit scared. It stood still and didn't dare to move a muscle, looking at Tanya, who was walking slowly in front of it, with supplicating eyes. But Tanya was unmoved, and came up with a punch, pounding on top of the big black cat's face. However, the strength of the big black cat wasn't weak either. It didn't die from just one blow. So it once again took a step forward, wanting to attack Tanya, but just after this step, its body became violently unstable and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, blood constantly spilling from the corners of its mouth, and its body convulsing continuously. Then, Tanya stepped out with one foot, stepping on the big black cat's stomach. The big black cat instantly chopped up its liver and died. At the same time, Tanya said, "My territory. I'm in charge. Order to collect." Lu Feng quickly rushed up as well and took out the demon core from the big black cat's body. A third-stage demonic beast. Surprisingly, it was so easy for you to finish it off. It didn't even resist. And it had so many minions. How did you do it, Tanya? Lu Feng felt a bit incredulous. Then asked, "What exactly is your ability?" "Ruling," Tanya said. "It's when I call out a call to arms and set a rule. And as long as the rule is violated within the range I set, then I can adjudicate on it. Which means I can directly kill my opponent. If they are at the same level as me or at a lower level than me, as long as they violate the rule I set, they will die for sure. While those who are stronger than me will be injured or affected in some way. Tanya, this ability of yours is simply heaven-defying." Lu Feng, in front of Tanya, didn't have any of her previous intellectual ladylike demeanor at all, and kept raving about it. "If you stand there, all those below the second rank have to die. It's a pity that your level isn't high enough. If it was, if you were to stand there alone at Chen Feng's place, even more demonic beasts would have to die." Sister Feng, overpraise? It's not that exaggerated. The consumption of this ability of mine isn't small. At most another 200 or so second-ranked demonic beasts. I won't be able to hold on. And there are limits to the definition of the rules. I can only define one kind of rule at a time. Let's say, not allowed to walk, not allowed to run, or not allowed to make noise, not allowed to use any tools, silver energy and so on. And the rules can't be defined too much, especially for powerful enemies. Like just now when I first defined no running, the big black cat was seriously injured, while the other cats were killed outright. If I had defined that they were not allowed to move in the first place, the demonic beasts that were at the same second rank as me or at a lower rank than me would still have died, but the big black cat would not have been injured too badly. So, I had to define the rules in a gradual manner as well, and when I changed the rules for the second time, I said that they couldn't move. By then, the black cat was already weak, and the rules would have harmed it even more, so that I could easily kill it. Hearing Tanya's explanation, Lu Feng drifted off, then asked, "The rules you defined, do they work on all living beings except you?" "Not really, except for me and the friendly targets I tagged. None of them will trigger the rules I defined, but it will cost me more silver energy." Lu Feng nodded and continued to ask curiously, "Is that kind of chanting you do mandatory?" "Yes, it's necessary," Tanya replied. "I don't know if I will not need to shout slogans in the future as my strength increases." Lu Feng nodded her head and laughed cheekily. "No wonder you don't see you using such a powerful supernormal ability. So it turns out that you need to shout such a middle-of-the-road slogan when using it." Then, she joked, "Actually, the way you shouted such a middle-aged slogan just now, it's quite a match for Zhang Wei, that middle-aged boy. Why don't you two try it out? You and Chen Feng have split up anyway." Sister Feng, Tanya instantly pulled a face, very unhappy. "Alright, not joking with you anymore. Actually, there's no need for you and Chen Feng to break up. You've misunderstood him." "How did I misunderstand him?" Tanya asked. Lu Feng replied, "What I signed wasn't a contract of sale. Look, I'm not joining the official now. He didn't force me to stay and didn't ask me for liquidated damages, and he treats all employees the same. They can freely choose to join the official, or stay in the group." At first I really didn't quite understand him, but now that I think about it, he's doing it all for our benefit. Otherwise, after the calamity comes, 90% of the entire group might be killed. I don't want you to have any misunderstandings about Chen Feng because of me. And in my opinion, Chen Feng definitely has you in his heart. After breaking up with you, he suddenly distanced himself from all women. Tanya shook her head. "Sister Feng, it's not because of you. I just can't forgive him for cheating on me. He's obviously a second-generation rich man, but he lied to me about being a poor boy. If it wasn't for that time when I accidentally saw you with him, I wouldn't have known that he's the boss you're talking about." "Tanya, you don't have to be too serious. The rich second generation wants to seek true love to play the poor boy. Isn't it also human nature?" Lu Feng persuaded again. After Zhang Wei left Tanya and the two girls, he immediately entered the shelter to put Yaya in her place. Then, he still followed out and secretly tailed Tanya and the two of them, looking at Tanya's back with affection, but in his heart, he was incomparably indignant and jealous. "Chen Feng, what good are you in the end? Sister Tanya has broken up with you, and is actually still oblivious to you. But it's okay, you're just a bit stronger in terms of your men. Without those strong henchmen of yours, you'd be nothing. I'm now a time-based silver energy practitioner, and you certainly can't be on the same page as me. Just wait for the day when I step on you and let you watch me marry my most beautiful sister Tanya." Ha ha, thinking about it, he laughed maniacally in his heart. In his opinion, His time-based ability was the most special and powerful ability. As long as he grasped the time to absorb the demon core, it wouldn't take long for him to become the pillar of the entire Disya, the world's most powerful silver energy practitioner. There was no one. The awakened time system ability was the confidence he had always had. In the center of Gwaner City, in an upscale apartment building, the dark and thin middle-aged woman, Chang Yurong, was sitting on the edge of a bed. In the center of the bed, there was a large hole, and all around the hole was a shiny silver color. And sitting on the chair opposite her was an old man, who was none other than Chen's old butler. Zhang Qichang, Chang Yurong said, Elder Zhang, aren't you preparing to leave Gwaner City? Why do you still want to go? Guanlin was once kind to me, and his son is in trouble now, so I have to go. Even if I splash out this old life of mine, I will still save little Feng. Zhang Qichang's gaze was firm. Elder Zhang, you're old, I think it's better if you don't go. I'll just bring a few people from the group. No way. Zhang Qichang pointed at the whole bed in front of him. Although I'm old, the silver plate bed that Xiao Feng gave me is not a small portion. I'm now a third-ordered silver energetic, while you few are only second-ordered at the highest. Going over there to face a huge army of demonic beasts would be like sending them to their deaths. You Rong, I think it's only proper for you few to stay and not go. After all, you're still young. There's no need for you to go and send death. And, what if there really is a long or short term over at the refuge? You, as the most prestigious leader of the group at the moment, are still needed to maintain the stability of the group. Otherwise the whole group is also likely to fall into crisis and cease to exist. We, as the old men of the group, must not let such things happen. We must not let down Guanglin's trust in us back then. Chang Yurong shook his head. How could brother Guanglin not have been a great benefactor to me back then? Now that Xiao Feng could be in deep danger at any time, how could I possibly sit back and do nothing? Elder Zhang, this time around I am obliged to make a move. Even though I'm only at the first rank right now, I'm not afraid. Back then, if it wasn't for brother Guanglin, I would have been wasted in northern Burma. Moreover, I am now over 50 years old. I even have grandchildren. And I have long since lived enough in this life to have no more regrets. So, for the sake of brother Guanglin's kindness to me back then, I must go as well. Zhang Qichang stood up and said in a deep voice. Alright, let's go together then. Good. Even if we put our lives on the line, we must save brother Guanglin's only bloodline in this world. After saying that, the two of them ran out of the apartment with 5 of their men, drove into a cross-country type commercial vehicle, and drove towards the old town at a rapid pace. On the outskirts of Gwaner City, there was an earthen fortress on an empty lot. Zhao Changhe, who was originally full of fat, had obviously lost a circle of weight. However, his spirit was unusually full. He held his cell phone and watched the screen carefully. From time to time, he revealed a hint of a smile. Shortly afterward, he even laughed out loud. Ha ha, it's truly heaven's help. This time Chen Feng is going to be finished. Hearing Zhao Changhe's laughter and mentioning Chen Feng's name, the hearts of Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba, who were sitting not far away, were jolted. Afterward, Wang Haiba stood up and smiled as he approached Zhao Changhe. Boss, which Chen Feng are you talking about to finish? Is it Chen Feng, the chairman of the Chen group? Not bad. Zhao Changhe was full of smiles. It's that Chen Feng. I can only cower here nowadays. All thanks to him. This time, the gods have been kind. He'll be finished soon. Ha ha, didn't he build a shelter? Why is he about to be finished? At this time, there were others who were curious and rushed to ask questions. Just so Wang Haiba didn't need to open his mouth. Then, Zhao Changhe put in what he had seen on the hot search. That Chen Feng's refuge was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. After hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Wang Haiba and Cui Chenglin's faces were steeply clouded with worry. Even more, they hated to be able to fly to the refuge and fight side by side with their former fellow friends. But now that they were under the control of others, they were completely unable to do so. Their hearts were incomparably stifled. Incomparably unbearable, and they even wanted to end their lives. But they were still just ordinary people and really couldn't do it. They could only live on by the side of this incomparably hateful person. Then, Zhao Changhe continued to sneak a dark smile. It's fortunate that Chen Feng didn't hand over the refuge at that time, or else I'd be the one trapped inside today. Ha ha, it seems like the heavens have been really good to me. It's likely that once the beast tide passes this time around, I'll even save on nukes. 300 meters underground in the eastern suburb of Gwaner City, in a rocky void, a woman with scarlet eyes sat perched in this low space. She was dressed in rags, and her body was covered in hideous wounds visible to the naked eye, but they had long since scarred by now. Only her face was still white, with only one minor scratch, and her beautiful face could still be vaguely seen. Beside her, scattered everywhere were white bones and limbs. and the entire rocky gap was filled with the drying, disgusting smell of blood. If Chen Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman. This woman was no one else but his former young aunt, Lin Qingcha. At this moment, her eyes had regained their sanity, yet they were incomparably cold. Chen Feng, everything I have today is thanks to you. You wait for me. I will definitely break you into pieces. Just as Lin Qingcha was letting out a furious roar in her heart, suddenly, a person came out from the cracks in the rocks above. This person was none other than her faithful licking dog, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, where are the people? Where's the live person I want? Yi Chen's face stagnated. I'm sorry, Qingcha. Just now I was almost discovered by the officials up there, so I didn't catch anyone. Why are you so stupid? What time is it? Still afraid of the official people? Can't you kill them for my food? It's really the same as before. Still a wimp. Hearing Lin Qingcha reprimanding a bunch of people, Yi Chen had a bad taste in his heart, but was still pleasant to Lin Qingcha. Qingcha, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, there are a lot of official people. In case we let them find out what we've done, we definitely won't have any good fruit to eat. So bear with it for a while, and when the official people leave, I'll go up and help you find food. No, I can't bear it anymore. I just want to eat human flesh and drink human blood. You get it for me. Go on. Looking at Lin Qingcha's agonized appearance due to her bloodlust, Yi Chen couldn't bear it in his heart, so he pulled out a knife and stabbed at his arm. A fresh piece of meat was instantly cut off by him. Qingcha, come, eat the meat. Yi Chen put, sending it to Lin Qingcha's face. Qingcha, come, eat. Of course Lin Qingcha could tell that this was, but without saying a word, she put it into her mouth and gnawed on it in no time. And there was still an unfulfilled look on her face. Ah, it tastes really good. Or a silver energizer. Yi Chen, in the future when you go out again, don't look for ordinary people. Just help me catch silver energizers. The taste of silver energizers is simply too fragrant, and it's a great help in improving my strength. Good. When this gust of wind passes, I'll go and help you catch silver energizers. I'm still a little thirsty. With those words, she grabbed Yi Chen. Yi Chen then let her drink her blood. In fact, Lin Qingcha had just regained her spirit not long ago, and was a demon who was not yet at the second stage level. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was already at the third rank when he awakened. If he had made a move, he could have easily killed Lin Qingcha, but even though the current Lin Qingcha didn't hesitate to drink his blood, he was still looking at her with affection, his eyes full of deep love. Qingcha, drink slowly, don't choke. Lin Qingcha didn't say anything at all, continuing to suck on his wound. If it was an ordinary person who had lost such a large chunk of flesh and was sucked so much blood, they would have fainted long ago. However, even though Yi Chen was a silver energizer, after being sucked by Lin Qingcha for a while, he couldn't help but fall into a bit of a trance. Luckily, Lin Qingcha wasn't really stupid, and threw her mouth away after sucking for a while. Ah, Yi Chen, your blood is so delicious. I'm much more comfortable now. Yi Chen just nodded slightly without saying anything and picked up the gauze to wrap his arm. This time, Lin Qingcha did have an eye for it, and hurriedly got on board, helping Yi Chen tie up the wound together. Feeling Lin Qingcha's delicate hand that helped her bandage the wound, Yi Chen was once again in a trance, feeling a bit fluttery. So Qingcha still cares for me. After the wound was bandaged, Lin Qingcha directly jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen, it's still you who treats me the best. While speaking, she couldn't help but stroke the other party's freshly bandaged wound with her hand. Yi Chen, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, as long as you don't feel bad. Aha, I'm sorry, Yi Chen, I really can't take it anymore. Otherwise I wouldn't be 10,000 times more willing to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Oh, as she said that, Lin Qingcha suddenly rose up in pearly blossoms. Qingcha, don't be like this, I'll be fine. After the wind passes, I'll definitely catch you silver energizers to feed you. Yi Chen, you're so good. Lin Qingcha hugged Yi Chen a little tighter and continued to add, I knew that you're the one who treats me with sincerity. That's why all these years, I've been guarding my body for you. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was also surprised. Lin Qingcha continued to explain, although when I pretended to be pregnant, that old colorful trickster Chen Shilin still kept salivating over my body, but they were all rejected by me, and I did it just to pimp him out for a sum of money afterward, so that I could double up with you. Yi Chen. Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed in his heart while secretly swearing, ha ha, so Qingcha has me in her heart. In the future, as long as Qingcha is well, what's the harm even if I lose my life? But what he didn't know was that this was all Lin Qingcha's side of the story. In reality, as soon as she said she was pregnant at that time, Chen Shilin didn't move her at all, even when she continued to seduce in front of him, wanting to use the opportunity to get really pregnant. Chen Shilin refused out of fear that the child would be in danger and didn't give her a chance. By the way, have you heard from Chen Feng recently? I did actually hear one piece of news about him today. What is it? Tell me quickly. I heard that his sanctuary was besieged by hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. I'm afraid that this time around, he's in for a rough ride. Ha ha, truly the heavens have eyes now. Chen Feng, you didn't think that you would have your day, did you? This is retribution. Retribution, ha ha. Hearing the news that Chen Feng was most likely killed, she laughed very freely. Yi Chen, you continue to keep an eye on this matter. If he luckily doesn't die, I'll definitely see the opportunity to stomp on him, and then make him beg for his life, and beg for his death. Lin Xingqia's face was filled with a sinister color. Xingqia, if Chen Feng really didn't die, let's hurry up and leave Guaner. Find a place where no one lives in seclusion and I'll provide you with food. No, I must take revenge. If Chen Feng can get through this crisis, we can only say that he is even more terrifying than we imagined. Xingqia, it's better not to take revenge for this. This will only get us killed. Isn't it good for the two of us to live a peaceful life together? Yi Chen sincerely persuaded. At those words, Lin Xingqia's face instantly changed, and she pushed Yi Chen away. Yi Chen, I say, are you still not a man? I've been victimized by Chen Feng to such an extent. It's just as well that you don't go to help me take revenge. You even want to stop me from taking revenge. No, I am doing everything for your own good. If you're really doing this for my good, find a way to catch Chen Feng back for me, so that I can drink his blood and eat his flesh. Yi Chen fell silent and did not speak again to continue his rebuttal, not knowing what was in his heart. Outside the walls of the old city refuge, Sun Miao Miao held a live broadcasting pole and rose up with a large stereo on her back. When she opened the live broadcast room, tens of thousands of netizens instantly swarmed in, and the number was still soaring. The netizens who are in other live rooms, after hearing that a lot of water live opened, immediately turned off the current live room to fight a lot of water. At this time, the Big Mouth brother is also live, but when a lot of water live open, his live room again empty, he could only shut down his own live room and join the army of fans of many waters. Hello everyone, I'm Much Water. Welcome to my live room. Witness the miracle moment with me. Sister Water is awesome. Even at this time, she still has the heart to open a live broadcast. Sister Water, your home is about to be stolen. How can you still have time to go on live? Seeing the replies from a bunch of netizens, Sun Miao Miao smiled happily. I'm a war correspondent specially arranged by my family's boss. Of course I have to open a live broadcast to record the amazing battle that will soon unfold. Sister Shuei, your boss is bullish, not thinking of running away in a hurry, but even having to fight hard against tens of thousands of powerful demonic beasts. Now that the beasts have surrounded the shelter, Chen Feng has to have a place to escape. Doesn't Sister Shuei know how to fly? Chen Feng should just let Sister Shuei take him away, right? You have not seen how many anti-aircraft missile attacks the beasts have. Sister Shuei will be shot down before Chen Feng reaches the airspace of the beasts. That's true. Saying the same thing. Tell you guys, these demonic beasts are just small dishes for my boss. Why do we have to escape? When the big battle opens, you guys will be right when you watch. Only the demonic beasts will escape then. Sister Water, just blow it off. Your boss probably just wants to put on one last act before he dies. Like Brother Big Mouth. Dude, don't bring me when you talk. Ha ha, so Brother Big Mouth is here too. How many times have I told you guys, don't talk about my boss. Be careful, I'll fuck the knife to get you. While speaking, Sun Miao Miao had already swept the camera towards the bottom. You guys, look, what's on the periphery of the demonic beasts? It seems to be the official army. On the periphery of the demonic beasts, the old city's periphery, all of them were tanks, warplanes, mechs, intelligent attack robots, and other advanced weapons, and there were even hundreds of thousands of heavily armed official troops. Due to the very advanced live broadcast equipment of the moment, the focus could be adjusted. Therefore, even though the official army was assembled several kilometers away behind the demonic beast, the netizens still saw the official army through the screen. After seeing the army, many netizens thought they understood. Sister Shuei, no wonder you're so confident, so it's because you have official support. Once the official technological weapons come out, even more demonic beasts will have to kneel. Not also. You are not see before scared silly Big Mouth brother of the big cat. Even nuclear weapons are on. Have not taken it. The last or a mysterious swordsman sister out. Only to kill it. Indeed. At the moment, Blue Star's weapons are fine against ordinary demonic beasts. But when it comes to slightly stronger ones, I'm afraid they're not much more practical. Yes, as the plague continues, the demonic beasts and devils will only get stronger and stronger. So in the future, we must rely on the silver energizers to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. I sincerely hope that Chen Feng and the others will be able to fight it off. After all, the strongest hundreds of silver energizers are currently in this shelter. In case they are finished, it will be a great loss for the entire Desya and even the entire Blue Star. If this demonic beast's catastrophe continues, the silver energizers will only get stronger. If the demonic beast army this time around, even Chen Feng is unable to withstand it, then I can only choose to defect to the demonic beasts. It is said that after their demonization, they have all developed spiritual intelligence. Maybe they can accept defection as well. It's not maybe, I've heard that there are already people who have defected to the demons right now. No way. As humans, how could they do such a thing? You're not there yet. If you are, you'll probably surrender faster than they will. No, I'd rather die than join the beasts. Let's hope so. Dear babies, don't worry. These demonic beasts are really nothing to my boss. They don't need official support at all. They can still be easily handled. In my opinion, even with official support, Chen Feng's sanctuary may not even be able to be saved. I seem to have seen quite a few people sporadically spread out behind the demonic beasts. They are most likely silver energizers who have come to support Chen Feng, right? At this time, Sun Miao Miao spoke again. You guys guessed correctly. Those sporadically distributed ones are indeed silver energizers, and a situation that my family boss anticipated in advance. No wonder. Your family boss is emboldened. So it turns out that there are still powerful silver energizer reinforcements. Ha ha, they are powerful? The ones that came are nothing more than a bunch of rabble. Really meeting with a demonic beast is just sending them to their deaths. Shui, how can you say that about your friends who have come to support you? That's right, Sister Shui. You're losing character. I'm just being honest. And if they come, they'll probably only help. So my boss is prepared in advance. What preparations? You guys listen up. Sun Miao Miao directly opened the stereo behind her, connected her cell phone's Bluetooth, and played the audio that had been recorded in advance. Friends from the periphery. First of all, I, Chen Feng, express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Instantly, Chen Feng's voice came out from within the audio, his tone very calm and friendly. However, the next sentence painted a sudden change in tone. However, I don't need your support, so please return from wherever you came from and don't steal heads from me here. Beware of my sledgehammer that doesn't have eyes. Take care. Crap, how can Chen Feng say that? It's unbelievable. No matter what, he's here to help him, okay? When the crowd of netizens heard Chen Feng's recording, they were instantly enraged. Not to mention those silver energizers below who had kindly come to support him. His recording had just finished playing, and almost all of those on the periphery of the demonic beasts who were prepared to volunteer to support him had all gone. In the end, there were only two teams left, still secretly staring at the demonic beast's every move and not leaving. One team was Zhang Qichang and Chang Yurong, while the other team was Tanya and Lu Feng. And behind the two Tanyas, the one person still sneakily following, Zhang Wei, was still silently watching and hadn't left either. Zhang Qichang couldn't help but say, Little Feng, really confused. How could he be like this? Right, one more person is one more strength, and that shelter will have one more chance of winning. How can he piss off all his friends who will come to help him? Chang Yurong also chimed in with a look of hatred. Could it be that Qindong he doesn't want us to die for him? When a young man beside them asked this, it suddenly dawned on Zhang Qichang and Chang Yurong. Alas, Little Feng, he really has the same kind heart as his father. Zhang Qichang couldn't help but sigh. As for Tanya and Lu Feng, who were hidden on the other side, they could not help but spit on Chen Feng in their hearts, thinking that he should not have done this. People were clearly here to help him, so how could he say that they were here to steal heads? Wasn't it obvious that he was trying to drive people away? Did they still have to lick their faces and stay to support you? At the same time, both of them had the same speculation in their hearts. He wouldn't want us to die for him, would he? The netizens, on the other hand, were still cursing in the live broadcast room. Sister Water, you quickly let your boss come out and apologize, or I won't fan you anymore. You love to fan or not, my boss didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? I'm not just not going to fan you, I'm going to blacklist you. Do what you like. I have thousands of fans, not one more than you, not one less, and my bosses for their own good, one by one, not even a few of the third order. See a slightly stronger demonic beasts, they die without knowing how to die. In my opinion, my boss isn't worried about them grabbing heads, but is afraid that they will come over and send heads for thousands of miles. Hearing Sun Miao Miao's words, the netizens instantly became even more angry in their hearts. Shui, you're really going overboard like this. As a loyal fan of yours, I also have to say, I'm going to take off my powder. Yes, I'm also taking off my powder. I'm also going to leave my fan base. Shui, even if I like you more, I can't tolerate what your boss is doing. Just then, a netizen's statement caught everyone's attention. I get it. Chen Feng did this on purpose. Brother, what is this saying? Chen Feng knew full well that they were bound to die in the face of such a large number of demonic beasts. So he purposely said those kind of infuriating words just to piss off the people who were supporting him. I see. It's really like that. Chen Feng just doesn't want others to die because of him. Chen Feng is really a good person. Shui. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. Shui. I'm sorry. Shui. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Shui. Don't hold on. If you really can't take it, cry it out. What's wrong with me? I can't stand it. I'm not sad at all. Okay? You're going to die soon. Aren't you? Aren't you sad? You're the one who's going to die. Sun Miao Miao's face was full of disdain. With my boss around, I'm sure to live a long life. After the words, she muttered in a small voice. Why isn't this black pig attacking yet? It's also to go. Looks like it's time to use the method my boss taught me. Sister Water, what did you say just now? Sister Water, were you speaking to us? I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? The netizens didn't hear Sun Miao Miao's words and sent messages asking about it. Sun Miao Miao ignored it and instead put the microphone to her mouth. She began to let out her words loudly. The black and stupid pig down there, listen to me. No matter what, you're still a stupid pig. Ow, meow, quack, giggle, buzzing. Hearing the loudspeaker from above, the group of demonic beasts below immediately stirred up a burst of agitation and roared. Obviously, all of them had turned on their spiritual intelligence. And even if some of them were not yet able to spit out human words, they were still fully able to understand human language. However, after hearing Sun Miao Miao's words, the black pig remained motionless in its original position. Not only did it not roar, even the hair and skin on its body didn't shake a bit. Sun Miao Miao thought to herself, this pig's temper is also too good. Right. Scolding like this it can endure. Could it be that the words are not right? Big black pig, big fat pig, big stupid pig. Remember, you're a pig. You're not a dog. Whether it's a mule or a horse, quickly pull it out to slither. The roars of the demonic beasts below became even more powerful, but the black pig remained motionless. This black pig was also too damn meticulous. Although the black pig didn't react much, the netizens in the live broadcast room reacted greatly. Crap! What kind of operation is this for Sister Shui? She's looking for death. She's looking for death. People aren't even ready to attack. You're messing with them. Are you tired of dying fast enough? This is pure hatred. Babies, no matter what I say, this black pig doesn't react and doesn't get angry. Do you have any way to make it angry and hurry up to attack our shelter? Sun Miao Miao opened her mouth to ask the netizens for help. Sister Water, are you serious? How nice that the black pig isn't moving. Why do you have to find trouble? Shui, Chen Feng wants to pretend, you let him pretend. You don't want to be stupid. You're such a demonic beast to come. The first one will definitely take you. I am serious. No kidding. I hope the babies teach me. Why don't you just say, black pig, my boss wants to cam your wife. Shui, you say, black pig, do you believe my boss pull out your mouth bar to mix vegetables to eat? The netizens have a bunch of various strange replies. Sun Miao Miao also said a few accordingly. Indeed, it's wife that sentence. The black pig has a slight reaction. However, it only turned over and did not make any extra movements, and remained lazy. Curse Sun Miao Miao, all dry mouth. The black pig on the ground is still unmoved. She was a bit skeptical that the black pig underneath was a Buddhist monk. So tolerant. If she had been scolded like this, she would have hated the sky and the air for seconds. However, she then proceeded to curse again and again, and the black pig was still lying there, letting its men wail and scream in anger, just not ordering an attack. However, not long after, the black pig finally moved. It didn't show how angry it was, and only hummed softly a few times. Then, Sun Miao Miao, who was suspended in the air, clearly felt that its aura was actually climbing. Even the kind of aura that the black pig was bursting out with. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room felt it through the screen. And some experienced silver energizers who were watching the live broadcast also saw the change in the black pig. They exclaimed out and immediately swiped the screen in the live broadcast room. This black pig seems to have made a breakthrough. Not bad. Looking at its stance, it really has broken through. Is this really a pig? I think it's a real dog. Too scary. This is even more unfavorable for Chen Feng and the others. At this time, the black pig suddenly roared. Humph, humans, you will pay for your stupidity. It raised its head and looked towards Sun Miao Miao, who was hovering in the air. Ha ha, we'll see who is really stupid. The black pig roared. Attack, leave no human in the refuge behind. With a command, the entire group of demonic beasts ran wildly towards the refuge like a tidal wave. There were also numerous flying demonic beasts that immediately took to the air and attacked towards Sun Miao Miao. Seeing this scene, the netizens behind the screen broke out into a cold sweat. Someone quickly replied, "I finally understand." Dude, what did you understand? Chen Feng is simply too great. Dude, don't talk in a way that makes people guess. Okay, how is Chen Feng too great? Don't you see now? Why did Chen Feng let Sister Shui scold Black Pig? He is obviously pulling the hatred, so that Black Pig can attack his shelter with all his might, so that his friends who support him will have less pressure and be spared from death. Brother, your analysis is so great. Brother, your analysis is too right. The demonic beasts on the ground weren't running too slow, but with a distance of several kilometers, they couldn't arrive in the blink of an eye. However, the demonic beasts in the air were obviously all very good at speed, especially a few huge mountain eagles that were extremely fast. Seeing these flying demonic beasts, the netizens panicked, rushing to remind Sister Shui, quickly dodge, or you'll be finished. Shui, land quickly, go back to the shelter and take shelter first. The demonic beasts are coming. The netizens are all in a hurry, but Sun Nyamyo was all calm and relaxed. As a war correspondent, how can I escape? I have to stay on the front line. Shui, you're going to die if you keep standing firm. You can return to the city wall and shoot live. How can that effect be compared to the current aerial photography? Sun Nyamyo hooked her lips and smiled. Don't worry, my boss has already arranged it. My bodyguards will be here soon. Bodyguards? How do you have bodyguards in the sky? I don't see anyone on the ground with anti-aircraft missiles. Even if there are anti-aircraft missiles, they can't be used. They might accidentally injure us. Shui. However, just as the netizens were wondering who and where the bodyguards were, there were suddenly 6 silhouettes on the ground that rose into the air, and at the same time, there were more than 20 units of power armor. Look, what is that? It seems like someone is flying up. How come the power armor is flying up too? I recognize it. It's the most advanced civilian mech, the G7. I don't remember G7 being a flying mech. Look, the back of the mech is equipped with 4 S3 flight packs. This is a modified mech. Chen Feng is great. He even thought of converting a civilian mech into a flying one. The other ones that flew up also have S3 flight backpacks on their backs. Chen Feng deserves to be called a tycoon. The S3 is also the most advanced flight backpack at the moment. Installed with miniature fusion batteries, if used by a single person, it can easily fly in the sky for a month. It looks pretty fancy. But do they work? Soon, more than 20 mechs, as well as those 6 silhouettes, protected Sun Nyamyo in the middle. The controllers of these 20-odd mechs in the air were all controlled by the group's silver energizers, even though they were all weaker. With the strength of the mechs themselves, they were completely capable of matching third-order demonic beasts, and even if they encountered fourth-order ones, they could still be stalemated. If one were to arrange for mechs controlled by ordinary people to come up, they would easily be shot down by the demonic beast's supernatural abilities. Although Chen Feng did not see ordinary people, he also had to minimize unnecessary casualties. After all, talent was the foundation of everything. The other 6 people were all silver energizers from the 100 security brothers, and all of them were currently at the 5th order of strength. With them around, Sun Nyamyo wasn't worried about her safety at all. See, these are my bodyguards. Sun Nyamyo introduced them to the netizens with a smile on her face. Sister Shui, are they any good? In total, they add up to less than 30 people. While the flying demonic beasts on the opposite side, the first batch is black. I looked at the first wave of flying over the demonic beasts, at least 2,000 more than, and after a steady stream. Water Sister Pill. Just watch, I promise, you're about to have your jaws dropped in shock. As soon as Sun Nyamyo's words fell, the fastest flying demonic beast had also arrived close by. One of the 6 silver energizers took the lead. Only a large ball of flame was seen spewing out of his mouth. The demonic beasts in front of him instantly died and fell. After this first strike, except for Sister Shui who was still broadcasting live commentary, all the silver energizers and mechs in the air all moved. Ice, fire, lightning, swords, guns, and halberds all coming out. Then, thousands of flying demonic beasts were like rain, continuously falling downwards, and soon this first wave of flying demonic beasts were wiped out. Simply too strong. No wonder Chen Feng was emboldened. With just over 20 of his men, he had taken out thousands of demonic beasts in just a few seconds. I think these hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts are nothing more than that. Not bad. If all of Chen Feng's men were this strong, they would be able to withstand this wave of demonic beasts with ease. Don't be too optimistic. Can't you see that? These flying demonic beasts are only a bit faster. Their real strength is still very average. And Chen Feng sent out these silver energizers who flew up to the sky to protect Sister Shui. Surely they are the strongest batch. After all, he and Sister Shui have a leg up, don't they? I'm afraid that the other silver energizers would not be as strong. This possibility is high. Right at this moment, the netizens also discovered something strange on the ground. Quick look! The demonic beasts on the ground. They are almost hitting the city walls. Why hasn't Chen Feng sent anyone out to meet them yet? They are all stupidly standing motionless by the city wall, less than 1,000 meters in sight. They can't be scared silly by the demonic beasts, right? It's very possible. After all, the demonic beast packs are more ferocious than a tsunami typhoon. Are they trying to be wrapped up in dumplings by the demonic beasts? If that's the case, it will be even more difficult to break out, and it's likely that none of them will be able to run out. And, how come we haven't seen Chen Feng until now? He wouldn't have escaped long ago, leaving a group of his men here to die. Extremely likely, like his kind of rich second generation. All day long he enjoys a life of extreme luxury. How could he have the sense to accompany the general public to send to their deaths? How many times have I said, don't say anything bad about my boss again. Believe it or not, I'll manipulate the knife to cut you right now. Saying that, Sun Miao Miao directly drew a silver knife from her waist. As she drew the knife, she slashed outwards in a smooth manner, and another demonized hornet fell in response, bearing a lens of stains. It was a good thing that her live broadcast equipment was advanced, with an automatic lens cleaning function. Soon the netizens were able to see the screen again. But, it's true that not a single one of Chen Feng has appeared. Shui, you won't have been tricked by your boss. That's right. He wouldn't be specifically letting you guys draw fire here so he can secretly escape. Don't worry, my boss will show up. But the demonic beasts have reached the door, and have not seen him show up. Only the audio that Shui you put on before. He showed up to show his voice. At this time, the demonic beasts below are closer to the walls of the shelter. Already less than 500 meters, but the people in the shelter, still quietly watching, without the intention to make a move. Tanya and Lu Feng, who were quietly following behind the group of demonic beasts, were also anxious in their hearts. Chen Feng, what the hell is wrong with you? Why don't you send people out to attack, but also set up the personnel so scattered? Obviously to let the demonic beasts break through each one of them. Tanya couldn't help but spit out. Lu Feng chimed in. Right. If he had concentrated his superior forces and attacked towards a point of the demonic beasts in advance, he might have been able to open an opening and break out. Now that a few hundred meters of distance is surrounded by the demonic beasts, it's completely the rhythm of being wrapped up in a dumpling. On the other side, Zhang Qichang and Shang Yuron, who were secretly following behind the demonic beasts, once again surfaced that look of hatred. What the hell is this Chen Feng trying to do? He didn't want a good chance to break out at the beginning. Did he have to wait for the demonic beasts to take them all in one pot? Zhang Qichang's face was ugly. On the side, Chang Yurong asked, what do we do now? If we go up now, we'll be like moths to a flame. We won't be able to achieve any effect at all. So let's wait and see what happens, and find a good opportunity to cut in, so that we may have a better chance of helping Chen Feng break out. Hopefully we can make it. There were also the official troops at the very back, who were slowly moving up at this time, pointing all their cannons at the back of the demonic beast army. And as soon as they took a look at the situation, they would unleash the. However, just when almost all the spectators were not optimistic about Chen Feng, the first row of demonic beasts had already crossed the 200-meter line. Attack! Immediately, Luo Chengfei gave an order, and all the silver energizers in the refuge, as well as all the mechs all moved. Rushing at the forefront were Chang's 7 brothers. Hachi and Dr. Cao were still in the lab. There was no need for the two of them to fight. Chang De was in the lead. His civilized appearance was ordinary, but he revealed a very cold and stern gaze. He took off his glasses, and 2 thick red lights immediately erupted from his eyes. One rush was thousands of meters. Wherever the red light passed, the bodies of the demonic beasts instantly burst, and some of the demonic beasts that were closest to him, the parts of their bodies that were swept by the red light even directly vaporized and disappeared, leaving only the demonic cores to quietly fall. Just this one time he shot, the death and injury of the demonic beasts. Even if there is not 1,000, there are 800. As Sun Miao Miao said, the netizens watching the live broadcast in front of the screen all dropped their jaws in shock. This person is also too strong. Right? He wore a glasses. Polite look. It seems to be the hands of the cultured people. Did not expect to have such a powerful supernormal capabilities. Who is this guy? He's not Chen Feng, is he? I heard that Chen Feng is a college student. Definitely not Chen Feng. I've seen Chen Feng. He's much more handsome than this guy with glasses. He's probably just one of Chen Feng's men, and he must be one of his well-trained men, otherwise he wouldn't be so strong. Crap, in just one move, the 2 red lights took out thousands of demonic beasts. Compared to this spectacled brother, that Thunderbolt Dharma King and Lava Giant are shit. Don't talk nonsense. Even if they can't compare to Brother Glasses, they're still better than you. Be careful if the Dharma King and the giant see you. They'll beat the shit out of you. In fact, they didn't know that Chung De had just struck out without using his full strength at all. When he was awakened, he was already a 7th-ranked silver energizer, and through the demon core absorption in the previous 2 days, his strength had already been promoted to the 8th-ranked. If he had used his full strength just now, the red light from his eyes would have been able to take away at least another 1,000 demonic beasts. However, Chen Feng had given him an explanation that he should keep his hands closed when he struck out, so that he wouldn't scare the demonic beasts away just after the fight started. This was also why he let the demonic beasts enter 200 meters before fighting. However, Cheng De felt that he was still a bit confiscated just now. Then, Cheng Er and the other 6 followed suit and struck. Except for Cheng 6, all of them were at the 7th rank when they awakened, and after 2 days of absorbing demon cores, all of them had also advanced to the 8th rank. Chang Lu, due to his natural strength, like Chen Shilin, who had been a soldier for many years, had reached the 8th rank when he was first awakened, and now he had even become a 9th rank warrior, and was only 1 step away from the battle general rank. The 6 of them charged into the demonic beasts as if they were tigers entering a herd of sheep. Each of them was like a humanoid tank, even if they didn't use their supernatural abilities. The demonic beasts around them were still flying in blood and flesh, and in just a few breaths, the demonic beasts were cleared out of a 100-meter empty circle by them. The reason why they didn't use their powers was because Chang Da's powers just now were a bit too much. In case they all threw their skills out once, and the demonic beasts were all scared away, then it would be more than worth it. First, give the demonic beasts a small knife to pull slowly, warm water to boil the frog. When they feel wrong it will be too late. They want to escape cannot escape. Luo Chengfei. They are also scattered around the shelter in various places. One by one, the hand-up knife, the side of the demonic beasts regardless of the size have to lie down. There were also the remaining mechs, all holding special silver alloy long swords, charging into the demonic beasts to slash and kill. Although the production lines for the G7 mechs and S3 flight backpacks had all been completed, they could not be produced within a short period of time. Therefore, the mechs that joined the battle were still the 100 that were first procured. However, it was more than enough to use these mechs to deal with the demonic beast cannon fodder at the front. After all, at the beginning of the calamity, most of the demonic beasts were 1 or 2 ranked existences, and there were very few of them even of the 3rd rank. Even if it was a mech controlled by an ordinary person, with the strong defense of the alloy material, it was still completely possible to fight 1 against 100. Seeing the images around the shelter below, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. They are also too strong. Right, the demonic beasts are not even close. The 6 that came out later, although they don't have supernormal abilities, they aren't bad at all. No demonic beasts are a match for them at all. If this keeps up, we'll be worrying for nothing, won't we? It's true. Sister Shui was right. His boss is the strongest. But we haven't seen any of them so far. But we haven't seen Sister Shui's boss yet. Chen Feng hasn't shown up yet. How do you know he's the strongest? Don't you see how strong his men are? Even if he's a pig, he can be carried away. Ha, who are you calling a pig? Sister Shui gave a look that instantly scared that netizen. Sister Shui, spare your life. You mustn't manipulate the knife. I just touched it by mistake. Do you type with your feet? Can this even be a mistouch? Sun Miao Miao didn't pay any more attention to it, and continued to use the camera to take high-definition dislike face shots of the battle below. And with more than 20 bodyguards protecting her, there was no need to worry about security. However, just when the situation was going sideways, woof, quack, several behemoths in the group of demonic beasts became angry. A giant German shepherd, which was 3 times larger than an elephant, shook its body and darted towards the refuge. With just one of its charges, 5 or 6 mechs flew out upside down, and it was only because Luo Chengfei's men arrived that they were able to temporarily block the giant German shepherd. This demonic beast of German shepherd, possessing 5th-order strength and boundless strength, was obviously a capable general under Black Pig. On the other side, a 2-meter-tall giant toad rushed to the front with a single jump, only to see its mouth open. A bull-thick, ultra-long tongue shot out, towards Luo Chengfei who was closest to it. Luo Chengfei immediately raised his sword to block. Boom! There was a sound. The silver alloy blade in his hand broke, and he fell back several steps before barely stopping. 6th-ranked demonic beast. Hearing Luo Chengfei's alarmed cry, the hearts of the surrounding security brothers also sank violently. The Chang brothers, who were even more powerful than them, happened to be in 2 directions from them. Obviously, this 6th-order demonic beast was strong, and seemed to be even stronger than their brother Fei. If no one came to their rescue, even if they were able to kill the demonic beast in front of them, they would not be able to avoid casualties. Just as they were about to swarm up for a combined attack, the giant toad's large mouth opened once again. However, this time, its tongue didn't flick out, but instead spewed out a bunch of dark green gas. The gas escaped quickly and instantly spread out, covering hundreds of square meters. Not good. Poisonous. A brother soon realized it, but it was too late. The nearest few power armors had already come to a complete standstill. It was obvious that the ordinary people inside had been poisoned. As for Luo Chengfei and the other silver energizers, although they possessed the power of resistance, they were also dazed and their battle power was greatly reduced. They would never have imagined that this 6th-ranked demonic beast could even spit poisonous mist from its mouth. And the giant toad didn't give them a chance to catch their breath as its tongue flicked out twice in a row. The two security brothers were instantly struck on top of the city wall, and then slid down the wall, unconscious, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The other few mechs that had come to a standstill, in the next second, were also sent flying out by the giant toad's thick tongue, deeply embedded in the city wall. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the netizens in the live broadcast room also seized up. How could this happen? These two demonic beasts are too strong. Looks like we were too happy too soon. It turns out that there are also such powerful existences amongst the demonic beasts. That oversized toad seems to be able to release poison. If it releases it a few more times, I'm afraid the whole shelter will be finished. What can we do? If there are a few more of these powerful beasts, they'll really be finished. There's no suspense. Chen Feng and the others are finished. Can't you see the stronger beasts next to the black pig haven't moved yet? But we haven't seen Chen Feng yet. I suspect that Sister Shui has really been tricked by him. I think so too. It's really possible that he's just letting his men break the back here so he can sneak away. Chen Feng is so insidious. Chen Feng is so sinister. How could he do this? Screwing over his subordinates who are loyal to him. Don't worry guys. My boss won't care. Then why hasn't he shown up yet? It's not possible that Chen Feng is really a weakling. Is it? It's possible. He's probably hiding in the shelter's underground facility shivering. However, just as they were spitting on Chen Feng, in front of the giant toad, two silhouettes suddenly appeared out of thin air. The two of them were a man and a woman. The man handsome and the woman beautiful. Their left hands were pulling their right hands. The man's right hand held a 5-meter-long huge silver hammer, and the woman's left hand held a 2-meter-long large silver sword. The female's hand rose and fell with her sword without any fancy moves, and the body of the big toad instantly separated in half. Seeing this, the hearts of the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately exclaimed in shock. Swordsman sister. It seems like it's really Swordsman sister, yeah. Oh, my goddess. Swordsman sister. You really are Chen Feng's person. I'm so upset. Could it be a coincidence that this isn't the swordsman sister who killed the big cat before? It's just that she also happens to use a silver sword? It's possible. The sword she's holding seems longer than the one that killed the big cat, but the body is just as superb. Brothers, I'm not too late. After Lin Qiu killed the big toad, Chen Feng let go of her hand and looked at the surrounding brothers. As he spoke, he sent several elephant-thick German shepherds flying out with a single hammer blow. Dong Chen, you came just in time. Luo Chengfei hurriedly smiled. Chen Feng looked towards the mechs embedded in the city wall, as well as the unconscious brothers on the ground. He hurriedly ordered, quickly treat the injured brothers. With that, several of the security brothers struck out at the same time, quickly fishing out the ordinary people in the mechs and immediately injecting them with healing potions. The other few injured silver energy brothers, although unconscious, were actually not too badly injured, and were only slightly treated with their healing powers before joining the battle once again. The netizens in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, had been arguing after seeing Lin Qiu strike. I think she's the swordsman sister from before, because I'm the most accurate when it comes to looking at body shapes. Last time it was 36G, this time it's still 36G, so they're definitely the same person. That's not necessarily true. Even 36G is not necessarily the same person, in case one of them is padded out. Let's see if you've padded out the exact same one. Even the black combat uniforms are the same. It's the same person. No, it's not the same person, but they might all be Chen Feng's men. Chen Feng is so lucky to have two 36Gs. Seeing that there has been no argument, a netizen suddenly proposed. Sister Shui, take a look. This sister that suddenly appeared down below, is it the same one as the one that killed the big cat last time? I'm not sure, Sun Miao Miao said with a displeased face. Seeing another appearance of this Lin Qiu and his boss holding hands at the same time made her angry, and it would be strange for her to answer when netizens asked her. I see that Sister Shui seems to be angry. Do you guys know why? It seems to be true. I think you guys should stop guessing. Beware of Sister Shui's knife and cut you later. Just then, an old netizen replied. I'm sorry, I've just come back from letting the water out, and I've just seen your argument. Now I can tell you an accurate answer that the two swordsman sisters are the same person. How did you judge that? Based on my many years of experience in studying the human form, they are definitely the same person. And the man by her side is likewise the same chicken claw crazy from last time. Crap, brother, if you hadn't said anything, I would have overlooked the chicken claw crazy beside swordsman sister. Does anyone know who that chicken claw crazy is? Not sure, but it's definitely one of Chen Feng's men as well. But this time he's actually carrying a weapon. What a big hammer. I'd say it's about 5 meters long. Although chicken claw crazy isn't low, it's still a bit long to use this weapon. But he's so strong. A weapon that big must be several hundred kilograms. More than that, don't you see that it's probably a silver alloy, with a high specific gravity? It could be tons. I think he's very strong. And with one swing of his hammer, the giant German shepherd flew away. And the location of the fall is very precise. If the black pig hiding at the back did not dodge, it would have been smashed on its head. Water, can you turn the camera back on? Sister Shui, can you pull the camera closer and give a close-up, so we can see who this pair is? Sun Miao Miao didn't refuse this time. After all, she was already prepared to pull the camera closer. After the camera was pulled closer, the netizens in the live broadcast room all got a good look at Lin Xiu and Chen Feng. When they saw Chen Feng's face, especially those girls who were in love with their brains, they all exclaimed in shock. Even Lin Xiu, who was just as stunningly beautiful beside him, was compared to him, and his attention dropped quite a bit. The little brother with the sledgehammer is really handsome. Shui, I feel like I'm going to fall in love. I've never thought about falling in love, but suddenly I want to fall in love. Who is this little brother? I want to give him a monkey. I've seen him before. He's the schoolboy of our Guan Air University's School of Computer Science. I know this guy. He's Chen Feng. I took an art elective with him, so he's Chen Feng. He's really handsome. Wow, Shui is right. His boss is really handsome. I really want to see his 2 pounds of flesh, but he's wrapped up too tightly. I advise you guys not to think ill of my family's boss, because he's not interested in all women. Sun Miao Miao immediately said, Sister Shui, is it not interested in you as well? As soon as I heard it, I knew that Sister Shui was making things up. Didn't you see people holding hands with swordsman sister and occasionally making eye contact? Which one of your eyes saw them flirting? The swordsman sister you're talking about is named Lin Xiu. She's my boss's bodyguard and driver. They're just holding hands because they need to do their job. Okay. They are just working together. Okay? Sun Miao Miao words after in the mind to ask themselves. At the same time, even the small body in front of the can not stop undulating. The heart is angry. Lin Xiu, you're nothing but a driver. Your skin color is still so ugly. Why do you keep holding hands with the boss? Could it be Lin Xiu's supernatural advantage? Is she pulling the boss back and forth instantly? Soon Lin Xiu helped her verify her guess, only to see Lin Xiu disappear in a flash, and then instantly appear 100 meters away out of the sword to sweep a circle of demonic beasts. Hiss! Sun Miao Miao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even if the other party was a love rival, her heart still couldn't help but praise, awesome. But why only she can hold hands with the boss? I can also pull the boss to fly together. Okay. At this time, she was already thinking about it, imagining the picture of traveling the sky with her boss, and it would be better to do something above the sky. Then it would be even more romantic. Seeing Lin Xiu suddenly instantly move 100 meters away, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned. So it turns out that swordsman sister's skill is instantaneous shift. Let's just ask who can block a skill like instantaneous movement. It seems that Sister Shui was right. The two of them pulling hands was really a job requirement. Sister Swordsman needed to pull her boss along with her to instantly move. How can Chen Feng be like this? How can you use someone as a means of transportation when they have such a strong skill? Water Sister did not say that Lin Xiu also doubles as a driver. People Chendong not take her as a means of transportation when what? My friend, the driver is the one who drives the car, not the one who drives it as a car. Okay? Right at this moment, the netizens' screen swiping movements all stalled. They all stared carefully at the screen of the live broadcast room, only to see Chen Feng's body violently skyrocket 2 times. And as soon as the hammer went down, the surrounding demonic beasts instantly lay down in a large area. There were even quite a few demonic beasts whose bodies directly shattered into slag. Crap, Chen Feng has gotten bigger. No wonder he uses such a large hammer. It turns out that it's his body that can get bigger as well. Brother Chen Feng is so handsome. Even after getting bigger he's still super handsome and doesn't look out of place at all. This is the real male god. He can take on all sizes. Although there is still a big gap between his size and the lava giant Jia Shayan, I have a feeling that even if Jia Shayan came, he would still be defeated by him. I just want to know that such an ugly lava giant has exploded his clothes. Why such a handsome brother Chen Feng hasn't exploded his clothes? It's true. His body has grown so much that his clothes should be bursting. Brother Chen Feng didn't burst his clothes. Brother Chen Feng didn't burst his clothes, didn't see his 2 pounds of flesh. Bad review. In the official command room, Lu Changqing and Tan Jitao, as well as Chen Feng's second uncle, Chen Shilin, and the others, were all sitting in front of the large screen, watching the images coming from the satellite. The group of demonic beasts is starting to move. The black pig just seemed to have made another breakthrough. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Lu Changqing's face was also quite grave. He immediately picked up the satellite communication phone. Commander Sun, immediately follow up on the demonic beasts and wait for an opportunity to move. Without my order, don't launch an attack for now. Yes. Someone on the other end of the phone quickly responded. Then, they watched as the army of demonic beasts swarmed up. As they approached the walls of the refuge step by step, their hearts were gripped together in great concern. Other than Chen Feng's second uncle, almost everyone else was spitting on Chen Feng. Why didn't he find an exit to break out ahead of time, but instead waited there foolishly? When the demonic beasts wrapped up the entire shelter, it would be hard to escape, but when they saw Chang Da's laser eyes, many of the slightly younger commanders couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Crap, this eyeglass man is too fierce." And after seeing the defense of the subsequent shelters, they were all even more alarmed. They thought that they were all worried for nothing. The battle was completely one-sided, and they almost didn't want to see it anymore. However, when that giant German shepherd and the giant toad joined the battlefield, Lu Changqing and the others' hearts lifted up again. At the same time, he immediately ordered, "Commander Sun, listen to my order. Be ready to launch a full-scale attack at any time." Yes. He clenched his fists tightly, sweat all over his palms as he stared intently at the satellite image on the big screen. Just as he saw that the great toad had released poison, and that quite a few mechs and silver energizers had been injured, he was about to give the order to the support forces to carry out an all-out strike. Chen Feng appeared with a huge silver hammer. "Look guys, that's Chen Feng," the crowd exclaimed. On the other hand, Chen Shilin was just sitting on the sidelines with his legs crossed, picking up the brewed wolfberry tea and drinking it uncontrollably, without much of an emotional fluctuation. How did he just suddenly appear? Could it be an instantaneous transfer? Who is that next to him? Just as the crowd voiced their questions, Chen Shilin put down the wolfberry tea in his hands and casually responded. "Little Feng's bodyguard and driver. Lin Xiao. She's so powerful, killing the great toad with just one sword." According to the previous intelligence, this great toad should be a 6th stage level demonic beast, and one that possesses the ability to release poison. Its strength is definitely not weak. I remember. This Lin Xiao, isn't she the swordsman's sister who was super hot on the internet a while ago? Who's the one who can teleport? Chen Feng or Lin Xiao? Soon Lin Xiao's transient move alone answered their questions. This Lin Xiao was so strong to know such a heaven-defying skill like instantaneous transfer. Luckily we haven't found any demonic beasts that know this ability. Otherwise we would have a big headache. Instantly moving back and forth. It's simply hard to capture. Does anyone know this Lin Xiao's details clearly? It looks to me like she's using the Bagua swimming body sword. There were quite a few among the officials who had also been secular practitioners. Although Lin Xiao's movements were nothing fancy and killing demonic beasts was all with one sword, there were still people who could see something. It's still true. She's really using the Bagua wandering body sword technique. And it's the Bagua palm that she's matching with her other hand. It seems that from her stance, as well as her form, she practiced more than one kind of martial arts. It can be said that she is an all-round talent who cultivates both inside and outside. Just ask which master can teach such a disciple? No matter how strong the master is, it's still mainly up to the individual. Which means Lin Xiao's qualifications are very good to be able to practice such a divine skill. Does anyone know where his master comes from? At this time, Lu Changqing spoke. As far as I know, Lin Xiao is a direct disciple of a martial arts transmitting hidden sect, the Silver Ring sect. Their sect is a collection of 100 schools of thought, and they have dabbled in all kinds of martial arts so as to push the boundaries of green and blue. And the ones that they specialize in the most are the swordsmanship and palmsmanship. Yes, I have also heard of this hidden sect. Their disciples would all wear silver rings on their arms, and the strongest existences among them would wear 9 silver rings on each of their arms. Look guys, Lin Xiao wears silver rings on both of her arms, and 9 of them at that, which means that she is the strongest person of the Silver Ring sect of the current generation. I also know about this sect. It is said that they have always been uncontested with the world, and would occasionally show up in the rivers and lakes to perform chivalrous deeds, but for some unknown reason, since more than 10 years ago, they completely disappeared. And I have never heard of anything about them again. Now that she's a Jedi martial arts plus silver energy, she's definitely much stronger than a silver energy person of the same rank. Lin Xiao is so strong that she's obedient to Chen Feng. She wouldn't have been crippled by Chen Feng, right? Don't talk nonsense if you're not sure. Chen Shilin immediately disliked. She's loyal to my family's little Feng only because my brother had favors with her back then. The crowd suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Then, they saw Lin Xiao and Chen Feng instantly moving to kill monsters. Every time they moved to a place, in just a few seconds or less, the surrounding demonic beasts were killed by more than thousands. Chen Feng hadn't used any other abilities for the time being other than the embodied silver hammer and growing bigger. After all, with Lin Xiao's palm wind's powerful output, he could even do nothing and purely play soy sauce. In addition, he didn't want to show too many supernatural abilities, although he was very confident that all the silver energizers of Blue Star, as well as the demon beasts and demons, all added up, would not be his opponent. However, the demon cave demon abyss had not been opened yet. That was an existence from an unknown world, and in his last life, he had never had a concept of how powerful those existences were. He didn't know exactly how strong they were. Therefore, he had to keep a low profile in order to deal with future invasions from external worlds. However, even the strength he was displaying now should be enough to deter those petty people with ulterior motives. So Lin Xiao doesn't just know how to instantly move. She can actually shoot out terrifying hurricanes from within her palms. If they knew that the sword in Lin Xiao's hand was also something she had manifested with her skills, I don't know how the people present would feel. Lin Xiao is simply too strong. The wind blowing out of her palm is even sharper than an alloy sword. And with a single slap, those demonic beasts were killed or injured in large numbers. The crowd in the combat room kept sighing and discussing. I see that Chen Feng isn't weak at all either. Carrying a giant hammer and sweeping across the country, killing hundreds of demonic beasts with just one swing. Indeed, in my opinion, the strongest is still Chen Feng. Don't look at other people's wind, rain, thunder and lightning quite fancy. It might just be a one-time hang in front of Chen Feng. Although it said that a single force can break all laws, but that was before there was a calamity. Nowadays, if they don't have 2 and 2 against each other, no one knows who's the strongest. But no matter what, I think it's really stable this time. The demonic beasts are simply no match for Chen Feng and the others. Someone quickly retorted. I don't think so. Look at the several behemoths beside the black pig. They haven't even made a move yet. Not even if they make a move. I don't think Chen Feng and Lin Xiao have even put out their full strength. How do you know? I don't see the demonic beasts putting out their full strength either. Bureau Lu, what do you think? At this time, someone opened their mouth to ask Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing flicked off the butt of the cigarette in his hand, exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, in my opinion, there is no longer any suspense. Chen Feng is bound to win. Elder Wei on the side opened his mouth and asked, what makes you say that? Lu Chongqing relit a cigarette, took a drag and replied, Elder Wei, previously, we had conducted an exhaustive investigation into the Black Pig forces, and the strongest demonic beasts were only at the 6th rank level. With Lin Xiao and Chen Feng's exposed strength, a demonic beast at the 6th rank level is not a match for them at all. But the Black Pig broke through another level before the battle? Someone voiced a question. Lu Changqing nodded in agreement, but then explained, even if the Black Pig broke through a level before the battle, it would only be at the 7th rank at most. However, based on the previous intelligence, there is a high probability that the Black Pig is currently only at the 6th rank. This is because it is also a demonic beast that possesses supernatural abilities, and they should be very powerful ones. That's why it was able to take in a 6th rank demonic beast as a henchman at the 5th rank level. As soon as Lu Changqing's words fell, someone asked, what kind of abnormal ability does the Black Pig possess? Is there any information? For the time being, there is no intelligence on the Black Pig's supernormal ability. It hasn't used its supernormal ability in the outside world, but according to my speculation, its supernormal ability is mysterious and powerful. Otherwise so many 6th rank demonic beasts wouldn't have been subservient to it. A 5th rank demonic beast. Before, Lu Changqing replied, there were still quite a few people who expressed their worries. Since no one knows about the Black Pig's alien ability and it's very powerful, will there be any more accidents? No. Lu Changqing was very confident. The giant toad possesses a powerful poison release ability, and it's obvious that it's one of the strongest few demonic beasts under the Black Pig, but it couldn't even block a single move in front of Lin Xiao, and I don't think that the Black Pig has the kind of strength that Lin Xiao has, even if it's upgraded by another tier. Elder Wei nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this. I think so too. Lin Xiao is very strong, and I see that her palm winds have been collecting force. Upon hearing this, the crowd also agreed. Then Elder Wei added, Evergreen, I think that Lin Xiao, as well as that laser eye, we can fight for it. No, Lu Changqing immediately retorted. Wei Lao's voice rose, why not? Their strength is not weak. If they can join the officials, they will surely become the mainstay of our Grand Xia, contributing to the continuation of human civilization. No way. Elder Wei, I advise you to put away this thought. They are all Chen Feng's inner circle. It is impossible for them to join the officialdom. Although Lu Changqing's tone was calm, it was permeated with a sense of unquestioning. However, Elder Wei remained unimpressed. How do we know they are not willing to join the officialdom without trying? Besides, Chen Feng is not a petty person. Didn't he say that his group's employees have the freedom to join the officialdom? Elder Wei, it's not the same. You'd better give up this idea. Leave this matter to me. You don't have to care. Seeing that Elder Wei did not listen to the advice, Lu Changqing also stopped speaking. He was prepared to give a good persuasion afterward. Although Wei Lao's starting point was good, if he did this, it would definitely affect the relationship between the officials and Chen Feng. So it was necessary to make Wei Lao break this idea no. Then, he no longer paid any attention to Wei Lao. His eyes reverted to the big screen and focused on watching the battle. Soon enough, he discovered a detail. The mecha that was previously knocked to the city wall by the Great Toad has rejoined the battle again? He couldn't help but ask. Secretary Wu hurriedly replied. Yes, Bureau Director Lu. And the one controlling the mech is still the ordinary person who was injured before. At this moment, the crowd realized a problem and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This was because they had clearly seen just now that the ordinary person in the mecha just now had been shaken by the huge force and had been bleeding from their 7 orifices. In their kind of condition, they couldn't be saved even if they were guarding the hospital's operating room. However, it seemed that after they had just been injected with an agent, within a short while, they were actually alive and well again, and even reboarded their mechs to join the battle again. What was injected into them? It's simply too heaven-defying. Seeing this, Lu Changqing realized that he had still underestimated Chen Feng. Then, he immediately took out his satellite phone and ordered, Commander Sun, stay put and don't make a move. We must ensure that every soldier reaches out. If a gun is rubbed off, I'll take you to task. Yes, the netizens in the live broadcast room, seeing Chen Feng's sweeping army, all called out bullishly. I've never seen such a smooth fight. It's even better than going up myself. When I see Chen Feng, I remember the time when I used to play True Three Kingdoms with my grandfather. Chen Feng's sledgehammer is much stronger than even Lu Bu's unparalleled strike. Whoops, I don't care if brother Chen Feng is strong or not. I just want to see those 2 pounds of his flesh. Why is it so hard? I also want to see Chen Feng's 8-pack abs, but the demonic beasts are so ineffective that they can't even break Chen Feng's clothing. Chen Feng brothers' clothes? In the end, what material is made? Why the body has become so big? Surprisingly still hold up, not burst. Seeing the replies from a few dirty girls above, immediately there were netizens replying from below. I say sis, which gang are you guys in the end? Even want to see the demonic beasts break Chen Feng's clothes? Why don't you guys go die? That's right, these dirty girls, simply all. The world is really going downhill. There are so many female hooligans. Chen Feng is now the hero of the human race. You don't even think of him. You curse him. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? If even Chen Feng goes down, let's see what you'll do in the future. Now Chen Feng is my spiritual pillar. Whoever talks about him, I'll get mad at you. Be careful, I'll chop you with my 40 meters long knife. You old men, don't be so uptight. We are just having a good time. Who doesn't want Chen Feng to be well? Yes, yes, no, it's not you old men. Yes, 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 yes. You who want to fight is not it. Come on. Who is afraid of Hua? Admin. Ban those filthy girls. Sun Miao Mao couldn't even stand to watch. As soon as her words came out, the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room immediately became much more civilized. As for the black pig, when it saw Chen Feng and Lin Xiu suddenly appear and instantly move around to kill the demonic beasts, its body was obviously shaken. Even though it had always been unperturbed by changes, it could not help but feel a trace of fear in its heart. However, it quickly stabilized its body and roared, "All attack! Kill! Kill all the humans in the shelter!" As soon as its words fell, all the demonic beasts ran out furiously, including all the 5th and 6th ranked powerful demonic beasts around it, and also including itself. They all rushed out like a tidal wave. Only when it ran out, a shadow flashed out on its body unnoticeably. Chen Feng naturally noticed this as well. However, he did not care, and only hooked up the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. This black pig is a real dog. Netizens also swiped their screens when they saw this scene. Crouching, the black pig has launched a general attack. The demonic beast is also real steel. Can't you see how strong Chen Feng and the female driver are? How dare they come? People like to deliver food. What do you care? Hey, the brother on the top. Speak properly. Okay, Obviously swordsman's sister. Where do you come from? The female driver. Water sister did not say she is Chendong's bodyguard and driver. And she is a woman. I call her female driver. What is wrong? Nothing wrong. But please respect my goddess from now on. My goddess's name is Lin Xiao. Please remember. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. My goddess will poke you with her 2-meter long sword. What's with your goddess? My goddess is fine. Just as the netizens were arguing, not far behind the demonic beast, behind a broken wall, Tanya's face was a bit ugly, and her body, which was no match for Lin Xiao's, couldn't help but undulate under the impetus of her rapid breathing. At the sight of Chen Feng and Lin Xiao appearing hand in hand, her blood pressure had risen. Now that she was watching the two of them move around hand in hand, her stomach was even more furious. Tanya, who was hiding behind the broken wall, looked at the two of them, Chen Feng and Lin Xiao, who were holding hands, and the anger in her stomach was almost suffocating. If it was usual, she shouldn't be this angry. The main reason was that Lu Feng had given her a word before, saying that Chen Feng still had her in his heart and kept at least 2 or 3 meters away from all women. But what about now? There was already no distance now that they were holding hands. If it went further, it would be a negative distance. Why is it like this? Why would there be a woman like me who can be at a negative distance from Chen Feng? I don't want it. I don't want to share Chen Feng with other women. She kept shouting in her mind. No, Chen Feng, you negative man. It's only been more than 3 months since I proposed breaking up with you and you've already found a new love. It seems like I was really right to break up. You and those men are all the same. Scum. After shouting madly in her heart for a while, she again deceived herself in her mind to comfort herself. But it didn't seem to work. It was really hard for her. It was especially hard for her to see Chen Feng with another woman. Tanya, you're just a stupid girl. You are just bitchy. Why do you want to break up with Chen Feng? Isn't it just that the rich second generation lied to you about him being a poor boy? Isn't the rich second generation better? What you like is him as a person. It has nothing to do with other external things. Tanya, what kind of innocence are you pretending? At this time, Tanya, after seeing Lin Xiao and Chen Feng holding hands, she deeply realized how much weight Chen Feng had in her heart. And Lu Feng, who was squatting on the side, also saw Tanya's abnormality. Tanya, what's wrong with you? You still have the face to ask me what's wrong? It's all because of what you did. Tanya immediately took it out on Lu Feng beside her and slapped her on the ass. Sister Feng, didn't you say that Chen Feng keeps at least 2 or 3 meters away from all women? But what about now? Him and that female driver of his, why are they so close? Hearing Tanya's questioning, Lu Feng didn't know how to speak. It just felt like Tanya was a different person today. After a moment's pause, Lu Feng explained, Lin Xiao is Chendong's personal bodyguard. I think they are now required for work. After all, she is going to take Chendong with her to instantly kill demonic beasts. What work needs? I see that Chen Feng is clearly enjoying himself. With his strength after awakening, a distance of several hundred meters will arrive in the blink of an eye. There is no need to instantly move. Okay? Or is it just that he is drunk and wants to pull the hand of another girl? Looking at Tanya's exasperated appearance, Lu Feng also couldn't help but shake her head. Tanya, you've already broken up with Chen Feng. Why do you still care so much about others? Yeah, we've already broken up. So am I being unreasonable now? Lu Feng didn't answer her words. Then she suddenly jumped up and shouted, I can't stand it. Seeing this, Zhang Wei, who was hiding behind the two of them, suddenly scurried forward. Sister Tanya, what's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? His face was filled with concern and urgency. It's nothing, but why are you here? After shouting, Tanya quickly calmed down and casually replied back. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Normally such a calm person. Today she couldn't help but storm out. It was simply too abnormal. That could only mean one thing. As long as everything involved Chen Feng, she couldn't stay calm. At that time, the breakup was also a brainstorm. And then I do not know how to think. People are over to retain. Dead or alive are not willing to get back together. Have to silently count the number of times in the heart. When people Chen Feng retention of the 100th time when she returned to the heart. But Chen Feng retention of a time and no movement. Tanya, you dead girl. Just bitchy. She cursed herself in her own mind. However, her sudden rise just now also attracted the attention of the nearest demonic beasts. The group of demonic beasts that were still facing the sanctuary immediately turned and attacked towards Tanya and the other three. Each of these demonic beasts was extremely excited. At the forefront, they had suffered defeat against the refuge's experts, but now that they happened to see 3 of them alone and seemingly weak, if they didn't go up and bully them, they would have been sorry for that human's yell just now. As for Chen Feng, who was slaying his way through the demonic beasts, he naturally had long noticed Tanya's group lurking in the shadows, as well as the other group that Zhang Qichang had brought with him, only that he didn't care and continued to slash the demonic beasts in front of him. not prepared to care about Tanya and the others. After all, there were only about 1,000 demonic beasts, and almost all of them were below the second rank, with only 2 of the third rank, and all of them were without supernatural abilities. If they couldn't solve these, then what he did to help them before would be for nothing. It was just that he hadn't expected that Jiang Wei, that interesting middle child, had also followed him over. Although the demonic beasts that surrounded them weren't strong, their numbers weren't small. Tanya and the other 3 didn't hold back at all and immediately cast their abilities. Immediately, at the same time Lu Feng threw out the Book of Explosions, Tanya also started chanting her incantation like middle child lines. My territory. I am the master. All creatures listen to the order. Within a range of 30 meters. All creatures are not allowed to exceed 5 yards per hour. Sister Tanya is so I love you so much. Hearing Tanya's middle-of-the-road chants, Jiang Wei didn't feel out of place at all and frantically shouted his approval from the sidelines. Then, he smiled coldly and whispered, looks like I need to give them time to speed up this time. At the same time, he was rejoicing wildly in his heart. Sister Tanya is just awesome. In the past, I've always used my time-based powers to slow down my opponents, and this is the first time I've worked with Sister Tanya. I'll have to use acceleration. Ha ha, from now on this will be my exclusive match with Sister Tanya. So happy. As the demonic beasts are all spiritually intelligent. They are not stupid. After the dozens of demonic beasts in the front darted close to 30 meters, they all inexplicably died. Soon they understood that they had to walk slowly when they came within 30 meters of Tanya. Thinking of this, the demonic beasts laughed. Ha, as long as you approach slowly, let's see how you can block. However, what they didn't expect was that just after entering the other party's 30-meter range, their bodies, which had originally lowered their speed, suddenly didn't listen to their commands and still approached at a very fast speed. Without any suspense, these fast-approaching demonic beasts, once again, planted one by one and inexplicably died. Then, after the trial and error of several hundred demonic beasts, the remaining demonic beasts directly stood still. This was good. Finally, no need to die. The demonic beasts let out a sigh of relief. However, what they did not expect was, a male and a female figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. How strong these two were they could see clearly from the back. Casually one shot, killing them was as easy as crushing an ant. They never expected that they had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth again. However, Tanya's reaction was even more intense than the group of demonic beasts. Chen Feng, don't move, be careful of getting injured. I'm too late to give you immunity now. Chen Feng naturally understood what Tanya meant, as he had already copied to her ability. Originally, he wasn't going to come over. But he quickly realized that Tanya's ability over here was very mysterious, so he purposely came over to see if he could copy it. Sure enough, just as he arrived on the front foot, the skill was copied on the back foot, and even the skills of Jiang Wei, that middle-aged kid, were copied. After slightly feeling the effects of the skill, Chen Feng was surprised in his heart. These two sets of skills were truly fragrant. There was no need to mention that he had heard of the power of the time department's abilities in his previous life. But how was Tanya's ability classified? The rule department? This was simply too heaven-defying. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone being able to awaken this type of ability. Or perhaps his own status in his previous life was too low, and he simply couldn't come into contact with such great people. The ability to deal a fatal blow to the enemy by setting a rule within a corresponding distance of oneself. Completely unreasonable. Jiang Wei's ability was able to change the flow of time within a small area. It was equivalent to speeding up or slowing down the speed of the opponent. Chen Feng briefly felt this ability. He could affect, roughly, a range of 2,000 meters with himself as the center. Moreover, the closer he was, the more powerful the effect would be. If he exerted it at full power, he could even make things in motion that were close to him stand still. The Jiang Wei in front of him obviously could not reach this level. He could only perform it in a very small range. Hundreds of meters would be very good, and the effect was not particularly good. But even so, this ability could definitely help him fight across the ranks. After all, the fight in the battle is the time difference. You just need to be one step faster than the other party. There will be one more chance of winning. As for Tanya's ability, he was still a bit unsure about it, and could only feel that if he used this ability, the range of influence could reach at least 1,000 meters. Actually, feeling the ability was only an instant's effort. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Feng and Lin Xiu's figures struck without any pause. A sword stroke and an explosive hammer. Lin Xiu didn't even use his palm wind. And after just a few seconds, the demonic beasts that surrounded Tanya and the others were all turned into piles of corpses or even meat scraps. Seeing this scene, Tanya was stunned. She hadn't set up an exemption for Chen Feng and Lin Xiu, but her ability, surprisingly, could not have the slightest effect on these two. Thinking about her reminder just now, She felt like a clown. People didn't seem to take her abilities seriously at all. If they were to strike at themselves, they probably wouldn't be able to use a single move. Chen Feng was simply too strong. But why was that Lin Xiao so strong as well? But soon, Tanya was happy again. Chen Feng still has me in his heart. As soon as he saw that my side was besieged by demonic beasts, he immediately put down the battle on the front line and came to support me at the first opportunity. I'm really so happy. Chen Feng, I know you can't let go of me in your heart, right? You quickly open up to salvage as long as you open up again this time to propose a reunion, I will certainly agree. You quickly say why not say? Seeing Tanya's somewhat strange look, Chen Feng asked, do you still have something to do? No, Tanya subconsciously replied. Since there's nothing, then I'll leave. These demon cores will be left for you. These demon cores, compared to the army of demonic beasts, was simply a drop in the bucket. Chen Feng simply couldn't see it. Leaving it to Tanya and the girls would also allow them to slightly raise their level. In his eyes, they were simply weak. Although now on Tanya no longer have any feelings, but in front of the three people, were their best friends, can help a hand on it. Hopefully, this ex-girlfriend of his will not die so early in the end times. Tanya could never have imagined that Chen Feng did not rush to rescue her because he had her in his heart and was worried about her. He had merely come in order to replicate her abilities. However, she still couldn't let go of her inherent reserve. She just didn't open her mouth and had to wait for Chen Feng to speak first. She just said in a salty manner, "Are you just going to leave? Not leaving for what?" Chen Feng casually said. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was also extremely unhappy in her heart for some reason, and couldn't help but spit out, "Don't go fuck what? Fuck you." However, before Tanya could open her mouth, Zhang Wei, who was on the side, violently stepped forward. "Chen Feng, you're not allowed to leave. Little brat, what's wrong with you again?" Chen Feng asked with interest. For this brat Zhang Wei, Chen Feng was also more fond of him. Ever since Lu Feng started to be his assistant acquaintance, he had often teased this brat. This kid could often bring him some fun. "Chen Feng, for your information, I'm not a brat anymore. Okay, got it. Big fart. Chen Feng, please stop calling me a fart boy in the future." Zhang Wei continued with an exasperated look on his face. "Chen Feng, I'm going to challenge you. Whoever wins Tanya will be his." "Zhang Wei, you've had enough. I'm not a commodity, much less a bargaining chip for you to use in your bets." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Tanya instantly said angrily. Chen Feng, on the other hand, did not pay any attention and still looked at Zhang Wei with interest. "Wei, Tanya and I have already broken up, so feel free to chase after her if you want to. There's no need to challenge me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei whirled around, feeling that his super fierce punch had struck cotton. Then, Chen Feng continued, "I know you've always liked Tanya. I remember you originally told me that you liked her when you were 4 years old, or what I told you before. Since you like it, go for it. Don't bother me with this all day." Lu Feng and Tanya were stunned when they heard Chen Feng's words. They also did not expect that Chen Feng actually knew about this matter as well, and it was still Zhang Wei, the kid himself, who said it. And at this moment, Zhang Wei couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Since Zhang Wei had been relatively two-dimensional since he was a child, he didn't have any friends until he reached middle school. Since Lu Feng gave Chen Feng as an assistant and he also knew Chen Feng, he took Chen Feng as a friend. And Chen Feng has always been a good friend, no matter who the other person is, what kind of character, as long as it is not the dog-eyed kind, he can become friends with it. Zhang Wei was 12 years old at the time, and it was hard to find a big brother as a friend. Naturally, every time he had something on his mind, he would look for Chen Feng to talk about it, and the one who said the most was Tanya, the goddess he had recognized since he was 4 years old. At that time, when he told Chen Feng, he only said that he had a big sister that he liked since he was a child, but he never mentioned Tanya's name. Although Chen Feng knew from listening to him that it was impossible for him and that big sister, but in order for Zhang Wei to relax and be able to study well, he would occasionally encourage him to pursue it. He said that he was a little kid, and he would give up if he went to the wall a few times, but who knew that he had persisted for so long, and he still couldn't forget about his big sister. However, what Zhang Wei never expected was that the big sister he longed for, in the end, was actually the girlfriend of his best big brother. This was also something that they only realized when Tanya and Chen Feng broke up. Therefore, right now, Zhang Wei couldn't wait to go up and furiously gnaw on Chen Feng twice. But in front of his goddess, he must maintain his poise. He forced himself to endure his envy and jealousy towards Chen Feng and roared once again. "Chen Feng, no matter what, I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to trample you under my feet and show Sister Tanya that I'm the right choice for her." Looking at Zhang Wei's small center parting that fluttered in the wind, coupled with his appearance of stepping on a piece of wrecked wall with one leg, Chen Feng did not get angry in the slightest, but instead, he was happy. Little brat, stay wherever you are. I don't have the time to blindly delay my efforts with you here. With that, Chen Feng grabbed towards Lin Xiu's hand, and at the same time, he began to impart his consciousness to Tanya and the other three. After a short power transmission, Chen Feng pulled Lin Xiu's hand and turned around, his figure instantly disappearing. Only Zhang Wei and Tanya were left in the wind. Zhang Wei was confused. I've used all of my time series abilities, why is he still so fast? Tanya was sour. Why did he pull that old woman's hand again? After Zhang Wei was messed up for a short while, his gaze suddenly blazed, and then he started laughing. Ha ha, I'm the true chosen one. I've actually comprehended such a heaven-defying technique. Chen Feng, I know that you were afraid of me and fled in disgrace, right? Ha 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 ha. Tanya felt the breathing technique that had suddenly appeared in her mind and her heart rejoiced. It seems that Chen Feng still has me in his heart, and has actually passed on the technique to me. Thinking of this, she immediately took out a demon core and began to use the gong method to absorb it. After trying out the effects of the gong method, Tanya's face instantly blossomed with joy. Chen Feng is so good. To have even passed on such a heaven-defying gong method to me is enough to show the weight I have in his heart. Chen Feng, you must have minded the large number of people just now. That's why you didn't say the redeeming words to me, to the point that after this great battle, you are the one who will come to me alone to get back together, right? Thinking of this, Tanya's heart was so sweet and happy that she didn't even hear the shouting and laughing of the middle-aged man beside her. Even more so, she didn't notice that the middle two male said that he had comprehended a heaven-defying gong method. However, Lu Feng couldn't stand to watch and came up and slapped Zhang Wei on the head. Zhang Wei's laughter came to a screeching halt, and he was instantly enraged. Sister Feng, what are you doing? Can you stop hitting my head in the future? I say Zhang Wei, wake up. The breathing technique just now was passed down by Chen Feng. All three of us. What, all of us? Zhang Wei and Tanya almost spoke in unison, looking towards Lu Feng. Then, the two instantly fell into silence and loss. Tanya would never have imagined that Chen Feng would have passed such a heaven-defying technique to all three of them. Not just her. She was sour again. However, she quickly adjusted her state. After all, Lu Feng, Zhang Wei and Chen Feng had also been friends for many years, and it was normal for the gongfu to be passed on to the two of them. I have to know that he has always known and been affectionate, otherwise I wouldn't have liked him. Thinking of this, Tanya's acid turned back into honey. But what she didn't know of was that this set of gongfu that Chen Feng had passed on to her would soon be spread throughout the Chen clan, and it would be practically a hand-me-down. I wonder how she would feel at that time. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, quickly reared up from his loss. He leapt up and jumped onto the roof of a dilapidated two-story small building. The wind on the roof was a little stronger, and the small center parting on top of his head had already fluttered and messed up his appearance, but he was still full of confident smiles. Chen Feng, I thank you for passing on my gongfu, but I will use the gongfu you passed on to me to defeat you, because there is only one genius, and that is me. Ha 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 ha. Then, boom, the sound of the room collapsed. It was a good thing that Zhang Wei was a silver energizer. Otherwise he would have to break an arm and a leg this time. However, despite his athletic stature, he was still swung full of dust. During the time that Chen Feng had left, the netizens in the live broadcast room had been spewing water non-stop. Where did Chen Feng go? Why didn't he appear in the midst of the demonic beast army? Can't you see that just now Swordsman's sister yanked him away with one guy and disappeared? Water, water, water. Where is Brother Chen Feng? I want to see Brother Chen Feng. Go to one side. Brother Chen Feng is something you can call. I've always called my boss. I haven't called my brother yet. You bunch of sluts. Sun Miao Miao spat in her mind as she opened her mouth. Sister Water. Where's my swordsman sister? Sister Shui. I want to see my goddess. Turn the camera quickly. Rather than Sun Miao Miao floating in the air with very good sight, she searched for a long time before seeing that incomparably familiar and handsome figure. Okay, hold on. Right away. Due to the quick battle on Tanya's side, by the time Sun Miao Miao moved her camera over, it was a ground full of demonic beast corpses, and Chen Feng and the others opened up their conversation mode. What's the situation? Why isn't Chen Feng killing anymore? Can't you see the meat scraps all over the ground? It's already finished. Okay? This is too fast. It's only been a while and he's done killing? You don't have to look. There's only a couple of beasts over there. I bet Chen Feng's fight didn't last more than 3 seconds. Who are those other three? Heads up? Doesn't look like it. Chen Feng has been all smiles and easygoing when he talks. Due to the fact that the lens that Sun Miao Miao had prepared for this live broadcast was very advanced, even if it was far away, it could still clearly illuminate the faces of Chen Feng and the others. Therefore, the netizens could see their conversation, laughter, and every move very clearly. It's a pity that we can't hear their conversations. Sister Shui, Is there a way to hear what Chen Feng and the others are saying? I'm also curious as to what the relationship between Chen Feng and the other three is. It would be nice to hear them speak. I'd love to hear them speak as well, but the distance is too far. It'd be nice to be able to show you guys clearly. Sun Miao did not recognize Tanya and the other three. Although Lu Fang was Chen Feng's assistant, she hadn't followed him to take over the group until 3 months ago, and when he went to the lower companies to make his rounds, he basically didn't bring Lu Fang with him. So much so that Miao-Sun hadn't seen her before. I know what their relationship is. What relationship? Support and supported relationship. Originally those three are to support Chen Feng, but the demon beast came they almost kneel. Fortunately Chen Feng and Swordsman's sister came in time. They dodged a bullet, and ultimately support and supported identity reversal. You didn't see the battle footage. How do you know that's the case? The evidence is too obvious. Okay, just by looking at the slag of meat on the ground. I know that it was definitely the handiwork of Chen Feng's sledgehammer. Not bad. There are also those smooth cross-section limbs. It's definitely the work of Swordsman's sister. No wonder Chen Feng had to drive those who had come to support away at first. It turned out to be because he knew that the other party had definitely come to be of no help. But how come these three weren't scolded away? They're not really trying to steal heads, are they? You ma too. Understand a corpse then. A look at Chen Feng and these three people know, okay? You do not see Chen Feng from beginning to end have been smiling. Sun Miao also thought back to the scene just now, and she agreed with the netizens' view. Chen Feng definitely knew these three people, and the relationship should be extraordinary. Although she didn't have much contact with this boss of hers, she was still clear about the boss's character. If it were any other unrelated person who stayed behind to grab heads even after he'd kicked them out, he definitely wouldn't give them a good look, and it was even possible that he would directly strike out to teach them a lesson. Based on my many years of experience, the lower side is Ashura. What do you mean by that? Although I couldn't hear them speak, I could tell at a glance that the woman who was the prettiest of the three on the opposite side was definitely interested in Chen Feng, and not in a good way. And when Lin Xiao and that woman looked at each other, both of them had a very obvious hostility, and at a glance it was clear that the two were souring on each other. But Chen Feng seems to be really straight enough. He just focuses on joking around with that other middle-scored youngster, and doesn't care at all about the two women's secret fights. Brother, awesome. When you say it like that, it seems like it's really like that. And I can also see that that center-parted young man, to the side of that beautiful woman is very love, and has a great hostility towards Chen Feng, but Chen Feng did not care about him. Have you guys noticed? That woman who was interested in Chen Feng is so pretty, even prettier than Swordsman's sister. After Sun Miao gave Tanya a few close-ups, netizens realized that there was another big beauty. Chen Feng is so lucky, he's surrounded by big beauties. He's got Sister Shui. Why does he still want to dominate those two goddesses? Sister Shui and those two goddesses are not even close. Okay, just the headlights are a few notches away from the others. Seeing the message, Sun Miao immediately angry. Administrator, the dark sky bath does not pull the lights to me band. Put. However, she just laughed after not 2 seconds of anger, because she saw the room collapsing under Zhang Wei's feet. That center-parted head on the roof is damn funny. Indeed, it's killing me with laughter. He was standing on the top, posing, pointing to the sky, and shouting something. Anyway, it looked quite stupid. Anyway, it was pretty stupid. His face lit up when the room collapsed at the end. But I think that little brother is pretty handsome, too. Look, when Chen Feng and Lin Xiao left, they didn't seem to take away the demon core from the demonic beasts. That's true. Look at those three people picking up demon cores right now. Dare I ask you all to hang on? Dare I ask you guys, what is a demon core? Some netizens were ill-informed and hadn't heard of demon cores for the time being, so they asked in the live broadcast. A demon core is a special kind of energy crystallization within the body of a demonic beast, which we silver energizers can use to enhance our strength. Seeing the reply, Sun Miao immediately replied, but immediately her face changed. You're disgusting for not understanding the master's chicken during the day. Administrator, ban him for me as well. Sister Shui, why did you ban him? Sister Shui guessed that she didn't see the first half of his sentence at first and answered him. Sun Miao no longer paid attention to those low-quality netizens and continued to explain. Nowadays, in the early stages of the calamity, demon cores can be considered strategic-level resources, and each one of them is very precious. Indeed, I've heard from my official friends that the official silver energizers nowadays can share 5 demon cores a day is more than enough, and most of them are of the first or second rank. Demon cores are also divided into orders? Of course, both demonic beasts and silver energizers are divided into classes. Otherwise there would be both strong and weak. The higher the class, the stronger it is, and the higher the class, the more useful the nucleus is to the silver energizer. Chen Feng has left behind 1,000 or 800 demon cores for the three of them. That's nearly 1,000 demon cores. Chen Feng let them go without blinking. I'm also a silver energizer. I'm so envious of the three of them. They got almost 1,000 demon cores casually. I guess it's enough for them to level up a few times. But I haven't even tasted the taste of the demon cores yet. Brother, are you a silver energizer who can't kill demonic beasts on your own to get demon cores? It's mainly because the ability I awakened is too cockamamie. What ability? It's too humiliating, so I won't talk about it. The netizens brushed the screen for a while longer, and someone analyzed. I think that those three people must have a very shallow relationship with Chen Feng. Otherwise Chen Feng couldn't have left such precious things all to them. That's right, after all, the three of them didn't do anything, but instead, after falling into danger, it was Chen Feng who specifically ran to save them. That's a good point. Their relationship with Chen Feng is definitely not ordinary. Right. I think those two women might both be having an affair with Chen Feng. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll have the admin span you too. The crowd of netizens were at least worldly wise, and when they heard Sun Miao Miao's words, they instantly understood that she was jealous, so they stopped bringing up the topic of what Chen Feng had to do with women. No matter what, the three of them definitely have a good relationship with Chen Feng. I must remember what they look like. In case I see them one day I can't be offended. Yes, if I see them, I must get on good terms with them. I might be able to get on Chen Feng's good side through them in the future. I feel like I need to stay away from that center-parted kid. He seems to be going against Chen Feng all the time. Indeed, I see that he ended up standing on the roof of the small building and shouting, most likely cursing Chen Feng. Definitely. One look at the way he looked at Chen Feng would tell you that. However, it seems like Chen Feng doesn't even want to pay attention to him. That's for sure. Who is Chen Feng? That kid is nothing more than a clown in Chen Feng's eyes. So try to stay away from that center-pointed kid. If you want to lick, you have to lick the other two beauties. Even without Chen Feng's relationship, I'd still lick them. They're both really beautiful. That's why Chen Feng's life is so good. The beauties are all piled up around him. Just as the netizens were discussing heatedly, Sun Miaomia turned the camera back to the direction of the shelter. However, when the netizens saw the new screen image of the live broadcast room, they were all stunned. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room disappeared for several seconds before sparsely coming back online. This was because they saw mind-blowing images, only to see that the demonic beasts outside the shelter within roughly 1,000 meters. In a split second, all of them lay on the ground, motionless, not knowing if they were dead or alive. And then the demonic beasts that entered within 1,000 meters also all fell forward and backward, and all of them inexplicably lay down on the ground. Crap, what is the situation? Are the demonic beasts performing a sleep show? How can that be? Please take a good look. They're dead. How do you know they're dead? Can't you see that someone's already gone for the cores? Ha, it seems to be true. What's going on here? Why are the beasts suddenly dying in large numbers? Are the beasts collectively sick? If they're sick, why are they all dying within 1,000 meters of each other? And what disease is so powerful that it can kill them instantly? When I saw this scene, I remembered when I was a child. My grandfather took me to play with the Book of Heaven in the Legend of Shadows. And when I got the Book of Heaven, whoever got close would die. What is Legend of Shadows? It's from last century's Little Busters. What's say? It's a game console. It's very old. Don't talk about consoles. I just want to know what the hell is going on here. Miracles. This must be some silver power user using his ability. What ability is so strong that it can make demonic beasts die instantly by the thousands? I don't know. It can't be that Chen Feng has developed some new type of weapon, can it? It's impossible. The government can't even develop it. Chen Feng is just a tycoon. How can he be better than the government? I think the heavens have opened their eyes. It must be that the heavens are not happy with what the beasts are doing, and have begun to give them the wrath of God. Don't be paranoid. It's definitely the power of a certain silver power. Who is unleashing the ability? So strong? Sister Shui, do you know who's unleashing this ability? Seeing a netizen inquiring, Sun Miao Miao smiled awkwardly, stating that she herself was not sure. To be honest, she was also very confused, as she had never heard of any of their Chen's friends possessing such a heaven-defying ability. Then, she smiled again and said, but I know that he is definitely one of our Chen clan. Shui is right. The person who unleashed this ability must be related to Chen Feng. Chen Feng is mighty. With Chen Feng around, my Daxiao will definitely be spared. Yes, with Chen Feng, we will be able to get through the end of the world. Long live Chen Feng. Chen Feng will rule the world for 1,000 years. After seeing the miracle that caused a large portion of demonic beasts to die in battle, all the netizens were abuzz. Since they weren't sure whose ability it was, they used all their flattery on Chen Feng. Anyway, in their opinion, even if it wasn't Chen Feng's ability, It was the ability of Chen Feng's beloved henchman. Who else would have stepped in and helped him guard the refuge? Chen Feng, who was standing in front of the sanctuary, was not aware of the netizens kneeling to him in the live broadcast. He only frowned slightly. Chen Feng frowned and thought, sure enough, everything had a limit. Even the ancient book breathing method was no exception. This was because he realized that after using his judgment skill to kill tens of thousands of demonic beasts, the silver energy in his body was no longer in a state of surplus, but rather, it had been depleted. Even the ancient book breathing technique was unable to quickly recover. However, this also showed the power of the ruling skill. The silver energy consumption was quite a bit more than other abilities, but after all, the battle results were there. If one were to use other abilities to kill so many demonic beasts, I'm afraid that there would also be so much silver energy consumption. However, the other abilities certainly couldn't do a wide range of instantaneous extermination, so that the consumption of silver energy would hardly be felt, and the breathing method would be able to completely recover instantly, and the consumption of judgment was instantaneous, which was why it appeared so. However, this consumption was nothing to him. He simply predicted that if he wanted to instantly consume all of his silver energy by utilizing his judgment skill, he was afraid that it would take millions of demonic beasts to make it possible, and the grade was still calculated according to the 6th rank. Right now, although his silver energy was consumed, it was less than 1,000,000. As long as he put away his ruling skill, in just a few seconds, he would be able to fully recover. He continued to carefully feel the ability verdict that Tanya had given him, and was very pleased. When he used it, it was too many times stronger than Tanya. In the eyes of outsiders, they were simply two skills that were worlds apart. Since his rank was too much higher than the demonic beasts, he set the rule that all enemies that entered within 1,000 meters of himself would be subjected to verdict, which was one word: death. As for the friendlies, he also finished marking them in just one instant, and there would be no accidental injuries. Moreover, he didn't even need to chant a slogan to use the ruling, so everyone else, except Lin Xiu, who had been informed by his consciousness, didn't know who had used the ability. Even his beloved Luo Chengfei as well as Chengdi and the others were all kept in the dark. What happened? How did the demonic beasts suddenly lay down inexplicably? No, they seemed to be dead. Who did this? It's unclear. Could it be Brother Feng? I don't know. It's possible. The mighty Chang Lu even said, crap, who is this? So Hung. As for Dr. Gao and Chang Bao, they had also stood on the city's head to watch the battle by now. There was also Zhang Ma, who was cooking, as well as the second aunt Sun Miaoyun, who was temporarily working as a helper cook. All of them had also temporarily put down their work and came to the city head to watch this incomparably spectacular scene with Dr. Gao and the others. Wow, Brother Feng is so powerful. Hearing Chang Bachi's exclamation of surprise, Sun Miaoyun and Zhang Ma looked towards her in unison. Buster, how did you know that this was done by Chen Feng? That goes without saying. Other than Brother Feng, who could possess such heaven-defying abilities? Old Steel, what do you think? After Chang Bachi replied, he looked at Dr. Gao beside him. Not bad. Those who can possess such an ability. All of you present, other than Chen Feng, cannot be anyone else. Dr. Gao nodded his head. This was because he deeply knew that Chen Feng was an existence that had absorbed over 200 tons of pure silver. It was impossible for there to be anyone else besides him. Then, Dr. Gao continued to sigh. I think this ability has touched some sort of rule. Once upon a time, I would never have thought that humans could have such greatness no matter what. After all, this is something that is only possible for a god to do. Not true. Dr. Gao suddenly changed his face again. This is no longer touching the rules, but he, Chen Feng, is defining the rules. If this ability of his develops, the various theorems of the once blue star will cease to exist. What kind of group of existences are the Silver Energizers? Why do they possess such great power? Why is it that only demon cores can advance their strength? Why? Seeing Chen Feng's miracles, Dr. Gao was stimulated again and fell into that kind of madness. Dr. Gao Mingxian. Bullshit doctor. Bullshit painter pianist. Why can't you understand anything? Why don't you go eat shit? Then, his eyes flashed, and he began to laugh. Ha ha, similarly, this is also my opportunity. After all, I am the closest person to Chen Feng, the god of silver energy. He will definitely bring me more surprises, and I will open up a whole new path of scientific research. Whatever Newton, Archimedes, Maxwell was once, will all be stepped on by me, toppling all their bullshit theories. I will stand at the pinnacle of the scientific research field, looking down on everything. Ha ha. Zhang Ma and Sun Miaoyun, who were on the side, looked at Dr. Gao, who was mouthing off, and couldn't help but reveal a look at a madman. On the other hand, Cheng Bachi said with a smile, Old Steel, as your student, I will definitely help you as well. But in the end, whether it's me or you that stands at the pinnacle, that may not be possible. After all, I'm even more of a genius than you are. And nowadays, occasionally, you can't keep up with my way of thinking anymore. That's fine. My students are better than me. I'm happy to see that. But I hope you're not talking big. And there are times when I can't keep up with your train of thought. And that's because your train of thought is skewed. And I don't want to be led astray by a little girl like you for me. Hearing Changbachi's slightly mocking tone, Dr. Gao didn't have a hint of anger, and continued to speak with a calm smile, except that there were also some dark knocking implications in his tone. Old steel, don't be a tough talker, you're already old. You, the front wave, will inevitably be lapped on the beach by me? The back wave? In the future, even if I am on the beach, I will definitely be the lighthouse that illuminates the way forward for humanity. Sun Miaoyun and Zhang Ma, who were on the side, were completely unable to keep up with the brain circuits of these two, so they stopped paying attention to the two of them and continued to gaze at the heart-stopping battlefield. Is this really Chen Feng's handiwork? Zhang Ma could not help but exclaim. Sun Miaoyun hooked the corners of her mouth. Worthy of being my nephew, I'll make you your favorite hand-rolled noodles later. The command room of the Imperial Capital's Silver Energy Directorate. The crowd was concentrating on the satellite image on the large screen. Chen Feng and Lin Qiu's figures disappeared from the forefront. Where did Chen Feng and Lin Qiu instantly move to? The crowd present couldn't help but ask. Lu Changqing immediately ordered. Secretary Wu, switch the screen immediately and ensure that the satellite image keeps focusing on Chen Feng. Today's satellites were very advanced, and soon located Chen Feng's position again, finding him and Lin Qiu, suddenly appearing in front of three strangers. Of course, these three were only strangers to individuals. Soon enough, someone exclaimed, Old Tan, look, isn't that your daughter Tanya? After Tan Jitao took a closer look at the screen, he nodded and said, not bad, it is indeed my daughter Tanya. Who are the two people beside her? Another person opened his mouth to inquire. I know, both of them, like Tanya, joined the officials some time ago. The male is called Zhang Wei, a time-based silver energizer, and the female is called Lu Feng, a fire-based elemental silver energizer, and she was Chen Feng's assistant for 6 years. No wonder Chen Feng put down the battle at the front line and specifically came over to support the three of them. So it was for this assistant of his. I don't think so. From Chen Feng's demeanor, it seems like he knows Tanya, and Tanya also has a distinctly different look when she looks at him. It's not the kind of relationship between an ordinary man and woman. Old Tan, the boyfriend your family Tanya talked to before wouldn't be Chen Feng, right? Tan Jitao also fell into deep thought when he heard the question. He was aware of his daughter Tanya talking about her boyfriend, but he didn't pay much attention to her daughter's private life, and with his daughter's nature, even if he wanted to control it, she wouldn't let him. Therefore, he had only heard that Tanya had a boyfriend before, and did not know who her boyfriend was. Could it be that the person Tanya talked to before was really Chen Feng? No. I remember Tanya mentioning a word about his boyfriend being nothing more than a poor boy from an average family. Chen Feng, as a rich second generation of a rich country, how could he be her boyfriend? But a few days ago, I remember Tanya mentioning to me that the only reason she was able to become a silver energizer was because of the large silver chain her ex-boyfriend gave her. Just ask before the calamity. Can there be anyone who would give his girlfriend a silver necklace thicker than a dog chain? Unless there is something wrong with his brain. But looking at it now, that wasn't the case. It seemed highly likely that Chen Feng was Tanya's ex-boyfriend, as he was the only one who knew about the coming calamity. If this was true, that would be great. Alas, it's just a pity that it's already broken up. However, if Xiaoya's large silver chain was really a gift from Chen Feng, it meant that Chen Feng still had Xiaoya in his heart. No, I must turn around and ask Xiaoya properly. No matter what, I must persuade her to get back together with Chen Feng. Like Chen Feng, such a son-in-law, I hit the lantern are not good to find. Xiaoya, you girl, even took the initiative to break up. However, he soon lost it again. After all, the matter of Chen Feng being Tanya's ex-boyfriend was nothing more than his own speculation. Then, he said to his colleague who asked the question, I also don't pay much attention to Xiaoya's private life. I just heard that she talked about having a date before, but I'm not sure if it's Chen Feng. Several colleagues soon responded. In my opinion, they must have talked about an object. Otherwise your family, Xiaoya, wouldn't have shown that kind of look at Chen Feng. That's right, we've all been through this before. At a glance, Chen Feng and Xiaoya's relationship is not ordinary. I say Old Tan, you're in luck this time. You found such a good son-in-law. Old Tan, I really envy you, being able to get on Chen Feng's thick leg. At this time, Elder Wei, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. Little Tan You can actually ask your plus daughter to fight for it and invite Chen Feng to join our officialdom, so that you are doing a great service and contributing to all of mankind. That's right, if your family's Xiaoya goes out, it will definitely be a handful. Deputy Director Chen is Chen Feng's second uncle. He couldn't even invite Chen Feng. Xiaoya, a little girl inviting. He can come and be this director? Someone questioned. This you don't understand. Right. Many times, a girlfriend's words are more useful than those of her own father and mother. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads, feeling that this old brother was too right. Old Tan, if your family's daughter really invited Chen Feng over to become the Director General of Silver Energy, then you will be the State Abbot Data in the future. Good day, Lord Abbot. Lord Abbot, please take care of me in the future. Although all the leaders in the officialdom were very serious at some important moments, they were more often than not very easygoing and would joke with each other to regulate the atmosphere. Hearing the compliments of his colleagues around him, Tan Jitao was not happy at all. Instead, he was still a little heartbroken. Didn't I say it? I don't know who my family's Xiaoya's boyfriend is. It's possible that it's not Chen Feng at all, so don't make fun of me. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's gaze flickered as if he had thought of something, so he looked towards Chen Shilin. Deputy Chen Feng is your nephew. You should know about his girlfriend's situation, right? Chen Shilin, who was leisurely watching the show from the side, put down the wolfberry tea in his hands, nodded and replied, I do know a little bit about the situation. Is it Tanya? The crowd looked at Chen Shilin with a curious expression. Chen Shilin slowly replied, can't be sure. I only know that Xiao Feng previously did have a girlfriend, rumored to be the schoolgirl of Guan Air University. It seems to be surnamed Tan. The exact name is unclear, and Xiao Feng didn't let me see it. Guan Air University? Old Tan, isn't your daughter studying at Guan Air University? Immediately, someone looked at Tan Jitao. Tan Jitao nodded. Yes, with your old Tan's looks, your family's daughter is definitely not bad. She's definitely a schoolflower in Guan Air University, and Chen Feng's object is surnamed Tan. How could there be such a coincidence? Not bad. I see that old Tan's family's daughter is Chen Feng's girlfriend. Just as the crowd was immersed in excitement, Chen Shilin once again spoke. To put it in perspective, just a while ago, I heard my nephew say that he broke up with his girlfriend, and it was his girlfriend who initiated the breakup, and now he's temporarily single. Ah, that's not true, is it? Broke up. The crowd was shocked. Old Tan, your daughter is confused. Little Tan, I say your daughter is really confused. To dump such an excellent man like Chen Feng. It's a pity. It's a pity. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have joined us officially. After the crowd felt sorry for Tan Jitao for a while, some old men and old moms laughed. Ha ha, it's good to break up. Chen Feng is now single. Wouldn't my daughter have a chance? A middle-aged man laughed and looked at Chen Shilin. Deputy Bureau Chen, does your nephew have any intention of finding a date recently? How about introducing my family's daughter to him? There's me. My niece is also a senior intellectual and pretty. Give your nephew a talk. There was also Elder Wei who surprisingly spoke up at this time. Shilin, I have a granddaughter, just 20 this year, right up to the age of marriage. Ask Chen Feng to see if the marriage can be finalized. I'm really very optimistic about Chen Feng as a young man. Wei Lao was a pivotal figure in Daxia. Even Lu Chongqing had to be courteous. As soon as his words left his mouth, the ones who were still trying to sell their own daughters, or nieces and nephews suddenly put it away and stopped talking. Cough cough. Chen Shilin lightly coughed twice, smiled awkwardly. Sorry, gentlemen, my nephew has always advocated free love, not willing to let me introduce. Free love is good, Wei Lao continued. Shilin, turn around and I'll send you my family's granddaughter's photo. You show it to Chen Feng. You can be friends first. I say, Elder Wei, don't make it difficult for me. Chen Feng really doesn't like this. However, my son Chen Rui has also reached the age to talk about marriage. If you all really have a daughter or granddaughter to be married at home, you can actually talk to my son about it, Chen Shilin said. The crowd was visibly stunned at his words, but immediately everyone laughed and quickly responded. Good. Deputy Bureau Chen's son must also be a dragon and phoenix among men. I have a distant cousin with a prosperous look. Deputy Bureau Chen must like it. Why don't you introduce it to your son? Saying that, that person directly took out his cell phone and displayed a photo directly in front of Chen Shilin. Chen Shilin glanced at it and was obviously stunned. Indeed, it was prosperous enough. Then, he could only nod politely. My daughter is 33 this year, just graduated with a PhD, and has never talked about an object. If you look at it as suitable, introduce it to your son. Hearing the words of several colleagues, Chen Shilin couldn't help but spit in his heart. Why is my nephew introduced to all the goddess general existence? At least is the age of the same, not too outrageous. But when it comes to introducing my son, How come he is either a big ball or a big leftover woman? Just then, someone spoke up. Look, what is that Jiang Wei kid doing? In the official command room, the crowd sniffed and immediately redirected their attention back to the big screen, only to see Jiang Wei with a furious face, cursing at Chen Feng for a few moments before going up to the roof to pose and yell. What is this brat Jiang Wei doing? It looks as if he's not dealing with Chen Feng. Those present, most of whom had lived most of their lives, quickly noticed Jiang Wei's dissimilarity. I can see it, old Tan. I see that this Jiang Wei kid seems to like your family's Xiaoya. Having been a neighbor for a few years, Tan Jitao of course knew this Jiang Wei kid, and he nodded his head. Our family and Jiang Wei's sister's family have been neighbors for a few years and have a good relationship with each other. That kid does have a bit of a crush on my family's Xiaoya, but he was still a brat at that time. He was just going through the motions, and Xiaoya has always looked at him as a younger brother. I don't think this kid Jiang Wei thinks so. He's on the verge of clashing with Chen Feng because of your family's Xiaoya. A middle-aged leader who was a little bit shaven analyzed. Indeed, although I can't hear the conversation, but from their looks as well as physical performance, I can tell that your family, Xiaoya, must have lingering feelings for Chen Feng, and Jiang Wei, that kid, because he likes your family's Xiaoya, completely treats Chen Feng as a love rival. Even if Chen Feng has already parted ways with Xiaoya, he is still unforgiving. It's a good thing that Chen Feng didn't have a general understanding with him. General knowledge. How could our official have someone like Jiang Wei? We must not offend Chen Feng because of him. This kid just graduated from high school and is childish, but inability is quite strong. Awakened time-based psychic ability. We should be more tolerant of him and give him time to grow. Although Chen Feng didn't say anything now. But what if that kid, Jiang Wei, still does what he wants and goes looking for trouble with Chen Feng? His current status, doing things doesn't just represent himself, but our entire officialdom. After listening to the crowd discuss for a while, Lu Chongqing directly spoke in a deep voice. Immediately contact the braised provincial branch and transfer that Jiang Wei kid to the general. Then, he looked at Tan Jitao. Old Tan, you'll be the one to temper him in the future, so that he'll do things a little more restrained in the future and not be too childish. And more importantly, don't let him see Chen Feng in the future. Bureau Lu, I'm just like you. I'm only a silver energetic who doesn't enter the rank. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate to let me come and temper him. Tan Jitao wondered. Lu Chongqing smiled faintly and said, how is it inappropriate? Doesn't that kid Jiang Wei like your family Xiaoya? Then he must have to offer you up as his old husband. At that time, if you say go east, he will definitely not dare to go west. Bureau Lu's arrangement is good. I think this is the way to do it. We must temper that Jiang Wei kid. Otherwise he's a destabilizing factor when he's in the officialdom. Elder Wei hastily chimed in from the sidelines. Although Tan Jitao was still a bit embarrassed, he still nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, the images coming back from the satellite on the big screen refocused on Chen Feng's body. At this moment, he had already rejoined the front line of the sanctuary, turning on the ruling skill he had just copied back. The group of leaders in the official command room, after seeing the image on the screen, did not believe their eyes at all, and almost all of them thought that they had been staring at the screen for too long and had lost their eyesight. However, soon after, young Secretary Wu's shocked exclamation made them realize that he wasn't blindsided, but it was the truth. Outside the old city's shelter, within a distance of roughly 1,000 meters, all the demonic beasts began to collectively fall to the ground and die, while those that entered the range after that were also inexplicably dying in batches. Even they, the official leaders who had experienced many storms, could not suppress the shock in their hearts. At this moment, it was as if a digger was frantically digging within their chests, constantly shaking their hearts. They had never seen such an incredible picture before. Even though they knew that the world had changed at the moment and was no longer as scientific as it used to be, it was now no longer unscientific to be able to explain it, because this was a complete miracle. I'm afraid that only a deity could have such an ability. What's the situation? Why did the demonic beasts suddenly die inexplicably? The crowd kept exclaiming in shock. It should be the ability of a certain silver energizer, but this ability is simply too heaven-defying. At this time, Elder Wei let out a cry of doubt. I see how this ability is so much like Tanya's ruling. Evergreen. What do you think? It seems to be true. Lu Chongqing also nodded heavily before casting his gaze towards Tan Jitao. Tan Jitao frowned slightly, let out a sigh of relief, and said, it does seem like Xiaoya's ability. Old Tan, it wouldn't be your daughter who made the move, would it? After all, she and Chen Feng were once boyfriend and girlfriend. It's only reasonable for her to help him. Someone opened their mouth to inquire. Tan Jitao hastily shook his head and replied in a very certain tone. Definitely not my daughter's ability to use. Her ability to affect up to 100 meters range is good, and at most can only affect the fourth order demonic beasts, and also cannot be killed. just barely affecting, when the person who exerted the ability is too much stronger than my daughter. I suspect that this is not a ruling ability, but another even more advanced. We do not know, some kind of supernormal ability. A middle-aged man beside Tan Jitao nodded and said, Old Tan is right. I've seen Tanya perform her ability before, and although she can kill her enemies across the ranks, there are great limitations. The consumption of silver energy is very high, and being able to kill 500 second-ranked demonic beasts in one go is already very good. Right, then, the middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed. I remembered. Tanya had chanted slogans when she cast the skill at that time, and according to her, she had to shout that fixed pattern of slogans in order to cast this ability. Tan Jitao also hurriedly agreed. Old Kai is right. Xiaoya casting the ruling does require chanting slogans in order to do so, so we should play back the previous footage to see who has traces of chanting slogans. Then this ability was most likely cast by whoever did it. Then, Lu Chongqing immediately ordered the playback of the previous images. The people present carefully watched everyone who participated in the battle outside the refuge. Even the ordinary people who did not fight, they all watched them carefully as well. It was true that quite a few people had opened their mouths to speak at that time, but based on the length of their speech, as well as other aspects of their analysis, they were basically able to rule out the possibility of these people chanting slogans. Then, they focused on Chen Feng, as well as Lin Xiao and other Chen Feng's beloved henchmen. They found that Chen Feng, Lin Xiao, and the others, had not opened their mouths to say anything before the demonic beasts died in large numbers. Could it be that this ability was not performed by Chen Feng and the others? The massive death of the demonic beasts, could it be that it wasn't done by the ability of the Silver Energizer? Impossible. This is definitely someone's ability. And it's definitely an extraordinary ability similar to Verdict. I don't believe in some heavenly enlightenment, a punishment that the heavens have suddenly sent down on the demonic beasts. However, no matter what, the person who cast the ability must be related to Chen Feng. Not bad, but who exactly possesses such heaven-defying abilities? Listening to the crowd's discussion, Lu Chongqing pondered for a moment before opening his mouth to ask, Can you guys guess and deduce who exactly performed this ruling-like ability? Lu Chongqing's heart was also shaken beyond belief after seeing the scene of the inexplicable deaths of the demonic beasts on a large scale. He didn't believe that this kind of thing was humanly possible. After all, this was an ability that was even more terrifying than a strategic-level nuclear weapon. If the person who possessed this ability was an anti-human, then he would be able to exterminate a city with a random strike, or even the entire world if he had enough time. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Fortunately, the person who possessed this ability now was Chen Feng's subordinate, belonging to the righteous side. He had already overestimated Chen Feng as well as his Chen clan as much as he could, but he hadn't expected that he would still underestimate. He wanted to hear everyone's opinions, so he asked, Can you all guess and deduce who actually cast this ruling-like ability? There was a slight silence from the crowd, and someone soon answered, although everyone in the refuge, even amongst the sporadic support from the periphery, could be the possessor of this ability. I think the most likely one is still one of Chen Feng's group of beloveds. Immediately, someone asked, Why his inner circle and not Chen Feng? I think, after all, Chen Feng is a pampered college student. Even if he knew ahead of time that silver could prompt humans to awaken, it's impossible for him to absorb too much silver. Being able to have the supernatural ability of having his body grow bigger nowadays is already pretty good. It's unlikely that he'll be able to have any other abilities. Right, I think so too. I do think that fighting with laser eyes, that 2-meter naive strongman, is likely to be the possessor of this ability. Old Lee is right. It does look very similar. After all, there are very few people in this world with his kind of stature. And his kind of strength, at a glance, is natural, not from later workouts, so in my opinion, it's highly likely that the silver he absorbed has reached its limit. No, although that strong man looks naive and a bit old, based on my experience, he is definitely not over 20 years old, and is most likely just a high school student, and a high school student's willpower won't be too strong, so he won't be the possessor of an alien ability. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads, feeling that this colleague had made a good point. And then everyone fell back into deep thought. Soon, someone spoke up. I think the possessor of the ability is definitely Lin Xiao. There's absolutely no mistake. Why? Hearing the other person's words, Lu Chongqing instantly became interested and opened his mouth to ask after him. Lin Xiao, as a direct disciple of the hidden sect of transmission of martial arts, has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and it is both internal and external. There is definitely no doubt about her physical fitness. And for her to be able to have such a high level of martial arts attainment, I'm sure she grew up being hardworking. And a lot of you here are from practicing schools, so I think we all know how much dedication it takes to practice martial arts to the extent that she has. That's a good point. Of all the people in the refuge, Lin Xiao is the only one who has both physique and perseverance. So even if we say that she breaks through the silver's absorption limit, I wouldn't be surprised. Then what you guys are saying is that the person most likely to possess this heaven-defying ability is Lin Xiao? Lu Chongqing once again opened his mouth and asked. Not bad. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. And at the same time, this was also Lu Chongqing's guess. And everyone's inference gave him confidence again. He felt that the person with such abilities was 80% Lin Xiao. He also thought about this possibility of it being Chen Feng, but he quickly vetoed it again. After all, Chen Feng's body and strong really didn't go hand in hand. At most, he could only be considered as a well-proportioned little fresh meat. There was definitely no doubt about his ability to suck women, but if he sucked silver, he felt that it was still up for consideration. On the other hand, Elder Wei, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly got up and smiled. Sorry, I'm getting old. I'm going to go for convenience. However, he did not go to the restroom in addition to the command room, but returned to his office and got the phone number that his secretary had checked for him and dialed it. At this time, he was incomparably excited in his heart. It was simply too bad not to pull in an official like Lin Xiao, such a heaven-defying genius. He didn't care so much. For the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people, for the sake of all mankind, offending Chen Feng was fine. Besides, Chen Feng may not be so careful. The big deal is that I have an old life to hand over to him. If I don't try, I'm really not willing. Just as the leaders of the headquarters were discussing who the possessor of the heaven-defying ability was, inside the Silver Management Bureau of the Chowder Province, various leaders as well as the recruited Silver Energizers were also watching the battle in the old city shelter. However, it wasn't satellite footage that was playing on their public screens, but rather Sister Shui's war correspondent's live broadcast with commentary. As they saw the images of tens of thousands of demonic beasts burping at the same time, their hearts were also like a million horses racing, and it was hard to believe what they were seeing in front of them. Soon, they also fell into a discussion of who was the possessor of this heaven-defying ability. Only Thunderbolt Dharma King Li Dongxiang did not open his mouth and sat on the side, watching the quarrels of his colleagues around him with interest, as if they were idiots. Is there any need to guess this damn thing? With my eyes closed, I know that this must be Big Brother Chen Feng's handiwork, but I know that I just won't tell you guys. Ha ha. However, on second thought, even if he told them, 80% of them wouldn't believe it. The choice of not bothering with more words was still the right one. How comfortable it was to watch the fun from the sidelines. Ha ha, this is a secret between me and Big Brother Chen Feng. Thinking of this, Li Doqiang's heart felt a moment of dark pleasure. Re-entering the command room of the Imperial Capital headquarters, Lu Chongqing's face straightened as he said, let's release the satellite footage of this battle to all the people of Daxia. We need to use Chen Feng's might to instill confidence in the entire nation. Tan Jitao also nodded repeatedly. What Director Lu said is very true. Since the disaster, most of the nation's people are all in a panic. They are now in extreme need of a spiritual pillar. And Chen Feng's performance this time is the hope of our entire Daxia, and even the hope of our whole world. So he is our spiritual pillar, and we must establish this image of him. But he's not official? Someone questioned. It doesn't matter if he's not official. Lu Chongqing continued to explain. Just like there were so many heroes who saw justice and courage, and our columns that lasted for many years that touched Daxia, so many positive images, so many spiritual monuments, could they all be official? After listening to Lu Chongqing's explanation, none of the people in the audience were secretly praising in their hearts. Indeed, Chen Feng is the spiritual pillar of my entire Daxia, and indeed the whole world, bar none. Good. Since everyone has no objections, let's do it. Then, Lu Chongqing looked at the beautiful young Secretary Wu. Secretary Wu, arrange for this matter now, and let as many people as possible see Chen Feng, and the Chen clan group under his leadership in this war against the demonic beasts. Hearing Lu Chongqing's words, Secretary Wu smiled somewhat awkwardly and slowly said, Bureau Lu, I feel as if it's not necessary to use our officials to publicize it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing was visibly stunned, then asked, why? Secretary Wu took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast of Duo Shui, showing it to Lu Chongqing. Bureau Lu, look, there's been someone opening the live broadcast to publicize it. Lu Chongqing took a closer look at the number of viewers. 80 million? He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That many? It was important to realize that the current survivors in all of Grand Xia combined didn't seem to have to be much more than this number. It meant that almost all of the survivors, as long as they were idle, were watching the live broadcast of this much better water. Since he had been focusing on the satellite images before, in addition to needing to deal with many official matters, he did not realize that someone was live broadcasting the great battle in front of the old city refuge. If that was the case, There was indeed no need for him to send out satellite videos to publicize it. This kind of live broadcast with commentary was much better than his kind of dull video footage. Who is this much better water? Lu Chongqing asked. Secretary Wu replied. This much water, formerly known as Sun Miao Miao, used to be a sales clerk for Chen Group. Due to the fact that she was a little famous anchor before, so Chen Feng arranged for her to be Chen's war correspondent, specializing in live broadcasting battle footage with demonic beasts to netizens. Lu Chongqing took a deep breath. If he wasn't wrong, Chen Feng was trying to snatch someone from their official rhythm, and then he let out a long breath. But what's the harm even if a silver energizer joins Chen? As long as his second uncle Chen Shilin is here, then he's the thick leg of my Daxia officials. For the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people, I don't want this old face. What age, what position, what generation before and after, are all fucking bullshit. In the future, if you want to have a good life, you have to lick when you see a strong person. Lick Chen Feng comfortable. The future of the official will also be comfortable. Oh, it is also me, Lu Chongqing see-through. Within 1,000 meters of the old city refuge, the drama of demonic beasts inexplicably lying down was still being staged. But soon, all the demonic beasts had realized that something was wrong and didn't dare to continue to come forward. Some had even begun to escape, and the black pig, not far outside the circle, watched all of this. Although its body was still stable, its heart had long been panicked. However, even so, it still had no intention of retreating. It shouted, "Charge!" But there were no more demonic beasts moving. Even if the black pig had a strong mighty shock, it was still not worth mentioning in front of life. Even if it beheaded 2 lesser demons at the back, the demonic beast still didn't dare to step within 1,000 meters of the refuge again. Chen Feng on the opposite side had also long seen the difference. He had made a bit of a big deal out of this one, scaring the demonic beasts out of their wits. Thus, he immediately stopped his ruling skill, took Lin Xiu's hand, and instantly moved directly to the front line. He immediately cast the charm skill that he had copied from his second aunt. Immediately after, the nearby demonic beasts were like walking corpses as they began to continue attacking within 1,000 meters. Seeing that these demonic beasts did not die inexplicably, all the demonic beasts were all shaken in spirit, but did not act rashly. At this time, the black pig's eyes suddenly lit up. Brothers, they are already at the end of their strength. Charge, kill. Then, Black Pig, who had always been very meticulous, unexpectedly took the lead and led all the demonic beasts to start charging. Chen Feng's gaze snapped when he saw Black Pig shout. He clearly felt that when the Black Pig was ordering just now, some strange fluctuations were emanating from its body, which had a certain impact on the surrounding demonic beasts. He knew that this must be its ability as well, and that he had another ability in addition to that faintly unrecognizable shadow from before. It seemed that this Black Pig was also a dual ability person. Seeing this, he was becoming more and more interested in the Black Pig. Soon, the demonic beasts all besieged close to the refuge. The number of demonic beasts at the moment was already small, so they could completely encircle the area without fear of them escaping. Thus, Chen Feng immediately used his wireless earpiece to send a message to Sun Miao Miao. Then, Sun Miao Miao's body, which was hanging in mid-air, suddenly made a dive, stopping abruptly when it was still less than 100 meters from the ground. She turned up the volume of the large stereo behind her to the maximum, acting on behalf of Chen Dong's order. Firepower on all fronts. Then, Chang Da's laser eyes didn't finish with a rush of 1,000 miles, and then started sweeping around, and the beams were more than twice as thick as before. With just this one stroke, the demonic beasts were killed or injured in countless ways. Chang Er jumped into the group of demonic beasts with a single leap. Ah, the sound! A lion's roar that was like shaking the sky resounded through the clouds. The demonic beasts within 100 meters around him, regardless of their rank, were killed instantly. Chang San's originally incomparably thin body was suddenly filled with Lin armor, as if he was a tank charging into the demonic beasts. Wherever he passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. Chang Xi's palms came out, and 2 fire dragons gushed out from his palms. Wherever the fire dragons passed, the bodies of the demonic beasts all turned into ashes. Except for the demon cores and exotic energy crystals that fell on the ground, nothing was left behind. As for Chang Wu, who was beside Chang Xi, both of his palms came out as a single water bomb. His water bombs were different from those transcendent water bombs he had once seen. With a wave of his large hand, hundreds of water bombs flew out in an instant. After the water bombs came into contact with the demonic beast, they did not send it flying, but instead wrapped it in them. Then, the water in them turned into spikes, instantly sticking all over their bodies, which in turn killed them in a miserable death. Cheng Lu was more than 2 meters tall. His body was incredibly strong and even looked a bit bulky. However, he was the fastest pup of all. His figure moved. Boom! A loud bang. A huge sonic boom directly shook the 5 or 6 demonic beasts around him to death. Then, his body transformed into a residual shadow and instantly appeared 100 meters away. The long knife in his hand slashed through, and 7 or 8 more demonic beasts fell to their deaths. Then his feet moved again, and a new sonic boom was generated, killing the surrounding demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. He cycled through this set of maneuvers, killing the demonic beasts at a speed that was not slower than his 5 brothers at all. And Shang-Chi was even more terrifying. He stood alone amongst the demonic beasts and hooked up the corners of his mouth. Come on, demonic beasts, the more the merrier. He rubbed his hands together in front of him, only to see a huge black hole with a diameter of at least 3 meters instantly appear in front of him. The black hole radiated a huge suction force to the surroundings. With him as the center, none of the demonic beasts within a range of 300 meters were spared, and they were all pulled over by the black hole in front of him. And after approaching the 1-meter range of the black hole, the bodies of the demonic beasts instantly collapsed and dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the demonic cores, which fell down silently. In addition to the body of the demonic beast, Shang-Chi's black hole, surprisingly, even all the ice, fire, thunder and lightning and other supernormal abilities that the demonic beast had struck, also all absorbed into it. At this moment, Sun Miaoyun on the city wall also moved. She made a long leap down and jumped into the group of demonic beasts. However, wherever she passed, the demonic beasts retreated. Soon after, the demonic beasts around her began to kill each other. Dr. Gao, who was not far to the side, after seeing the battle in front of him, he smiled and said to Changbachi beside him, 8, there's no more suspense. Let's go back to the lab and do some research. Good. Changbachi immediately nodded her head, but before turning to leave, a silver-colored longbow suddenly appeared in her hand. As soon as she pulled the bowstring, a silver energy manifestation of a silver energy long arrow instantly shot out, transforming into a ray of silver light and attacking in the direction of the black pig. Looking at the silver-colored arrow that came at great speed, the black pig's pupils shrunk violently, and a trace of fear could not help but arise in its heart. However, it did not dodge, as the arrow was not directed towards it. Very quickly, plop, the sound of the silver-colored arrow instantly pierced through the head of the nearest dog demon. This dog demon was the second only existence under its tent. It didn't expect to be killed by a little girl's bow and arrow without even being able to exert its abilities. But, watching its strongest henchman die beside it, it didn't choose to flee, but continued to order and urge all the demonic beasts to attack fiercely. Chang Ba, who had followed Dr. Gao away on the city wall, did not even look back to see if she had shot the demonic beasts after she turned around. She just smiled very confidently. If it wasn't for Brother Feng's order in advance that he was not allowed to kill the black pig, it must be a dead pig now. At this moment, on top of the city wall, only Nanny Zhang Ma was left alone. She looked down at the incomparably intense, fire-like battle below. For some reason, a desire to fight also erupted within her. The fervor that she hadn't felt for many years suddenly erupted from above, only to see her let out a loud cry. Undoing the apron on her body, she pulled out a large spoon and a kitchen knife from behind her waist. In order to prevent any food from suddenly demonizing when cooking or chopping, Chen Feng had specially ordered someone to build cooking utensils for Zhang Ma, all of which were also silver alloy and of superior quality. Then, she leapt forward and ran into the fray. Carrying her large spoon and kitchen knife, she ferociously hacked away at the surrounding demonic beasts that were like a tidal wave. Zhang Ma was at the 5th rank when she first awakened, and after absorbing some demon cores in recent times, she had now advanced to the 6th rank. Even if she didn't have any other combat supernatural abilities other than her cockamamie cooking scent ability, she wasn't a match for ordinary demonic beasts based on her physical body alone. Therefore, wherever she passed, demonic beasts' blood and flesh flew and limbs were everywhere. Although her decimation efficiency wasn't as good as Chang Da's and theirs, she was the most ferocious one in terms of her aura. Sun Miaomiao, who was flying in the sky, had a bright smile hanging on her face. Babies, how about it? I said it well. Saying that I'll let you witness a miracle is witnessing a miracle. Saying that I'll let you have an eye-opening experience. You'll have an eye-opening experience. And now you won't say that my family's boss is pretending, right? Hearing Sun Miaomiao's words, coupled with the incomparably shocking live screen, the netizens in the live room once again boiled. Chen Feng Big Brother Mighty. Big Brother Chen Feng is awesome. Big Brother Chen Feng is invincible. Chen Feng Big Brother YYDS. Big Brother Chen Feng. Please take me. Brother Chen Feng. I want to be the pendant on your leg. Who told you guys to call my boss brother again? Seeing those dirty girls' messages, Sun Miaomiao was just bursting with displeasure. However, more netizens were not complimentary, but shocked at their godlike battle power. Crap, they're too fierce too. Right. After half a day, all of them did not put out their full strength. Even the laser-eyed big brother before did not use full strength to perform skills, not to mention the other ones, even before the skills were not even put out. Just by virtue of the physical body can kill the four sides. This picture is simply too shocking. That dude with the two-handed fire dragon is so awesome. The beasts were turned into charcoal as soon as he shot them. I think the one next to him is even better. He can kill the beasts and still leave his body intact. What's the point of leaving a corpse? It's better to let the demonic beast disappear. You know a corpse then. According to my understanding, a lot of demonic beasts' meat, as long as it is not poisonous, are able to eat, although the texture and flavor is not complementary, but in the future may be able to rival the strategic level materials. How do you know? How do you know? You've eaten it? I won't hide it from you. I've eaten a bit of mosquito leg. Mosquito legs? Are you sure you're not joking? I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, I'll upload pictures for you. Good. Send the picture. I am also curious about how mosquito legs are eaten. Good. Send the picture quickly. Soon. That netizen uploaded a picture. In the center of the photo is a big board that is usually used for steaming buns with noodles, and on top of the board is a big mosquito. Seeing the mosquito on the picture, the netizens were stunned. Crouch. This mosquito is really fucking big. This mosquito is also too big. Even the kind of big plate cannot put it. This mosquito legs are fast on top of a pig's hind leg. Right. 2 meals are not necessarily can be eaten. Brother, you're great. You have such a strong taste. It's hard to imagine how you can eat this kind of food. Don't worry. Don't worry. As long as you are starved for 2 days, you won't hesitate to eat anything that looks more disgusting than this. Then, a netizen's reply caught the attention of the crowd. The netizen who sent the message was none other than Old Manme, who was more famous in the live broadcast room. I understand why Chen Feng wanted to build the shelter in Guanair Old Town. Why? Seeing the message, a group of netizens were curious and asked. Then, Old Manme began to post a long explanation. Because there are many farms in the old city, he knows very well that after the calamity, this place will definitely become a gathering place for demonic beasts. And these demonic beasts are not only able to provide demonic cores, a strategic resource used to raise the cultivation level of silver energizers. Even if they are a bit difficult to swallow, they will still be sought after resources in this resource-poor post-apocalyptic world. Similarly, this is why before Chen Feng's calamity, he only hoarded a large amount of vegetables and grains, but not meat food. The crowd of netizens saw the replies and said yes. Still Old Manme is awesome. His analysis is well reasoned. Old Manme is awesome as always. Sister Shui doesn't give you a moi. I'll give you a moi. Moi. Old Manme. Brother, you're making things difficult for people. You don't even ask Old Manme if he's willing to do it. So you just mama 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 mama. I'm a little bit missing Shui's my outa. Before people rewarded $100 of props, she will give people my outa. Now for a long time has not been. As this netizen's words appeared, many netizens were a bit lost. Okay, babies, you water sister I reward you Mwata is, all the babies. Mwata. Surprisingly added the prefix all? That's the equivalent of nothing. I say you do not ask too much. Can give everyone a collective mama mama mama? You should be satisfied. After all, now the water sister but Chen Feng big brothers. Be careful of your performance to let Chen Feng big brother see. He gave you wear small shoes. Then, the netizens put their attention on top of the battlefield in front of the shelter once again. You guys, look. A big sister suddenly jumped down from the city wall. Big sister is so pretty. What big sister? She's an auntie. How can she be an auntie when she's so young? In my opinion, she's only in her early 30s at the most. Wrong. From my many years of experience in studying the human form, even though she is very young looking and looks like she is only around 30, her true age is really between 45 and 50. Don't you guys know that discussing a girl's age is a very rude thing to do? Is an auntie alright? But this auntie is really young and pretty. If she's willing, I wouldn't mind finding one 20 years older than me. Shut up all of you. That's my boss's second aunt. Please show some respect. Seeing the netizens' off-key replies, Sun Miaomyo immediately chimed in. Upon hearing this, the crowd of netizens immediately wimped out, begging Sister Shui for mercy. Pinch off this cut of the pop-ups. Big brother Chen Feng. I'm sorry, we really didn't mean it. What are you afraid of? We are just admiring the goddess, who called Chen Feng's aunt so beautiful and young, and so fresh. Besides, we did not use any vulgar words. Brother, that's right. In the future, civilized internet, no longer casually discuss Chen Feng big brother's second aunt just. Don't look around either. Since it's big brother Chen Feng's elder, which is also our elder, we must maintain respect for auntie too. However, in the next second, Their eyes were once again captivated by Sun Miaoyun. A crowd of netizens stared at the live broadcast screen. They only saw the mature and graceful Sun Miaoyun. Wherever she went, the demonic beasts beside her would avoid them. As for the more male netizens, their eyes began to gradually heat up, and even their bodies had a slight reaction. It was as if they were seeing a heavenly fairy. They knew that this was Qin Feng's elder and that they couldn't have that kind of dirty mind. But they just couldn't control themselves. What they didn't know was that this was Sun Miaoyun unleashing her charm ability. And at this time, Sun Miaoyun had no idea that her charm ability could even have an effect on the audience through the video screen. Fortunately, this influence was not big. Even those male netizens who were not strong-willed, they were only impulsive for a short while and then ebbed. They were just a bit confused and didn't know why. Alone, they only thought that it was because Qin Feng's second aunt was too beautiful. And to be honest, the second aunt was indeed too beautiful. Even if there was no charm ability added to it, as long as one was a normal man, one would not be able to help but look at Antier a few more times. However, more sensible netizens were just shocked. What kind of ability does Qin Feng's second aunt possess? And why do demonic beasts dodge away when they see her? Can't see it. It couldn't be like the intimidate skill of certain games, used to scare off small monsters, right? It's possible. But this skill seems to be a bit weak. This skill is so cool. Imagine if I could do this. I could walk among the beasts and they would retreat like a tidal wave. How cool is that? How stylish. I think you're the material to become a demonic beast's meal. Crap. No. Look. The demonic beasts around Auntie 2 are all fighting each other. Is this also Auntie's ability? I guess so. Sister Shui, do you know what Auntie's skill is? I don't know. It's very powerful anyway. Sun Miao Miao smiled and shook her head. None of my boss's close subordinates are weak, let alone his own relatives. Good grief. How come I'm not a relative of Qin Feng's family? Even a distant cousin's nephew would do. I want big brother Qin Feng to be my father. Qin Feng is only in his 20s. How can he have a son as old as you? He's a girl, okay? She's a girl, okay? And she's very pretty and cute. I don't believe it. Unless there's a picture. There are pictures and there is truth. Then, the female netizen immediately sent her own selfie. Seeing the photo, netizens called it beautiful. Sister, if it's really you in the photo, I don't think big brother Qin Feng would mind if you called him dad. Thank you, netizens. Thank you netizens for giving me confidence. I'm going to look for Qin Feng to recognize my father. Sun Miao Miao also glanced at the photo. This girl was indeed very pretty, not a fraction of a star prettier than herself. More to the point, piled up on the writing desk, she is even more incomparable. At once her blood pressure rose. Why is a female are more capitalized than herself? Then she casually said, Che, look no, either peas or whole, looking for my boss to recognize dad. You'd better save it. Humph, Sister Shui. I respect you as a sister now. When I recognize big brother Qin Feng as my father in the future, I'll tell him not to ask you to be my little mother. Once this little sister's reply came out, the netizens were shocked. Together this girl was really simple. She was really just recognizing Qin Feng as her father. It was likely that this girl had a brain problem. Thinking of this, the netizens stopped replying to her, and Sun Miao Miao also laughed it off, thinking that there was no need to get angry with a mentally ill person. But then she thought of the picture on the writing desk, and her heart was in a flutter again. Why is a psychopath bigger than mine? It would be great if I also had Mr. Xiao Chen's psychic ability. At that time I will also have a proud body. See who can compare with me. Ha ha, but the reality is bony. She can only be gray and go back to doing her war correspondent properly. Look, the one on the city wall who is drawing a bow and shooting arrows is the youngest silver energy powerhouse among our boss's cronies. Even before speaking, Sun Miao Miao had already given the live camera to Chang Bachi long before. Is this small? It's not small at all. Okay? Scum. Where are you looking? Look at the face first. It's a 13 or 14-year-old little sister. Jagoff. Where are you looking? She's so pretty. This is the girl of my dreams. After seeing her, I instantly feel that Lin Xiao doesn't smell good anymore. And neither does Auntie 2. Child's face that what? Huge. This is not the image of the goddess I have always imagined. I did not expect the reality really have. You guys are really perverted. People's age is only so young. Bad men how so much. Always staring at people that kind of should not look at the place to see. What? It's not about you. Just go find your father Qin Feng. How can you care so much? You guys, it's unbelievable. After I recognize my dad, I'll sue you guys, and then let my dad Qin castrate you all. Seeing the news, Sun Miao Miao secretly shook his head. It seems that this girl is really sick, not light. Looks quite watery and quite big. The mental age of up to 7 or 8 years old. Really think Qin Feng is her father. Then, there is another one of the netizens of the long speech. Suddenly shocked the whole scene. Ah, finally met my goddess again. This girl's name is Chung Ba. She's my classmate. She's not only pretty, she's a better student. Last time our math teacher lectured her about not listening in class, and then she and the teacher directly competed to do college high math problems. Our classmates originally thought she was joking, but what I did not expect is that she completely abused our math teacher. Then the teacher was not convinced, and gave her many super difficult problems. She not only did it out, but also gave multiple solutions. Then the teacher to give the correct answer is more detailed. Since then, all of our substitute teachers do not dare to care about her, for fear of being given by her to the face. After all, she's not just good at math, she's an all-around genius, so she is the goddess of my heart. But, some time ago, she suddenly took a long vacation. Since then, I have not thought about the whole day. From 180, directly thin to 100. I didn't expect to finally see my goddess again today, and from today on, I'm going to start eating well, get well, and follow in her footsteps. Seeing this junior high school little brother's long reply, the crowd was shocked. They did not expect such an inconspicuous little girl, but is a school bully, and all the teachers can't compare to her. What's more, she was also a silver energizer. Listening to Sister Shui speak with that vigor, she was definitely a very strong silver energizer as well. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. People can have such achievements at such a young age, and then look at everyone else. All of them have lived to be dogs. But more netizens were interested in this junior high school little brother, so they began to tease. Little brother, then you are also a junior high school student. Little brother, you're really great, losing 80 pounds in one go. Little brother, nowadays the calamity is lacking in resources. I just want to ask you how to eat properly. I'm afraid it's hard to get enough to eat, right? Immediately, the junior high school little brother replied, want to eat enough is not difficult at all. I ate my fall pants yesterday. This morning just ate my pair of socks again. When netizens saw the junior high school little brother's reply, they were immediately shocked and dropped their jaws. Eating socks? Simply subverts the cognition. Little brother, you can't be kidding. Eating socks? Don't be ridiculous. Really, I really ate my socks. How can you eat your socks? May I ask, little brother, what are your socks made of? Are they made of grain? No, actually the socks I ate were socks after demonization. Seeing the reply, the crowd was even more shocked. Only Sun Meow Meow was watching with interest, because her boss had mentioned a word to her before, saying that demonized items could also be eaten, and as long as they could resist that feeling of fatness, it was still a relatively hunger-carrying kind of food. Demonized items can also be eaten? Aren't you afraid that it will bite you? Not afraid. A lot of newly demonized items are very weak, not even as good as a chicken. Just yesterday my autumn pants were a bit difficult to deal with, so I first ate it yesterday, and then I ate the more obedient socks today. Can it be digested? It won't go into your stomach and give you trouble like the Monkey King, right? No, my whole family is very experienced in eating demonized items. Just chew them up and put them in your belly, and they'll die. Little brother, can you tell me what the taste of the demonized socks you ate is like? First of all, the texture is very good, smooth and creamy, and the flavor is also very good. It has a very special taste. Special flavor? Now just thinking about it, I feel the smell of feet permeating around me. Sister, no, the demonized socks have long since automatically removed the smell of my feet, and since I ate them raw, I think they would definitely taste better if they were cooked with condiments. Sister, no, the demonized socks have long since removed the smell of my feet, and since I ate them raw, I think they would definitely taste better if they were cooked with condiments. Then, another young lady replied, "Don't listen to this kid, demonized items are huge and unpalatable. Now I want to vomit when I think about it." This sister, what did you eat? Soon someone asked curiously. I ate the rolling pin. The crowd fell into silence. Then, someone inquired, may I ask how one should eat a rolling pin? I was just starving too hard, and that healed rolling pin kept swaying in front of my eyes. Then I grabbed it and gnawed on it fiercely, until I was full. I realized that this demonized rolling pin was really hard to eat. It was even more greasy than big fat meat. Big fat meat? That feeling's good, my favorite. Only a pity that now I do not have demonized items around. Otherwise high and low whole 2 bites. Ha, big fat meat. Just thinking about it is disgusting, let alone eating it. It seems that I'm not blessed with demonized items. Will the demonized socks taste different from the rolling pin? A netizen asked suspiciously. Soon the junior high school boy replied, all demonized items should taste the same. No, little brother, have you tasted all of these things? No, I also just started eating them in the past 2 days. The autumn pants is the first one I ate, but my dad 2 days ago ate the plastic spittoon demonized by my neighbor's house. It is also the same as the big fat meat in general. Crap, no wonder your little brother is so powerful. So your whole family is heavy, even eating spittoons from other people's houses. I don't know how much secondhand sputum you'll eat. Not only secondhand sputum, there are quite a few spittoons that are used as toilets, so I guess they ate a lot of secondhand food. Stop it. I can't take it anymore. Let me go out and retch for a while. I've had enough of you guys talking about big fat meat, but you guys are talking about such heavy topics. Junior high school little brother is a bit hard to understand how some people think, so he replies again. I don't understand why people think big fat meat is not delicious, smooth and greasy, melt in your mouth, and that special oil flavor. It's simply delicious on earth. To be honest, it seems that those who love to eat fatty meat will not be afraid of not having enough to eat in the post-apocalyptic world in the future. I'd rather starve to death than eat fatty meat. I suddenly thought, the xiang that has been pulled out won't be demonized, right? Soon someone replied. I can tell you for sure. Yes, I recently returned to my hometown. Using the same kind of dry toilet, I witnessed a bubble of xiang himself jumped into the yellow water bath. I can't stand it. I've already thrown up on my keyboard. I'll give you a change of brain. In fact, not only items can be demonized, but also our human limbs can be demonized. Upstairs is right. Upstairs is right. I've seen demonic beasts demonize their limbs, but that kind of demonization is much more powerful and evil than itemized demons. But my own demonized limbs are just fine. Powerful is good, but also more friendly. If there is no my demonized limbs, I can't live now. There is a picture with the truth. Then, this netizen posted a video. Click on the video, only to see a scruffy uncle on the video. The uncle's upper body had only one arm, but on top of his head was an arm. That arm was very lively like a small grass, swinging around above his head. Suddenly, in front of the uncle, several ants the size of Era came out, but the uncle didn't panic at all. He just smiled slightly, and the arm above his head flew out. In a short while, the ants on the opposite side were slapped to pieces by this arm. Immediately, it flew back, but stood on top of the uncle's shoulder. Big brother, awesome. This is the real Qilin arm. It can even leave the body. Awesome. Then, the uncle replied. In fact, I am also a blessing in disguise. Some time ago, encountered a demonic beast. Will be my hiding house collapsed. The arm was unfortunately smashed. At the same time, I also fell into a coma. Who knows, after waking up, I found that my arm demonized, although it has already produced its own spiritual wisdom, but still to me never to leave. Uncle's arm is so loyal. Just then, suddenly a netizen swiped the screen. Yikes. I haven't seen you for a while. Why is my lowly goddess gone? Who can tell me what happened to the little goddess's arrow just now? Did someone record the screen? I knew that some people are focusing on the water broadcasting room. Good thing I have prepared to give you guys to once again to solve the hunger. Only to see the screen in the hands of small 8 suddenly appeared out of thin air a long bow, followed by a long arrow out of the air. Little sister is so handsome. Just from the moment of this shot, I know she must be an expert. Does anyone know where she shot this arrow? Then, another moving picture appeared, and it was the dog demon that had its head pierced through, and the black pig that had risen beside it also appeared in the picture. Crap, why isn't the black pig dead? Goddess Lori wouldn't have missed her shot. I saw that after she shot, she immediately turned around and left. Maybe she wasn't confident enough to look at the arrow she shot. Then, Sun Meow Meow smiled and explained. Babies, it's not that Chang Ba's archery skills are bad, but that she hadn't intended to shoot the black pig, because before the battle started, my boss explained that we shouldn't kill the black pig first, and save it for the end. Still, Big Brother Chen Feng is bullish, having predicted the outcome before the battle started. However, why do I feel like the black pig is stupid again? At first, it felt like it was quite meticulous, but now that it's all fought like this, it's surprising that it still doesn't take its demonic beast brothers to escape. And I see that it still looks quite confident now. It can't be that the black pig still has some killer weapon that it hasn't released, right? Seeing that someone mentioned whether the black pig had a killer mace, a group of netizens also pondered over it. I feel that it is very likely that black pig has a killer move. After all, the contrast between its performance before and after is too great. Indeed, at the beginning of its performance so meticulous, according to its character, see nowadays the development of the state of affairs, must be to withdraw the army is right, but it is surprisingly still with the demonic beast army hard steel. I think you guys are overthinking it. I think the black pig is just scared silly by Chen's experts. It can't even manage its expression. That's why it's so immobile. And expression management? It's just a pig. You know what pig expressions mean. I don't think there will be any more suspense. After all, Chen Feng's men are all so strong that even if the black pig has a killer mace, he won't be able to escape the fate of being killed. I don't know if you have noticed, After the disappearance of the mysterious ability to die within 1,000 meters, when the black pig was screaming and charging to kill, a little bit of strange fluctuation appeared around its body. Seeing this message, the netizens were a bit puzzled and didn't know what to make of it. Dude, what do you mean by that? And strange fluctuations? You think the black pig is a super scion with a small universe exploding? No, I see it around the air seems to be a little twisted. I cannot say clearly, is to see a little different, when the video on the image are a little less regular look. Anyway, my language is not good, cannot describe it. Could it be that your eyes are blurred? Before I also thought that my eyes flower, but the more I think the more wrong. I feel that there must be some different places. I do not know who recorded that section of the screen. I don't know if anyone has recorded that part of the screen yet. Can you send it out for us to take a look and analyze it? I happen to really record that part here. Wait a minute. Now the intelligent editing is very fast. Soon a small video was uploaded by netizens. Look, I found it again. I didn't lie to you guys, and I'm sure it's not just my eyesight. I took a look at it. I didn't see anything different. Brother, I think you are just bad eyes. Look at the wrong bar, which has what strange fluctuations. Soon, many netizens finally discovered the strange fluctuations. I also saw the strange fluctuations. I also saw that the air around the black pig seemed to have a momentary distortion. And I also found that after that momentary distortion, the air behind it was somewhat distorted. Let me explain it to you scientifically. It's nothing more than the flow of air caused by the high temperature. Yes, this happens in hot weather. It's normal. I've seen it before. It's like bubbles in the air. Bubbles? Dude, you're really good at describing it, even though I know it's not right. I can't describe that kind of air distortion due to high temperatures. Hearing you guys say that, I really found it. At that time, the black pig's circumference was indeed a bit strange. It really is the same as that old man said, as if the video screen are a bit fluctuating. It's just the airflow caused by the high temperature. What's the point of you guys talking about it here? No, it's definitely not the airflow caused by the high temperature. Otherwise, why is there a string behind the black pig? As if there is something flying past. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. Netizens immediately replied after taking a closer look. It's still true. It can't be that the black pig really has a killer, right? Seeing this strange fluctuation, I can't help but think of the classic game of the last century StarCraft that I played with my grandfather, in which the Dark Hallows left traces when they walked around. Brother, I've also played StarCraft. Your analogy is very appropriate. It's really similar to the traces left by the Dark Hallows. What is StarCraft? I can't explain it clearly to you guys. Anyway, the Dark Hallows in the game will be invisible. Then you guys say, the killer of the demonic beast is not the black pig. Right, but there is another demonic beast that can be stealthy in the dark waiting around? No way. If there really is a stealthy demonic beast, how should we fight it? If there really is a stealthy demonic beast, I think even if Chen Feng and the others are strong, they will still have a hard time dealing with it. What's hard to deal with? It's impossible to deal with. Okay? You can't even see them. How can you deal with them? Simple find some white, or what fluorescent powder or something, according to the fluctuation of the place to spread a wave. I guess the other side will show. Brother, it seems that you know Dota, know what situation should be sprinkled powder. But this is reality, okay? Reality isn't necessarily useless. Seeing the swipes of a bunch of netizens, Sun Meow Meow couldn't help but be shocked in her heart and frown slightly. And she also carefully watched the netizens' recorded videos once again. And there were indeed strange fluctuations as they said, thinking that what everyone said made sense. Thus, she immediately contacted Chen Feng with her earpiece and informed him of this matter. After hearing Chen Feng's reply, she immediately relaxed her brows and smiled joyfully once again. Babies, please stop worrying over nothing. My boss has long known about the situation you're talking about, and he has his own arrangements for everything. Your family boss, did he say what that kind of fluctuation is? No. Sun Meow Meow shook her head. Your family boss wouldn't be pretending to know about it. Likely, with that kind of status, how could he admit that he was alerted to the discovery by us? That's right. I feel that our live streaming Water Friends army has taken credit this time. My boss never lied. He said that he knew that he must have known that he didn't care to pretend. Please don't speculate maliciously. Beware of my knife chopping you. Sister Water, this knife manipulation of yours is like a wolf coming. Fuck once or twice we are still afraid. Now we are all skinned. Good. Won't dive fish. I remember you. Back to free time I will manipulate knife to find you. Sister Water, don't I'm wrong. Now take the initiative to give me the door number. I can be lenient. If I let myself find out, at least 3 more stabs you. Sister Shui, spare my life. I'm really wrong. Didn't you say I'm crying wolf? This time I'll kill you. The chicken. And warn the other monkeys in our live broadcast. Crap, this time Sister Shui is for real. Fish that can't dive. You're on your own. Report your license plate number. Brother fish who can't dive, so you can suffer less. Then, the fish will not dive fish really put his current address to report out, and even the real name of the small fish, this year 17 years old to report out. But after reporting it out, Sun Miao Miao immediately covered her mouth with a smile. He, little fish brother. I was just joking. I didn't expect you to really take it seriously. Qing Xiaoyu was instantly speechless and sent out a bunch of crying emojis. Sun Miao Miao continued to smile slightly. Okay, no more jokes. Watch the live broadcast properly. Babies. Sister Shui. Who was that big mom who jumped down from the city wall just now? So fierce. Where is it? Which big mom? Why didn't I see it? You're blind. You can't see a big, strong mom with a kitchen knife and a big spoon. Soon netizens followed the hints and found Zhang Ma who killed the demon beasts. This big mom is too strong, right? She rushed in with a big spoon and a kitchen knife alone. Who is this big mom? What a steal. I saw an apron around her waist before she jumped down. And she's holding a knife and a big spoon now. So I guess she's a chef. Sister Shui. Who is this big mom? Is it convenient to introduce her? Seeing the netizens' inquiries, Sun Miao Miao was happy to answer. The big mom you guys are talking about is the nanny of my boss's family. Zhang Ma. No way. Nannies are all so strong. I see that big mom is almost 60 years old. She even jumped down from the dozens of meters high city wall. It's too fierce. Don't underestimate the big mom. Even though she's old, she's still a silver energy person. Okay? I won't be surprised no matter what a silver energy person does. 2 days ago I was lucky enough to taste Zhang Ma's cooking in the shelter. Her cooking is really good. Before the disaster, I haven't even had a meal that good. Sun Miao Miao said while filming in the air. And there is also what you guys call very difficult to eat demonic beast meat. From her hands to do out. Simply than I once ate the most delicious braised meat is still fragrant. Do not feel at all as the kind of difficult to swallow demonic beast meat. Shui cheating right? There is a special level chef in my shelter. Even the demon beast meat he made is hard to swallow. A family nanny can make such delicious meat? If you guys don't believe me, forget it. I'm lucky to have a mouthful anyway. Besides, even if you believe me, you can't eat it. Ha, Shui, can we still be good friends anymore? Sun Miao Miao ignored it and instead spoke to herself. Actually, I didn't know before that Zhang Ma was even this strong as well. It's also the first time I've seen her in action today. I didn't expect her to be a good hand at cooking. Even killing monsters is different. I thought that compared to my boss's sidekick, I would be stronger than Zhang Ma. Alas, said Sun Miao Miao, sighing, but today, I realized that I can't even compare to Zhang Ma. I'm only at the 3rd rank now, while Zhang Ma is at least at the 5th or 6th rank. 5 or 6 orders. I've recently heard that the Thunderbolt Dharma King who joined the official ranks is only at the 4th rank. Even if Zhang Ma is only at the 5th rank she's still stronger than him, right? No way. A nanny under Big Brother Chen Feng is stronger than the Thunderbolt Dharma King we were touting before? I can't believe it. But it's the truth, right? The crowd was shocked by this fact, while some also expressed their doubts. But isn't the amount of silver absorbed related to physical fitness? I feel like a big mom who is almost 60. No matter what, her physical quality is not as good as that of a young person, right? Could it be that Big Brother Chen Feng has some special means to make his nanny awaken into a very strong silver energizer as well? No, Zhang Ma just looks fierce. There should still be quite a gap between her and the likes of Laser Eyes and others in front of her. In my opinion, Zhang Ma is the toughest one. Can't you see that she can kill 7 times with a knife and spoon? Like no one's business? It's all demonic beasts. Is it not a no man's land? Don't be so sour. If you're so capable, take a kitchen knife and a big spoon and go in for the kill. Brother, I'm not sour. I'm just saying your language isn't strict enough. No matter what, it's still Chen Feng who's the best. Even the nanny at home is so strong. Yes, I should have known I'd go to Big Brother Chen's house to be a nanny. I envy that big mom. I suddenly realized that Zhang's mom is fat and seems to be quite cute. I don't know if she has an old partner. Although I am more than 30 years younger than her. I don't mind. You kid is really whimsical. You can't lick Big Brother Chen. So you're ready to go down on other people's nannies? I'm telling you, you don't mind. But Zhang's mom does. You're not Mrs. Chung. How do you know she minds? If you really mind me being her companion, then it's okay for me to be her godson. See, this great battle is nearing its end. It won't be long before it ends with a great victory for my Chen. As Sun Miamia's voice rang out, the netizens stopped arguing and began to focus on the screen of the live broadcast room, only to see that the demonic beasts on the screen had become fewer and fewer, and had even fled in large areas in many places. The demonic beasts are starting to flee. Don't worry, They can't escape. Sun Meow Meow hooked her lips in a smile. Sure enough, those demonic beasts that had just turned around and fled were caught up by Chen's silver energizers before they could run a few steps. Even those that weren't caught up were taken away by a laser, or a fireball. The demonic beasts have begun to flee. So why is the black pig still standing there as motionless as a rock? Is the black pig really scared silly? It's not scared. It's still shouting charge. It's true. Why is its IQ suddenly low? After all, it's still a pig. Even if it's smart, it's still not as smart as a human being. Soon, besides the black pig, all the other demonic beasts were eliminated, leaving only the black pig standing alone in front of the refuge 500 meters away. Opposite it was the majestic Chen Feng, who stood on the spot holding a huge silver hammer. Looking at the black pig, the others all stood at the back, farther away from Chen Feng, leaving the open space in the center for Chen Feng and the black pig. Come on, little blackie. Chen Feng had a provocative look on his face. No way, Chen Feng is going to go one-on-one with black pig. Looks like he is. So many people, why fight alone? Just go up and chop together. That's right, Mr. Chen Feng, don't turn the boat over. Then, the black pig's 6-meter-high huge body moved, as if the sword generally sped out. Within the earthen fortress on the outskirts of Guanair, Zhao Changhai had been staring at Sun Miao Miao's live broadcast from beginning to end. As the live broadcast continued to advance, his expression went from gloating in the beginning to becoming more and more somber later on. When he saw all the demonic beasts begin to flee, he became completely furious. He picked up his cell phone and swung it as hard as he could against the wall of the earth fortress. The phone shattered and a clearly visible crater appeared on the wall. Why can't so many demonic beasts dry out a single Chen Feng? Black pig, are you a pig? He was very manic. He had thought that hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts would be able to easily attack Chen Feng's refuge. Even if the attack failed, at the very least, they would be able to heavily damage Chen's core strength, causing him to suffer greatly. However, he had never expected such an outcome. I had thought that the coming calamity would be an opportunity for me to rise to power, but I never thought that I would not even be as good as one of other people's nannies. However, he soon sank into silence, a very sinister expression appearing on his face. Chen Feng, I won't allow you to continue to develop like this. Demonic beasts can't defeat you. But what about nuclear bombs? I don't believe you can even carry off a nuclear bomb. Your sanctuary will just be destroyed. Ha ha. Then, he looked to his left and right and ordered, all follow me to pick up a shipment. The command room of the Imperial Capital's Silver Energy Directorate. Wei Lao pushed the door in with a gloomy face, pulling back his chair. He sat down heavily. A middle-aged man next to him whispered with concern, Elder Wei, why does your face look so ugly? Are you constipated? I happen to have rotten accumulation pills here that Silver Energizer has strengthened the potency of. It's most beneficial to constipation in the elderly. With that, the middle-aged man took out a small box of medicine. You're the one who's fucking constipated. Wei Lao's sentence was so loud that it startled the crowd present. After all, they had never seen Elder Wei explode in foul language before. What was wrong with him today? Why did he go out for a convenient round with such an ugly face? And also exploded foul language. The crowd was puzzled in their hearts. Soon Wei Lao also realized that it is not right. Some embarrassment. Fortunately, the big screen happened to start staging the Chang brothers killing drama. The crowd's attention was instantly attracted to the past. When they looked at the screen, their hearts were once again shaken. I didn't expect them to all hide their strength. That young man who was able to strike a fire dragon with both palms is simply too strong. I don't think the Thunderbolt Dharma King could even get through a single move in his hands. I think the 7 people rushing at the front, any one of them is more powerful than Thunderbolt Dharma King Li Dongxiang. In the command room, almost all of the leaders and colleagues were all discussing in shock. Only Chen Shilin remained unperturbed as he sipped the wolfberry tea in his cup. After all, he was very clear about how much Silver Master Chang's siblings had absorbed. Even if it wasn't comparable to him and Lin Xiu, it wasn't far off, and was by no means comparable to the other Silver Energizers. He continued to listen to the crowd's discussion with interest. I even feel that they are stronger than even the minority clan's Ice and Fire Queen. Blade White Jade. Not bad, and not a little bit stronger. I don't think it's necessarily so. No one can be sure who's stronger without a fight. At the very least, the one who can rub a black hole with his hands will definitely be able to outperform Blade White Jade. Yes, as long as his black hole comes out, Blade White Jade's Ice and Fire won't be able to get close to him at all. I think that high school student's black hole definitely has a limit. If the alien energy used is strong enough, his black hole definitely won't be able to absorb it either. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads, thinking that it made sense. Why don't we have a Silver Energizer friendship exchange tournament after this big battle? How about a martial arts competition? No way. Tan Jitao hurriedly disliked him back. Oldly, you really can think a bit Xian. Nowadays, demons are running rampant all over the place. There is unrest and turmoil. We need powerful silver energizers to guard all sides. How would they have time to participate in an exchange match? Then, Lu Chongqing nodded and spoke. Actually, organizing an exchange tournament is quite good. It can increase friendship, and at the same time, it can also allow our officials to understand your silver energizers more deeply. However, nowadays, with the constant scourge of demons and devils all over the world, it's not the right time to organize an exchange tournament. So, in order to hold it, we must wait until the situation in our entire Grand Xia is completely stabilized. Hearing Lu Changqing's words, the crowd expressed their approval, but at the same time, they also sighed in their hearts. This exchange match would have to be postponed indefinitely. I'm afraid, after all, the calamities all over the world couldn't be calmed down overnight, and even conquests in all directions would be the norm in the future. They simply didn't have the energy and heart to engage in any exchange matches. However, all these people present in the command room did not yet know about the future crisis of the demon cave demon abyss. If they knew about it, I'm afraid that they wouldn't just sigh, but despair. At that time, their only hope would be Chen Feng. They could only pray that Chen Feng would bring the entire world out of despair. Although the group of leaders were discussing, their eyes never left the satellite image on the large screen for a moment. At the same time, there was a newly set up large screen next to it. What was playing on the new screen was none other than Sun Miaomiao's live broadcast screen. Ever since he learned that Chen was also broadcasting live, Lu Chongqing quickly ordered people to prepare this new screen. With so much watery commentary from the live broadcast, the more depressing exasperation of the entire command room was suddenly not quite so uninteresting. Soon they saw the image of Chen Feng's second aunt, Sun Miaoyun, jumping off the city wall. A leader in his 50s could not help but ask in surprise, who is this young woman around 30? It looks so strong. All the demonic beasts avoided her when they saw her. This time it was Qin Shilin who spoke first. I say, old ox, what are your eyes? She's not young anymore. She's almost 50. How do you know? The leader surnamed Nio sniffed, slightly displeased, and hurriedly asked. There were also a few others who chimed in. I see that this lady is indeed very young. Indeed, I see her as 32 or 33 at most. However, after they heard Sun Miaomiao's explanation, they were quickly slapped in the face. There was even someone who directly exploded in foul language. Crap, Chen Feng's second aunt. Isn't that your wife? I say, Deputy Bureau Chen. Why didn't you say so earlier? This person looked towards Chen Shilin and said. Chen Shilin smiled slightly and explained. Ex-wife. Ex-wife. Deputy Bureau Chen, your wife is really powerful. The demonic beasts beside her have actually killed each other. Deputy Bureau Chen, do you know what this ability of your wife's is? Chen Shilin didn't retort this time because of the name calling, but shook his head. Not sure. I haven't seen her in months. What he said was also true. Ever since the divorce, Sun Miaoyun hadn't bothered with him, and in Chen Feng's villa, it was also a coffin that the two of them were lying separately, and they hadn't seen the top yet, and Sun Miaoyun left early and alone. Then, one person analyzed, based on the scene, Mrs. Chen's ability is most likely to be of the spiritual lineage. Spirit system? At those words, many people were startled. After all, spiritual lineage abilities were very mysterious, and no one had realized the strength of such abilities at the beginning of the calamity. Lu Changqing also smiled slightly when he heard this. Spirit department? Very apt indeed. I think Miao Yun should be mentally controlling the demonic beasts. That's why they are killing each other. Shilin, what do you think? Lu Changqing was Chen Shilin's old chief, and had often invited the couple to their home as guests in the past, so he was also very familiar with Sun Miaoyun. Chen Shilin nodded. Bureau Lu was right. I think Miaoyun's ability is most likely in the category of mind control. In fact, all of the people present had a hidden guess, but they, as leaders, couldn't say it directly like the netizens on this kind of occasion, because there were quite a few among them, when they saw Sun Miaoyun's strong strike. Surprisingly, just by looking through the screen, they had that primal urge towards Sun Miaoyun. Even Elder Wei, who was already over 70, had that long-lost reaction when he saw Sun Miaoyun come out. If Chen Shilin wasn't present, some of them might have even talked about it, maybe even flirted and joked about it. But now that Chen Shilin was present, for them to talk about such things was simply looking for death. However, after Chen Shilin saw some of the pop-ups in the live broadcast, his face began to gloom, and it became increasingly ugly. Even if Sun Miaoyun was only his ex-wife now, she was also his most affectionate married wife. Anyone who commented on their own wife and even discussed that aspect of the topic would be unhappy in their heart. Fortunately, Chen Shilin's temper is good. Another person may be carrying a 40-meter sword set off. Wei Lao looked at the graceful Sun Miaoyun. He hurriedly forced down the evil fire in his heart. At the same time, his heart was greatly appreciative of her ability and strength. He felt that it was only right that such a talent should join the officialdom. Why did they all have to work for Chen? Granted, Chen Feng's character was okay, and in the face of right and wrong, he must be on the same side as the official. But even if Chen Feng and the crown were even more aligned, it was still not as comfortable as having the other party join the crown directly. It would be a waste for someone like Sun Miaoyan not to join the officialdom and contribute to Xia and even all of mankind. When he turned his face and saw Chen Shilin, he had a flash of inspiration. Thus, he hurriedly smiled and spoke. Shilin, can you recruit Miaoyun to our officialdom? It's better to forget about it. She doesn't even want to see my face right now. If you're a man, you should take the initiative. Wives are meant to be coaxed. Elder Wei, forget it, I can't coax her. Shilin, for the sake of our daxia, you try to fight for it. There is a way to try. Speak up. Wei Lao was very much looking forward to it. That is, I'll resign from my official position. Then you guys go and ask her to join. In that case it's very likely, because there's no way she'll be in the same place as me. Mainly because what I did before has hurt her to the core. Wei Lao immediately pulled a crotch. Forget it then. He didn't want to fight for an expert only to lose an even more powerful combatant. Seeing that the momentum was set, Lu Changqing stretched his brows and ordered, Secretary Wu, send an order to Commander Sun of the Braised Face Province to retreat and rush to other battlefields that need them more as soon as possible. Since the situation at hand was no longer urgent, Lu Changqing did not personally use the satellite phone to give the order. Soon, the group of commanders in the command room were once again attracted by the picture on the big screen. Look guys, that teenage girl. How did a longbow suddenly appear in her hands? That's right. I remember she didn't have anything in her hands before. Did you guys notice it before? A bow that big. Surely it couldn't have been hidden on her body before. I was staring the whole time without moving my eyes away. I'm sure that longbow in her hand appeared out of thin air. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath. Could it be that this bow is also her ability? The little girl is also a silver energizer, and the longbow's appearance out of thin air must be her supernatural ability. Look guys, that silver-colored arrow also appeared when her hand started drawing the bow. Then, someone analyzed. It seems that the ability she possesses is manifestation weapon. Manifestation weapon. Just then, someone suddenly thought of something. I suspect that the weapons in Lin Xiao and Chen Feng's hands are also embodied weapons. It's possible. What is your basis for this? Someone questioned. At the very least, a sledgehammer as huge as the one in Chen Feng's hand doesn't look like it was artificially created at all. And in addition, they came over instantaneously, and it's highly likely that they materialized well in advance to come over. Since they had the weapon in their hands when they came over instantaneously, then it can't be ruled out that they built it and then got it in their hands in advance. Both of you have made good points. Indeed, both of these possibilities are possible. Then, a middle-aged leader said in an affirmative tone, I'm almost certain that the weapons in Chen Feng and Lin Xiao's hands were not built, but were made by the manifestation of their abilities. The crowd was instantly attracted to his words and asked with interest, Ryan, how can you conclude that? May I hear more? Then, the middle-aged man named Ryan began to explain in a reasoned manner. Did you guys see the weapons used by the others? It didn't take long before they were already in tatters, especially that captain named Luo Qingfei. The weapon in his hand was broken by that big toad from before in just one click. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads, indicating that it was a good point. However, there were also people who expressed their doubts. But it's also possible that Chen Feng specifically gave the two of them weapons for their own use, built to be the best. And the reason why Luo Qingfei's blade was fragile was also because the big toad was too strong. This time, before when Ruian could even open his mouth, another person retorted, Chen Feng and the two of them's weapons. It's impossible that they built it themselves. It's not like our official army hasn't tried it before. At the moment, even the alloys with the highest strength can't withstand the multiple attacks of powerful demonic beasts. And Chen Feng is still specialized in trading with us, exchanging the official state-of-the-art alloy technology, which means that they don't have the ability to build ultra-high-strength weapons. There are quite a few hidden artisans who hand-build at a level that may be stronger than our high-tech production lines. Hidden world artisans? That's nothing more than your imagination. In this day and age, how can handcrafted artisans possibly compare to high-tech? Unless it's still possible for silver energizers to have the ability to build. Aren't Chen Feng and Lin Xiao, as well as the bow-wielding Changba just now, these types of people, and their ability is even stronger. Not to build, but to directly materialize. But it's just that I don't know if the weapons they materialized are something that only they themselves can use. I guess not. If that's the case, their abilities would simply be too heaven-defying. You guys are thinking too far ahead. Right now, It's still uncertain if Chen Feng and their weapons are embodied or not. Wen Ruian nodded, ignoring the arguments and questions of the others as he continued to explain. The weapons used by Chen Feng's men. At a glance of the material, one would know that they were made of silver alloy, and to have a greater impact on the demons, more metallic silver would inevitably be added. And silver itself is very soft in texture. Adding it in would only affect the strength of the weapons. That's why you guys see those weapons under his men are so undurable. And then, you guys look at, when Ruian pointed at Chen Feng, who was holding a huge silver hammer on the big screen, and continued, the sledgehammer in Chen Feng's hand is obviously made of silver, and it is highly likely that it is still pure silver. Yet pure silver is very strong. From this, the weapons in his and Lin Xiu's hands, as well as that Chang Ba's hands, are definitely what they materialized. Otherwise, it would be impossible for any metal to have the strength of the weapons in their hands, not to mention that it's still silver. Soon there were quite a few people nodding their heads. Brother Ryan is right. It seems that the weapons in Chen Feng's and Lin Xiu's hands are indeed the same as that Cheng Bachi's. They were manifested by them. I would believe it if I were to say that Lin Xiu's weapon was manifested by her. But Chen Feng's is impossible. What makes you say that? You guys can look at the sledgehammer in Chen Feng's hand. If it is really a pure silver weapon that materialized, the weight must be at least a ton level. And according to the conservation of matter, silver metal cannot be fabricated out of thin air. So just ask him how much silver he absorbed before it was possible to materialize such a heavy weapon. Ha ha, and conservation of matter. Someone laughed at once. What time is it now? The whole world has changed with the onset of the catastrophe. All the previous theorems are no longer applicable. And you are still talking about the conservation of matter? Silver can't be created out of thin air? Then what about those silver energizers who set fire, water, and electricity? Old Lu is right. In my opinion, the amount of silver absorbed by Chen Feng can't be more than the limit. After all, the silver energy top 10 theory, we have also been verified by a number of experts. The materialized weapon is only the same as other supernormal abilities. It is also a kind of ability. It is not that how much the materialized weapon weighs, how much silver he has to absorb. Hearing this person's analysis, Wen Ruian also nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Wen Ruian spoke again. Whether or not Chen Feng and Lin Xiu's weapons are their embodied abilities, there is no point for everyone to continue discussing it. It's also very simple if you want to finalize it. Simple? May I ask Brother Ryan, how should it be determined? Previously, after Chang Bachi finished shooting her bow, the longbow in her hand spiraled out of thin air. We just need to wait for the weapons in Chen Feng and Lin Xiu's hands to disappear out of thin air. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. Brother Ryan, what you said is indeed a solution. Good. Then let's wait and see who is right in their judgment. Wen Ruian continued, leaving aside whether or not Chen Feng's weapon is a manifestation of his own abilities, let me say again whether or not a manifested weapon can be used by others. In my opinion, the probability is that it can't, and it's highly likely that it has uniqueness, which means that only the person who materialized it can use it himself. The crowd was listening attentively on the sidelines as he continued to explain. If the embodied weapon can be used by others, I think those mechs controlled by ordinary people will inevitably be equipped with it. After all, according to the Silver Energizer Top 10 theory, demonic beasts killed by ordinary people still require special treatment, and if they are killed with items manifested by Silver Energizers, they will definitely be able to inhibit the re-demonization of the demonic beast's limbs. If it's possible, I don't think Chen Feng and the others will not use it. At this moment, Lu Changqing also spoke up and praised. Ryan's analysis is good. I think so too. Just at this moment, one of the slightly younger commanders pointed at the large screen and said, "Leaders, look, that big mom who just jumped off the city wall seems to possess the ability to manifest weapons as well." Ha ha, little Zheng, can a large spoon and a kitchen knife be called weapons? Soon a middle-aged man next to him laughed. Old Xiao, don't make fun of Xiao Zhang. How is a big spoon and chopper not considered a weapon? As long as it can kill the enemy it is a weapon. Xiao Zhang, you're looking at it wrong. This big sister's big spoon and chopper are not materialized by her ability, but she originally pinned it on her back waist, and just drew it out to use it before jumping down. Indeed, I also saw clearly that she was still wearing an apron when she was on the city wall, but how come her cleaver and large spoon are still intact after so many blows? Xiao Zhang questioned. After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, the crowd also fell into doubt. Didn't Brother Ryan analyze it just now, saying that it's impossible for a materialized weapon to be used by others? How come this big sister is using a materialized weapon now? We aren't certain that what she's using is a manifested weapon, right? Why is it that so many people's swords and knives are ruined after just a few chops on a demonic beast, but the incomparably thin-looking spoons and kitchen knives in big sister's hands don't have a single trace of damage? That's right, Even the best alloy technology can't make such quality spoons and kitchen knives, right? All the leaders were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? After analyzing and analyzing, were they all wrong? Maybe this big spoon and kitchen knife are really the manifestation of some silver energy person? Even when Ruan spoke up and overturned his previous judgment, he continued, after all, with the existing technology, it's simply impossible to create such durable kitchenware, unless it has something to do with the silver energizer's ability. I can't think of any other possibilities. However, no matter what, this big sister who is nearly in her prime is really so strong. At that age, and dragging a somewhat obese body, she is able to burst out with such great strength and speed. I'm afraid that all the silver energizers present here are not a match for her, except for Deputy Director Chen. Of course, indeed, I think that the Thunderbolt Dharma King, Li Dongqiang, will not be her opponent either. Who is this big sister? Is she also a relative of Chen Feng's family? Just as everyone was wondering who the big sister was, Sun Miao Miao cleared up the confusion for everyone. Hearing the response from the live broadcast, the crowd sucked in a breath. So this big sister is just a nanny for Chen Feng's family? No way, a nanny is this strong. How on earth did she do it? I kind of can't believe it. Then, someone looked at Chen Shilin and opened his mouth to inquire. Deputy Chen, is this big sister really your family's nanny? Chen Shilin put down the wolfberry tea in his hands and nodded with a smile. Yes. Then he added, and Zhang Ma's cooking is really good, much better than those chefs at the big hotels. I heard my nephew say that Zhang Ma's awakened ability can make the cooking even more delicious. It's a pity that I joined the officialdom immediately after my awakening, so I won't have the pleasure of tasting Zhang Ma's cooking for a while. While Chen Shilin was speaking, Sun Miaomia was also introducing Zhang Ma's cooking skills and said that she could make demon beast meat into a delicious delicacy on Earth. Some of the leaders here had all tasted what demon beast meat tasted like, and it was simply more difficult to swallow than firewood sticks. Originally, when they heard Sun Miaomia's explanation, they just thought they were joking. After hearing Chen Shilin's explanation, they were immediately shocked. A silver energy person can even awaken an extraordinary ability that strengthens the ability to cook? They felt somewhat incredulous. However, there were still quite a few people with insight. In fact, silver energizer's abilities are many and varied. Not all of them are combat abilities. Let's say I've seen one that is a tongue that can grow longer. But the tongue that grows longer is more or less the same as the original in terms of both strength and various aspects. It's considered to be a very chicken-ribbed one. However, the overall quality of the body is still improved quite a bit. At the very least, it's a lot stronger than the average person. I've also heard that there is a silver energizer whose ability is to not have to blink. Don't need to blink? What does that mean? It means literally that after awakening the ability, he will never blink or close his eyes, no matter if he eats, sleeps or goes to the toilet. I feel like this is less like an ability and more like a disease. I know. Anyway, it's just to let you all understand that silver energy users have 1,000 strange abilities, so if you encounter even stranger abilities in the future, you guys shouldn't be offended is all. Alright, I've really gotten a better understanding this time. Then, someone else opened his mouth and asked Chen Shilin, Deputy Bureau Chen, how did your entire family manage to be so strong, each and every one of you? Even the nanny gave us a run for our money. You guys don't have any special methods, do you? Chen Shilin smiled and said, confidential. In reality, he didn't understand why they were absorbing silver beyond their limits. However, he surmised that it must have something to do with Chen Feng, so there was no need to reveal this matter of them absorbing more silver. Sun Miao Miao was in the air, giving a close-up shot to Chen Feng below, and the black pig in opposition to him. Everyone else had withdrawn to a good distance away, leaving him and it alone on the screen, one person and one pig. Seeing this scene, the netizens were anxious. Big brother Chen Feng won't really go one-on-one with the black pig, will he? Looking at the situation, I'm sure he will. Sister Shui, please persuade your boss. He has so many men. Why does he have to fight alone? That's right, Shui, please persuade your boss. Don't let him fall in the ditch. Sun Miaomia looked at the netizen swipes and picked her lips and smiled. On behalf of my boss, I'd like to thank the live broadcast babies for their concern, but please rest assured, my boss is fine. Really fine? I don't think so. The black pig is so big. Even if Big Brother Chen has increased his size by more than 2 times, compared to the black pig, it's still just like a chicken seeing an eagle. Don't worry, my boss is the eagle, and the black pig is the caught chicken. No good. The black pig is moving. It's so fast. It's about to hit Chen Feng. What? It's not good. It's going to hit. The black pig was like a sports car with a tank body, speeding towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood on the opposite side of the road and did not move, only revealing a faint smile as he watched the black pig crash into him. Except for Chen Feng's beloved henchman, almost all of the netizens watching, as well as the group of leaders in the Silver Energy Directorate's command room, and even Chen's employees who were watching the battle from the sidelines all held their breath. To them, Black Pig's aura was simply too fierce. They all muttered in their hearts. Chen Feng had been too generous this time. He had underestimated Black Pig too much. With such a strong charging potential energy of the Black Pig, if Chen Feng were to be hit, even if he didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured, right? What the hell was he thinking? Why did he want to fight against Black Pig alone? Duck, duck, Chen Feng, the Black Pig is about to hit you. As the Black Pig continued to get closer, the hearts of the crowd were all in their throats. However, the next second they saw the image, they were all shocked. Immediately, there was more confusion in their hearts as they didn't understand what they were looking at, only to see that not far from the main entrance of the sanctuary, the Black Pig was as fast as lightning as it raced towards Chen Feng. However, just as its thick body of over 6 meters crashed into Chen Feng, the loud noise that should have been there did not appear. Even Chen Feng's body did not move at all. He still stood there without changing his color. As for the Black Pig's body, the moment it touched Chen Feng's body, it instantly turned into a bubble and disappeared between the world. At once, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to brush their screens. What's the situation? Is the Black Pig dead? Definitely dead. Can't you see it's all disappeared? The Black Pig can't be invisible, right? Didn't you guys analyze that it might be invisible before? Not like that. It didn't produce that kind of strange fluctuation like high temperature airflow before. It's not like that. Big Brother Chen is too powerful. He didn't even make a move, and the Black Pig went up in smoke. I feel that Big Brother Chen may have used his silver ability that we can't see, and turned the Black Pig's entire body into pieces. Crap, this is the kind of tactic only immortal gods have. Now Big Brother Chen is the god of this world. Great God Chen Feng, please accept my knees. I beg God Chen Feng to bless us and let our family survive the end of the world. My friend, I envy you. Your family is all here, while half of my family died in this disaster. My friend, I'm sorry for your loss, but the whole family I'm talking about is just me, because I'm an orphan, but I'm praying like this, and I also hope that I can find my other half soon in this post-apocalyptic world. My friend, are you a man or a woman? I'm alone now. If you're a woman, let's try dating. I'm sorry, brother, I'm also a man. I'm sorry, big brother, I'm a guy too. You two can be gay. Oh, shit, why the sudden change in style? Aren't we analyzing whether the Black Pig is dead or not? What are you guys doing? Sister Shui, tell the administrator to ban these guys. Then, there was a reply from a netizen that tugged at the heartstrings of the crowd, causing fear to arise in people's hearts. I'm thinking of a question. Black Pig wouldn't have taken Chen Feng over, would he? Seeing this message, the netizens were left speechless, thinking in their hearts that there was really such a possibility. Why had the Black Pig suddenly disappeared? According to that kind of mythological legend, wouldn't it be that the Black Pig had given up its physical body and then its soul had burrowed into Chen Feng's body before taking over the other party? But there were still quite a few optimistic people. I say don't scare yourselves, we're not in a metaphysical fairy world. Where is there any taking over? Can't you see that Big Brother Chen Feng is still giving orders to the sheltered henchmen in the back by waving? It's true. What are Chen Feng's orders to his men? It's not clear. Couldn't it be that Black Pig took Chen Feng's body and plundered his memories, and then gave orders in his way of working? I say old brother, your brain hole is so damn big. Hurry up and take out your keyboard and write a novel. Then, a very grand scene attracted the attention of all the netizens, only to see thousands of drones. In just a dozen seconds or so, all of them rose up from the shelter. The densely packed drones made a buzzing roar, and the scene was very grand. They were extremely fast and quickly flew over the walls of the refuge, coming above the previous battlefield. When they reached the sky above the battlefield, thousands of drones began to spray silver white powder downwards. The netizens, who had never seen such a scene before, rushed to ask questions. Sister Shui, may I ask what are you doing? What is the drone spraying? Sun Miao Miao was also very happy to answer this question from the netizens. She hooked her lips and smiled. Very charming and attractive. Besides being a bit small, she didn't have any other shortcomings. The drone is spraying silver powder. What does spraying silver powder do? Metallic silver can inhibit the re-demonization of demonic beast limbs, and spraying silver powder over a large area does exactly that. I've heard people say that the limbs or corpses of demonic beasts that have been killed by silver energizers won't be able to demonize again, right? You're right. That is indeed the case. But some of our frontline fighters are fighting with mechs controlled by ordinary people, and the demonic beast limbs killed by them are at risk of being demonized again. Although there aren't many mechs controlled by ordinary people, and even fewer demonic beasts killed by them, my boss still ordered us to spray all the battlefields with silver powder for safety's sake. The corpses or limbs of demonic beasts can be demonized again? Why haven't I heard of that? This only shows that you're insular. Didn't you watch the video of the unicorn arm that can strike? Oh, I remember. Human limbs and broken arms can be demonized. So there's nothing wrong with demonizing the limbs and broken arms of demonic beasts. At this time, on the ground, a 2-meter high, broken a leg of the big male duck, suddenly stood up. One leg jumped twice, scanning the weak. I Lu got this is to get what Lu, to me to send a meal. Also use not peck shock morit, said. It will open the flat mouth, revealing a picture of the most disharmonious jagged teeth, to the nearest dead dog carcass to gnaw to. However, just as its teeth were about to gnaw on the dead dog's corpse, a water bomb shot over violently, completely encompassing it, and in the next second, it collapsed back to the ground, too dead to die. Crap, the original dead demonic beast can be demonized again is true. I didn't expect that there would still be people who don't believe in it. This time seeing is believing. I thought ducks didn't have teeth. If you've seen my underwear grow a mouth, you won't be surprised that ducks have teeth. What? Your underpants grew a mouth. Did it bite you? Luckily it didn't grow teeth. What happened to your underwear in the end? Bro? Then I was so hungry. I ate it. You're awesome. As heavy as that junior high kid before. I want to know. The demonic beast that is demonized again. Is it still the same demonic beast? Even the meat has changed. Do you think it's still the same? What do you mean? The meat has changed? Dude, you came online later, right? You didn't hear Junior say he ate socks, did you? Big, fat, greasy meat. It tastes great. Don't talk about it. It makes me sick to think about it now. Let me go throw up for 2 minutes first. Water sister, those people in the demonic beast corpse limbs on the paste what? Some sharp-eyed netizens saw that the staff of the shelter, every time before carrying the demonic beast corpses, would stick a bright shiny gadget on them. Seeing the netizens' question, Sun Meow Meow replied with a smile. That's my boss, the silver patch customized in advance. It's made with 999 pure silver yo, although the patch is ultra thin and ultra light, but so many add up, should also have to be tons of it. Your boss is really rich. It's average. Before the disaster, it's only the top 3 in the world. Global top 300. Water sister really have you. Give me a big gasp. What is that sticker silver piece for? Also to prevent the demonic beast limbs from being demonized again? Not bad. Isn't silver powder already sprayed? Why do you need to put on silver flakes again? Because silver powder is easy to fall off. And it's sprayed en masse in the air. So there might be a leakage. My family boss arranges it this way. It's also to add another layer of insurance. Your family boss is so professional. Your boss is really a good person. If he doesn't deal with it, the ones who will suffer will definitely be us ordinary people. Chen Feng wholeheartedly serves the toiling masses and specializes in practical matters. Long live Chen Feng. We finally understand Big Brother Chen's good intentions. From now on, Chen Feng is my idol. My only idol. Let me get down to business. Sun Miao Miao suddenly spoke. What is it? A crowd of netizens immediately swiped their screens to ask. Now I'm announcing that our Chen Clan group will be recruiting people from all over the world. Recruiting? But I'm just an ordinary person. Is that okay? Sorry. We're not recruiting ordinary people for the time being. Sister Shui. Then what are the conditions for your recruitment? Do you have to be a silver energy person? Yes. It has to be a silver energizer. And even if a silver energizer wants to join, there are still conditions. What conditions? Is it that they must have elemental system powers? Does it have to be the type of silver energy person who attacks especially powerfully? Sun Miaomia shook her head, explaining, our Chen clan does not have any requirements for the abilities of silver energizers, as well as their attack power. Then what is your requirements? We only have one requirement, and that is that the amount of silver absorbed must be above 100 grams. No way, 100 grams? That's 2 taels. Who would wear silver jewelry above 2 taels if they have nothing else to do? Actually, there are quite a few, right? Actually, there are quite a few of them, right? There are some minority races in our Xia that have the custom of wearing silver jewelry, and any random one of them would wear more than 100 grams of silver jewelry. I only became a silver energizer by my earrings. I'm afraid the silver content is less than even 1 gram. Woo! My silver locks are 99 grams. Sister Shui, please ask if I can be accommodating since I'm only 1 gram short. Sorry, I can't. This is a hard target set by my boss. Cam, brother, why is your silver lock so heavy? Most of the ones I've seen are only a dozen grams or even lighter. Mine is a family heirloom of solid silver locks. If I'm not wrong, you see all the hollow silver locks, right? So envious of you guys. I'm still just an ordinary person, so I have even less hope of joining Chen. Babies, don't be discouraged. This is only the first batch we recruited. Maybe ordinary people will also have a chance in the future. Ordinary people will also have a chance in the future? Yes, because my boss has already arranged for experts that are speeding up the research on evolutionary potions that can make ordinary people gain superhuman strength. No way, ordinary people also have a chance to become extraordinary. I've seen many of my friends around me awakening to become silver energizers, and I was on the verge of depression, wanting to end my life again and again, and I've finally seen the hope that I don't have to die today. Ha ha, what mental qualities? What's wrong with ordinary people? Ordinary people should live well. That's right, it's better to die well than to live on. Sun Meow Meow ignored the netizens' replies and continued to speak. I hope that all of you silver energy friends who have absorbed more than 100 grams of silver will join our Chen family. She spoke just one sentence, without fancy words like the lava giant's little fanboy from before. However, it was with just this one sentence that was spoken, and immediately several netizens with the intention of joining replied. Hello, Do Sui. I'm a silver energizer, absorbing 106 grams of metallic silver, and I wish to join Chen. Shui. I'm also a silver energizer, absorbing 200 grams. I'm also eager to join Chen's. Hiss, brother, that's awesome. What are you wearing? You've absorbed 200 grams. Hello, friend, I'm a woman. Please don't call me big brother. Okay, sister Shui. I've absorbed exactly 100 grams. Can I join our Chen? Yes, as an ordinary person. I just want to know, how do you guys know how much silver to absorb? It's something that silver energizers can naturally sense. You can only sense your own? Right. Then may I ask Sister Shui, how can you, Chen's recruitment, tell if they are telling the truth? If I say that I have also absorbed more than 100 grams of silver, then will I be able to join as well? To give you a precaution in advance, there's no such thing as fooling around. Our Chens have specialized testing instruments that can accurately test how much silver a silver energizer absorbed when they awakened. How long has it been since the calamity came? Chen's even has this kind of instrument. How awesome. Chen is awesome. Worthy of being my Chen Feng's Chen clan. Worship my Chen Feng. Bow down to my Chen Feng's supreme god. Then after that, there were several more silver energizers who expressed their desire to join the Chen clan. Although there were only a few silver energizers who offered to join Chen's clan, which was not a large number, it was important to realize that the threshold of 100 grams had already excluded more than 90% of the silver energizers. Originally, Chen Feng hadn't thought of recruiting a few people outside, so to recruit would definitely be preferring the lack over the abundance. Besides, he is now under the hands of fierce generals like clouds, any one of them are several dozens of pounds. There is simply no lack of this item. However, Jia Xiaoyan and Shuebolt, who were also watching the live broadcast in front of the screen, were instantly nonplussed after seeing such a scenario. In the small villa in Ice Sculpture City in Sable Province, Jia Xiaoyan and Shuebolt were sitting together in front of a projection screen. Also sitting with the two of them were a few crooked men who were all very shabby looking. They and Jia Xiaoyan were all from the same village hometown, the group that had the honor of becoming silver energizers. The big bald Jia Xiaoyan, sitting amongst them, belonged to the prettiest boy in the room. Jia Xiaoyan looked at Shuebolt with a furious face. Bolt, you say, did you lie to me last time? Lied to you? Shuebolt was obviously stunned. Brother, what do you mean? Why this much water said recruitment? Immediately have silver energy response. And even the conditions of treatment do not ask, just directly said to join. There is no mention of the 5 insurance and 1 gold. Brother, I really didn't lie to you. When I posted the invitation message on the internet last time, those silver energizers were indeed asking about the 5 insurance and 1 gold, and also said that if they didn't have it, they wouldn't consider joining our guild. But, why is that? I also want to know. Shuebolt replied weakly and added, why don't I send a message now and ask? Shuebolt came to a separate room. He took out his cell phone and just hand-typed a message ready to send out to ask, but quickly deleted it all. He then changed to a smaller number and logged back on before sending the message out again. I would like to ask all of you silver energizer friends, why is Chen recruiting you guys without asking about salary and benefits? Not even 5 insurance and 1 gold? I say buddy, how many years have you had a blood clot in your brain to ask this kind of question? When Shuebolt saw this netizens reply, he inexplicably felt offended. He then continued to look at the netizens' replies. Brother, are you stupid? What time is it? Still 5 insurance and 1 gold. That's right, it's the end of the world. Just ask you what's the use of 5 insurance and 1 gold. If there is 5 insurance and 1 gold, is not good to have a guarantee. Guarantee a fart. Now all day long insecurity. Do you take out the vouchers of the 5 insurance and 1 gold? Let the beast see. It still cannot eat you? Our company's boss has been killed by a demonic beast, and no one has given me 5 insurance and 1 gold for a long time. Doesn't that make it all the more important to find a good company that can pay 5 insurance and 1 gold? I just want to eat and drink without worrying. Joining Chen's definitely not worry about that. That's right. What's the use of 5 insurance and 1 gold? If I can join Chen's, I will wake up in the middle of the night with a smile on my face. Yes, it's good to have Chen's back. Just the meat of the demonic beasts they collected in this war is enough to eat for many years. No wonder the big brother Chen Feng is a good man. No wonder people Chen Feng big brother did not hoard meat at the beginning. It turns out that it is not needed at all. Coupled with Sister Shui said that the kind of ability of Zhang Ma, life in Chen's shelter, absolutely matched the heavenly immortals. Aren't we talking about the 5 insurance policies? Why are we talking about food? What do we talk about if not food in the last days? The 5 insurance and 1 gold can't be taken as food. That's right. The money in hand is almost a waste of paper. How can there be such a douchebag who is obsessed with the 5 insurance and 1 pension? Looking at the netizens' replies, Schwebolts are confused. Before I recruited people are not so say. Then, he proceeded to send out another message. I remember before when lava giant Jia Xiaoyan was inviting silver energizers to join the guild. Everyone said that it would be more secure to have 5 insurance and 1 gold. Otherwise they wouldn't join their giant guild? Crap, can Jia Xiaoyan be compared to someone else? Big brother Chen Feng. That's right. Why don't you take a piss and see how much you weigh? It's just that he can get bigger and start fires. And he has a big 2-haired guy who can play with water. I think Zhang Ma alone can take down the lava giant. Not to mention laser eyes and black hole. Any one of them can blow him and his era out of the water. I say everyone. Can't we just talk properly? Why do we have to make personal attacks? We do not have personal attacks. Only the truth. Jia Xiaoyan would have been far from Chen Feng. Not to mention that people still have so many powerful henchmen. Just one out can completely explode him. You say what he take with others Chen Feng then? If then do not give a 5 insurance and 1 gold for people to pressure. Who will not be so stupid to join what giant labor union? Is not the official incense. This is not a double standard. Schwebolt couldn't help but spit in his mind, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, people Chen Feng was indeed too much stronger than his family boss. Even he, the lava giant's loyal fanboy, had to admit it. Actually, I think Jia Xiaoyan's giant labor union is not bad. Right. After all, it is trying to get people to report for warmth. There aren't many rules. It's more free. And I heard that they take care of the food. The food is still very good. In the end of the world is not just a figure can eat well. Why do not people want to join the giant labor union? Crap, I understand. This person must be Jia Xiaoyan's trumpet. Brothers, that's a good point. What he just said is obviously biased towards the giant union. I don't think he's Jia Xiaoyan's trumpet, but the trumpet of that little fanboy of what's his name lava giant from before. How do you know? Look at his nickname Mu Quan Zi. Together isn't it Bolt? What's wrong with Bolt? What's the point? I knew you guys didn't pay attention to the hot searches some time ago. Last time Jia Xiaoyan's little brother rubbed people's Chen Feng's hot searches, specializing in releasing the recruitment information for the Giants Union. And the one who sent out the message was that lava giant's little fanboy, who introduced himself by the name Shuebiaozi. So that's how it is. No wonder he keeps speaking up for the Giant Guild. I'm not Shuebolt's little fanboy. I'm merely a bystander. No wonder I believe you. Shuebolt felt like his Dao heart was getting a little unstable. He really wanted to explode a few foul words, but he still forced himself to suppress his emotions. After all, people had stripped him of his vest, and if he got on the wrong side of the netizens, it would be even harder to recruit people in the future. Then, he could only choose to go offline in ashes. Returning to the room where they watched the live broadcast together, seeing Jia Xiaoyan's very gloomy face, Shuebolt's heart thumped. Brother, Bolt, sit down. Don't say anything, I saw it all. He was just about to open his mouth when Jia Xiaoyan interrupted. Shuebolt was just about to continue opening his mouth when he saw Jia Xiaoyan's face become even more ugly. The kind that was on the verge of crying out. It's really a case of people being more angry than people nah. The clothes on his body alone can't even compare. Why won't he burst his clothes when his body gets bigger? Why? Although Jia Xiaoyan didn't have old tears in his eyes, his words were all mixed with some crying as he continued. How can they be so double standard? Why are they so hateful? Why in Chen Feng? What conditions are not mentioned? And even people in turn to give them conditions. They still licked on their knees. Why to me here changed it? Why just ask me for 5 insurance and 1 gold? Brother, don't be discouraged. We'll slowly get better. Shuebolt was comforting. Brother, it's alright. We're still here. The other few crooked people also hurriedly spoke up to comfort, slightly calming his emotions. Jia Xiaoyan took a long breath and looked towards Shuebolt. Bolt, have we recruited anyone after we got 5 insurance and 1 gold? We did recruit a few. Upon hearing this, Jia Xiaoyan immediately perked up. Quickly tell me how they are. If it's possible, I'll personally go and pick them up to join the company. Several of them are all not in the rank. The amount of silver absorbed is probably less than even a gram. And their awakened abilities are also very strange. In the aftermath of saying this, Bolt was a little embarrassed. Jia Xiaoyan forced himself to hold back his helplessness and still asked with a hopeful face, what abilities have they all awakened? Even if they're oddballs, if they're good, they're still very good. And there's no problem if they don't enter the rank. We can slowly cultivate them. Right now. He looked very humble. Bolt replied, one ability is to grow an extra finger. Is this finger strong? It's a bit stronger than the 6 fingers some people are born with and can be controlled freely, but it's just about the same as a normal finger. Upon hearing this, Jia Xiaoyan felt a sense of loss and then asked, do the others have any other good abilities? There's also one that doesn't close the eyes. Whether it's eating, drinking, sleeping or working, all of them don't need to close their eyes. They can always be open. Crap, what's the point of having such a skill? To go play staring games with people? After hearing these 2 abilities, Jia Xiaoyan couldn't hold it in any longer and directly grumped. Then, he spat, is this a fucking ability? I think it's all disease. Can this kind of silver ability person be recruited? Isn't recruiting them all just causing trouble for us? I thought the same thing. So I never told you. Thinking that it's fine not to recruit these few, Bolt smiled awkwardly. Just as Sun Miaomia was explaining to everyone the do's and don'ts of post-war treatment. Suddenly, a netizen sent a different message. Shui, your boss seems to be summoning you. At the same time, other netizens were also swiping. Sister Shui, your boss is calling out to you. What are you frozen for? Shui, your boss is calling you to come home for dinner. Sister Shui, Zhang Ma has made all the demon beast meat. It's ready for you to serve. Only to see Chen Feng below, indeed waving towards Sun Miaomia. Miao, come down. So it turns out that Sister Shui's name is Miao Miao. It's nice to hear. Miao should be Sister Shui's breast name. It's simply too cute. And Sister Shui's appearance is a real match. Love. A group of uneducated people. Water Sister's name must be River. 3 Water River. Otherwise Water Sister's screen name will be a lot of water. Upstairs is right. Sister Shui's name must be River with 3 waters. I already knew it was 3 waters. I said meow because I thought it was funny and cute. You're the only ones who are educated. Okay? Dead ducks. Tough talker. In fact, Sun Miaomia has long realized that Chen Feng is waving at her and shouting at her, but she can't believe that his boss even shouted at her in front of so many people, and only shouted her first name, not her last name. Obviously there was a headset to contact her, but the boss was calling out in front of a large crowd. What is this situation? What kind of concept is this? Could it be that the boss he is really like what the netizen said? He is interested in me? Impossible. If he was interested, why did he have to keep a distance of 2 or even 3 meters from me every time he made contact? Although this period of time a little better, but still cannot get close again. At most close to him a meter. He began to warn me. Sun Miaomia had trouble believing her ears and eyes for a while. It wasn't until the netizens were all swiping the screen that she reacted to the fact that it was true. So, she responded in a hurry. Coming, boss. Then, she swooped down to Chen Feng's side, but still maintained a 1 meter distance. She was afraid of upsetting her boss. Hello, boss, what are your orders? Her voice was very sweet, and was even more melodious than the voice she spoke in when she was broadcasting live to the netizens. Brothers, have you noticed that even Sister Shui's voice has changed after meeting his boss? It's still true. I feel crispy. If Sister Shui speaks to me like that, I'll wake up laughing even after I'm dead. How can you dream when you're dead? Is it after demonization? I made a typo. Okay? Regarding Sun Miao's melodious voice, Chen Feng did not pay much attention to it, but smiled. Miao, you've worked hard. You've done a great job. Sun Miao's little heart was pounding. The boss actually praised me. I'm so happy. It's not hard, boss. This is all what I should do. And I already love live broadcasting very much. I have to thank you for giving me such a task, worthy of being so much water. Even her mouth is like flowing honey. That's right. Sister Shui's mouth is so sweet. Shui, cheer up. You'll definitely be able to charm your boss. If she succeeds, how can we let Big Brother Chen refuel us? Sister, why do I feel that your cheering is so unorthodox? Brother, because you're not serious. You're not serious about anything. I feel like she's just driving, but I can't find any evidence. The front of the sister smashed. In fact, it does not matter. Which man shall not have several cars? The more excellent the more cars. The upstairs is right. Even if the water sister gas on the top, you as long as good enough, but also have the opportunity to gas. After all, Chen Big Brother then certainly will not favor one over the other. If it wasn't for the fact that Sun Miaomia wasn't looking at the live screen at the moment, and was concentrating on dealing with Chen Feng. The highs and lows would have to ban these individual netizens. Then, with a smile on his face, Chen Feng reached out a hand to Sun Miao Miao. Miao Miao, can you take me up into the sky and fly with you for a while? Seeing Chen Feng's outstretched hand, as well as the warm smile on his face, coupled with that extremely magnetic voice, at this moment, Sun Miao Miao's heart was melting, but her heartbeat was accelerating more and more. In fact, what she didn't know was that Chen Feng across from her, his heartbeat was probably even faster than hers, and he was a batch more flustered than she was. But Chen Feng needed to overcome his mental obstacles. Seeing that Sun Miao Miao did not immediately respond, he still did not draw back his hand. Sun Miao Miao, on the other hand, was struck by Chen Feng's action, as if she had been electrocuted, and was fixed on the spot, somewhat at a loss for words. Luckily, the voltage wasn't too high and she wasn't knocked out on the spot. Good, boss. Sun Miao Miao finally revealed a bright smile and extended her own slender jade hand, placing it in Chen Feng's palm. She clearly felt that the other party's hand violently trembled. Luckily, there were no other overreactions. Just like that, the two people were temporarily fixed. After pausing for a moment, Chen Feng revealed a ruffled smile. Hey, Miao Miao, it's for you to take me flying, not for me to take you flying. The two of them acted in such a way that the netizens in the entire live broadcast room all laughed wholeheartedly. Sister Shui is so adorable that she didn't even move just by putting her little hand on it. That's right, you brought someone to fly. How can you fly without grabbing your hand? In the current situation, Sister Shui didn't lie to us. She and her boss used to be in a pure relationship with a man and a woman. Is there such a thing as a pure relationship? My girlfriend and I are. We eat together, play games together, sleep together, but it's just very pure. There is not a little bit of the kind of dirty behavior you think. Are you a man or a woman? I'm a woman. My best friend is a man. I really envy your best friend. If your avatar is a real person, then I envy you too. My avatar is my besties. Is your best friend a big man in drag? He looks much better in women's clothing than I do. I don't understand the world of young people. Mr. Wang. I don't understand the world of young people, and I don't understand you either. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Sun Miao Miao immediately smiled awkwardly. One grabbed Chen Feng's hand and tightened it. Boss, pay attention. I'm going to fly yo. Fly. Then, Sun Miao Miao grabbed Chen Feng's hand and slowly took off. At first, she felt very heavy, but it soon lightened up. It was just like walking and holding hands normally, not feeling any weight from the other party. But since it was with the boss being in a more intimate contact, she was still in a deer in the headlights in her mind and didn't think about it that much at all. And Chen Feng's feeling was also good, and did not cause any stress reaction because of the psychological barrier. Maybe before Miao Miao first not pulling the hand just happened to be crooked. The little hand stayed in the heart of the hand for a short while, and had completely adapted to the contact with Sun Miao Miao. The reason why Chen Feng wanted Sun Miao Miao to fly with him, in addition to being to copy her flying skills, he also wanted to try to exercise himself and get over the psychological barriers that he had fallen behind in his previous life at an early date. Of course, in addition, he had a more important purpose. Then, he looked into the distance while turning on spiritual berserk and sent a voice transmission with his consciousness to Sun Miao Miao beside him. Miao Miao, stand firm. Since Sun Miao Miao's live broadcast room was not closed, the netizens saw images that continued to move away from the ground as the two of them ascended into the air. Sun Miao Miao's long legs could occasionally be seen in the footage, as well as Chen Feng's legs wrapped in combat pants. At this time, Chen Feng had long since put away the sledgehammer in his hands, and his body had completely returned to its original size, and his clothes had also returned to their original state. Only in the camera, his clothes goblins were quiet, pretending to be no different from his usual clothes. However, in Chen Feng's consciousness, it was possible to hear these goblins excitedly chanting, "Boss, we're taking off." The rush of flying, well spread. Didn't you guys originally know how to fly? What's there to be excited about? Chen Feng used his consciousness to communicate with the goblins. We can't be called flying, at most, like domestic chickens. Flying a few meters would be good. Yeah, and our kind is explosive. We can only fly a short distance for a little while, just like the time old right pinched that female droplet to death last time. That's right, our kind of flying can't be as casual as this time. After a while, you guys won't be so casual anymore. Remember to hold on to my body then, Chen Feng said to them in his consciousness. Boss, why? Chen Feng replied, because there are more exciting ones. Actually, leisure is no fun. I still like excitement. Boss, come stimulate us. Can't wait. His pant legs began to shake involuntarily. Don't even move. Be careful, I'll whip you. With a harsh sentence from Chen Feng, all the combat-suited goblins immediately subsided. The netizens in the live broadcast room regardless of gender. On the other hand, we're all envious. So envious of Chendong. If only I could also be pulled by Shui to roam the heavens. I wish I were Sister Shui. Then I could pull my brother Chenfeng to double date with me. Brothers and sisters, wake up. Stop dreaming. Big brother Chen and sister Shui are already double dating. The two of them are really romantic. I think you guys are overthinking it. What sister Shui is doing now is just a job. Just like Lin Xiu, the bodyguard and driver before. Right. In fact, right now sister Shui is equivalent to big brother Chen's temporary driver. Wrong. To be precise, it's big brother Chen's temporary transportation. People have such a pure relationship. Why do you guys always talk about the car in 3 sentences? Brother, we are all decent people. It's your brain that's too dirty. Upstairs, there is one counting one, all handcuffed away. Surely there is no wrongdoing, including me. You've all said this. Why didn't Sister Shui ask the administrator to ban her? Can't you see that Sister Shui is having a good time with her boss? She doesn't have time for us. We're just getting high. Look at their legs. They're getting closer. They're not as innocent as you think. No. Sister Shui's flying with people in the sky. It must be closer to be more stable. And Sister Shui said his boss is a gentleman. So it's definitely not what you think. Sister Shui also said that his boss keeps at least 2 or 3 meters with all women. But look, today he took the hands of 2 women in one day. It's not the same. People Lin Xiu and Sister Shui are both required for their work. After all, Chen Dong can't instantly move or fly. And when doing certain things, he needs the 2 of them to carry him. Before swordsman's sister with that is in the killing of the enemy. Counting work. That now, obviously is in the ride to get girls. Where is the work? While the netizens were arguing in the live broadcast, in the piece of wreckage several kilometers outside the shelter, Tanya looked at the 2 people floating in the air with a gloomy face, even though they were far away. As Chen Feng's girlfriend who had been dating for 5 years, she instantly recognized Chen Feng, who was holding hands with Sun Miao Miao. At this moment, her heart was sour. She cried out in her heart, Chen Feng, how can you be like this? You just pulled Lin Xiu's hand, and now you're pulling the hand of that girl who can fly. You weren't originally like this. Why have you become the same as other scum? Don't you still have me in your heart? I'm right here. Come on. This time you just need to propose to get back together. I'm sure I'll be 100 times more willing. No, I am right. He is a big scum. I broke up with him is right. Tanya was again re-entangled in her mind. She was a very proud girl, and would definitely not tolerate sharing his man with another woman. However, she looked again at the air, soaring through the air with another beautiful woman, Chen Feng. At the same time, a scene from her previous relationship surfaced in her mind like a movie. She really couldn't let go of him. Then she could only let go of her pride. She began to become humble. She looked at Chen Feng's figure that was gradually moving away in the air and spoke in her heart. Forget it, Chen Feng. As long as you can get back together with me this time, I don't care about you. As long as you still treat me as your girlfriend, I don't care how many confidants you find outside. Thinking of this, she began to yell in Chen Feng's direction. Chen Feng, I love you. I want you to come back to me again. Okay. Due to the fact that all aspects of her abilities had increased after becoming a silver energizer, even her voice had gotten a lot louder. Therefore, as she shouted out these words, the netizens in the live broadcast room stopped arguing and opened up another screen swiping activity. Did you guys hear that? It seems like a woman is shouting Chen Feng's name? I seem to have heard it as well. There seems to be words at the back, but it seems to be far away and a bit hard to hear. I think I heard, Chen Feng, I love you. No way. Which woman is so fierce to confess to Chen Feng in public? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Chen Feng is so good. If I were there, I would have confessed in public. You're all fierce women. No. I think I heard another line at the back, like something about coming back to me. I heard the same thing. Could it be someone Big Brother Chen has talked to before? It's possible. No need to think. This woman must have dumped Shendong before. And now that the calamity has come, seeing Shendong's might, she licked her face to get back together. Why wouldn't it be that Chen Feng is too scummy, dumping people and finding another new love? This sister is right. A rich second generation like Chen Feng always passes through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. Just look at his behavior today. Upstairs, brothers and sisters, what you say are very reasonable, but things do not see and hear, but guess its existence, can it? Therefore, I hope that you do not jump to conclusions. The netizens' words were immediately sprayed by both sides. Still seeing and hearing? Could it be that when people are doing their business, they still have to let you see it? However, while Tanya was yelling, Chen Feng was indifferent. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room had heard it, so it was naturally impossible for him not to hear it. However, He had long since lost the kind of feelings he had for Tanya back then, so he could only choose to pretend that he couldn't hear it and simply ignore it. As for Sun Miao Miao, although she had also heard it, she was very well behaved and just quietly pulled Chen Feng along as she continued to fly forward without looking away. Just then, Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Meow meow. Stand firm. Chen Feng's words had just fallen. Immediately afterward, boom, of a loud bang. The two of them directly broke through the sound barrier and swept rapidly towards the more distant sky, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were directly dumbfounded. Hearing that loud sonic boom, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all instantly dumbfounded. There was even one that didn't sit properly and was dumbfounded from his chair to the ground. What's the situation? Where did that loud sonic boom come from? What's wrong with the live broadcast screen? Broken? I'm getting dizzy. I think I see the ground going backwards super fast. I can't. I'm totally dizzy. Let me go throw up for a while. I'm a retired pilot. I know what they're up to. Brother, please tell me. I'd like to hear about it. It's obvious that just now their speed was breaking the sound barrier. Because of the picture on the screen, it's clearly supersonic. After all, that's what it felt like right in front of my eyes when I was cruising supersonically in my Type 20 fighter jet 20 years ago. Salute to the veterans. Salute. After paying tribute to the pilot veterans, netizens once again returned to shock Sun Miao speed. Sister Shui is also too good to be able to carry out supersonic flights. Sister Shui is mighty. She can still fly so fast with one person in tow. Shui is simply too modest. She's cruising at supersonic speeds and still says she's weak. That's right. Just the kind of sonic boom when she starts. She can definitely blow up 7 or 8 demonic beasts without any problem. I want to see them drink in the air. I want to see them drinking the wind in the air, with their hair in disarray. I also want to see it. I think Sister Shui's hair must have exploded to the back by now. It's a pity that the camera is only on the ground, not on themselves. It's a pity that the camera is only on the ground, not on them. It'd be nice for you guys to see Sister Shui's long legs. As soon as this netizen's words came out, everyone's attention was immediately focused on both of their legs. It seems that what Big Brother Pilot said was true. Sister Shui's speed is very fast. You guys look at the flesh on her legs, blown by the wind as if she had installed a small motor. Worthy of being a silver energy person, the physical quality is just tough. If it were an ordinary person, in this supersonic state, I'm afraid that they would be dismembered. That's a good point. Water sister, they are simply too strong. Even Supersonic did not hear her screams. Dude, I say you're stupid. This is Sister Shui's own ability. How can she scream because of her own ability? In reality, a bunch of netizens were not aware that it was actually the water sister in their mouths who was stupid. The stupid ones didn't even know to exclaim in shock and only knew to fiercely grip the man beside her. Then, the netizens made another shocking discovery. You guys look, Big Brother Chen's pants. What happened to the pants? Sister Shui's meat is shaking so hard. Why is Big Brother Chen's pants very calm? Not being blown by the wind for a single moment. Crap, that's true. And his combat pants aren't tight bodybuilding pants either. In this supersonic state, even the tightest pants would be blown around. Right? What kind of pants does Big Brother Chen have? They're awesome. Do you guys still remember that Big Brother Chen's clothes didn't even burst when his body got so big before? That's right. What kind of clothes does he have? It's so strong. Not only can it get bigger and smaller, but it can also withstand such strong winds without budging. This can't also be Big Brother Chen's special ability, right? It's highly likely. Big Brother Chen Feng is great. Big Brother Chen Feng is more powerful than we can imagine. Brother, be careful what you say so that Big Brother Chen can see it. What's wrong? What did I say that was wrong? Big Brother Chen is bullish, and is powerful beyond our imagination. Soon after, the screen of the live broadcast was once again fixed, only to see that below was an extremely dense poplar forest. As the two of them slowly descended, they were almost at the top of the poplar tree. Finally, through some small gaps revealed by the canopy, an extremely familiar figure was seen. Chen Feng pulled up the corner of his mouth in a very disdainful smile. The black pig was still as meticulous as it was at the beginning, burrowing in such a dense poplar forest. Even if the officials utilized their reconnaissance satellites, it was not good enough to find its figure. It did not order the demonic beasts to retreat before because it knew that with the power of Chen Feng and the others, even if it ordered a breakout, it would be impossible for its group of henchmen to escape. Unlike it who had special psychic abilities, it might as well sacrifice the demonic beasts under its men. Although it was a pity, but at least it allowed it to cover its ears and get away to escape. The netizens were also shocked once again when they saw the familiar figure below. Quickly look, black pig. Crap, the black pig didn't even die. What's going on? It clearly disappeared on the battlefield just now. Why did it appear here? Does the black pig know how to teleport? I don't think so. His disappearance on the battlefield before felt very different from Lin Xiu's Chen Feng's teleportation. Could it be that the one you suspected of being invisible before was Black Pig? I see. Black Pig is a twin. Why wouldn't it be Black Pig who would split? If Chen Feng had been watching the netizens' replies in the live broadcast room, he would have also hooked his lips in a smile and secretly praised them. It was true that there was strength in numbers, and there were still people who had guessed a little bit. Chen Feng and Sun Miaomia were suspended in midair together. He looked at the Black Pig below with interest, and Sun Miaomia had yet to recover from the shock of the supersonic speed just now, and her heart was still thumping. Could this be my ability as well? How could I possibly fly so fast on my own? It turns out that the bossy was supposed to be able to fly. I was still smug, thinking of taking him flying, but how did he manage to fly so fast? Suddenly, she no longer dwelled on Chen Feng's flying ability. Instead, she thought of another problem. Boss, he can clearly fly by himself, so why is he pretending to want me to pull him along? Could it be that the bossy really is interested in me? Thinking of this, her small heart, which had already calmed down, once again beat frantically, as if it was about to fly out. If she knew that Chen Feng was merely trying to copy her skills, I wonder how she would feel. And naturally, Chen Feng did not know what the little beauty next to him was thinking. Instead, he was reviewing the supersonic flight he had just made. As expected, his previous copy of Chan Lu's supersonic speed ability could be completely used in combination with Sun Miaomia's flight ability. If he occasionally added the instantaneous transfer skill that he had copied from Sister Chiu, he could completely also be like the DF Express that shook the world back then, a global speedy delivery. However, they had just stopped hovering in the air when he realized that the Black Pig below wanted to escape. Thus, he immediately unleashed his time system abnormal ability, slowing down time within the space around the Black Pig. The Black Pig's speed, which he thought was going to be like a sharp sword rushing out, turned into a snail's pace. The netizens were also puzzled. What's wrong with the Black Pig? Seeing Big Brother Chen Feng chasing after him, he didn't think of escaping, but actually danced slowly in place. Ha ha, the Black Pig is simply too amusing. It's not trying to show off in front of Big Brother Chen Feng, trying to get Big Brother Chen Feng to spare its life. Is it? If the Black Pig was smaller, it would be quite cute. I'd want to hug it. Sister, you're a real tiger, and you're not afraid that the Black Pig will crush you. At this moment, Chen Feng, his brows slightly furrowed, then unfolded, revealing an even more interested smile. This was because he sensed some special spiritual fluctuations emanating from the Black Pig. Sure enough, just like his previous guess, the Black Pig did not only have the ability of illusionary doppelganger, but it also had similar spirit-based psychic abilities. Although its spiritual abilities were no match for Auntie Tu's, and did not have a single effect on him, even on Sun Miaomia beside him, it had very little effect. However, it definitely had no problem affecting its minions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue so many demonic beasts of a higher rank than him, and even if his true combat power was much stronger than the other parties, it would be impossible to make so many demonic beasts subjugate themselves to it. The Black Pig's illusionary doppelganger ability was also very good, and could even be called a heaven-defying supernatural ability. It could create an illusionary doppelganger, and when this illusionary doppelganger was first created, it could choose to be invisible for a short period of time, or it could directly manifest. However, before, Black Pig's operation was to choose a short period of invisibility. It wouldn't be considered heaven-defying if his illusionary doppelganger only had this ability. This ability also came with an even more powerful ability. That was that after the Black Pig created an illusion that could be faked, it could switch its real body into the illusionary doppelganger at will. And the strength of the illusionary doppelganger it created wasn't weak. It could reach at least 90% of the strength of the real body. It was just that when switching between the real body and the illusionary doppelganger, it needed to be within a certain distance range. Otherwise, Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to catch up with this Black Pig even if he used his supervision. However, from start to finish, it was still the Black Pig that was a little too overly ambitious. It thought that as long as it had this skill in place, it would be able to escape no matter what. So it was only until the last moment that it switched its real body to the illusionary doppelganger that had escaped stealthily beforehand. And only after controlling the illusionary doppelganger left behind to crash into Chen Feng and realizing that it didn't have any attacking effect, did it control it to directly disappear? In fact, that last collision of the Black Pig, even though it was using an illusionary doppelganger, was incredibly powerful. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be sent flying out by its charge. However, Chen Feng, who was in front of it, did not move at all, so it decisively controlled to dissipate the illusion. At the same time, it could also make the illusion that it was already dead. But what it could never have imagined was that its various operations from beginning to end were all clearly seen by Chen Feng. This was the ability that Chen Feng had copied from Ma Dong. It wasn't generally useful. The snooping ability wasn't just able to break through the target's cultivation, as well as the various situations within its body. It was also able to see through Black Pig's illusions, as well as the kind of stealth that had just created them. Therefore, the Black Pig's ability was completely restrained by Chen Feng. After confirming the Black Pig's ability, Chen Feng slightly shook his head. It's just a pity that I can't replicate the various abilities of demonic beasts, or else this illusion ability of the Black Pig would definitely have a great use. At this time, the Black Pig that was moving incomparably slowly could only scream impatiently from below, and after Chen Feng watched with interest for a while, he faintly spoke. Little Blackie, if you want to live, submit to me. At those words, the Black Pig's body jerked to a halt, no longer moving, but instead raising its head and glaring at Chen Feng with an unblinking eye. Humans, kill or die as you please. If I, the old pig, frown, I am a coward. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid of death, but I won't submit to you humans anymore. I'm really fed up with the days of being captive as a breeding pig by you. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart stirred, not realizing that this Black Pig was in the same boat as himself in his previous life. Then, the Black Pig continued to speak. After so many years of being a breeder pig, who knows that every time, all of them are using machines to get the scriptures. If not for this calamity to come, I haven't even seen a sow until now. Chen Feng. Surprisingly, there was still this kind of good thing. If he had been like this in his last life, he wouldn't have fallen into that kind of psychological barrier. However, he soon figured out that in fact, no matter which situation it was, it definitely wouldn't be good. After all, without experiencing the suffering of others, there was no way to advise others to be good. Without trying it upside down, no one could experience the pain of others. If Chen Feng were to speak out now about his situation in his previous life, there would definitely be quite a few people who would envy him. He said that that kind of life would be worse than death, and that it was absolutely heavenly. But if you had truly experienced it, then you would no longer think that way. When Chen Feng and the Black Pig conversation, Sun Miao Miao's live broadcast did not close. The camera is still shooting. The crowd of netizens were also all very surprised to watch this dialogue between a human and a pig. No way. Big brother Chen Feng is actually trying to subjugate this Black Pig. Normal. After all, this Black Pig's strength isn't weak. If you can really take it under your command, it will be a great help. But, this Black Pig's brain is not weak. But is this Black Pig's brain kicked by a donkey? He even refused. Right. Why is this Black Pig so stubborn? Doesn't he know it's better to die than to live? However, I admire the Black Pig a little bit. In the face of such a powerful existence as Chen Feng, it did not change its color. Said that kind of words. That's a good point. If it were me, I would have definitely knelt down long ago. Since the Black Pig is unwilling to surrender, I'm afraid I'm not going to. Since the Black Pig doesn't want to surrender, I'm afraid it's hard to escape death. Absolutely. Big brother Chen Feng will definitely not let it go. But it also said it's afraid of death. Didn't you see how it behaved at the beginning? It's just afraid of death. But if it's afraid of death and can still say such dignified words, I have to say, I really admire it a little bit. If it's afraid of death, why doesn't it surrender? Do you think all the martyrs of Xiao were not afraid of death? They were afraid too. But there are times when, for the sake of faith, one must die even if one is afraid of death. And that's what my grandpa was like. Your grandfather? How do you know he was afraid of death? Because although my grandpa went to his death, in the end he was lucky enough to save his life, only to have his legs blown off. Later, my grandfather told me that my grandpa was afraid of dying, but for the sake of the people and victory, he and his comrades had to risk their lives to go forward. Honor the martyrs. If they weren't there, we might have died before we could wait for the plague. I admire Black Pig even more for what you've said, but it's no use admiring it. It's now the enemy of us humans, and the only result that awaits it is death. However, what the crowd did not expect was the flurry of maneuvers from Chen Feng afterwards. Chen Feng smiled and said, Black Pig, since you're afraid of death that's fine, I can now give you a way out. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the Black Pig's body visibly stirred, and it seemed to show some shakiness in its expression, but it soon became firm again. Human, let me tell you, if you still ask me to submit to you, then it's a no-brainer. Still that line, if you want to kill me or kill me, do as you please. I, the old pig, definitely won't frown a bit. I don't need you to submit to me for the time being. Chen Feng indifferently continued. I just want to say that if you want to live, you should honestly go to a place and stay there. What place? The Black Pig was a bit impressed and hurriedly asked after him. Go to the top of Cornucopia Peak on South Taihang Yuntai Mountain and stay there for me. If you dare to come down and do anything wrong, I will definitely chop you up. The Black Pig felt a little hard to believe. So asked again, really? If I stay at the top of Cornucopia Peak and don't come down, you won't look for trouble from me again? Yes. Chen Feng nodded his head. Then he turned his words around. But let me remind you that you've already been located by me with my ability, so don't try to get any wrong ideas. At those words, while Black Pig's heart shook, the netizens in the live broadcast room, too, had been in shock from start to finish. What did Big Brother Chen Feng think? Why did he let Black Pig live? Big Brother Chen Feng can't let it go. After letting it go, it will inevitably continue to harm people. We can't let the Black Pig go, even if it promises to stop harming people. How can you trust the words of a demonic beast? Big Brother Chen, even if you let it stay at Cornucopia Peak, what if it doesn't listen and still comes down to harm people? Big Brother Chen Feng, please, don't let this scourge go. However, after the netizens heard the back with the ability to locate it, Big Brother Chen is awesome. It turns out he still has the ability to locate. Big Brother Chen Feng's supernatural abilities are too many. How many of them are there now before and after? It seems like he doesn't have many. Instantaneous transfer and supersonic flight are all brought to him by his female chauffeur. In fact, Chen Feng didn't have any positioning ability. He was just bluffing Black Pig. Because of the Black Pig's character, after learning about the positioning, it would not dare to run around for fear of losing its life. However, Chen Feng also had his considerations when he specifically asked it to stay at Cornucopia Peak instead of somewhere else. One could not just use scare tactics to keep the Black Pig from moving. Some other insurance still needed to be added. A lot of water in the live broadcast room. A message from Old Man Me, a netizen, caught the attention of a group of netizens. I get it. Big Brother Chen Feng is the Zhuge Liang of the day. What do you mean? Old Man Me. How did Big Brother Chen get involved with Zhuge Liang again? Zhuge Liang is the one who captured Meng in order to subdue him. So you're saying that Chen Feng still wants to conquer the Black Pig? Not bad. I think Big Brother Chen Feng is really powerful and has a long-term vision. When the crowd saw the message, they didn't quite understand it and asked for more details. Then, Old Man Me first posted a question. I'm sure you all know why Zhuge Liang wanted to subdue Mengyu, right? Sorry, we have no culture. Just heard of the story of Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Mengyu, but why in the end is not clear. See, and a lot of netizens are not clear. Rice Old Man once again began his long explanation. When Zhuge Liang took Mengyu, mainly to pacify the Southern Barbarian Rebellion, he captured Mengwu 7 times, so that the last real returned to the heart. Manhwa was the center of the Southern Barbarians, and after he surrendered, the Southern Barbarians were naturally cured. Now that Chen Feng has subdued the Black Pig, I think it is similar to Zhuge Liang subduing Meng. Now the whole world disaster. Demonic beasts more than hundreds of millions. I think just rely on killing is not finished. And Chen Feng Big Brother another way. Directly take in the powerful beasts, and then let the beasts control the beasts, and even the beasts to kill the beasts. What kind of eloquence is this to be able to set his sights on such a long term? Using demons to rule over demons. Sustainable development. After reading Old Man Me's message, a group of netizens were suddenly enlightened. Old Man Me is a great Big Brother, analyzing so thoroughly. Big Brother Chen Feng is truly farsighted and farsighted. Truly, Big Brother Chen has even come up with a way to utilize demonic beasts to restrain them. Awesome. In reality, they didn't know that Chen Feng's desire to take in the Black Pig was only because the Black Pig had raised his interest. He just wanted to take in a subordinate who wasn't weak and had enough brains. He hadn't even thought about it that much. So where was the foresight? After all, in his previous life, he had heard of quite a few strong people taking in demonic beasts for their own use. So he also wanted to take in a few for fun. At the same time, perhaps in the future, these subdued demonic beasts would have better uses than human henchmen. Of course, even if they didn't have a wonderful use, they would still be a very powerful henchman. It was best to be able to take in the Black Pig. If it was still unwilling in the future, then it would not be too late to kill it. When the Black Pig heard Chen Feng's words, it once again looked into Chen Feng's eyes while its heart moved slightly. Looking at his appearance at this moment, his words did not seem to be false. But at what point did he plant the locus on me? How come I didn't notice it at all? Could it be that he was trying to scare me? In order to be able to make me draw a good stay on Cornucopia Peak? No, he is definitely not bluffing. Otherwise how could he have found me hiding here so quickly? He must have used some kind of ability to locate me a long time ago, only that I couldn't notice it in the slightest. This human is simply too powerful. The current me is simply unrivaled. There are also those human underlings of his. It seems that there are a lot of them or even more powerful than him. It seems that I can only wait for me to be able to cultivate in the future and then get back my revenge. Then, the Black Pig opened his mouth. Human, I promise you that I will stay well on Juju Peak in the future, and I will definitely not kill a single human again. But I still have one more condition. What condition? Say it. Chen Feng also didn't expect the other party to mention conditions until now. Quite interesting. After 3 months, I hope that you can come to Juju Peak to spar with me, and if I win, you will let me go free. The black pig said while thinking in his heart, with my cultivation speed, I will definitely soar after 3 months, but this human isn't weak either, so I'm asking for a sparring session. If I fail in the duel, it's fine. I'll just continue to stay at Cornucopia Peak. If I can easily win, I have to peel this kid's skin twice. Hey, it's still my old pig that's smart. Chen Feng naturally saw through Black Pig's mind, but he did not speak through. Instead, he replied affirmatively. Good. Then, he proceeded to add, but what if I win? It's still the same sentence. Kill or die as you wish. If I win, I don't want your life. I still want you to submit to me. Are you willing? This time, the black pig did not strictly refuse to say the words to death, but said, by the time you really win, then say, good, but I still have a condition. Black Pig added, speak. When you come to me to spar, you can't bring any of your human henchmen. Fine, I promise you. The black pig was also very thunderous, and after the words were spoken, it made a turn and ran towards the direction of Yuntai Mountain. Just as it turned around, it also whispered under its breath, humans, 3 months from now, let's see how I abuse you. Although the voice was small and Chen Feng heard it, he did not care, but instead, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised as he turned around and left. He also caused Sun Miao Miao to turn off the live broadcasting room and flew leisurely towards the direction of the refuge with him, hand in hand. Seeing the sudden black screen of the live broadcast, a group of netizens panicked. How can Sister Water go off the air now? What else if you don't go off the air? Do you think that the subsequent episodes are something you can watch without shelling out money? Crap, do you think I'm that close to paying for the internet? I'm sure it's going to be a great time for Sister Shui and her boss. So even if we don't see the footage, it's still okay to listen to the sound. Please respect Sister Shui and her boss. I think it's a pure working relationship between them. Let's not talk about these lowly ones. Okay? Just now, did Big Brother Chen and Black Pig agree on a 3-month match? Yes, it was the Black Pig that proposed that after 3 months it wants Big Brother Chen to find it for a sparring match. Ha, isn't this Black Pig looking for abuse? Looking forward to Big Brother Chen Feng tyrannizing the Black Pig in 3 months. By then Sister Shui should be on the air. I think she will. After all, she's a war correspondent. On the road, Sun Miao Miao is still very good, although there are 10,000 words in her heart to say to the boss, but she held back, just silently accompanied Chen Feng to hold hands and fly together. At this time, her heart was full of happiness. She really hoped that she could fly with her boss like this. This feeling was really romantic. She also hadn't expected that her dream would come true so soon, and that she would double up with her family boss. She hooked a smile shortly before suddenly losing it again. Nope, we are merely double flying. Not double sleeping. It would be even more romantic if my boss and I did something more above this sky. However, right now she can only think about it, not practice it, because she can't see through her boss a little bit. Although holding hands with her, the boss he didn't seem to care much about her. Putting a big beautiful woman beside him without looking at her or talking about more in-depth communication. He was actually concentrating on picking at his cell phone? She was really a bit confused. Now that the scourge of the black pigs on the periphery of the refuge had been completely resolved, the area around the refuge was relatively safe for a short period of time. So, he contacted his friends who were relatively close and invited them to the refuge. The first people he contacted were his best friends and roommates from college, Chui Changlin and Wang Haiba. But for some reason, calls to them in recent times had not been answered, and they could only be contacted by Goose News. And with the message they just sent, they also wrote back, saying that they expressed their willingness to come over, but he always felt that something wasn't quite right. Not only were the messages replied to slowly, but neither seemed to be their usual style of speaking. What was wrong with the two of them? And both seemed to have the same problem. All of them called and didn't answer, just hung up, and then only sent messages. Was something wrong with the two of them? It's not like there's still a scam gang after the disaster. It's unknown if there are any left in the north of the face now. They might have been outlawed by the demons long ago, but that's the kind of place that should be eliminated. If they are really killed by the demons, it is also deserved. I hope Pol and Old Xia are alright. Anyway, according to their replies, it shouldn't take long for them to arrive. We'll see for ourselves when we meet and ask. Chen Feng used his cell phone to briefly send a few messages. After ascertaining the situation of Chui Changlin and Wang Haiba, he closed the goose message and dialed out a call again. This time, he was calling the twin sisters, Ku Xin Kuqing. Although Lu Yan's family was in the northernmost part of the blade cutting province, the distance from Guanair City in the Braced Face province was not too close. But Chen Feng specially prepared for the sisters is currently the most advanced cross-country bus. able to adapt to a variety of road conditions, and is very sturdy and durable. According to reason, after saving Lu Yan, they should have come back to the right, but has been more than 2 days. Even the Black Pig's demonic beast army are all destroyed. Also did not see the two of them with Lu Yan return. Chen Feng slightly frowned. Could it be that something has happened to them? Shouldn't He gave Xin Kuching 2 sisters prepared enough silver. Awakening has reached the 4th level of hierarchy. In the early stage of the calamity is definitely the most powerful group of existence, and awakening ability are also very powerful attack skills. It is reasonable to say that saving a Lu Yan will not cause any problems. Soon after, the phone was connected. Kuching, are you and your sister alright? After connecting, Chen Feng immediately asked with concern. Brother Feng, don't worry, with my sister and I here, surely nothing will go wrong. Kuching replied with a smile in her sweet voice. But why haven't you returned to the shelter after so long? Did the car break down? Brother Feng, the car is fine. Then, she began to explain. The reason why we didn't make it back on time is because something else came up over here. What is it? The thing is like this. We were about to take Sister Lu Yan to the refuge, but Sister Lu Yan said that she had to go and save her great-aunt. She said that her great-aunt had once been a great benefactor to her family, and that when she was in trouble at the moment, she absolutely couldn't just stand by and do nothing, or else she would be ungrateful. And we also admire her for knowing how to repay her kindness. And with the current strength of my sister and I, it's still quite easy to just save an ordinary person. So we went north to Ox and Sheep Province first to save her great-aunt. Chen Feng nodded his head slightly. You guys did a good job, so that Lu Yan can return to her heart even more. So has her great-aunt been rescued now? If there are any difficulties, I will now send people to support you. Brother Feng, there is no need for support. Lu Yan's great-aunt, my sister and I have already rescued her. We are now preparing to set off to rush towards the Braced Surface Province. Even if the road is not too smooth nowadays, I think we will be able to reach the refuge in less than 2 days. Good. I will wait for you at the refuge, and I will give you a reception at that time. Thank you, Brother Feng. At the same time, an even more crisp and melodious voice came from the earpiece. Brother Feng is so nice. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chen Feng knew that this was Kuching's sister, Ku Yi, who was also listening to the call, and she spoke again from the side. However, Chen Feng's side had just hung up the phone when Sun Miao Miao beside him unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number as well. May I ask who you are? Oh, hello, Elder Wei. I wonder what you are looking for me for. I'm sorry, I'm not going to leave Chen to join the officials. Really no. I'm sorry. Thank you, Elder Wei, for your kind words, but my mind is made up. So please stop talking. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feng asked with interest. Was it that old man Wei from the officials who invited you to join the officials? Yeah, boss. How do you know? That old man started digging for me when we were in the middle of a sound battle with the Black Pig army. No way. Who else did he invite before? Lin Qiu and Changde. No way. How can this old man Wei be like this? But I think Sister Qiu and Changde would definitely not accept his invitation. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Then, Sun Miao Miao continued. I can understand this old man Wei inviting Sister Qiu and Changde, but why did he suddenly call me again? After all, I'm only at the 3rd rank, and I don't have any strong abilities or fighting abilities. So why did he invite me? Because you can supersonic cruise. Chen Feng said with a smile. Boss, you really know how to joke. Just now, it was clearly you who took me on a supersonic flight. My heart is still thumping when I think about it. She wanted to say, don't believe me, touch it, but she could only think about it, not daring to open her mouth. But they think the ability to fly supersonically is yours, that you're the one who's flying me. Ha, it can't be? Then, Chen Feng thought of a very serious problem. Right now, many people and many forces must have misunderstood that the ability to fly at supersonic speeds was Miao Miao's. In that case, she would become the center of attention, and there might even be people who would turn against her. As for people like Lin Qiu and Changde, even if they were focused on by some ulterior motives, he didn't have to worry. After all, the two of them, if any one of them went out, would be an existence that swept across a party. But River couldn't. She was only at the 3rd rank now, and only had the ability to fly, with a very limited addition to her strength and speed. As long as she stayed on the ground whenever she wanted, it was likely that a 2nd-ranked expert would be able to kill her. As she was one of the most loyal subordinates to himself, he naturally could not leave her unattended. Thinking of this, Chen Feng said, Miao Miao, in the future, like Sister Qiu, you can stay and work by my side, so that you can take care of each other. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Sun Miao Miao's little heart beat even harder. What does the boss mean by this? Is this to accept me as a harem? Like me, Sun Miao Miao is such an excellent, beautiful, kind and generous good girl. How could I possibly give someone a harem? No, but my boss is simply too good. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with giving a person like him, who is like the white sun, a harem. Even Sister Chio's kind of extreme cold beauty has done it. What can't I do? And with the boss's excellence, there will definitely be more women surrounding him in the future. If I didn't seize the opportunity this time, I would definitely have to regret it later. However, if I agree directly, will it appear that I'm not reserved enough? Or will I be looked down upon by the boss and feel that I am a very casual girl? But people do have 23 years of maternal singleness. Right. Must say yes, when the time to try. The boss he naturally know I'm not the kind of casual girl. Seeing Sun Miao Miao froze on the spot, hesitant to speak. Chen Feng asked, what's wrong? Miao Miao, is it unwilling? It doesn't matter if you're not willing. I've never been one to impose requirements on my employees. Upon hearing this, Sun Miao Miao instantly came back to her senses with a jolt, and hurriedly responded with a smile and excitement. Even the tiny front of her body was slightly undulating up and down in excitement. Willing? Boss, I'm 100% willing. Chen Feng said in his heart, isn't it just to keep you around to work for me? Why do you need to be so excited? Immediately, he thought of that old man Wei. This old man is also really. Ideas are hitting the head of my beloved. Must find Lu Chongqing said. See who's meaning. So, he took out his cell phone again and dialed the special phone that Lu Chongqing had left for him, which could be accessed 24 hours a day. Inside the earthen fortress on the outskirts of Guaner City. Who are you messaging with? With a gloomy face, Zhao Changhe quickly came to Cui Chenglin's side and snatched his cell phone with one hand. He looked at the name of the person on the memo and his face sank even further. Chen Feng? It's Chen Feng from the Chen group. No, boss, this is one of my classmates. It's just a renaming with Chen's chairman. Zhao Changhe didn't choose to believe Cui Chenglin's words, but instead flipped up a few pages of dialogue. Snap, the sound. He hit Cui Chenglin's face hard. Marred, you brat dared to lie to me. The message even mentioned inviting you to the sanctuary, and it also said that it wasn't Chen Feng of the Chen clan, so just ask who else can build a sanctuary besides that Chen Feng. Then, he looked at Wang Haiba next to Cui Changlin. Take out your cell phone as well. Let me see who you were messaging just now. Since he was restrained by the person in front of him with special means, he could only choose to be obedient and hand over his cell phone. Zhao Chanha opened his cell phone to enter Goose Messenger and briefly flipped through it. Slap, the slap. Another slap on Wang Haiba's face. Marred, sure enough, you are also Chen Feng's classmate. Then, he coldly swept his eyes at the two. Say, you two know that I hate Chen Feng, so why didn't you tell me about your acquaintance with him? Boss, you didn't ask, so I guess there's no need for us to be nosy. Besides, the two of us don't have a good relationship with Chen Feng. Wang Haiba's face was full of smiles to curry favor. Not a good relationship? Zhao Changhe's face was filled with a grim smile. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Then, he instructed his left and right. Give me a hard beating on the two of them. Let the two of them learn a good lesson. Remember not to hit their faces. Don't let outsiders see the injuries. Yes, the few strong men around Zhao Changhe immediately led the order and started punching and kicking the two. Although both Wang Haiba and Cui Changlin were now silver energizers, and their abilities were quite a bit stronger than the people beating them around them, they still didn't dare to resist and could only let them punch and kick them. Stop. Soon after, Zhao Changhe immediately shouted to stop. After all, he still had important things to use the two of them for and couldn't let them get hurt too badly. He sneered a little smugly in his heart. Originally, he was still fretting that his intelligence was insufficient to confirm when Chen Feng was at the refuge. If he was unable to confirm it, it was very likely that the two nukes would go to waste. Now, it was really a case of someone sending a pillow when he wanted to doze off. Who would have thought that the two silver energizers that he had casually shot to control were actually Chen Feng's college friends and roommates? Having the two of them go forward as spies couldn't be more appropriate. Then, he looked at the two of them, Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba, and said in a cold voice, you guys now give me a message back to Chen Feng, saying that you agreed to go to his shelter and will be there soon. Boss, but I've already said that I'm not going. Cui Chenglin's face was a bit ugly. Even if you've said it, you can change your mind. I guess with your brains, you'll easily be able to find an excuse. I'm not going. Cui Chenglin's attitude was resolute. Not going? Then die. I won't go even if I die. I know that you definitely don't have good intentions in letting us go to Chen Feng. Even if I die, I won't help you to harm Chen Feng. Ha ha. Hearing Cui Chenglin's words, Zhao Changhe instantly laughed. Good. Really good. I didn't expect that you would even give up your life for the sake of Chen Feng. It means that your relationship really isn't ordinary. So, Zhao Changhe, I advise you to die. It doesn't matter. I have ways to make you go willingly. Zhao Changhe looked at Cui Changlin with a smirk on his face. Have you forgotten? Your parents are also in my hands. Why don't I arrange for someone to loosen their bones as well, or remove an arm and a leg? No. If you don't want anything to happen to your parents, then listen well and quickly reply to Chen Feng, saying that you're willing to go to his sanctuary. Seeing that Cui Chunlin still had an unyielding look on his face, Wang Haiba on the side hurriedly grabbed his hand and gave him a wink before nodding his head to Zhao Changhe. We'll do as we're told. We'll do as we're told. Haiba. No. You forget how Dong Biao bullied us back then. If not for Chen Feng helping us out, maybe our college careers are over. As well as my mom's tumor surgery at the time, begging for help was him running back and forth. Of course, not to mention me. Let's talk about you. Your sister was accidentally abducted that year. If not Chen Feng overnight help chase, maybe your sister was really sold to some place. After hearing Cui Changlin's words, Wang Haiba's face was filled with anxiety. How could he not know what Cui Changlin said? He was also very clear on what he should do. No matter what, he could not betray Chen Feng. But now was not the time to take a hard line with Zhao Changhe. After all, the other party was not only controlling the two of them, but also their parents and family members, who were also under its control. If it was just the two of them, it would be fine. The big deal was a cheap life. But not now. Not for themselves but also for their families. He was tempted to say to Cui Changlin to implement expedient measures, and should be temporarily, and then later on to think long and hard. But Zhao Changhe was close by. He could only hide such words in the bottom of his heart and said to Cui Changlin in a harsh tone, "Do you want your parents to accompany you to your death right now?" This sentence really woke up Cui Changlin. He could only respond very helplessly. "Alright, I promise. I'll return Chen Feng's message and say that we're willing to go to his sanctuary." Soon, the two of them returned Chen Feng's message, but the two of them had unspoken words, and both of them secretly changed their habits of sending messages a bit. Even though Zhao Changhe took back his cell phone and checked it a few more times, he didn't find any abnormalities and nodded his head with great satisfaction. After all, Zhao Changhe wasn't afraid of the two Cui Wangs playing tricks on him. He didn't need the two of them to extract any important information. He just needed to make sure that Chen Feng was in the shelter when he nuked it. Then, after making some simple arrangements, he watched the two of them, Cui Wang, depart for Chen Feng's refuge. Zhao Changhe was not at all afraid that the two of them would escape. Not only did he have the parents and family of the two Cui Wangs in his hands, but he also had the technological means to track them as well as determine their life and death. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, he could still kill each other with a single thought. After Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba departed, Zhao Changhe's phone rang. Seeing the number, his face instantly showed joy and he hurriedly picked up the phone. "Brother, calling your brother me at this hour. Is there something good going on?" A middle-aged man's somewhat hoarse voice came from the opposite side. "Not bad. My side has found out that there is a kid named Zhang Wei who is very much at odds with Chen Feng." "Zhang Wei? It's that time series silver energy person? Not bad. It's him. I had seen him once when I was on duty and it happened to be in the middle of a battle between him and a demonic beast. He was very strong. It's just a pity that the conditions at that time didn't allow for a way to control that kid." Zhao Changhe couldn't help but let out a sigh and then asked, "Are you sure that his relationship with Chen Feng is very bad? A love-rival relationship? What would you say about their relationship?" The middle-aged man then added, "And that Zhang Wei kid has been clamoring for Chen Feng to be trampled under his feet every day lately, not avoiding it at all. So you can imagine how much he hates Chen Feng to be like this." "Oh," Zhao Changhe instantly became interested. "There's even such a thing? Changhe, do you think this Zhang Wei can be utilized?" After a slight pause, Zhao Changhe said, "Brother, this news from you is really timely. If I can get this Zhang Wei kid's help again, my plan will be even more secure. But for safety's sake, I'd better send someone to test him slightly first." "Good, Changhe, pay attention to safety. Something must be done stealthily. In case someone finds out, then our brothers will be doomed." "Brother, don't worry. As long as this uncontrollable Chen Feng is killed, in the future, the two of us brothers will work together, and the whole of Daxia will be our world." "Ha ha, good." In the Daxia imperial capital, in the command room of the Silver Control Directorate, the group of leading instructors present in the room, upon seeing Chen Feng and Black Pig standing opposite each other, immediately, they booed. Is Chen Feng stupid to choose to fight alone? Even if he's strong, he can't be so arrogant, right? You have to know that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. What if the Black Pig has been hiding its strength and was undermined by it? There are so many elite soldiers who don't know how to swarm up, but choosing to be so boastful in their behavior is simply a great taboo for soldiers, probably too young and a bit conceited. Even Lu Changqing could not help but frown slightly. Only Chen Feng's second uncle, Chen Shilin, went to the nearby water dispenser to add another cup of boiling water and continued to leisurely drink his wolfberry tea. However, just when all the leaders were not optimistic about Chen Feng, the Black Pig violently slammed into Chen Feng's body. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but cry out in shock. Chen Feng quickly dodged. Chen Feng can't be scared silly, right? The black pig is about to crash into it. Swing the sledgehammer quickly. However, the result that the crowd expected did not appear. Instead, they saw Chen Feng, who was hit by the black pig but did not move a muscle. Chen Feng is really strong. He was able to kill the black pig without moving a muscle. What kind of ability does he have that he was able to make the black pig's body directly collapse and dissipate? As for Lu Changqing, who saw this scene, not only did his brows not unfold, but they frowned even more. He pondered a little, interrupting the crowd's discussion, and said in a deep voice, "I suspect that the black pig is not dead." Then, the crowd began to chime in. Bureau Lu is right. I also feel that the probability is that this black pig is not dead. Not bad. Maybe what it used just now was nothing more than a blindfold. But based on Chen Feng's confident demeanor, I find it hard to believe that the black pig isn't really dead. At the same time, there were also people who expressed different views. However, when thousands of drones were deployed, it instantly changed the focus of a group of leaders. The battle is over. Why is Chen Feng sending out so many drones again? Look, the drones are spreading silver powder. I see. They're preventing the subsequent demonization of demonic beast limbs. In addition, they're also putting silver flakes on the demonic beast corpses, as well as the limbs. I didn't expect Chen Feng to be really cautious in his actions. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Changqing suddenly spoke. Did you all see that? This is a textbook demonstration of cleaning up the battlefield after a calamity. In the future, our officials should also learn from Chen to operate like this. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded their heads in agreement. Then, seeing Sun Miao start recruiting silver energizers for Chen in the live broadcast, the hearts of the crowd stirred. As for Lu Changqing, he also let out a bitter smile. As expected, Chen was trying to steal business from the officials. With the strength Chen Feng had shown so far, it would be hard for the officials to snatch people. After hearing Sun Miao say that she would only recruit those who absorbed more than 100 grams, Lu Changqing breathed a long sigh of relief again. It was good to see that most of them were left for the officials. After all, the percentage of elites above 100 grams was too small. Just then, someone noticed the change in Chen Feng. Look, Chen Feng's body has gotten smaller, and the large silver whack in his hand has disappeared out of thin air. It seems that Brother Ryan's analysis is correct. Chen Feng's great silver whack disappeared out of thin air, indicating that the weapon in his hand is indeed a manifestation of his ability. However, a person's doubtful question soon brought the crowd back into self-doubt. But could it be that Chen Feng possesses similar spatial-type powers? The crowd also felt that it made sense upon hearing this. After all, they had officially recruited a spatial-type silver energizer some time ago. We recruited a silver energizer who could perform spatial storage some time ago, so I think it's very likely that Chen Feng also possesses such abilities. That official Space Department's silver energizer of ours, his space can only store just 2 or 3 eggs at most, and he's still a silver energizer of the second rank. Even if Chen Feng is stronger, can he possess the space to put down a large silver whack? If Chen Feng as well as a few of his beloved henchmen were around, they would definitely scoff. These official people currently did not have the slightest notion of the power of many silver energizer abilities. There were strong and weak abilities that silver energizers awakened, and a large part of it depended on their faces. Sometimes with a bit of luck, it was possible for a silver-capable person with a very weak cultivation strength to awaken a powerful ability, but the probability was extremely small, even smaller than the probability of winning the grand prize in the lottery. For example, that woolly one from before, when he awakened, he was only at the level of not entering the rank, but he awakened such a heaven-defying spatial faculty alien ability, and the size of the space was not small comparatively speaking. But just how strong Chen Feng is something we can't imagine. Maybe his alien energy space is so large that it can fit his 5-meter sledgehammer. Old Zhang is right. This possibility is very high. Just because our space department here only has a space the size of a few eggs, we can't blindly decide that Chen Feng's space won't be too big either. If Chen Feng really does have spatial faculty powers, I'm wondering if the black pig's eventual disappearance could have been something that he had put into his own alien space? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep thought, feeling that there was really such a possibility. However, just by their imagination here, it was impossible to figure out the truth no matter what. Originally, when Chen Feng's great silver whack had disappeared out of thin air, they had already felt that there was a village in the dark. However, after that colleague had raised the question of spatial faculty powers, the crowd's minds had entered a dead end again, not knowing whether that big silver whack was an ability manifestation or a build. Chen Feng's ability is also too elusive. Is it a materialized weapon or does it possess a spatial system psychic ability? At this time, when Ruian spoke up, regardless, it's basically certain that Chen Feng is at least a dual ability person, with his body becoming bigger, as well as manifesting weapons or space system. But according to the top 10 theories of silver energy, there's only a probability of awakening 2 different abilities when absorbing an amount of silver very close to the limit. A person next to him stated. Another middle-aged man opened his mouth to summarize. This means that including Chen Feng, there are quite a few silver energizers in the Chun clan that have absorbed silver amounts very close to the limit. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads and couldn't help but marvel. How did they do that? This is a bit too terrifying. Could it be that there's a problem with the top 10 theories of silver energy that Chen Feng provided us with? Someone questioned. Lu Changqing hurriedly vetoed. There can't be a problem. After all, we have asked multiple experts to study and validate it. The theory doesn't have any problems, unless he has some even more secretive methods. A more secretive way. A secret method. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock. But, Lu Changqing's words turned, then said, even if there is a secret method, so what? Now that the mutation period of the early stage of the calamity has already passed, even if you have a secret method, and have an even more gigantic amount of silver, what can you do? You still won't be able to become a silver-capable person. So even if there is a secret method right now, it's still a waste of method. But we can also find a way to have Chen Feng provide this secret method for us to study. There might be some new discoveries. Someone quickly proposed. No, Lu Changqing's face turned blue as he very decisively refused. I've already said that the initial period has already passed. Even if there is a secret method, it's impossible to replicate the situation at that time. There's simply no value in researching it. Even if there is a secret method, it's still like waste. It can't play any role at all. Not to mention the fact that the secret method is still just our speculation. Whether it exists or not is still a matter of opinion. So, this topic today. Stop here. Don't mention it again in the future. Seeing Lu Changqing's very strong attitude, the crowd no longer mentioned Chen Feng and his men. Why they would absorb the amount of silver close to the limit, but instead reverted back to the speculation of what kind of ability Chen Feng actually possessed. However, the discussion went on, but there was no answer. Just then, a middle-aged man's somewhat raspy voice rang out, pulling the group of leaders out of their doubts and incomprehension. I say, gentlemen, we don't need to dwell on how Chen Feng's ability really is, but rather confirming that the black pig is dead or not is the right thing to do. Hearing the words of the hoarse-voiced middle-aged man, the crowd nodded in agreement. Brother Changjiang is right. Instead of dwelling on Chen Feng's abilities, it would be better to hurry up and confirm whether the black pig is dead or not. Not bad. If the black pig really didn't die this time and let it escape, when it recuperates, it will definitely make a comeback. And if it learns from this lesson and hides in the shadows, it will be even more tricky. Then, the hoarse-voiced middle-aged man added, although Chen Feng is very strong and has almost become a spiritual pillar for the people of my Grand Xia, his move to single-handedly challenge the black pig this time is simply too much of a trustworthy move. In the event that he lets the black pig escape this time because of his carelessness, the consequences will be unimaginable. Then Chen Feng, he will be the sinner of our Grand Xia. Upon hearing this, there were quite a few leading instructors who also expressed their approval. That's right, this time Chen Feng has gone too far. What if he lets the black pig escape? Bureau Lu. I now feel that this Chen Feng is still too young, somewhat not stable enough. Some of the cooperation between us and him should still be considered in the long run as well. Right. I think it's necessary for us officials to place some restrictions on him. Otherwise in the long run, he, Chen Feng, won't be able to go to heaven. The middle-aged man with a hoarse voice was named Song Changjiang, Zhao Chenghe's own brother. It was only that their family's condition was not good when they were young, and there were no boys in their uncle's family. Zhao Chenghe had succeeded to their uncle's family when he was very young, so much so that the two of them did not have different surnames. At first, their succession was very secretive, and they were just ordinary people. No one would investigate them for no reason at all, so the official people present were not clear about the relationship between the two of them as brothers. Seeing that the crowd was being brought up to speed by himself, Song Changjian was very accomplished and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Right at this moment, Lu Changqing's face suddenly clouded over and he loudly interrupted. All stop, do not talk about this matter again in the future. Bureau Lu, could it be that we can't talk about Chen Feng doing something wrong? Seeing that there were still people retorting. Snap, the sound. Lu Changqing directly clapped his hands and said angrily, I told all of you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Lu Changqing was really angry, the crowd didn't dare to speak anymore. Almost all of them lowered their heads in silence. Then, Lu Changqing continued to add, slowly in the future, you guys will understand how wise of a decision it was for me to tell you guys to shut up today. Hearing Lu Changqing's words, the hearts of the crowd calmed down a lot, feeling that they really shouldn't have said anything wrong about Chen Feng at the meeting. It was highly likely that they, Bureau Lu, knew something they didn't. Moreover, most of the people here, except for Wei Lao and a few other old-timers, almost everyone was brought up by Lu Chongqing. Now that the leader had put in such a strong word, they naturally looked to the leader. Only Song Chongjiang, who was on the side, had an extremely unhappy face, thinking that the field he had opened with great difficulty had been shut down by Lu Chongqing in an instant. Immediately, he looked at Lu Chongqing with much colder eyes. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I must first kill this guy in front of me, otherwise it will still be difficult for Daxia to change ownership. Then, Lu Chongqing instructed Secretary Wu, now immediately arrange for satellite reconnaissance to see if there are any black pig-like figures appearing near Guaner City. Yes, dear old Lu. However, just after the arrangements were done on their side, they saw Chen Feng and Sun Miao Miao pulling hands together and going up to the sky. The one who had previously said that Chen Feng had gone up to the sky, as well as the several people beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Feng has really gone up to the sky. Shortly afterward, they were stunned by the loud sonic boom in the live broadcast room. What the hell? Could it be that they're supersonic? Lu Chongqing hurriedly ordered, quickly adjust the satellite image for a quick capture. However, Chen Feng's speed was too fast for them to make any temporary adjustments, and they could only roughly see their silhouettes. However, they could already ascertain that Chen Feng and Sun Miaomia were flying at supersonic speeds. This anchor is too strong even with so much water. That's right, she's been broadcasting unobtrusively before, but I didn't realize that she's actually a strong person as well. Their speed is also too fast. Although it's still not comparable to the most advanced fighters at the moment, it can already match the combat cruising speed of the Type 20 fighters from back in the day. I remember during the live broadcast, she kept saying that she was weak. Indeed, in terms of hard power, it might not really be able to compete with Chen Feng's other beloved, but just this one supersonic flight alone can be invincible in all sorts of battles. The main thing is that their physical bodies are so strong. I'm afraid that normal silver energizers would find it hard to withstand the huge winds that come with supersonic speeds. Chen Feng is simply too powerful. Why does he have so many elite soldiers under him? The crowd present couldn't stop marveling, and Elder Wei's eyes were even hotter after seeing it. Just as the crowd was being shocked by the large screen in front of them, he suddenly interjected, old age, a bit of frequency, I'll go and facilitate it again. After the crowd glanced at him with some sighs, they immediately turned back to pay no more attention and refocused their attention on the two large screens in front of them. Chen Feng's speed has dropped for them. Look guys, what is that? It seems like a black figure. It's a black pig? Not bad. It's the black pig. So the black pig really didn't die. No wonder the spy satellites haven't found the black pig's figure for so long. It turns out that it's hiding in such a dense poplar forest. If it was a normal dwarf forest, it really wouldn't be able to hide it. We were wrong to blame Chen Feng. We originally thought that he was blindly arrogant. I didn't realize that this was all under his control. Seeing the black pig below, the crowd changed their previous attitude and began to continue praising Chen Feng. At the same time, there were also people who raised questions. But when did the black pig run here? It's been watching all this time. Could it also know how to instantly move? If that's the case, it can travel a much longer distance than Lin Qiu's transient. This distance from the battlefield has to be more than 20 kilometers. It's not necessarily an instantaneous transfer. It's highly likely that it's a special ability that we're not aware of. There's no need to dwell on this. The black pig will be gone in a while anyway. Chen Feng will definitely not let it go. However, as soon as this leader's words fell, Chen Feng's side sent out an invitation to the black pig to join Chen. Is Chen Feng serious about this? He wants to take the demonic beast, the black pig, under his wing. I don't think it's very likely. I think what Chen Feng is using right now is exactly the delaying tactic. What reprieve? Chen Feng and Sun Miao Miao together are able to completely abuse the black pig. So what reprieve is there to use? The way I see him, he's probably for Raoul. He really wants to take the black pig under his wing. The black pig is a demonic beast. How can he take it under his wing? Isn't this leading the wolf into the house? However, there were quite a few people with different voices. Why can't we take it in? There are still quite a few demonic beasts that can be used by us humans. Let's say many house pets that have been protecting their owners even after demonization. Yes, Xiao Li is right. For example, the panda breeding base in Hot Pot province. The demonized pandas there are very powerful, and each of them is now my official main battle force. Someone quickly retorted. These are two different things. They are not the same at all. The black pigs were captive bred by humans and have a very strong hatred for humans. That's right, those pandas in Hot Pot City. We humans used to offer them up like grandpas every day. They are full of goodwill towards humans, but the black pigs are not. Bureau Lu, I think you should contact Chen Feng now and persuade him not to let him accept the black pigs. Right, we can't accept it. After all, the black pig is a demonic beast. it might turn against us at some point. That's not necessarily true. As long as you're strong enough, you'll be able to fully harness it. However, the next moment, what they hadn't expected was that the black pig had refused Chen Feng's invitation. I didn't expect this black pig to have quite the backbone. If it has this kind of character, it wouldn't be impossible if it were to truly take it under its wing. Yes, judging from the character it is showing right now, if it is truly taken in, as long as it is treated well and respected in the future, I'm sure it won't go back on its words in the future. After all, most people were the same. They all rather admired people with backbone, and now it was equally adapted when it came to demonic beasts. After having seen the black pig's upright backbone, there were quite a few official people who had spoken favorably for it as well. However, Chen Feng's next maneuver confused the crowd. Is this Chen Feng's way of painting Black Pig a prison? It looks like it. This kid Chen Feng is too arrogant. He thinks he's King One of Zhou. Even if he is King One of Zhou, this Black Pig has to have the qualities of the people of Shiji back then. Alas, this Black Pig is designated to be released by him. Isn't he letting the tiger return to the mountain? This Black Pig can be much more fierce than a tiger. Letting it go will definitely cause more trouble. I just said that Chen Feng was a bit better, but I didn't expect to still be so arrogant. However, the moment Chen Feng used his ability to locate the Black Pig's words, the crowd was once again stunned. Chen Feng, he even has the ability to locate. Together with this ability, that's how many silver abilities he has. At least 3. How could someone possess 3 abilities? According to the top 10 theories of silver abilities then, it seems like silver abilities can only be used to possess 2 different silver abilities at most, right? I think he might just be fooling Black Pig. From what happened before, the Black Pig's intelligence is obviously not weak. It can even match a normal human. So just ask Chen Feng if he can fool it? I don't think the Black Pig is easy to fool. If the Black Pig gives him another trick, it's not known if it will lack Chen Feng a hand. It's really possible. If that's the case, it would be even more terrifying. Not only is the Black Pig strong, coupled with its human-like intelligence, if we let it go this time around, it will definitely become a great danger to my human race. I think you guys are worrying for nothing. Maybe Chen Feng really does have the means to locate it. As long as he realizes that the Black Pig has run away, Lin Xiu will be able to catch up and kill it with a few instantaneous movements with him. In that case, he would be possessing 3 abilities. How is that possible? Unless he breaks through the limit. Impossible. To say that Lin Xiu breaks through the limit, I would think it's possible. While Chen Feng is a pampered college student, even if he has some secret method that outsiders don't know about, I think he absorbed the silver and at most only reached the limit. As soon as this person mentioned Lin Xiu, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They had been ignoring this issue before. It seemed like Lin Xiu could really be the one to break through the limit. How many abilities does Lin Xiu have? Everyone say something. Undoubtedly. 1 for instantaneous shift, 1 for palm wind. And just now, when the battle ended, the silver sword in her hand also disappeared out of thin air, which means that she, like Chen Feng, has at least 1 more embodied weapon or spatial system ability. It's basically certain that Lin Xiu possesses 3 silver abilities. This is too heaven-defying for her. Doesn't that mean she's really broken through the limits? Not necessarily. The top 10 theories just mentioned that there's a high probability that she won't possess more than 2 abilities, but it's not absolute. I think she must have broken through the limit. After all, some of the heirs of some of the martial arts transmission families, in the pre-catastrophe world, some of them broke through the limits of the human body by practicing martial arts, not to mention with the addition of this cataclysm. There's still such a thing? Before the calamity, those people broke through the human body limit. Indeed there is. I once saw an expert who could cut gold and break jade with just a pair of flesh bones. If their kind of people mutated, they would definitely be very strong. That's right. I think Lin Xiu is such a person. Lin Xiu is so tough. It would be great if he could join our officialdom. Then, there were a few private whispers. Didn't Elder Wei say he was going to invite her? I wonder what the result is. We haven't even adjourned the meeting yet. I think even if he invites, he should wait until after this combat meeting. But he took a long time to go to the bathroom both times. Normal. Older people are prone to constipation. Right at this moment, Lu Changqing suddenly interrupted the crowd's discussion. There's no need to care if Chen Feng or Lin Xiu have broken through the limit. As long as we know that they're strong, we're right. So, in the future, everyone should weigh in when talking about them. You should all have a grasp in your hearts of what to say and what not to say. Though as far as I can see so far, Chen Feng is a relatively generous person, and won't be calculating over the slightest thing. But there are times when some people should not speak too much. Just in case any time you guys have trouble coming out of your mouths, don't blame me for not reminding you. Hearing Lu Changqing's words, the faces of the crowd were much more grave, and only Song Chanhe was somewhat unimpressed, because in his opinion, It wouldn't take long for his younger brother Zhao Chanhe to be able to get rid of Chen Feng completely. Then he would slowly lay out the official layout, believing that it wouldn't take too long for the two brothers to be able to truly master the world. Later on, after successively adding special control means to all the silver energizers, the two brothers would be even more invincible. Chen Shilin on the side, after hearing Lu Changqing's words, silently nodded his head and praised in his heart, worthy of being the old leader that I have always respected. With vision, pattern and courage, after the black pig left and ran towards Yuntai Mountain, Lu Changqing immediately ordered, Secretary Wu, immediately arrange for a 24-hour real-time positioning of the black pig by satellite. Yes, the crowd secretly praised. In this way, even if Chen Feng really did not have a localization, their officials would still be able to keep abreast of the black pig's movements in order to respond quickly. Then, Lu Changqing instructed, Secretary Wu, although Chen Feng's side has an open live broadcast, and his influence in the whole of Daxia is not small, I think it's still necessary for the officials to promote it. You should make arrangements now to put Chen Sanctuary's performance in this great battle on the internet's hot search, so as much as possible, every member of the populace in all of Daxia will know his name. After all, in today's calamitous world, most of the ordinary people are teetering on the brink of collapse, and there are even quite a few humans who have the tendency to fall back to the demons that have appeared. Therefore, we need to build up this image of Chen Feng to pull back all the people on the brink of collapse, as well as those with tendencies towards demons. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Secretary Wu hurriedly responded. Not long after, Elder Wei conveniently came back and directly pushed the door and sat back in his seat. His face was incomparably gloomy, very unhappy looking. This time the man next to him didn't say anything, only muttering in his mind. It seems that Wei Lao's constipation is quite serious, or else he wouldn't have been unable to relieve himself twice. I kindly gave him the rotten accumulation pill, but he even didn't want it, saying that he wasn't constipated. As soon as I saw the expression on your face when you came back, I knew that this old man must be constipated. What a stubborn old man. Seeing Elder Wei come back, Lu Changqing's gaze condensed as he thought of Elder Wei's previous comment about extending an invitation to Lin Xiu. After many shocking moments, Chen Feng had repeatedly exceeded his expectations, repeatedly exceeded his predictions. Now that he could no longer be concerned about Wei Lao's face, he had to knock him out in public right now, lest he do something in a hot-headed manner. Then, he looked at Wei Lao and said in an undoubted tone, Elder Wei, I know that you're bent on public service, and that you're doing it for the good of the entire Daxia, but I must tell you, don't ever go and hit on Chen Feng's beloved henchman. That would be really bad for me. Remember not to go sending out official invitations to Lin Xiu and the others. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei first froze, then sighed with a somewhat ugly expression on his face. Ah, Evergreen, don't mention it. I've lost my old face this time. What do you mean? Lu Changqing asked busily. Just now when you went out twice, you wouldn't have gone to contact Lin Xiu and the others. Wei Lao nodded with some embarrassment and replied, yes, the first time I went out and contacted Lin Xiu and Chengde, and the latter time I went out, I contacted Sun Miao Miao, and surprisingly, none of them were willing to join the officialdom, and their attitudes were very resolute. However, Lin Xiu did say that as long as Chen Feng joins the officialdom, she will join the officialdom, and wherever she says Chen Feng is, she will go. I'm now thinking, should we try to win over Chen Feng again? To see if he can come and take over this Director General of Silver Energy. After hearing Wei Lao's words, Lu Changqing's face instantly changed. He looked at Wei Lao with the same look as an adult would look at some disobedient child. He really couldn't wait to go up and severely beat him up. But Wei Lao as 20 years ago in the war, for the Great Summer made the most outstanding contribution to the merit. Lu Changqing is not to hit and scolded. He could only sigh helplessly. Wei Lao you're really getting more and more confused as you get older. As soon as Lu Changqing's words fell, some of the leaders around him also began to spit. Elder Wei what you did this time is indeed ill-considered. Elder Wei Bureau Lu said it well. You really are a bit confused this time. Wei Lao if you do this, you're not digging for Chen Feng's corner. If you do this, aren't you offending him? That's right, Elder Wei. You're representing more than just yourself. If you're like this, Chen Feng will definitely have an opinion on our entire officialdom. Alright, Lu Changqing interrupted the words of the crowd, his face somewhat ugly as he continued. Since the matter has gone wrong, let's find a way to resolve it. How can this be resolved? The crowd had a difficult look on their faces. At this time, Elder Wei slapped the table and stood up violently. What's so difficult to solve? The matter was caused by me. If he, Chen Feng, really seizes this matter and doesn't let it go, then what's the harm in giving him this old life of mine? A good man does what a good man does. Anyway, it's my intention alone. It has nothing to do with our officialdom. I'll go and speak to him personally. Still, the big deal is that I don't want this old life. Then, Lu Changqing slightly eased his emotions and softly said, Elder Wei, you don't need to be in charge of this matter, and you don't need to do anything in the aftermath. It's all left to me to resolve. Evergreen, can you solve it? Elder Wei hurriedly picked up. I think it's better for me to do it. I don't want this old face anymore. I'll directly go and apologize to that brat Chen Feng. It's fine, Elder Wei, there's no need to be like this. I think I can still solve. However, Lu Changqing's words had just gotten halfway through. Boom 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 boom. A burst of sound like the explosion of a cannonball suddenly rose from the ears of the crowd. What's the situation? Why is there such an intense artillery sound? Not good. It's an air raid. And Wei Lao, who had just stood up and had not yet sat down, when he heard this unexplained loud noise, he suddenly had a jolt and came into a very standard prone position. At the same time, he also shouted under his breath, Everyone, quickly lie down, find cover to hide. Just as everyone was about to follow suit, Lu Changqing smiled and said, Don't panic everyone, it's my phone ringing. Saying that, he pulled out another special satellite phone from behind him. At the same time, his face became incredibly grave. This was because the moment he heard the loud cannon sounds, he knew whose call was coming. This dedicated phone number of his was only given to Chen Feng alone, and could be said to be a dedicated line between the two of them. In order to ensure that it was answered 24 hours a day, he had specifically set the ringtone to the sound of a huge cannon. Even if he was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, the ringtone was guaranteed to wake him up. Then, he continued, I'll go outside to take a call. You guys continue your discussion. Only after Lu Changqing walked out of the command room did the people present come back to their senses from the shock of the gunfire just now. What's wrong with Bureau Lu? Surprisingly, he set up such a loud ringing sound. That's right, my seat is closest to him. My ears almost went deaf just now. That one just now almost gave me a heart attack. Look at you guys, just the sound of a cannon to see how scared you are. Wei Lao laughed and said, Back then, when real bullets flew by me, I didn't even blink. Way old you are a long time in the battlefield. We usually sit in the office. How can we compare with you old? But why did Bureau Lu set the ringtone like that? Whoever listens to it for the first time probably won't be too comfortable with it. Bureau Lu wouldn't be a bit deaf, right? One person asked in a low voice. Bureau Lu's ears are very good. Didn't you see that at the meeting just now? Some colleagues' whispers were heard by him? Since his ears are good, why does he still turn the ringer on so loud? And it sounds like he's changed the special speakers. It can only mean that the person who is calling is very important to Bureau Lu, and he won't allow himself to not be able to receive that person's call at any time. The person who is very important to Bureau Lu, who would it be? Aside from his wife and family, the person who is most important to him in the current era of calamity descent, that would be the person who is most important to us officially. Thinking about it, this name was on everyone's lips. It's Chen Feng. Yes, not bad. This call from Bureau Lu is 80% Chen Feng. Not 80%, but absolutely. But what is Chen Feng's sudden call to Bureau Lu about? It can't be because of Elder Wei's matter. Specifically looking for Bureau Lu to raise hell. It's highly likely. After all, just now Chen Feng and Sun Miaomiao had been together. If Wei Lao had called her to invite her, Chen Feng must have known about it. Alas, Elder Wei is really confused this time. The crowd did not shy away from calling Wei Lao confused in front of him. Elder Wei didn't care at this moment. Anyway, his face was already lost. These juniors could spit on him if they wanted to. He himself had decided anyway. Regardless of whether or not Lu Changqing could resolve this matter, he was going to go and apologize to Chen Feng. However, only he himself knew in his heart that the purpose was still impure. Deep in his heart, he still hadn't given up on the idea of recruiting Chen Feng to join the officialdom. It was even something he could do to bow and die. He would never regret it. He was such a pure person. After making a decision in his heart, Wei Lao directly left the conference room without saying a word and returned to his temporary home. The strips of thorns he had ordered had also been delivered. He took off his clothes and tied the thorns to his back. The spikes on them instantly pierced his flesh, and brightly colored drops of blood appeared. However, his face did not change at all. He had been exercising regularly, and even in his old age, his body was still strong and powerful. And after absorbing a tiny bit of the minuscule silver, although he hadn't awakened any supernormal abilities, his physique had strengthened quite a bit. Even if he was older now, this little injury on his back couldn't threaten his old life. After carrying the bar of thorns, he put on a piece of loose clothing and went to a room next door. Kasumi, follow me. Across from him stood a girl with a delicate face and cropped hairhead, probably around 20 years old, looking very valiant, giving off a tomboyish feel, yet not losing that girlish delicacy and charm. This girl was the granddaughter in Wei Lao's mouth, Wei Xiaoxia. She was also a schoolteacher back then. She went to university at the age of 15, and after graduating from undergraduate school at the age of 19, she even volunteered to go to the toughest minority region in the south to teach, in order to integrate more quickly into the ethnic minorities, and to get closer to the small children she taught. She wore a lot of silver jewelry, just like the local minority women. Likewise, she had become a more powerful silver energy practitioner as a result. Seeing Elder Wei suddenly enter the house and say that she was going with him, Wei Xiaoxia suddenly froze and then couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, where are you taking me?" "To take you to a blind date." "Blind date?" Wei Xiaoxia became even more confused. People are still young now. What kind of blind date? Besides, with the current calamity, our Grand Xia is in the midst of a disaster. How can I have that free time to go on a blind date? I still have to go to the front line to kill demons. What's more, I've never wanted to get married in my life. Let's go. You'll be satisfied with the person I introduce to you. It was only then that Wei Xiaoxia realized that there was something on Wei Lao's back, and that there was blood dripping down from time to time. She no longer paid attention to any matchmaking, and rushed forward, assisting Wei Lao. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" "No." Wei Lao smiled. Wei Xiaoxia directly, without saying a word, peeled Wei Lao's clothes away. Seeing the situation on his back, his heart was filled with anxiety. "Grandpa, why are you doing this?" "Nothing. Your grandfather, I did something wrong to bear. No big deal. This is not the first time. You have not seen before." Wei Lao was still full of lightheartedness, as if the injuries behind his back were as commonplace to him. "Grandpa, I'll use my ability to heal your injuries now." "No need. Although my ability isn't healing, the ability to lift negative statuses can still help you stop the pain and bleeding." "No need. That wouldn't seem sincere enough." "Don't worry. My ability can't eliminate the wound yet. The other party won't notice." "No. What Grandpa taught you as a child have you forgotten? What is sincerity? Only your own sincerity is sincerity. If you make false claims, even if others believe it, it can't be considered as sincerity." "Okay, I don't care about you." Wei Xiaoxia's mouth turned away. "Xiaoxia, follow me. Business is important." "Grandpa, who exactly are you asking me to go on a blind date with?" "Chen Feng. That Chen Feng from the Chen group?" Wei Xiaoxia was instantly shocked, her heart like 100 carriages pulling past. "Not bad. Good enough." Elder Wei smiled. "I'm not going. I won't go even if he's excellent enough." "Why?" "Grandpa, it's not like you don't know. I've never had the intention of falling in love and getting married. Even if he, Chen Feng, is even more outstanding, he can't make me change. Let's go. I'm just going over to sell you. Whether or not people Chen Feng is willing to meet you is still a toss-up." Hearing this, Wei Xiaoxia's heart was suddenly a little lost for some reason. After all, she had been a proud girl since she was a child, and there was no shortage of boys pursuing her since she was a child, and regardless of her family history or personal conditions, she was an incomparably excellent kind of suitor. Now grandfather said matchmaking, even is wishful thinking, but also have to look at the face of other men. She think about the heart is very upset. Thinking about this, she felt that this Chen Feng, she really wanted to go and meet him, to see how good a person that grandpa held in such high esteem was to make grandpa so attached to him. Wei Xiaoxia had always disliked live entertainment broadcasts of the sort, and she would at most surf the internet every day to see the hot searches, as well as news such as today's news. Therefore, she had only learned about Chen Feng and the situation of the sanctuary he was in from the various news released by the official authorities. Similarly, she had also learned that the other party's strength was very strong, and was by no means comparable to a young girl like her. However, she had never really seen a real person. Then, she didn't immediately answer Elder Wei's words, but instead asked, "Grandpa, you're not just going to find Chen Feng this time to ask for forgiveness, are you?" "Not bad. Your grandfather. I am going to go and apologize to that junior Chen Feng today." Then, Old Wei told Wei Xiaoxia what he had done. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoxia couldn't help but shake her head as well. "Grandpa, you did do something ill-considered this time." A bit confused. "Alas, I didn't expect that even you, little girl, would say that your grandfather is confused." Wei Lao couldn't help but shake his head slightly. "Grandpa, I know that your starting point is good, but you're too eager. You shouldn't have called to invite them at all. Instead, you should have found a time to make a visit to the door, and then go and invite those few powerful men of Chen Feng's in front of him." "Right," Elder Wei burst out laughing. "It's still Xiaoxia that you have a good head on your shoulders. I could have totally asked for his consent before inviting them in front of him. After all, he had previously let it slip that he wouldn't force his staff henchmen to sell their lives for him. If that's the case, those few underlings of his, seeing that he agreed to officially invite his staff, then those few underlings of his will have no psychological burden, and it might really work out." But alas, it's too late to say anything now. I can only go and apologize first, and then sell my granddaughter. Sell your granddaughter. At those words, Wei Xiaoxia was startled. Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Regardless of how this blind date goes, I'm prepared to keep you at Chen's. I think that with your charisma, as long as time passes, Chen Feng will definitely develop a crush on you, and at that time, you can then help me invite him to come and be the head of our Daxia Silver Management Bureau. What? Wei Xiaoxia's eyes widened in disbelief, somewhat unable to believe that these were the words coming from his grandfather. You want me to seduce Chen Feng? What seduce? Talking so hard. I'm just asking you to go and have a good relationship with Chen Feng, preferably the kind of relationship that can be achieved as a couple. I can see the hot search news. This Chen Feng is a big scum. His relationship with so many women is unclear. Could it be that Grandpa is going to bury your granddaughter's lifelong happiness in order to curry favor with him? Wei Xiaoxia opened her mouth to question. Then, Elder Wei solemnly said, for the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people, burying your happiness is nothing. Besides, Chen Feng is so outstanding. If you follow him, maybe you'll be even happier. In the future, it's unlikely that you'll have to thank your grandfather for me making such a wise decision for you. Then, Elder Wei asked, my good granddaughter, how about it? Going or not? I'll go. Who's afraid of who? I'd like to see what kind of god this Chen Feng is, that he can not only make Grandpa take the blame, but also take on his own precious granddaughter again. Wei Xiaoxia's heart was suddenly crossed. Chen Feng and son Miao Miao held hands and leisurely hovered in midair. His other hand took out his cell phone and dialed out a call. Soon, the call was connected. He whirled around and gave a splat. Director Liu, I say you officials can hitting all your ideas on the heads of my cronies. The opposite party immediately apologized repeatedly. Nephew Chen Feng, I'm truly sorry. This is entirely my fault for not managing the official team well. However, this time, this incident was entirely Elder Wei's personal act, and was not authorized by our officials. Elder Wei's personal behavior? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng laughed. I'll take your word for it, but if he really scooped up my people, could it be that he took them under his own wing instead of reporting to your officials? Lu Changqing was speechless, and soon he explained. Xian nephew, don't worry, this situation is impossible. If Elder Wei really had the ability to recruit Lin Xiu and the others to the officialdom, I would definitely not take them in. Besides, it's impossible for Wei Lao to succeed. With your charisma, virtuous nephew, even if there were 100 Wei Lao, it would be impossible for them to snatch them from your hands, wouldn't it? Chen Feng did not speak, but continued to listen to Lu Changqing. Actually, Wei Lao, his old man did not have any selfishness, and the original intention was also good. If I wasn't clear about Elder Wei's character and knew that he wasn't digging in for his own sake, I wouldn't have just called you, but would have directly killed over there with Lin Xiu. Chen Feng Xian nephew, I knew that you're a big man and definitely wouldn't be able to see eye to eye with this old fool Wei Lao. However, this matter has caused me to feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Director Liu, what do you think about it? Although Wei Lao was someone Chen Feng had admired greatly since he was a child, and he hadn't intended to pursue the matter too much, but what he had done in this matter was indeed unorthodox, and it was simply too bad not to knock a fortune off. The official first month's collection of demon cores is directly increased by 30%, so you can be given 60%. Hearing this, Chen Feng was quite satisfied. Originally, if Lu Changqing had asked him to mention it, he might have only raised it to 50%, but he did not expect Lu Changqing to make such an exception and directly shouted to 60%. Chen Feng did not make any pretense and hurriedly replied. Good. Then, Lu Changqing continued to add, next, I will send someone to organize the details of the daily income from the demon cores, and after the summary is done, I will give you a detailed chart. No need. Bureau Lu, I believe you won't deduct my share. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Changqing could not help but feel a tremor in his heart and was greatly moved. Then, he continued, many thanks for your trust, virtuous nephew. However, the official 60% of the demon cores do not need to all be sent to me. Leaving 10% for you to give directly to my second uncle and Chen Rui is fine. After all, his second uncle and Chen Rui were his closest people. He naturally had to consider the strength enhancement for both of them. Okay, no problem. This was the result that Lu Changqing was most pleased to see. Chen Feng's second uncle and cousin's strength enhancement was also equivalent to their official strength enhancement. It was definitely a very cost-effective deal. Then, Lu Changqing added, there are also a few other collaborations that I would like to talk to you about. Bureau Lu, please speak. First of all, the officials are currently building post-apocalyptic barriers all over the country to cope with the worsening crisis of the demons in the future. And at the same time, the current currency system has basically collapsed and can no longer be used. so the officials are prepared to take the lead in issuing new coins. Bureau Lu, what do you mean by giving me this? What I'm trying to say is that the new currency will be issued jointly by the official and Chen, and with Chen taking the lead. Hearing Lu Changqing's calm words, Chen Feng couldn't help but be a little shocked as well. He also did not expect Lu Changqing to be so bold as to hand over the dominant right to issue the new coins into the hands of one of his personal groups. This was an attempt to pull him completely onto the chariot, but this was another vehicle that he could not resist. Mastering the new currency was mastering the economy of the end times. In the future, the resources of the entire Grand Xia could be taken at will. If it developed well, the resources of the entire world could be grasped. It was definitely a heavenly right. This is a heavenly good thing. Is there an obligation then? Just as he thought of this, Lu Changqing continued to add, Nephew Chen Feng, don't worry, even if the new coin is issued by Chen's lead, the officials won't ask you to do anything you're not willing to do. Why? That doesn't seem to be beneficial to the officials, does it? Chen Feng asked. Lu Changqing smiled and said, there are benefits, and they are big. Oh, Chen Feng also became interested. I wish to hear more. Because you are currently the most influential person in all of Daxia. Many ordinary people already regard you as a god. We are also trying to utilize your influence so that we can issue the new coins faster and more steadily. Chen Feng was dazed. So my fame is already this big? But it made sense. After all, he had arranged for Sun Miaomio to broadcast live. Wasn't it because he wanted to expand his influence? Now that even Lu Changqing had said so, it seemed that the effect of the live broadcast was not generally good. It was certain that before long, the silver energizer elites from all over the country, and even all over the world, would come and join Chen. And the official use of his influence wasn't a bad thing. It was almost a win-win situation. Thus, he gave an affirmative reply. Yes, with such a good thing, it would be foolish not to agree. Anyway, second uncle was already in the officialdom and was bent on serving Daxia, and as his nephew, he himself was already on the same chariot, and controlling the new currency would also promote Chen's better development in the end times. So why not? Lu Changqing then added, in addition to the most advanced alloy production line, the officials are prepared to invest in 2 more silver patch production lines for your refuge, and in the future, the officials will use 3 times the amount of silver to trade in the silver patches produced by your refuge. Since the demonic beast battle in front of his refuge, there would be more and more people who would understand the importance of silver, and the silver patch was the most cost-effective operation to prevent demonization. Therefore, the demand for silver patches will increase in the future, and the mere one growth line in his refuge will definitely not be able to make ends meet. And now Lu Changqing not only helped the refuge to build a new production line, but would also trade patches at 3 times the amount of silver in the future. Chen Feng knew deep down that Lu Changqing's doing this was a complete money-losing deal, clearly sending resources to him. Chen. The same was also a signal to him, a signal that the official was going to wholeheartedly befriend Chen. Sure enough, as long as enough strength was displayed, good things could come without fail. This kind of benefit of giving away money, Chen Feng naturally did not refuse. Only after continuously reporting 3 benefits did Lu Changqing tentatively open his mouth. Nephew Chen Feng, what do you think of Wei Lao's matter? Can we just let it go? Chen Feng hadn't intended to delve deeper into the matter, and since Lu Changqing was sincere this time, he naturally couldn't bite his tongue. Thus, he slowly smiled and spoke. It's not like I'm that kind of petty person. Wei Lao's matter was naturally uncovered, and Wei Lao, his old man, was also doing it for the sake of the country, not for himself. At the same time, he is also an elder that I have respected since I was a child. A little thing is just a little thing. I naturally won't make things difficult with him. However, I still hope that Bureau Lu can relay a message to him, so that he just doesn't come to mess with me again. That's for sure, Lu Changqing solemnly replied. Then, Lu Changqing continued, Nephew Chen Feng, our officials would like to invite you to be a guest secretary. I wonder what you think. Guest secretary? Chen Feng did not refuse, but asked with interest, can you tell us more about it? Lu Changqing patiently began to explain. Chen Feng, virtuous nephew, rest assured, the guest secretary and the official are not subordinate, but rather a cooperative relationship. Lu Changqing continued to explain. It actually means that when the official encounters a more difficult problem, such as encountering a more powerful demon that can't be solved, we can utilize an explicitly priced transaction to ask you to step in. Of course, you can choose to reject or accept based on your own wishes, and if you feel that our bid is too low, we can still follow up with bargaining. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt good at once. It was indeed a very good proposal. Moreover, the demons that were officially difficult to resolve were bound to be those powerful demonic beasts that possessed extraordinary abilities. And what Chen Feng needed most at the moment was alien energy crystals, and the more the better. Even if Lu Changqing didn't propose it, he would have asked the officials to help him with information about the alien energy demonic beasts. Now it would save him a lot of effort. Lu Chongqing took the initiative to bring it up. Not only did he not need to take the official's favor, but instead the official had to take his favor. So this couldn't be better. Lu Chongqing then added, if you agree, I can let people specialize in giving you the development of a dedicated trading system. There will be tasks and prices. You can choose any of the various tasks, and there is a dedicated 24-hour reception. If there is any task you want to take, but the price is not to your liking, you can directly contact with the reception to bargain. Chen Feng nodded slightly, feeling that this was indeed very convenient, and the autonomy of choice was also relatively large. I need to provide the specific information of the mission in the trading system, including but not limited to the location of the demon, its strength, its battle record, its character, the degree of danger it poses to humans, and so on. That's natural. We'll take all the information we get and enter it into your specialized trading system. Good. I agree. Hearing Chen Feng's affirmative reply, on the other end of the phone, Lu Chongqing's hanging heart finally fell. Then, Lu Chongqing asked, Nephew Chen Feng, if you see what else you need just mention it, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll try my best to satisfy you. I need the official to hand over all the magic cores captured in the future to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing was startled violently, but he replied in a whirlwind. No problem. After all, absorbing magic cores has great side effects on silver energizers, and has almost no value. I can completely promise you that. However, he had secretly decided in his heart, turning back, he must arrange for experts to properly study the magic core as well, to see if the magic core still had significant utility that their side was not aware of. Otherwise it would be impossible for Chen Feng to offer to take this useless thing. Of course, even if the official researched that the magic core had significant utility, he wouldn't be able to ignore Chen Feng's magic core and not give it to him. He just wanted to talk business better after studying its value. It was like having a valuable antique in your hand and selling it cheaply without knowing its value. If you know its value in advance, you will also have a bargaining power. After all, Lu Chongqing is not stupid and does not want to be kept in the dark by Chen Feng. If the magic core truly existed a great value, even if they didn't want it and gave it all to Chen Feng, they would still be able to earn a greater favor from the other party. Then, Chen Feng said, Bureau Lu, I hope that the officials can utilize satellites to locate the black pig. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing smiled faintly and said, I have already made arrangements. Now that the black pig has arrived at the top of Juju Peak in Yuntai Mountain, the satellite has also been conducting real-time monitoring, so as long as there is the slightest movement of the black pig, this side will be able to find out immediately. Chen Feng nodded silently with great satisfaction. Lu Chongqing continued, in addition, I have specially applied for a dedicated satellite access authority for you. Not only can you control the movements of the black pigs in real time, but also the satellite images from all over the globe. You have the right to access them. Hang up the phone. I will arrange for a special person to send the specific operation method to you. Worthy of being Bureau Lu. Thoughtful is thoughtful. Thanks then. Chen Feng opened his mouth and complimented. This is all what I should do. After all, we don't want the black pig to become a scourge again. After the two of them briefly chatted for a few moments, Chen Feng said, Bureau Lu, I would like to ask you for one more thing. Please speak. I want you to help me investigate two people, Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba. They are both my roommates at Guanar University, the kind that are very close. Chen Feng still felt that the reactions of both Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba were a bit abnormal, and the official intelligence capabilities in this area were very strong. So he asked Lu Chongqing to help him investigate to make sure that there was really something abnormal about the state of the two of them. Okay, no problem. I will give you a reply as soon as possible. Lu Chongqing hurriedly replied, returning to the refuge. Just after landing, Chen Feng heard someone arguing next to him. He walked closer to take a look. There was a man in his 30s with a sharp mouth and cheeks like a big smoker. He was lying on the ground bare-chested and had a dragon tattooed on his arm. At the same time he yelled, I'm not leaving, since I've been invited in. I'm not leaving. The demonic beasts have been fought off. Please leave the refuge as soon as possible. I just won't leave. What's wrong? Our Qindong said that it's for you to take refuge for a while. Now that the tide of demonic beasts has receded, please leave. Otherwise we'll be impolite. Lying on the ground next to the monkey-cheeked man there were a few other men. Looking at the strong Chen security guards surrounding them, they came over to the monkey-cheeked man's side and whispered, Brother Thin Dragon, why don't we just go out? They're all silver energizers. We can't afford to mess with them. What? They can still beat me to death. I'll just stay here and see what they can do. On the periphery of these people, there were still quite a few people surrounding them whispering, looking like they were all ordinary people who had been temporarily admitted into the refuge. Chen Feng slowly walked up and inquired to a security brother. Xiao Zhang, what's going on here? The security guard Xiao Zhang hurriedly replied respectfully. Back to Dongchen. It has already been agreed with all these ordinary people before. It is for them to temporarily take refuge in the refuge. Xiao Zhang used his finger to point to the thin dragon brother lying on the ground and continued. And now that the tide of demonic beasts has receded, but this kid is dead set on not leaving, and the other ordinary people, seeing him lollygagging around here, are also slow to move, all reluctant to leave the refuge. Ever understood what kind of person he is? Chen Feng asked. Xiao Zhan replied. It is said that he is the one who mixes with this part of the old city, nicknamed Skinny Dragon, is famous for bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Before the disaster, he often bullied girls on the road, and even often robbed near the school, and is also addicted to gambling, and often borrows money and does not pay it back, and is a famous scoundrel in the entire old city. This is clearly the scum of the earth. Who to take if not him? There was no one else to send this man to his death. Chen Feng came to the front of the skinny dragon and gently kicked him. I'm asking you for the last time. Are you leaving or not? I just won't leave. What can you do to me? As silver energizers, can you still bully us commoners for no reason? The skinny dragon continued to lie on the ground and play the rascal. Chen Feng's face turned cold and said, the last chance is given to you, but you didn't grasp it. Then don't blame me for being impolite. If you don't leave yourself, I'll send you flying out. With that, Chen Feng took a step forward and lifted the body of the skinny dragon with one hand. Then, he threw it in mid-air. Big brother, don't. I know I'm wrong. Quickly catch me. Chen Feng did not pay the slightest bit of attention to the thin dragon that was falling in mid-air. Then, he made a long leap and whirled around, kicking out his foot as if it was a soccer shot. Boom! The sound. The skinny dragon was sent flying out of the walls of the refuge by his kick. With this kick, there was no need to see that the skinny dragon was absolutely dead. When the crowd of onlookers saw Chen Feng's flurry of maneuvers, they surprisingly remained standing still, as they were all scared silly. It was only after Chen Feng coldly swept his eyes for a week that they all came back to their senses and started shouting. Run! We were wrong. We'll leave right now. We'll leave this instant. Don't kill us. After Chen Feng kicked the skinny dragon out, he didn't even need to open his mouth to drive people away. All the people who had taken temporary shelter in the refuge all ran out of the refuge on their own. To be honest, Chen Feng was not a hard-hearted person, and as far as he was able, he also wanted to save as many people as possible. However, it was not a handout. After all the refugees had re-entered outside the shelter, he followed them out as well. Hello everyone, I am Chen Feng. Hearing Chen Feng introduce himself, the crowd was once again shocked. They hadn't expected the ruthless man from earlier to be Chen Feng. Since they were inside the shelter, they did not see the intense battle outside, so that almost all of those who did not see the live broadcast did not recognize Chen Feng. If it had been before, Chen Feng had declared himself, these refugees would probably have hold two sentences high or low, no matter how good or bad they were. But after the experience of the thin dragon, all of them did not dare to speak or move, and simply looked at Chen Feng with great awe. Don't be afraid. Just now that one is nothing more than a scum. Dead is dead. And you guys are different. As long as you perform well, I also hope to pull you in the middle of the end times. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd were agitated. However, I have always not kept idle people here, so if you guys want a place of refuge, then do it yourselves. A woman who was a bit bolder opened her mouth and asked, may I ask how we can do it on our own? And I would also like to ask Dongchen to clarify? Build another wall 10 miles away from this refuge. Chen Feng gazed ahead, reached out and pointed 10 miles away, and said indifferently, how can this be built? In today's world, the world is surrounded by demonic beasts. Asking us to build a city wall is not asking us to send ourselves to death. That's right, letting us send ourselves to death. We're not going. Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, some of the bolder ones no longer remained silent, but spoke what was in their hearts. Then, Chen Feng did not use any more coercive means, but swept his eyes around the weak and smiled. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. By the time the new barriers are built in the future, there will be no place for you to live in peace. Don't blame me for not giving you the opportunity. At this time, a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes suddenly stood out. I'm originally a civil engineer. I'll go build the walls here. A young man put his face across and said, it's all death anyway, might as well listen to Chen Dong's fight. I'm a migrant laborer. What I'm best at is building walls with tile knives. I'll go too. A migrant laborer in his 30s directly took out a tile knife from behind his waist and ran towards the distance. Then right after these few people, there were some other people who had their hearts in their mouths and followed them over, ready to follow Chen Feng's request to go 10 miles away to build a city wall. Only after this other people left did Chen Feng say, of course, I won't let everyone go empty-handed. I will provide you with construction tools for free. In addition, I won't let you all go to your deaths. I will also arrange for silver energizers to provide you with a certain amount of protection while you are building the city wall. Upon hearing this, the rest of the crowd also immediately rejoiced, following the steps of the few people in front of them. In a soothing mood of ambition, they rushed 10 miles away, ready to build the city wall with all their heart. Chen Feng's operation of giving a sweet date with a slap on the face was very useful to these ordinary people. This was only the first batch, and then there would be a steady stream of bottom-layer laborers working for Chen, and there was no fear of them making any waves. Of course, Chen Feng wouldn't oppress them and would give them a certain amount of remuneration for their labor. As long as these people did not have any bad intentions, it would not be a problem for them to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. After the crowd of people building the city wall had slightly walked away, Chen Feng immediately instructed the people around him, reuse the ones who took the lead earlier, and let the rest of them go with the flow. Let them do it if they can do it well, and get out if they can't. Yes, Dong Chen. Back at the shelter restaurant, Zhang Ma and the others had already prepared a celebration banquet. The table full of seats was filled with sumptuous dishes, all kinds of dishes, a wide array of dishes, and it was no different compared to before the calamity. Now that the end times had come, it was only in Chen Feng's refuge that one could see such a sumptuous feast. The meat was made by Zhang Ma using her ability. All sorts of demonic beast meat was available, and it smelled fragrant from afar, bringing one a full appetite. And in front of Chen Feng was a bowl of hand-rolled noodles. Just by taking a look at the style, he knew that this must have been made for him by his second aunt's hands. Ever since he was a child, his second aunt had often given him the following to eat. But ever since second uncle and second aunt divorced a few months ago, he had never tasted second aunt's hand-rolled noodles. So, seeing the hand-rolled noodles, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and took a taste. Sure enough, it still had the original flavor, and it had more of a homey flavor. Very warm and welcoming. At the same time, he secretly resolved that he must lead his family and friends to live well in this post-apocalyptic world, and to live on with as much quality as possible, and not just live in that kind of bitter suffering. In the middle of the meal, Chen Feng looked at Zhang Ma and opened his mouth to praise. Zhang Ma, your cooking is really delicious. Young master, there is no need to praise me, this is all what I should do. After all, my job is mainly to cook and eat for everyone. Zhang Ma said modestly. Chang Lu, who was sitting not far away, not on a demonic beast whip while saying naively with a mouth full of oil. I didn't expect Zhang Ma to cook so deliciously, and even her strength is also strong. Holding a kitchen knife and a big spoon, she killed the demonic beasts like nobody's business. Upon hearing this, the crowd also nodded their heads in agreement. At this time, Luo Chengfei suddenly opened his mouth with some doubts. Zhang Ma, our war knives, all of them are specially made by Qin Dong to find the best craftsmen, even if they are silver alloy. The strength is not small, but even if it is this kind of war knives, in the body of demonic beasts can't be chopped for a few times also rolled the edge. But your chopper and a big spoon, how could it be chopped for so long? But there is not any change at all? Zhang Ma smiled and replied. I had a sudden heart attack, and after joining the battlefield, I realized that I still have the ability to ensure that my weapons won't be damaged. There's still this ability? The few security brothers around Luo Chengfei couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Ma continued to explain. No matter what it is, it won't be damaged if I use it in my hands, but there might be a certain limit. If the opponent is too strong, the weapon in my hands might be damaged as well. Except that those demonic beasts in the previous battle were too weak, and didn't bring out my true strength at all. After the previous battle, Zhang Ma was also confident and recounted to everyone with a smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng also nodded his head silently. This ability of Zhang Ma was good, and to a certain extent, it was equivalent to not consuming the durability of weapons and equipment. Just at this moment, an encrypted text message came up on his cell phone. The encrypted text message was sent to him by a special person arranged by Lu Changqing. The content was exactly about Cui Chunlin and Wang Haiba. The efficiency of the officialdom was indeed just as high, and it wasn't long before the reply arrived after he had only spoken to Lu Changqing. Chen Feng carefully checked the content of the message. Lu Changqing said that the officials had only found out about Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba's parents and family members at the moment, while the two of them had not heard anything. Due to Chen Feng's previous reminder, all of Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba's family members had also become silver energizers. The message that was sent said that both of their family members all joined the officials after the calamity. However, some time ago, they suddenly left without saying goodbye and disappeared. Along with them, there were other silver energizers who joined the government. Lu Changqing suspected that this matter was related to Zhao Changhe. This was because most of these silver energizers, including Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba's family members, had joined the officialdom through Zhao Changhe's hands. It was highly likely that after he was expelled, he took these silver energizers with him. Currently, the officials had also been investigating Zhao Changhe's whereabouts, but for some reason, after searching the entire Guanar city, and even launching investigations outside of the Braised Face province as well, they had never found Zhao Changhe's figure. Having read the message, Chen Feng frowned, not realizing that Cui Chunlin and Wang Haiba's families would also be related to this Zhao Changhe fellow. Then the anomalies of both Pole and Old Xie, would they also be related to this Zhao Changhe? Originally, he had never cared about this Zhao Changhe, but he didn't expect that this guy would make such a big commotion now. And even the officials, so many silver energizers were taken away by him. What exactly was the method he used to be able to take away so many silver energizers? Could it be that with his persona, he could have such great charisma? Chen Feng did not believe that he had any charisma. He must have used some kind of unknown special means. However, there was no rush to investigate this kind of thing. Since Pole and Old Xie were both able to use their cell phones to return messages, there must be absolutely no problem in securing their lives. At that time, we will see if they can reach the shelter. If they arrived, then the next step of exploration would be carried out. Then, he put down his cell phone for the time being and continued to eat. Just then, a dark and thin woman around 50 years old walked into the restaurant, and behind her were three middle-aged men in their 40s. Seeing the visitors, Chen Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly got up. "Aunt Yu Rong, you guys have finally arrived. Come, have a seat." Chen Feng personally led the few of them to their seats. These were their Chen clan's founding fathers, and the woman at the head was none other than Chang Yurong, who had previously clamored for her resignation. Then, Chen Feng instructed Chang Ma, quickly go prepare a few more sets of tableware. After Chang Yurong took her seat, she spoke. "Dong Chen, I'm sorry, I've been working against you before the calamity, and I've caused you trouble. Aunt Yurong, you are overstating it." Chen Feng responded with a smile on his face. "Anyone who was in the situation at that time would not have understood my behavior. You reacted that violently at that time, but it was also for the sake of me not to go astray, and for the sake of Chen's being able to develop better. So how could I blame you? In fact, the one who has to say sorry is me who is right. I didn't make it clear to you in advance." Then, after the two of them briefly exchanged pleasantries, Chen Feng asked, "I remember that Uncle Zhang is with you guys, right? Why haven't I seen him come over?" "Alas," Chang Yurong sighed, "I persuaded him for a long time, but he just didn't want to come. He insisted that he wanted to go out on his own. You say he's so old, what's the point of going out? Aunt Yurong, why do you think Uncle Chang, he doesn't want to come to me?" Chang Yurong pondered a little and replied, "I guess, it might be that he felt that when you needed him the most, he left you without helping you. He was a little upset in his heart, and was reluctant to come because of his face, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded. He felt that it was also highly likely that this was the reason why Uncle Zhang was unwilling to come to him. In fact, at that time, when Uncle Zhang left the group, he did not have the slightest complaint against him in his heart. After all, it was completely understandable for Zhang Bo to do that. No one would want to watch a loser, who had once worked hard to build his own high-rise to collapse it. Only what Uncle Zhang didn't expect was that what he originally thought was a loser was not losing his home, but rather guarding it. It was probably because of this that he couldn't forgive himself for leaving, to the point that he was unwilling to rejoin Chen. Uncle Zhang is old. He just loves to save face. I'll call now and personally invite him back. Chen Feng smiled and said. Then, Chen Feng once again took out his cell phone and broadcast Zhang Qichang's call. Soon, the call was connected. "Hello, Uncle Zhang. It's Little Feng." From the tone of Zhang Qichang's voice, it could be heard that he was extremely surprised when he received Chen Feng's call. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Yu Rong and the others have already arrived at the shelter. Where are you now? I'll personally go over to pick you up." "Little Feng, I won't go to the refuge. Uncle Zhang, I know that when you left Chen at that time, it was all for my own good. I hope that I can come to my senses and not spoil the group. I understand all of this. I have never grudged you in my heart. So come back soon." Chen Feng persuaded bitterly. Zhang Qichang was very moved after hearing this. His voice trembled a little. "Little Feng, it's not because of this that I'm not going back. Rather I want to come out for a walk on my own. Uncle Zhang, you are so old, so don't go far away, or come back to the refuge. I will give you an old age." "Little Feng, the silver bed you gave me is very good. I'm now a silver energizer as well. Now I'm much stronger than when I was even 20 years old, and going out for a few more decades won't be a problem." Zhang Qichang paused for a little while, and continued. "Little Feng, your father is kind and charitable, and often saves people from danger, and my life, back then, was also saved by your father. So, I now want to be like your father back then. and use my meager strength to help those who are more in need. Chen Feng said in his heart. Although his own father had died early, he knew very well what kind of person he was. His father, Chen Guanglin, was charitable on the surface, saving people from danger. Except that he was all utilitarian and purposeful. Only when he saw someone of value would he give a helping hand and then make the other party grateful. Because this was what his old dad had personally told him the year he was 5 years old. If Zhang Bo knew that his dad was actually a fake good guy who saved him for a purpose, he didn't know how he would feel. Chen Feng himself is not like this. He has always been to save people, to help people all by his own heart. Never ask for return. But almost every time he will have a lot of unexpected return. Maybe this is the so-called casting a peach in return for plummet. But thinking about it, then his father Chen Guanglin will not be the same. Although his mouth so say he is not a good person, but really do not have the impression that his father has done anything bad. But now everywhere still have his old man's charity to help the world's name. After all, now he would not admit that he was a good person. Of course, he really can't be considered a good person. Could it be that a good person would kick a person out as a ball without saying a word? Chen Feng continued to persuade. Uncle Zhang, isn't it the same for you to come to the shelter? You can just as often go out and help others. Zhang Qichang smiled and said, even though I'm old, I've always had a chivalrous dream of acting as a knight since I was a child. I just want to take advantage of the fact that I'm now hardened and have also awakened stronger abilities. Go out and make a break for it. And on the way, I can also find some like-minded friends to fight with the sword together. Chen Feng understood that Zhang Bo's mind was made up, and he could not force it. Zhang Bo was an orphan and had never married or had any children in his life. He had almost contributed most of his life to Chen. Since he wanted to go, let him go. Thus, Chen Feng said, since you've already decided, Uncle Zhang, I won't force you anymore. Uncle Zhang, take care. Good. Uncle Zhang, if you get tired one day, come back. Chen will always be your home. Good. With the last good sound, one could hear that Zhang Qichang's voice had choked up a bit. After hanging up the phone, Chang Yurong asked, Dong Chen, is Uncle Zhang still unwilling to come? Chen Feng nodded his head with some melancholy, then smiled again. Uncle Zhang has his own path to follow, so let him be. On the contrary, Aunt Yurong, you have come at the right time. Seeing that Chang Yurong was somewhat confused, Chen Feng continued to explain, Aunt Yurong, it's only been a few short days since I managed the entire group, and my head is spinning. But now that you're here, it's different. You have a lot of management experience, and in the future, all of the group's management work will still be left to you. Dong Chen, this isn't quite right. After all, this is the end of the tribulation. It's a very different group from what it once was. Chang Yurong was a bit embarrassed. Aunt Yurong, it's the same. Our forces still operate just like the once Chen group, even if there are different places. With Aunt Yurong's ability, I'm sure it won't take long for you to adapt, and mainly for you to be responsible for the internal various materials, as well as human resources management, and external combat you do not have to worry about. All handed over to Luo Chengfei responsible for? You see how? Help me out, alright? Chang Yurong nodded heavily and said, good. Since Dong Chen has said so, then I will try. No need to try. You'll definitely have no problem. After Chang Yurong agreed, Chen Feng also let out a sigh of relief. He could finally be the shirker. Chang Yurong had followed his father for many years, and later followed his second uncle. The second uncle was also from a military background and was not good at management. It could be said that the operation of the entire group relied on Chang Yurong to grasp the management. In terms of ability, there is absolutely nothing to say, and there is no need to doubt about the level of trust. At one time, Pops had shown her great kindness, and she knew how to return the favor. Chen Feng knew that in the previous battle with the demonic beasts, if Chang Yurong had realized that something was wrong, she would have rushed into the demonic beasts without hesitation, and even if she didn't want her life, she would have gone all out to rescue herself, although his own strength did not need her, a second-ranked one, to save him at all. But at that time, he still saw in his eyes that kind of righteousness in her. Therefore, handing over the daily management of the entire group, as well as the overall operation, to Chang Yurong, he was very relieved. However, thinking about this, he kind of missed his old dad who had passed away long ago. Without the trees planted by his old dad back then, he wouldn't have been able to enjoy the coolness. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Yurong, even Sister Chiu, and so on, were all valuable resources left to him by his old dad. After the celebration banquet, with Chang Yurong joining in, sure enough, all sorts of matters immediately became well organized. All the loot was also quickly organized and summarized. The number of various demon cores from the 1st to the 6th rank alone was up to more than 300,000 pieces. Demonic beast meat was even more countless. Even the underground warehouse was a bit too much to put. A large portion of it could only be placed in the simple warehouse on the ground, and even outside the shelter was placed in a pile. The good thing is that the demon beast meat is relatively special. Long-time storage will not deteriorate, is very good food. Although the flavor and texture was not complimentary, as long as it was consumed for a long period of time, it would have a certain enhancement effect on the human body quality. There were nearly 10,000 different types of exotic energy crystals, but most of them were relatively low-grade, unable to be compared to the exotic energy crystals that had exploded from the ugly cat before. Only a very few of them were of relatively high quality. However, the loot from this great battle was definitely enough for Chen's army to use for a while. Then, Chen Feng simply collected all of the demonic cores, as well as most of the exotic energy crystals, leaving all of the rest for the others. After simply dealing with some trivial matters, Chen Feng returned to his room and began to quietly absorb the alien energy crystals to cultivate. Although the ancient book breathing method could be practiced anytime and anywhere, a quieter environment could still relax the mind and slightly increase the efficiency of cultivation. He first picked out a few exotic energy crystals that contained relatively large amounts of energy to absorb. Soon, his body shook violently. The first secret stash in his body began to loosen. Immediately afterward, he felt a surge of power flow throughout his body, eventually converging at the first secret stash. Boom! The first secret stash lit up. The power in his body surged substantially. He could vaguely feel that his overall strength had risen by more than 10 times at least, and his various abilities had also increased by nearly 2 times. And now, if he were to perform an instantaneous shift, he could easily cross 1,000 meters. It was worthy of a great realm enhancement. The current him had finally reached the level of a war general just like Sister Autumn. However, Sister Cho's first-ranked war general was completely incomparable to his first-ranked war general. This was because he had felt Sister Autumn's strength before. He could clearly know that Sister Autumn's presence in front of him was completely not something that quantity could make up for. Even if thousands of Sister Autumn came before him, they would not be enough to look at. After all, Sister Autumn's attack was as if she had been stabbed by an infusion needle on him. His attack, on the other hand, was like a large gun that could pierce it straight through. It was not a dimension at all. After breaking through to a first-ranked war general, he didn't stop, but continued to absorb the exotic energy crystals. Since these exotic energy crystals, compared to his own level, were quite a bit weaker, therefore, his absorption speed was particularly fast, and he didn't have to worry about being held up by the energy in the alien energy crystals at all. On the other hand, those under him, even with the help of the ancient book breathing method, 80% of them didn't have his kind of efficiency. They still needed to undergo a period of stabilization after every few absorptions, or else they might burst their bodies by the enormous energy in the demon core. Just as the sewer in the pool was slightly thin, and the faucet above had too much water. After the pool was full, it needed the lower sewer to seep down some more before it could continue to fill up with water again. Otherwise the pool would overflow. Therefore, in less than half a day, Chen Feng had absorbed 3,000 exotic energy crystals. Another 5 secret caches were lit up consecutively. His cultivation strength came directly to the 6th-ranked war general level. However, the 5 small realms of elevation were not as great as the previous large realms of strength rise. But the consumption of exotic crystals for each level of elevation was geometrically increasing. Perhaps this is the so-called accumulation of thin hair. To accumulate enough, break through the higher level of the War King, will have a qualitative leap again. He guessed that with his current strength, he should be able to sweep all the war generals, and even cross the ranks to challenge the higher level of War Kings. However, at the moment, there were no strong people at the Battle King level on the entire blue planet, so he couldn't judge too well. Even if it was highly likely that he was currently the strongest existence on the current blue star, he could not stop his steps to increase his strength. This was because with his current insights, he was simply unable to judge just how strong the existence in the Demon Cave Demon Abyss was. He had to keep improving his strength as much as possible before the Demon Cave Demon Abyss was fully opened. In his previous life, he had only heard that there had once been a human battle king who hadn't even been able to block a single move at the hands of the demons that came out of the Demon Abyss. One could imagine how powerful an existence they were. He felt that he was still far from those existences now. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible before he could do so. However, the existing exotic energy crystals in his hand right now were only enough for him to absorb for a few days, and those usual demon cores were not enough to sharpen his hands, so he had to keep looking for more and more exotic energy crystals. Lu Chongqing has already prepared his special trading system. After all these alien energy crystals are absorbed, he will look on that trading system to see if there are any suitable tasks to take. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue absorbing the alien energy crystals to cultivate, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. "Come in." The one who pushed the door in was none other than Xiao Zhang. the security brother under Luo Qingfei. Xiao Zhang, what is it that you are looking for me? Dong Chen, your two classmates have arrived. Good. I'll go over now. Near the entrance of the shelter, a slightly chubby youth with a large flat head was yelling, "Let me in. Why don't you let me in?" This person was no other than Chen Feng's college classmate named Dong Biao, who used to bully people like Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba. He had wanted to come over to defect after seeing on the live broadcast that Chen Feng and his group of men were very tough and had already cleared the neighborhood of demons, making it safer. However, as soon as he arrived, he was stopped by the security brothers in front of the shelter's door. He continued to yell loudly, "Do you know who I am? Just don't let me in. Believe it or not, I'll tell your Qingdong and fire all of you." At this time, a few ordinary people were let into the shelter, and when Dong Biao saw this, he became even more enraged. A few of them are nothing more than ordinary people. Why are they let in? While I'm a hallowed silver energizer, yet I'm not allowed to enter. The security guard explained, "Sir, those few ordinary people are the family members of our Chen employees, so they naturally have the right to enter the refuge. And sir, you've just been tested and have only absorbed a mere 1.3 grams of silver. Not even close to our Chen's 100 grams of recruitment, so please leave here as soon as possible." "Sir," but Dong Biao still wouldn't leave, watching the situation at the entrance of the refuge from the sidelines. Just then, he suddenly saw two acquaintances. He hurriedly beckoned with a smile on his face and shouted, "Haiba, Changlin." After Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba just gave him a look full of disgust, they walked straight towards the shelter, and the two of them were let in after just simply speaking to the doorman. Dong Biao instantly became even more exasperated, pointing furiously at the backs of the two Cui Wangs and rushing at the security guard in front of him angrily. Why did the two of them get in when they passed through the tester just now? The amount of silver they absorbed clearly didn't meet the standard either, because the two of them are our Qingdong's classmates. I'm also a classmate of your Qingdong. I'm sorry, sir, our boss didn't explain, but please don't stay here. If you don't listen to us again, we'll have to implement coercive measures." Seeing that Dong Biao had been yelling loudly and playing the rascal, the security brothers' voices had cooled down quite a bit, but Dong Biao remained unimpressed. "Quickly go find your Qingdong. Tell him that his old classmate Dong Biao is here, and tell him to hurry over to meet him." Just at this moment a cold and sternly chiding voice came. "Who is shouting here?" The person who came was none other than Chen Feng, and following behind him were clearly the two men Cui Chanlin and Wang Haiba. The security guard hurriedly stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Chen Dong, this person is not a family member of my Qin clan. Although he is a silver energetic, he is not up to our Qin clan's recruiting requirements, but he had to force his way into our shelter. I stopped him and he is here yelling again." Chen Feng nodded and said, "He is right. He is indeed my classmate." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Dong Biao immediately walked up with a smile on his face. "Ha ha, Chen Feng, I knew you couldn't forget me." Then, he turned his face and rushed at the security guard and said in a cold voice, "See, I didn't lie to you. Your Qingdong is really my classmate. Dog-eyed guy, bah." Seeing this, the security guard's face instantly changed, and he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Dong Chen, it's my work error." Chen Feng smiled and patted the security guard's shoulder, saying, "Even though he and I are classmates, we don't have a good relationship. You did the right thing." This time it was Dong Biao's turn to change his face. He hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. "Brother Feng, we are at least classmates, so take care of your brother and let me enter your shelter to take refuge. Moreover, I am also a silver energetic, although I have not absorbed much silver and am now only of the uninitiated class, but my awakened abilities are still very strong." Chen Feng coldly looked at Dong Biao and faintly said, "You want to enter my refuge? Right. Dong Biao nodded his head repeatedly. "But that's impossible. Don't, Brother Feng. I know we had some issues before, but that was only a minor conflict. Now that it's the end of the world, you can't even deny your old classmate a bite to eat. If you want to have a mouthful of food, then go follow those workers to build the city wall and contribute to the future wall. If you don't want to, then get the hell out of here." Chen Feng pointed towards the hot city wall construction site in the distance. "Chen Feng, is this how you treat your old classmates?" Dong Biao's face crossed. "If you don't treat me to a nice meal today, I'm not leaving. I know you have a lot of goodies in your shelter." Upon hearing this, Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba both couldn't stand to watch anymore and stepped forward. "Drinking, Dong Biao, don't even think about how you once treated us, and you even want Brother Feng to treat you to a big meal. What's the point of wasting words with him?" With those words, Chen Feng dodged and came to Dong Biao's side, grabbing one of his arms. "Ka!" A sound. Dong Biao's hand broke. Then, Chen Feng said in a cold voice, "You can get lost this time. Could you, Chen Feng?" He gritted his teeth fiercely, dragging his broken arm. "If you don't stay here, the big deal is to go official." Then, he just took 2 steps and sneered in his mind. Chen Feng, wait for me. See if I don't drag you to death. Chen Feng frowned slightly. How dare you use your supernatural powers on me? Truly, there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you have to walk into. Immediately afterward, his figure disappeared from its original location, instantly appearing in front of Dong Biao. Seeing this, Dong Biao was violently startled. Chen Feng, I'm leaving. What are you doing again? I gave you the chance to live, but if you don't cherish it, then it's not my fault. With those words, Chen Feng quickly struck out. Ka 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 ka. Dong Biao's limbs snapped off in response, and his body instantly became a mass of flesh that wouldn't move. Chen Feng, I'm going to kill you. Chen Feng didn't pay the slightest attention and directly ordered his left and right. Cut this guy's tongue out to save him from making noise, then send him to Dr. Gao's lab. Dong Biao was practically a scum, bullying his classmates all day long since he was a child based on his family's wealth and power. It was rumored that back then, he led a group of punks to bully his classmates, and even forced the death of a relatively honest and kind third-rate student. Chen Feng was originally thinking of his classmates and just broke his arm to give him a way out. But who knew that the other party would dare to unleash their supernatural powers to attack him in secret? How could this be spared? Simply cripple him. And by the way, he could also give Dr. Gao a living silver energy practitioner for his research. How long this Dong Biao could carry on in Dr. Gao's hands depended on his fate. He used to love torturing others, so let him suffer this time. This is also a way to atone for the classmate he forced to die, as well as the classmates he bullied. However, Dong Biao was not bad for making such a mess, easily replicating a very interesting ability. That was the ability to designate a certain target within a certain range and have it scurry rare. But with Dong Biao's level of not entering the rank, it naturally couldn't affect him. Probably even if Sister Chiu possessed such a skill, it wouldn't be able to make him scurry thin. Unless he moved himself, it might still be somewhat effective. In case he was constipated one day, he could try this ability. Thinking of this, Chen Feng laughed, also damn powerful, which will still be constipated. Eating almost can save. Unless one day to copy a constipation skill, it is possible to make yourself constipated. After Dong Biao had been dealt with, Chen Feng freed up his efforts to entertain Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba. He specifically extended his hand and shook hands with each of them. And surprisingly, the two of them smiled and shook his hand as well. In his heart, he was puzzled. There was indeed a problem. In fact, this is also considered a test for him. If he had been in the past, the two of them would have said, "What the hell is a good brother doing shaking hands when he meets?" Pretending to be pretty much the same. But this time, they were able to calmly shake hands with themselves. It was simply too abnormal. However, nowadays, due to the effects of the calamity, many people had changed their temperament. One couldn't conclude that the two of them were truly abnormal because of this. So he directly utilized his snooping ability to see if there were any changes in their bodies. This ability, copied from Ma Dong, was simply a divine skill. Not only could it see through the target's cultivation, as well as see through some stealth skills similar to invisibility, but it could even scan the target's entire body just like a CT. However, this scanning of his could be much clearer than the imaging of a CT. Soon he discovered the abnormalities of the two. In both of their brains, there was actually a very tiny extra foreign object. The kind that would be difficult to recognize even with the naked eye if placed outside. What was this thing? The first thing he wondered was if it was some person's ability. But then he looked at the material of the foreign object and it looked like it was made of metal. So it could also be a product of technology. As he couldn't figure out what it was, he thought of Dr. Gao. Thus, he hastily used his mental berserk and used his consciousness to communicate with Cheng Bachi and Dr. Gao. He asked Cheng Bachi to manifest the image that his consciousness had sent over to Dr. Gao, so that he could see if he recognized what it was. Nowadays, after his strength had increased, his spiritual berserk ability had also increased quite a bit, and naturally, the range of his conscious communication had also increased, almost covering his entire sanctuary. So now, if he wanted to find anyone, he could just directly communicate with his consciousness. While communicating with Cheng Ba and Dr. Gao's consciousness, he continued to chat with Cui Changlin and Wang Haiba on his side. After chatting briefly, Chen Feng asked with interest, "Old Xie, Pole, what abilities have you two awakened?" "Mine is that my hair can change length for attacks," Old Xie replied with a smile. "You cast it for me to see." "Yes." With those words, Wang Haiba's hair instantly grew 2 meters long, and like a long spear, it could be used in different directions, front, back, left, and right, to pierce. Even the area where he had originally shed his hair had grown hair. When Chen Feng saw this ability of his, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised as well. "This ability of yours is good. It can completely make up for your previous shortcomings. Chen Feng sighed. Didn't you always nag about your lack of hair before? You also wanted to have a full head of hair. Now that you have this ability, why don't you get rid of your dandruff? Wang Haiba laughed and said, I'm already used to the top of my hair. It feels fine just like this. It's better to use the ability when you encounter a demon. Pole, what about your ability? Seeing that Cui Changlin was hesitant to say anything after Chen Feng had asked, Wang Haiba on the side said, if you're too embarrassed to say it, do you need me to say it to Brother Feng for you? Old Xie, better not say it, it's quite embarrassing. Looking at Cui Chenglin's somewhat embarrassed appearance, Chen Feng casually said, Pole's awakened ability won't be a fart, right? Crap, Brother Feng, you're awesome, you even guessed it. Wang Haiba let out a shout and said with some excitement. Speaking of which, it was only then that Chen Feng felt that these two friends of his seemed a bit more normal. Rod's ability is really farting around. At this, Chen Feng was also very surprised, not realizing that Cui Changlin usually loved to fart. He even awakened skills that were farting. After all, his snooping ability was only able to see through the other party's cultivation, and he could not see through the ability when the other party did not release it. Quickly demonstrate it to Brother Feng. Wang Haiba, who was on the side, laughed. Demonstrate my ass. Cui Changlin immediately became anxious and yelled at Wang Haiba who was watching the fun. Ha ha, it's just a demonstration my ass. Seeing that Wang Haiba was still spreading laughter on the side, Cui Changlin kicked him in the ass and then came in front of Chen Feng. Brother Feng, let's not demonstrate this ability of mine. What? Are you afraid of chipping your pants? Chen Feng joked with a smile as well. Cui Changlin nodded his head. Chen Feng had indeed guessed correctly again. After all, he had already looked at Cui Chenlin's cultivation level, which was currently a second-rank warrior. Even if the awakened ability was weak, it wouldn't be without attack power. Since it was a fart, it definitely had power. Chen Feng did not force the issue and said, forget it then. After all, pants are also a scarce resource nowadays, and there is less to disintegrate one. Cui Changlin smiled somewhat awkwardly in understanding. Then tell me briefly about your farting ability. I am indeed quite curious, Chen Feng added. Without waiting for Cui Changlin to open his mouth, Wang Haiba explained from the side. Brother Feng, Pole is much more powerful than me. He said that he had awakened a farting ability, but in my opinion, there are actually two kinds. The farts he lets out are one kind of loud fart and one kind of stinky fart. The stinky fart is released and is able to make people within dozens of meters of his surroundings dizzy and lose their battle power. The loud fart, I will call it the Great Thunder Fart. When he releases it, it is like a thunderbolt, and the power is even greater. Almost able to catch up with a 100mm howitzer. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng could not help but be alarmed by it. These two old classmates of his, the skills that they had awakened were both okay enough, especially Cui Chenglin's, which was definitely described as a very powerful special ability, and could at the very least be ranked at a level, but it was just a bit too odd. He wouldn't copy the abilities of these two classmates of his. After all, he had quite a few special abilities nowadays, and there were many more powerful than their skills. So there was no need to get another long-haired devil, and a farting kings.